Chapter 5001, A Speech That Shocked the Thousand-Star City. Chapter 5001, A Speech That Shocked the Thousand-Star City. Translator, Hanyi Translations. Editor, Hanyi Translations. The Zhao family had clearly received some sort of notice and was about to flee. However, Han Fei came too fast. The guardians outside the chain bridge of Pure Sun Island couldn't even stop him for a few seconds. When Han Fei arrived here, many fishing boats had already started to take off. Someone shouted, "Come on, let's go, don't wait for anyone, take off and leave." Whoosh! All of a sudden, a gale rose within 100 kilometers, and countless people discovered, to their horror, that the wind became visible, with dazzling knife lights emerging in the wind. There was water mist as a knife, plants as a knife, as if everything in the world could become a knife. In midair, Han Fei's voice echoed, "Where is the head of the Zhao family? Come out." At this moment, everyone saw someone walking over from the sky. With his hands behind his back, he walked dozens of kilometers with each step. His aura made them panic. On the ground, the Blade Inferno had just been launched. Whoever was above a hidden fissure would be killed. If Han Fei wanted to establish prestige in the Thousand-Star City today, he had to be on a killing spree today. Ah, family head, save me. Someone's body was cut off, but he was still alive, crying for help. Someone cursed, "Devil who wants to destroy our Zhao family." Han Fei chuckled and said, "My name is Han Fei. I'm from Pure Sun Island, Thug Academy. My lord, please spare the Zhao family. It's I who occupied the Su family and entered the Thug Academy. Please punish me, my lord." An old man flew over. His strength was only that of an intermediate explorer, but his hair was already gray. Even if he wasn't killed, he wouldn't live long. Ignoring the old man's words, Han Fei waved his knife and killed the old man. "Patriarch, villain, how have we Zhao family ever offended you? Why do you have to do this?" Seeing this scene, many people were dumbfounded and fled in panic. Someone was furious. There was no telling if he knew that he couldn't escape, and he began to curse. Han Fei sneered. "Let me say it again. Master of the Zhao family, come out. You only have 3 seconds. Don't make me take the initiative to find you." After Han Fei said this, in less than 2 minutes he saw a fat guy flying in the air. This person was only a junior explorer. Coming with him was an old woman who was an advanced explorer. However, the old woman was about to die too. The Zhao family's situation wasn't much better than the Su family's. Seeing these two people, Han Fei shook his head slightly. A family that only has 3 explorers dares to participate in the matters of the Thug Academy and the big clans? How dare you? The head of the Zhao family panicked and his body was trembling. Zhao, you greets Marshal Han. Marshal Han, please punish the Zhao family for making this big mistake. But this matter was all up to me. Please let the Zhao family's descendants go. They know nothing at all. Han Fei curled his lips. Shut up. Do you think I'm a fool? How is it possible the Zhao family's descendants know nothing about this matter at all? The old woman hurriedly said. Marshal Han, the 2 explorers of the Su family weren't killed by our Zhao family. However, I and Zhao Yu can pay with our lives. The 3 explorers of the Zhao family have all died here today. Please spare the Zhao family, Marshal Han. Han Fei was not in a hurry. He didn't withdraw the Blade Inferno but said casually, "Which family is the Zhao family attached to?" While speaking, Han Fei looked at the distant void and said, "Which big clan wants to stand up? I, Han Fei, am here. Does anyone want to fight me?" Hearing Han Fei's casual provocation, Zhao Yu and the old woman were shocked. Why did Han Fei dare to provoke the big clans of the Thousand-Star City so blatantly? The old woman looked down at her family. More than half of the disciples above the hidden fissure level had died. If this continued, all the strong disciples would die. The old woman shouted, "Marshal Han, it's the Sun family. Marshal Han, please spare our disciples." Han Fei smiled. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? Why did you run away? If you hadn't run away, I might not have attacked you." Han Fei roared, "The Zhao family is immoral and despicable. Today I, Han Fei, will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, destroy the Zhao family, and return peace to the people. From now on, the Zhao family will no longer exist on Drifting Cloud Island." Po, 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 po. At that moment, the infinite blades revealed their sharpness in the sky. Zhao Yu, the old woman, and the disciples in the law enforcer realm were instantly executed. For a moment, everybody in the Zhao family was crying. Countless people glared at Han Fei with hatred, but Han Fei didn't care. "If you have the ability, come and take revenge. Otherwise, I'll kill you again." Han Fei extended his hand and reached into the Zhao family's treasury. A large number of resources were taken away. Han Fei discovered that even in this family that was about to decline, there were many resources, such as spiritual spring, which numbered in the millions. There were really countless combat skills, techniques, weapons, and spiritual fruits. However, apart from the spiritual spring and a few materials, Han Fei sprinkled everything else into the wind on the Drifting Cloud Island. At that moment, Han Fei extended his hand, and a piece of divine weapon material quickly melted and transformed into a gigantic megaphone. Han Fei shouted, "The big clans are ruthless and exploit the people. Today I, Han Fei, will return the Zhao family's ill-gotten gains to the people on the Drifting Cloud Island." As he spoke, Han Fei grabbed 1,000,000 kilograms of spiritual spring and controlled them to move. The spiritual spring flew in the sky and fell like rain. Someone was looking up at the sky and suddenly saw something falling from the sky. He couldn't help but ask, "What is that?" The man rose to the sky, grabbed it, and found a spiritual fruit in his hand. He gasped and then exclaimed, "Is the Zhao family really gone?" Someone was still waiting to watch the show when he saw a spear stabbing at him. After hurriedly dodging it, the spear, at least at the semi-divine level, stabbed into the ground before him. Holy sheesh, who is this Han Fei? The Zhao family has a huge amount of resources, and he just threw them out? Someone exclaimed. I got a heaven-level technique. Someone laughed. I got a heaven-level, low-quality combat skill too. Someone said helplessly, it's a pity that I only got a demon-level mid-quality combat skill. For a moment, the sky was full of people, and many people were fighting for it. The Zhao family had been wiped out. These things were ownerless and belonged to whoever grabbed them. Why didn't they grab them? Someone scrambled and asked, who can tell us who Han Fei is? Someone replied, I don't know. I've never heard of him. Someone shouted, you guys are really uninformed. Do you forget that the Scattered Stars Island has become a paradise of adventure? Han Fei is the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island, Marshal Han. Hiss, really? Oh my god, how unlucky the Zhao family is to offend such a powerhouse. I don't sympathize with the Zhao family at all. They always play dirty. They deserve it. Han Fei didn't kill all the remaining people of the Zhao family. He knew that no matter how bad a crowd was, there would always be good people. No matter how good a crowd was, there would always be bad people. Good and bad were meaningless under certain circumstances. He, Han Fei, was not a good person. Faced with a family that was mostly bad, even if he wiped out the family, so what? Amidst the cries, standing in the sky, Han Fei raised his hand and the infinity water appeared, attracting a river over. The river turned into a water dragon hundreds of meters long, with vivid scales on its body. On a closer look, it seemed to stride hundreds of kilometers away and disappear in the sky above the Zhao family. Han Fei had the greatest grudge against the Sun family first, and then the Chu sect. Therefore, he wasn't surprised at all when the old woman said that the Zhao family was attached to the Sun family. However, Han Fei didn't want to cause trouble for the time being. He would take this chance to make his thoughts clear to the entire Thousand Star City today. Han Fei put the trumpet divine weapon he had just made to his mouth and shouted, all citizens within the Thousand Star City, listen to me. All citizens within the Thousand Star City, listen to me. At that moment, Han Fei's voice spread throughout the Thousand Star City. Although it took some time for the sound waves to spread out, it didn't affect his speech. Han Fei said, my name is Han Fei, the current Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island and the acting president of the Thug Academy. I have something to tell you. In the Thousand Star City, on the various islands, countless people looked up at the sky one after another, listening to the surging sound waves that rippled across the sky. For a moment, countless people were discussing, surprised at the Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island, and curious about what Han Fei wanted to say to them. Han Fei said, I was the Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island for a year, but I've slaughtered more than 10 venerables and killed countless sea demons. A year ago, I launched an unprecedented war, uprooted the sea demon's base, the 10,000 Demon Valley, and killed the clones of the King of Sea Demons, the Black Evil Conch King, and destroyed his henchmen. Of course, this is not my credit alone, but the credit of the millions of soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island. Today, I am not here to brag, but to tell you a few things. When Han Fei said that, many people were moved. In the Thousand Star City, countless people had participated in the war on the Scattered Stars Island, and many people on the various islands were still taking veteran subsidies. They even regarded themselves as members of the Scattered Stars Island. Hearing the big event of the Scattered Stars Island, how could they not be moved? These people all rose and listened to Han Fei carefully and solemnly. Han Fei's voice continued to float over. Now, the Scattered Stars Island has been transformed into a world of adventurers by me. Countless people from the Thousand Star City and the 36 towns have gone to the Scattered Stars Island to explore it. There are peak-level combat skills, infinite treasures, and infinite secret realms waiting for you to explore. First of all, I need to call on you. If you want to become strong, you can go to the Scattered Stars Island to take a look. You won't suffer any loss, Han Fei paused and continued. The second thing is that I'm from the Thug Academy, which used to be the leader of the 8 academies in the Thousand Star City. The big clans in the Thousand Star City covet the resources of the Thug Academy and gang up on us. Therefore, I will never let off the big clans in the Thousand Star City until I die. In the future, I'll definitely flatten the big clans in the Thousand Star City and create a great world that has no exploitation, oppression, but only fairness, justice, and morality. Today, I'd like to ask the billions of humans in the Thousand Star City to bear witness to me. When I, Han Fei, come to the Thousand Star City again, it will be the day the big clans disappear. Chapter 1502, Challenge. Chapter 1502, Challenge Translator, Hunye Translations Editor. Hunye translations. Han Fei's voice floated in the sky above the thousand-star city, as if it had great magical power, making countless people stop and watch. Han Fei was not in a hurry. He could successfully leave the Chu sect. In the vast sea of people in the thousand-star city, no one could find him unless someone had a treasure like the vast ocean navigator. While Han Fei talked, he waited to see if anyone would attack him. However, no one attacked him at all. Han Fei stood high in the sky, his voice echoing, "The Sea Clan wants to annihilate the human race, and the big clans want to exploit us. With internal and external troubles, I, Han Fei, hereby swear on my great Tao that I'll kill the sea demons first and then destroy the big clans. In this chaotic world, I, Han Fei, should enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and liberate human beings. I want the thousand-star city, the 36 towns, the scattered stars island, to be free of exploitation, infighting, and oppression. Everyone is a free person, and everyone can go to sea, hunt, and grow up freely." After a long while, Han Fei's voice stopped. The people of the thousand-star city were in an uproar, and many people were excited. Someone exclaimed, "Han Fei, is he the supreme commander of the scattered stars island? He's really domineering. If he can wipe out the big clans, I'll worship him forever." Someone's body trembled. "Although I don't know this person, from now on, I'll remember him." A person called Han Fei, a school called the Thug Academy, and the entire Scattered Stars Island are all enemies of the big clans. "I will do everything I can to destroy the big clans." Someone murmured in his heart, Han Fei, Han Fei, Han Fei, in the Thousand-Star City, if people didn't go to the Scattered Stars Island, then they could only go to the Thousand-Star Proving Ground, the 3 Holy Lands, and the arena to cultivate. The spiritual energy in the Thousand-Star City was quite rich. They could temper themselves in the arena and occasionally spend some money to go to the Thousand-Star Proving Ground to gain experience, which was their way of life. However, this method was completely different from the 36 towns and the Scattered Stars Island. Perhaps the people from the Thousand-Star City were quite strong, but this was only because they had a high starting point and had generally learned more than the people from the 36 towns. That was why they were strong. In a real life and death battle, unless they were heavenly talents who dared to say that they could defeat the people from the 36 towns, and now, although the Scattered Stars Island was open, the number of people who could go there every day was limited. After all, there were not many teleportation arrays. Even if they lined up, they would have to wait for several years. Therefore, the big clans in the Thousand-Star City just looked on coldly, seeming not to be very worried. Scattered Stars Island? It was just a small island. How many people could it accommodate? As long as the big clans controlled the exit and entrance of the Thousand-Star City, how many people could go out? If the Scattered Stars Island cut off the resources of the Thousand-Star City, the Thousand-Star City would also cut off the flow of people. However, Han Fei didn't think so. The Scattered Stars Island was expanding, and he didn't need to care about the big clans at all. People who wanted to go to the Scattered Stars Island needed to be strictly screened. Many people wanted to go there but couldn't. Even if the big clans wanted to stop them, it was meaningless. After all, Han Fei could still take reinforcements from the 36 towns. Although the people in the 36 towns were not as strong as the people in the Thousand-Star City, the Scattered Stars Island no longer had to fight sea demons, and people didn't have to worry every day. Therefore, even if the people of the 36 towns were relatively weak, it wasn't a big problem. They could still grow up. At this moment, Han Fei had finished his speech and flew to the inner part of the Thousand-Star City. Along the way, he didn't withdraw the Blade Inferno and flew blatantly across the sky. Han Fei went straight to the Sun family without hiding at all. Today, no matter what, he must fight a battle. He must show everyone in the Thousand-Star City how he, Han Fei, was a man of his word. Han Fei's recklessness made Ren Tianfei, who was in the void, a little dumbfounded. Is this kid so simple-minded? Does he have to teach the Sun family a lesson under public stare today? Three Light Island was one of the 3 big islands located at the periphery of the 3 Holy Lands. On this island, there were 3 big families, which were the Sun family, Yang family, and Mo family. Among these 3 families, the Sun family was shrewd, the Yang family was shrewd, the Yang family was simple-minded, and the Mo family was led by women. They were all the largest families in the Thousand-Star City. One of the venerables of the Sun family died. But Han Fei was also tricked by Sun Xiaotian, one of the 3 patriarchs of the Sun family. In the battle Tang Yan participated in a year ago, Sun Xiaotian even aroused Ning Jing's anger. In fact, Ning Jing was also watching. Other people couldn't come to the Thousand-Star City, but she could come and eat and drink along the way. Seeing that Han Fei was so arrogant and domineering, Ning Jing shook her head and said to Han Fei's black mist body, "Are you crazy? How dare you just charge into the enemy's home alone?" Han Fei picked up the fish head meat in the big pot in front of him and said, "Anyway, they can't kill me. It feels weird. In this state, I can't eat as happily as usual." Ning Jing snorted. "Then don't eat. I'll eat alone." Next to the 2 of them was the Fire Moon Fairy who had fought on the Scattered Stars Island. At this moment, Han Fei was in the Sea Cloud Tower. The Fire Moon Fairy watched the fish head fly up by itself, feeling very uncomfortable. Han Fei was sitting right next to her, but she couldn't feel his existence at all. She said, Han Fei, shall I send the 5 disciples of the Thug Academy back, or just let them stay in the Waterwood world? Han Fei shrugged. Why didn't I meet them when I was in the Waterwood world? Send them back. The Scattered Stars Island is different from before. They have been cultivating in the Waterwood world long enough. Now, it's time to return to the Yin-Yang world. Han Fei already knew that the Sea Cloud Tower was from the Waterwood world. When Han Fei looked for Ningjing but the vast ocean navigator pointed to the Sea Cloud Tower, he had already known it. At this moment, Han Fei simply dropped his chopsticks. Someone from the 3 big families had already appeared on the 3-Light Island. Han Fei rode on a dragon, and under the eyes of countless people, he walked ostentatiously. As the big dragon underneath him was flying in the sky, the swishing sound of flying knives never stopped. On the 3-Light Island, there were already 4 venerables waiting for Han Fei. A venerable from the Yang family glared at him. Han Fei, are you going to fight us now? Han Fei glanced at the brawny man contemptuously. Yang Kun has died. Who are you? None of you big clans are trustworthy. You said your family only had 1 venerable, but how come there is another venerable after Yang Kun died? The brawny man was furious. Han Fei, are you provoking us? Han Fei raised his megaphone and roared, I'm just provoking you. What can you do? Shut up. Otherwise, I'll destroy the Yang family first and then the Sun family. Son of a Beta Chi, how dare you speak to me like this? Have you lost your mind? The venerable from the Yang family was about to flare up, but seeing that the venerable from the Mo family was looking at him, he immediately swallowed his words. Yes, Han Fei broke into the Chu sect alone and even came out safely. After he came out, he still dared to stay here. So, the one who came now must be his clone. Killing a clone? It was meaningless to the big clans. On the contrary, once Han Fei was angered, they would be in danger. The venerable of the Yang family snorted heavily, but he didn't say any more. 2 people from the Sun family came out. One was Sun Xiaochen, and the other was Sun Xiaochen, and the other was Sun Xiaocheng. Sun Baisheng was indeed still alive. When they were fighting on the Scattered Stars Island, these 2 people must have swapped with each other. Han Fei ignored the Yang and Mo families and walked straight to the Sun family's camp. In the Yang family, Yang Dayu kept swallowing saliva and even sent a voice transmission to Yang Nanxi. Sister Nanxi, I think our family should find a smart family to establish a marital relationship with in the future. Fortunately, our patriarch didn't join the battle against him. Otherwise, we would have suffered losses too. Yang Nanxi rolled her eyes at Yang Dayu. What losses? Han Fei won't attack us. If he attacks us, he's bullying the weak. More importantly, I'm the only one who can compete with him. He will definitely wait for me to grow up before dealing with us. Yang Dayu couldn't help but open his mouth. Fuck, what kind of brain do you have? Han Fei is right. Your head must have been hit by an ironhead fish. If you have the potential to become a king, the first person he should kill is you. How can he possibly give you time to grow up? Do you think Han Fei's head has been hit by an ironhead fish? On the 3-Light Island, countless people looked up, and many people had already run far away. If there was a venerable level battle, any random shockwave could crush ordinary people like them. Han Fei stepped directly above the Sun family and raised his chin at Sun Xiaotian. You're Sun Xiaotian, right? Today, I'm here to fight you so that I can experience the strength of an advanced venerable. Sun Xiaotian narrowed his eyes slightly. Han Fei, you're just a junior venerable. Are you sure you want to fight me? You should know that you can't touch my Sun family today no matter what. As the saying went, when the lips die, the teeth turn cold. No matter how stupid the Yang and Mo families were, they would definitely understand this truth. Therefore, even if he was no match for Han Fei, there would still be people coming to save him. Even if the Yang and Mo families couldn't save him, there would still be Chu sect and other races to save him. Anyway, he wouldn't die. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up. Don't get me wrong. I'm here today to challenge you one-on-one so that I can have a taste of the strength of an advanced venerable. As for attacking your Sun family, don't worry, you won't be able to run away. I'll settle scores with the big clans in the 1,000-star city one by one. The 2 of them spoke without hiding anything. Their voices were so loud that countless people heard them. Many ordinary people gasped. Has Han Fei become a venerable? Does the Sun family have an advanced venerable expert? Han Fei wants to challenge them as soon as he becomes a venerable. The ordinary people knew nothing but that Han Fei was cool and awesome. Although this provocation was a bit unreasonable, they didn't care. Sun Xiaotian knew that if he failed to kill Han Fei with a sneak attack, he would definitely be retaliated. However, he didn't expect Han Fei to come so quickly under such circumstances. He didn't want to fight Han Fei. In his opinion, this was not Han Fei's real body at all. It was just a clone. Even if he won, so what? However, Han Fei had invited him to fight on the spot. With billions of people watching, how could he not fight? Sun Xiaotian shouted, "Come on, let's fight." Chapter 5003, I'll Harvest Your Lives. Chapter 5003, I'll Harvest Your Lives translator, Henyi Translations editor, Henyi Translations Han Fei caused a great uproar today. He slaughtered a small family. He gave an exciting speech. He came to challenge the advanced venerable of the Sun family. Among them, it was not a big deal to wipe out a small family. 8 years ago, as many as dozens of families were wiped out. Ren Tianfei, this old beastard, had killed several of them alone. However, their actions were not as blatant and loud as Han Fei's. After all, that kind of battle was a life and death battle. Both parties sent out a lot of forces, which was a group battle. In a venerable level battle, the venerables fought in the void. No one was as ostentatious as Han Fei. Therefore, ordinary people couldn't see the whole process of the battle and only the strong could. This time, no one stopped Han Fei's challenge. What had happened in the Chu sect? Everyone knew it the moment the million people left the cold moon. With the departure of 1 million people, news spread everywhere. Now all the big clans knew that Han Fei had the ability to hunt other people's spiritual beasts. This also meant that Han Fei could directly or indirectly hunt in the Soul Sea. This matter was already terrifying enough. No one in the entire 1,000-star city had ever solved the mystery of the Soul Sea. Why did Han Fei have this ability? In addition, Han Fei, a mere venerable, had sneaked into Chu sect. Old Demon Chu and Chu Menwang had even activated the Great Guardian Array, but after half a month, they didn't even catch Han Fei's shadow. In the end, they were forced to let Han Fei out. It could be said that the Chu sect had lost all face. Chila. The void opened, and Han Fei and Sun Xiaotian stepped into the void one after another. Of course, Sun Xiaotian wouldn't treat Han Fei as an ordinary person. Which ordinary person could kill a half-king in the realm of a half-venerable? Which junior venerable could escape from a half-king several times? And which venerable could sneak into Chu sect and crazily hunt other people's spiritual beasts? Han Fei could do all this. Therefore, Sun Xiaotian would use all his strength. He would even treat Han Fei as a peak-level venerable. After all, he knew that if Han Fei could kill him today, he would definitely not show any mercy. On the contrary, it was impossible for him to kill Han Fei today no matter what. It was his home ground, but he was restrained in every respect. This was what made him uncomfortable. As soon as he entered the void, Sun Xiaotian stretched out his hand and waved, and an ultra-quality divine sword appeared in his hand. Swish, 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 swish. Sun Xiaotian held the long sword in his hand, and 100 swords flew in the air, forming a large array. This was the Sun family's Immortals slaying array. Han Fei had already recognized it as soon as Sun Xiaotian attacked. When Sun Mu was still alive, he had a lot of interactions with this Immortal Slaying Array. However, the Immortal Slaying Array Sun Mu used was on a completely different level from the one Sun Xiaotian used. The first blow was still the Immortal Slaying Sword Qi. In Sun Xiaotian's hand, since the moment he held the longsword, the Immortal Slaying Sword Qi had covered hundreds of kilometers, forming a Sword Qi domain. Han Fei didn't stop him. He secretly activated his Great Dao, and his strength had already increased. At least, in terms of strength, Han Fei could already match an advanced venerable. However, in terms of soul strength, he was definitely still inferior. According to Ren Tianfei's theory, Sun Xiaotian lived older than you, cultivated longer than you, had a higher realm than you, so how could his soul strength be lower than yours? Han Fei admitted this. At least, he admitted this when his soul power hadn't been restored at all. However, Han Fei didn't panic. After all, he had the demon purification pot. Sun Xiaotian wouldn't be able to hurt his soul unless he used extremely special methods. Back in the ideal palace, it was completely an accident. Back then, he was circulating the supreme yin-yang wheel, and the weapon Chu Qingyan obtained was extremely special. It was something unique to the ideal palace. Most importantly, those who could stay in the ideal palace were soul bodies. With a thought from Han Fei, in the void, in the array of the Immortal Slaying Array, the Blade Inferno also rolled up, and the Knife-Lightened Sword Qi instantly scattered all around. Different from Sun Xiaotian's Immortal Slaying Sword Qi, Han Fei's Blade Inferno could trigger void cracks. Its strength could completely shatter the Immortal Sword Qi. If a venerable level divine quality combat skill couldn't even do this, how could it be called venerable level divine quality? Sun Xiaotian had clearly realized this too. Even all the venerables who were watching the battle realized this too. The venerable of the Yang family who was closest to them asked in surprise, "What combat skill is Han Fei using? It could even trigger a void crack?" The venerable from the Mo family said, "The key is not whether he can trigger the void cracks, but this combat skill is too strong. In group battles, the Immortal Slaying Array should be the strongest group combat skill we know. However, this combat skill of Han Fei is even better than the Immortal Slaying Array. We can only see what will happen next." Sun Xiaotian had already fallen behind in the first area of effect combat skill. Sun Xiaotian's second move, Immortal Shows the Way, had already been launched. 4 red lights shot at Han Fei from 4 directions. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly, and he stood still. The void cracks overlapped and spread out from Han Fei. The 4 red lights couldn't escape the swallowing of the void at all and were directly swallowed. It could be said that using the void cracks was also a space combat skill, which made all of Sun Xiaotian's moves sink into different spaces. If Sun Xiaotian's attack power was not enough to crush these void cracks, how could his attack get close to Han Fei? At this moment, Han Fei said casually, "Well, I've told Sun Mu before that he'd better use his trump card at the very beginning of a fight, but it seems that you Sun family people never accept my suggestion. Do you have to use it step by step to make me realize how powerful your Immortal Slaying Array is? Haha, what's there to show off?" Is it really so powerful? He looked at the third move of the immortal slaying array, which was glowing with red light, and the void was filled with red lines. Each of the red lines was extremely fast. Han Fei knew that the blade Inferno couldn't resist it anymore. The infinity water in front of him turned into 10,000 knives and flew around Han Fei, protecting him like an azure dragon. Clank, 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 clang, clang, clang. The red light that could tear the void apart couldn't tear the azure dragon that surrounded Han Fei. The infinity water grew with Han Fei. Now that Han Fei had become a venerable, the infinity water had almost reached the level of a high-quality divine weapon. Even if he let these sword currents attack the infinity water, they could cause no harm to it. When Sun Xiaotian tried to besiege Han Fei, the endless space cracks also swept at Sun Xiaotian at the same time. The latter had a main sword in his hand, and he brandished it to shatter these void cracks. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up in disdain. He suddenly moved toward Sun Xiaotian, walking dozens of miles with each step. Chila, Han Fei reached out and grabbed at the air, drew out a 100-meter-long void crack, and slashed at Sun Xiaotian. Protect my body with the sword aura. Dragons and snakes, retreat. Sun Xiaotian condensed a sword aura around him. The 108 swords returned and turned into one as he activated 10,000 swords in one. But Han Fei still extended his hand and grabbed at the void. Chila, 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 Hula. Huge spatial cracks appeared one after another. Who would have thought that Han Fei could turn the space crack into a long knife in his hand and pull it out of the void? In the Grand Void Academy, many elders sighed. What kind of knife technique is this? Why does it look like our Grand Void Academy's ultimate technique, the Void Sword Chi? Someone shook his head slightly. It seems to be different. Han Fei seems to be slashing in the air, but in fact every time he attacks, he needs to be fast, accurate, and ruthless, and the consumption is huge. However, the power of this blow is really difficult to resist. Someone sighed. What a strong knife technique. The people of the Heavenly Sword Sect will probably have a headache when they see it. The Heavenly Sword Sect was better at using swords than the Grand Void Academy. In the Heavenly Sword Sect, ordinary people couldn't play with swords because they had to find their own path of the sword and get the sword in their heart first. At this moment, the Sky Sword Master and Mu Tianfeng were shocked to see Han Fei's terrifying knife light. The Sky Sword Master said lightly, Han Fei is just using the knife by force. If he finds the knife soul and the knife in his heart, Sun Xiaotian is no match for him. Mu Tianfeng said, even so, he's already very powerful. At least, I can't compare to him in saber technique. The Sky Sword Master said, he will find it. This child is a quick learner. The battle in the void was thrilling. Under the knife light and sword shadow, even mountains and seas were cut apart. If such an attack appeared on the Three-Light Island, the island would be reduced to ruins in a moment. Therefore, the battle of the strong was always in the void. At this moment, the battle was over. Sun Xiaotian blocked Han Fei's attack with the Sky Sealing Tide. At the same time, he was shocked to find that Han Fei was too talented. If he had a chance to choose again, he really didn't want to be enemies with a guy like Han Fei. Sun Xiaotian shouted in a low voice, deity slaying 1008 swords. At this time, even the long sword in Sun Xiaotian's hand had joined the battle. As the sword entered the void, Sun Xiaotian directly took action. With the power of the immortal slaying array, a terrifying sword wave darted at Han Fei with a swoosh. Under the 108 sword shadows, the void seemed to be cut open. What Han Fei sensed was a weird technique that could cut into the soul. Han Fei twisted his body and felt that he had been hit by a sword. His head hurt. If this went on, his soul would be greatly damaged. Han Fei issued an order in his heart, and the infinity water transformed into 108 small dragons, each of which fought a sword of the 108 swords. Han Fei smiled ferociously. Interesting. Although Sun Mu also knows this sword technique, it's not powerful. Boom boom boom, the infinity water suddenly exploded, and most of the 108 swords were instantly blown up. In terms of quality, they were now inferior to the infinity water. Han Fei looked at Sun Xiaotian with a smile. What else have you got? I'm running out of patience. After that, Han Fei roared, 100 Beast Soul Devouring. It was also a soul attack, but different from the deity slaying 108 swords, this kind of power was directly used in Sun Xiao's consciousness. Immortal Slaying Spike, Chila. Puffer Han Fei and Sun Xiaotian both vomited blood. Both of them seemed to be seriously injured. Han Fei failed to block the last stab. Sun Xiaotian seemed to withstand the soul attack to get the chance to stab Han Fei. A big hole was pierced through Han Fei's chest, but Han Fei didn't care. Instead, he grinned and shattered the immortal slaying array with a punch. When Han Fei wanted to continue to pounce at Sun Xiaotian, he saw several venerables come to Sun Xiaotian's side. Chila. Han Fei tore the void and looked down at the Three-Light Island. Ha ha ha, the big clans are nothing more than this. Today you have more people, so I'll spare your life. But in the future I, Han Fei, will come to harvest your lives one by one. Chapter 1504, Marshal Han Returns. Chapter 1504, Marshal Han Returns. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Boom, Han Fei's black mist body disappeared in front of everyone as if it had never appeared. Or maybe Han Fei went to a place that no one knew in an unknown way. Sea Cloud Tower. Buzz. Han Fei's body trembled, and his two bodies became one. He picked up the chopsticks again, picked up a large piece of fish meat, and stuffed it into his mouth. The Fire Moon Fairy was naturally surprised. What kind of technique did Han Fei use? His two clones could be thousands of kilometers away, but they were combined in the blink of an eye. More importantly, even Ning Jing was dumbfounded. Han Fei had defeated Sun Xiaotian with only his clone. Wasn't his strength improving too fast? In fact, the two of them didn't know that Han Fei's use of strength had reached its limit. He couldn't hold on anymore with the Twin Divine technique. It only took him about 10 minutes to finish the whole battle. Han Fei discovered that when he activated the Great Dao, the pressure the Twin God technique could withstand became greater. After 10 minutes, he was almost at his limit. However, Han Fei secretly smiled. He was indeed strong enough. He couldn't expect himself to leap a major realm in just 1 year and be comparable to a half-king, right? After the meal, Han Fei said, "Miss Fire Moon, there should be a way to the Scattered Stars Island from the Sea Cloud Tower, right?" Han Fei had plenty of means to return to the Scattered Stars Island through normal means. However, it wasn't absolutely safe. Who knew if Old Chu and the others would suddenly take action? Would they find out something? The path of the Sea Cloud Tower was convenient and fast. Why should he bother to continue to fight the big clans? The Fire Moon Fairy nodded slightly. Of course, please follow me. After a while, Han Fei and Ning Jing stood in a teleportation array inside a mountain and disappeared from the Thousand Star City with a swish. The Thousand Star City was in a different space from the 36 towns, which was why the people in the 36 towns couldn't fly to the Thousand Star City. The teleportation array only broke the thin film of this space, allowing them to cross this barrier. Clatter, the two of them appeared on the sea. The sea wind was strong and the waves were surging. This place should be a distance away from the Scattered Stars Island. When there were only the two of them left, Ning Jing said, "Have you been to the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace? How is it? Is it fun?" Han Fei smiled and looked at her weirdly. "Fun? I almost lost my life." Ning Jing blinked and thought to herself, "That's true. The Yin Yang world has been in chaos for so long. It's definitely not that easy to enter the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace. On the Scattered Stars Island, the construction work was still going on. Earlier, Han Fei's original plan was to temporarily expand the Scattered Stars Island by thousands of kilometers. Although it was just 1,000 kilometers, they had to reclaim land from the sea by 1,000 kilometers. Besides, how could ordinary people do this job? Only the strong could do that. After that, countless people would receive missions from the mission hall and go to the new land in all directions to kill marine creatures. Because there were all sand and flash stones from the sea on the new land, many marine creatures would drill into them. A year had passed and this task had probably just been completed. At this moment, the Scattered Stars Island was more than 3,000 kilometers long and less than 4,000 kilometers wide. This area had suddenly become a lot larger. Now, countless people from the 36 towns were rushing to the Scattered Stars Island, let alone from the Thousand Star City. Whoever could come to the Scattered Stars Island was very excited. This caused the population of the Scattered Stars Island to increase at a terrifying speed. At least 30 million people were on the island now. After all, it was only 1 year before Han Fei announced the establishment of the City of Justice. It could be said that every day tens of thousands of people came to the Scattered Stars Island from the 36 towns and the Thousand Star City. Among them, most were from the 36 towns. The population was soaring, which meant that the sea reclamation had to continue. After Shui Shenqi's secret manipulation, the leadership of the City of Justice had decided to expand the Scattered Stars Island into a 5,000-kilometer area, with an estimated future population of as many as 200 million. The population couldn't grow too fast. This required the support of various facilities and an effective planning of the city. The expansion of the various departments required time. For the past year, all the departments had been busy. Although the former Skeleton Shore was still called the Skeleton Shore at this moment, it had expanded too much. Just this place alone expanded by more than 500 miles of sea. Countless newcomers, who were only dangling fishers, led by hanging fishers, hunted creatures such as kingworms and big-eyed crabs on the Skeleton Shore. All along the coast, fighting went on ceaselessly. The sea creatures that were the lowest-level creatures for the soldiers stationed on the Scattered Stars Island were so intimidating to countless newcomers that they were trying their best to fight them. Many of the former soldiers who were assigned to watch over newcomers were cursing. Someone shouted, "Attack! Spirit Gatherer, what are you doing? Supply spiritual energy." "Do you want to kill your teammates?" Someone shouted angrily. "Soul Warrior, why don't you dare to attack? It's just a kingworm. Why are you so scared? You coward? I'll give you 10 seconds to finish the fight quickly." This scene was everywhere. Han Fei spread out his perception and found that people were fighting on the new land of the Scattered Stars Island. There seemed to be endless sea creatures that could burrow holes. After killing a batch, another batch emerged. Outside the City of Justice, countless people came and went. Some were hunting, some were going to sea, some were doing business, some were looking for treasures, and some were doing missions. Han Fei saw a prosperous scene. Ning Jing disappeared as soon as they came back. She had already blended into the crowd. As there were more people, there were more food stalls. The Scattered Stars Island's population had exploded, and the specialty foods of the 36 towns could be seen here. They were completely mixed. At the same time, a new Linglong Tower appeared in the City of Justice. Seeing this, Han Fei smiled coldly. These guys hadn't run away. They probably hadn't known what happened in the Thousand Star City yet. Zhang Tong was busy supervising the Scattered Stars Island. In the past year, too many people had come. Zhang Tong's frank and outspoken personality was very popular. The supervisors recruited people every day and didn't have enough manpower. As for the supervision department of the Scattered Stars 7th Unit, they had even fewer manpower. After all, it was extremely difficult to enter the Scattered Stars 7th Unit. At this moment, everyone's desk in the 2 supervision departments was filled with files. They were extremely busy. Zhang Teng was reading a document when a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Zhang Teng, contact the Scattered Stars 5th Unit immediately and tell them to remove the Linglong Tower. That's Chu Sek's business. Boom! Zhang Teng jumped up from his chair with a swish and blushed. Yes, Marshal Han. Zhang Teng frowned and glanced at a young hidden fisher in the department. With a bang, the hidden fisher was slapped into the wall. Come on, throw Hu Chong into the Scattered Stars prison immediately. Hu Chong, who was kicked away by Zhang Teng, was stunned. My lord, did I do anything wrong? On the side, many people were stunned too. Zhang Teng's sudden attack was quite scary. Zhang Teng shouted, You tried to persuade me to agree to the construction of the Linglong Tower several times in a row. Son of a BHT, that's the Chu Sek's business. Then who are you? Hiss! Many people gasped. Everybody who worked in the supervision department knew that Han Fei had a nasty relationship with the big clans in the Thousand Star City. If the Linglong Tower that was so famous was the Chu Sek's business, then what about the other businesses on the island? Because on the surface, it was the business of the million gold town of the 36 towns. Someone immediately grabbed Hu Chong. Boss, what do we do now? Zhang Teng's mind was racing. Put everything you're doing on hold. Detain everyone in the Linglong Tower immediately. Within an hour, I want to know the top customers of the Linglong Tower and its referrer from the Million Gold Town. After that, Zhang Teng looked at one of his subordinates and said via voice transmission, Inform the secret department to prepare to go to the Million Gold Town. We must eliminate the Chu Sect spies all at once. Half a day later, the powerful supervision system of the Scattered Stars Island showed their strong ability to take action. The supervision department joined forces with the Scattered Stars 5th Unit and the law enforcers, led by the inspectors, and instantly captured 326 Chu Sect spies. These spies were lurking and wouldn't take any action normally. However, their existence would eventually become a threat. These 326 people were only the number of people caught on the Scattered Stars Island. There were still many people who hadn't been caught in the Million Gold Town. At this moment, Zhang Teng and the leader of the Scattered Stars 5th Unit were standing at the gate of the Marshal's mansion. They had failed their duty. Hundreds of spies blatantly hid under their noses, but they didn't know it until Han Fei told them. Zhang Teng said, Please forgive me for my negligence, Marshal Han. At this moment, Han Fei was discussing matters with Star Turtle and Shui Chi in the mansion. Hearing that Zhang Teng was here, he knew that the matter had been settled. Shui Chi said, Go about your business. The City of Justice is newly founded. You need to handle many things. The Star Turtle also said in a hurry, Since you're back, I'll return the position of the Supreme Commander to you. You can handle it yourself, Han Fei said with a smile. Senior Star Turtle, no need to be humble. I may still have to trouble you in the future. The Star Turtle's eyelids shivered. Trouble me? I'm most afraid of trouble. After the Star Turtle and Shui Chi left, Han Fei said, Come in. As soon as Zhang Teng and the leader of the Scattered Stars 5th Unit entered the mansion, they asked Han Fei to punish them. Han Fei said with a smile, The City of Justice has developed too fast. The Scattered Stars Island is completely different from the one a year ago. As the population increases, there will inevitably be some fish that slip through the net. You don't have to feel guilty. Come on, sit. Seeing that Han Fei was so enthusiastic, Zhang Teng was stunned. This was the first time in a year that Han Fei had officially appeared, right? Han Fei said, As it happens, I have something to tell them. I need to call a meeting. Chapter 5005, Department of Construction, A Show. Chapter 5005, Department of Construction, A Show Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. After returning to the Scattered Stars Island, Han Fei didn't intend to stay long. The position of Supreme Commander on the Scattered Stars Island was actually not very important in Han Fei's eyes. After all, he had once managed a true City of Justice, whose territory was far more vast than the Thousand Star City. Therefore, after taking over the Scattered Stars Island, Han Fei was very proficient in his operations. After Han Fei established the City of Justice, everybody on the Scattered Stars Island was shocked by what he did, including Shui Chi. Could it be that this talent to govern a city was also born? After all, Han Fei didn't have any experience in management and only knew to rob all day long. How could Shui Chi not know this? Not to mention Shui Chi, how many people in the upper echelon of the Scattered Stars Island didn't know this? Therefore, at first, many people were suspicious of Han Fei. However, a year later, when the expanded City of Justice was placed in front of them, no one said a word. Many people who had once suspected Han Fei, if they were not hostile forces, would often raise their thumbs and praise Han Fei, feeling proud from the bottom of their hearts. At this time, Han Fei returned and immediately summoned hundreds of inspectors and leaders of the major departments on the Scattered Stars Island for a meeting in the Marshal's mansion. Everyone was very convinced by Han Fei. At this moment, there were 100 people sitting under the hall, and Han Fei was standing in front of the sea chart with his back to the crowd looking up at it. Everybody was still confused. Did the Marshal have another idea? After a long time, Han Fei said, "Everyone, why do you think the Scattered Stars Island can't draw a map of the entire sea area?" After waiting for a few seconds, a middle-aged man said, "Marshal Han, the sea is so big, how can we really finish drawing it? Before, we only drew it about 2 million kilometers because our battle with the sea demons is only in this range. No matter how far away it is, I'm afraid it's beyond our reach." Han Fei turned around and looked at the person who spoke, the inspector of the pioneer group, Qin Muji. The middle-aged man nodded with a smile. "Does Marshal Han know me?" Han Fei nodded slightly. "The pioneer group, have you ever been further away? For example, 5 million kilometers away? Or have you ever reached the level 3 fishery or the 36 towns? Qin Muji was stunned for a moment. Seeing that Han Fei was talking about this topic, he immediately said, "The 36 towns are about 2 million kilometers east of the Scattered Stars Island, which is also the place we protect. The existence of the level 3 fishery is actually a protection for the 36 towns. It completely keeps the 36 towns behind." Han Fei smiled and said, "Look, the sea area is only so big. Even if the unknown place is unknown, it's relative. This is because there were no ordinary people who could cross the sea area of millions of kilometers. There are too many powerful creatures along the way." As he spoke, Han Fei looked at these people and said, "You are all the backbone of the Scattered Stars Island. There should be many people who know the secrets of this sea area, right?" Hearing Han Fei's words, Qin Mu and the others all revealed subtle expressions. Of course, some people were stunned, wondering if there was any big secret in this sea. Without waiting for the others to ask, Han Fei simply said, "This sea area stretches for 8 million kilometers and is surrounded by an enormous seal. In other words, the space we depend on for survival is only 8 million kilometers." Hearing this, many people were shocked. They had never heard of this secret. However, they soon understood from the expressions of the people around them. It seemed that they just didn't know it yet. Some experienced people knew this secret. Han Fei said with a smile, "Actually, it's not a big deal. In my opinion, it's not a secret at all. 8 million kilometers is very large, but it's also small. I can't let sea demon venerables survive in this sea area. Therefore, I'm going to see to hunt the remaining sea demons and kill the black evil conch king." Hiss, the people in front of him were dumbfounded. "Marshal Han, are we going to start a war again? Isn't the war just finished? Oh my god, last year so many sea demon venerables died, causing the Scattered Stars Island to rain blood continuously for months. Some places were still red even now. Now Han Fei was going to fight them again? Hunting the black evil conch king? Weren't his projections at the level of a half-king? How dare Han Fei be so reckless?" Immediately, Tianheng, who was in the command center, said, "Marshal Han, I think that the top priority now is for the human race to recuperate. The power of the sea demons is gone. In the next 100 years, the entire human race will develop at an extremely fast speed. At that time, strong masters will constantly be born. Marshal Han, you are the commander of everyone on the Scattered Stars Island. You must not take the risk." When Han Fei heard this, he couldn't have felt worse. "Damn it, I'm not here to be a mascot. I'm here to get the power of faith. Do you think I am asking for your opinion?" Han Fei directly retorted, "Tianheng, remember I am not asking for your opinion. I am just telling you that I have already decided on this matter. Only by hunting the remnants of the sea demons can the Scattered Stars Island develop steadily. Otherwise, once the sea demons catch their breath and a king comes over, the entire Scattered Stars Island will be a piece of cake." Wang Lin from the logistics division thought to himself, "Tianheng is really stubborn. Marshal Han is truly determined to solve this problem once and for all." Wang Lin said, "Marshal Han is wise. If we can eliminate the sea demon venerable, all the billions of human beings can come to the Scattered Stars Island to develop. There are countless secret realms accumulated on the Scattered Stars Island over the years. We can gain experience just by going to the sea dozens of kilometers away. Even if we don't go to sea, just in the reclaimed land, ordinary people can gain experience." Han Fei nodded and thought to himself, "This Wang Lin is reliable and sensible." Han Fei nodded slightly and thought of something. "Yes, that's exactly what I want. For the sake of the long-term stability of the Scattered Stars Island, I've called you here for another reason." Tianheng was a little depressed. As far as he knew, Han Fei was too reckless. However, as the supreme commander, Han Fei was also strong enough. As long as the purpose was achieved, he was willing to do anything, but the effect of his actions were all very good. Because of this, he even began to doubt his own thinking. Han Fei said, "Okay, Wang Lin, listen, huh?" Wang Lin paused and quickly said, "Yes, sir." Han Fei said. I'm planning to build a new department on the Scattered Stars Island called the Department of Construction. You'll be in charge of this department. As for you jobs in the logistics division, find someone to take them over. Everyone was stunned. The Scattered Stars Island had been expanded for a year without any construction department. Now such a department had been established. Did Marshal Han want to further expand the scale of the construction? While Wang Lin was still stunned, Han Fei said, the Department of Construction will build an arena in the City of Justice, a defensive position around the island, and rearrange the land resources on the Scattered Stars Island. On the Scattered Stars Island, a teleportation temple must be built to connect many secret realms that the Scattered Stars Island has already mastered. This task is definitely not small. I don't trust others to do it. If you need manpower, you can pick people from other department. Han Fei chatted for a long time and said leisurely in the end, oh, right, by the way, tear down the statues of the sea god. Okay, huh? Wang Lin was stunned. Is the construction department so powerful that they can even tear down the statue of the sea god? Immediately, someone said, Marshal Han, look, the sea god is the god in everyone's heart. It's not good to tear down the statue of the sea god, right? Someone said, Marshal Han, should we give it a second thought? Han Fei looked indifferent and inadvertently glanced at Wang Lin. Wang Lin trembled when he saw the look in Han Fei's eyes. At that moment, Wang Lin seemed to understand what Han Fei meant. Did he want to erect a statue for himself? Wang Lin couldn't have felt worse. This matter is too shocking, isn't it? There has never been a supreme commander who erected his own statue before. It seems that with Han Shui's prestige, no one would say anything even if he erected his statue. However, how many people will I offend if I do this? However, Wang Lin was very smart and cunning. No matter who he offended, he couldn't offend Marshal Han. This person was a ruthless person who could even threaten the big clans with his own strength. If he wasn't careful, he might be killed for no reason. Wang Lin immediately said, okay, Marshal Han's suggestion is great. Everyone looked at Wang Lin with a puzzled look. What's going on here? Wang Lin immediately said eloquently, everyone, what is Marshal Han going to do this time? It's to eliminate the remnants of the sea demons and kill the projections of the black evil Conch King. This is an unparalleled heroic undertaking. A year ago, Marshal Han fought a shocking battle to save the future of our human race. A year later, Marshal Han wanted to put an end to future troubles and fought for the rise of our human race. I thought that the sea god statue had to be replaced with Marshal Han's. Otherwise, how could Marshal Han's unparalleled contributions be known? Many people looked at Wang Lin sideways, thinking, are you out of your mind? Worshipping the sea god is something that human beings have been doing since ancient times. What will the ordinary people say if we take down the sea god statue? Everyone looked at Han Fei, wondering if Han Fei made Wang Lin say this. Han Fei smiled casually and pretended to decline. Alas, this is not good. How can I, Han Fei, replace the statues of the sea god all over the world with mine? My merits are still not enough. Hearing this, the others didn't know what to say. You don't just want to set up your own statue on the Scattered Stars Island, but on the entire human world. Everyone's expression changed. How could a person be treated like this if he was not a king yet? Yes, you can, Wang Lin roared. Who has ever achieved more than destroying the Sea Clan? Isn't that enough? The statue of the sea god is just a memento, Han Fei refused again. I've just entered the venerable realm. How can I have such an honor? Forget it, venerable? Many people were shocked again. They immediately knew why Han Fei wanted to go to sea to hunt. Before, when Han Fei hadn't become a venerable, he could already kill venerables. Now that he had become a venerable, how strong was he? Besides, everyone knew Han Fei's background. He grew up fast, too fast. In just a dozen years, he had surpassed the realms of hanging fishers, hidden fishers, law enforcers, and explorers. Now, he was already a venerable. This speed shocked them. Wang Lin confirmed his judgment again. Han Fei was determined to become a king. He wanted to make great contributions to the world. The existence of the sea god statues would affect Han Fei's road to becoming a king. Immediately, Wang Lin shouted again, everyone, no heavenly talent in the world has as many achievements as Marshal Han. Destroying the sea demons is an unparalleled act. Where is your consciousness? Decisiveness? Looking at Wang Lin, Han Fei thought to himself, this Wang Lin is not bad. He can be my confidant and I'll nurture him well in the future. Hearing Wang Lin's words, someone finally echoed him. Someone said, I think so too. Marshal Han's contribution is extraordinary. With Marshal Han's contribution, we should erect his statues for people to worship. Someone echoed, I second. At this time, Han Fei soothed their emotions and said leisurely, everyone, although the scourge of sea demons has been resolved for now, it's not time to annihilate out yet. I'll go to sea in the next few days to wipe out the remaining sea demons. Chapter 1506, Zhu Yinling's Tribulation. Chapter 1506, Zhu Yinling's Tribulation Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. After the meeting, Han Fei didn't go to sea to hunt immediately, but began to wander in the City of Justice. Han Fei casually walked on a road that had just been built, but he didn't know where it led. He looked at the stores on the street that sold spiritual fruits, materials, fishing poles, and various delicacies. Perhaps because Han Fei was too high profile and had appeared in front of millions of soldiers with the sky screen more than once, many people rubbed their eyes at this moment. Someone exclaimed, "Han, Marshal Han?" Someone couldn't hide his excitement as he ran to Han Fei and bowed. "Nice to meet you, Marshal Han." Many people came to the City of Justice after the war. They didn't know Han Fei yet. However, in the past year, they had heard Han Fei's story many times and regarded him as an idol. Where is he? Where is Marshal Han? For a moment, someone shouted, someone stopped, someone waved at Han Fei, and someone's eyes glowed. However, most people still didn't dare to approach. In the hearts of many people, Han Fei had already become an invincible figure. Who would expect such a strong master to walk on the street? Even the village leader and the mayor were not easy to meet in the villages and towns. Han Fei smiled. "Everyone, do what you should do. I'm here to see this new City of Justice as an ordinary person. You don't have to care about me. Marshal Han, you are truly wise. The City of Justice is the best city I have ever seen. Marshal Han, I'm not bragging, but the City of Justice has already surpassed the 1,000-star city. Marshal Han, we are so grateful for you." Han Fei passed the crowd with a smile. As the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island, he hadn't shown up for nearly a year. Before going to sea this time, he must show up everywhere. Therefore, all kinds of rumors were flying around. Someone said, "Marshal Han came to my stall to buy a fish skewer and gave me money. How could I take it?" Someone said, "Marshal Han had a drink with me at the carnival shop, but I never bragged about it." Someone said, "Marshal Han personally instructed me to refine weapons. You might not believe it, but I can be counted as Marshal Han's disciple." Someone said, "Marshal Han was sitting on the beach watching the scenery. It's now a tourist attraction." In the past 2 or 3 days, because of Han Fei's appearance, the people on the Scattered Stars Island had much more to gossip about. At this moment, more than 10,000 kilometers away in the outer sea, many fishing boats were flying over. Among them, there were as many as a dozen explorers, including Shui Shenqi. Today was the day of Zhu Yinling's tribulation. Zhu Yinling was standing on a black hull which was engraved with strange patterns. While everyone was waiting, so was Han Fei. Han Fei and Big Yellow were sitting on a boat not far away, fishing. Han Fei's fishing hook was thrown thousands of kilometers away, and Big Yellow was very envious. He squatted beside Han Fei with a group of cats. Big Yellow asked, "Han Fei, have you caught any powerful big fish? You're already a venerable. Why don't you catch a Tao-seeking big fish and let me have a try?" Swish, to Han Fei retracted his fishing rod, the void trembled, and a silver light cut through the sky. In the void, ice spears shot out. The temperature between the heavens and earth seemed to drop by dozens of degrees. Han Fei casually grabbed it and squeezed the ice spear, and then a big hand grabbed the big fish. Many people looked at Han Fei. Someone said in surprise, "Ice kiss? This kind of creature is really rare." "Meow, meow," Big Yellow shouted. "Han Fei, is it an ice kiss of the Tao-seeking realm? Come on, give it to me," Han Fei sneered. "This is just a 10,000-kilometer radius. Where can I go to catch a Tao-seeking big demon? Sea spirit, take it." Big Yellow was not disappointed to hear that it was a sea spirit. It meowed and bit off a piece of meat from the ice kiss that Han Fei had pinched to death. The rest were all stored in the sea-swallowing seashell. Han Fei couldn't help shaking his head. "Big Yellow, why are you getting more and more stingy?" At this moment, dark clouds gathered and the waves surged. Above the sky, lightning flashed like dragons and snakes. Only then did Han Fei put away the fishing rod in his hand and look at Zhu Yinling. The lightning tribulation is not difficult to transcend. With your physique, you can weather through it. Try to withstand the first and second lightning bolts with your body. If you can't resist the third one, use the boat array to block it. Big Yellow stopped eating. He was going to transcend a tribulation in the future. It was extremely rare to have a chance to watch others transcend a tribulation. Hundreds of peak-level law enforcers were present to observe and learn. After waiting for another half an hour, when the furious waves were surging on the sea and the thunderstreaks in the sky were about to overflow, the first thunderbolt finally struck. Boom, boom. In an instant, Zhu Yinling's hair was disheveled. Electric currents surged throughout her body and she was enveloped in a bloody mist. A lightning pillar enveloped Zhu Yinling for more than 10 seconds before she crashed into the sea. This scene shocked many people. They knew very well how strong Zhu Yinling was. It was just a lightning bolt, but her body was full of cracks and blood spurted out. A large area of her body was burnt and scabs formed all over her body. After taking the first lightning strike, Zhu Yinling glanced at Han Fei. Probably knowing that she didn't look too good now, she looked a little shy. The second lightning struck, and thousands of cracks appeared on Zhu Yinling's body as she crashed to the bottom of the sea. All the ordinary marine creatures around her that didn't escape in advance were crushed into slag in an instant. Han Fei saw that many parts of Zhu Yinling's battlesuit were broken. Her flesh and blood were disappearing and drying up, and her bones were broken. However, when the power of lightning destroyed Zhu Yinling's body, it was also repairing her body. Han Fei narrowed his eyes and said, "It's time to take your medicine." Hearing Han Fei's words, Zhu Yinling struggled to take out a green pill and quickly swallowed it. Her wounds healed at a visible speed. This pill was not only used to heal wounds, but also to transform the power of heavenly tribulation. Old Jiang had personally refined it. Boom. When the third lightning bolt arrived, its color changed subtly into a pale purple. Seeing this heavenly tribulation, Han Fei shouted, "Use the boat array." However, Zhu Yinling didn't listen to Han Fei. Instead, she protected herself with all her strength. When the purple heavenly tribulation enshrouded her, the beautiful girl was instantly burnt to a crisp. In the City of Justice in his previous life, Han Fei had helped many people transcend tribulations. At this time, he pinched his fingers and calculated, trying to figure it out. However, how could a thing like heavenly tribulation be calculated? 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Seeing that Zhu Yinling's breath was getting weaker and weaker, Han Fei immediately shouted, "Enter the boat array." Boom! Zhu Yinling fell heavily on the boat. At that moment, there was still a huge amount of lightning that wrapped the hull of the black ship. The lightning kept bombarding, shattering the array one after another. Only after more than 300 cracks did the power of the lightning gradually weaken. After more than 10 minutes, the lightning finally stopped. At the moment when the lightning disappeared, Han Fei had already appeared on the boat. With a buzz, a holy pillar of light descended from the sky, and the heaven enlightenment divine technique poured down. Zhu Yinling's scorched exterior quickly cracked, and the flesh and skin inside grew rapidly. Her damaged 5 viscera were recovering at an incredible speed. At the same time, Zhu Yinling's physique was growing at an incredible speed. This was the benefit of transcending a tribulation with one's own physical body. Because they knew the relationship between Han Fei and Zhu Yinling, all the onlookers just watched. They knew that with Han Fei here, it wouldn't be easy for Zhu Yinling to die. Sure enough, after about half an hour, Zhu Yinling walked out of the boat array. However, at this moment, she had already changed into a battlesuit and had restored herself to her original state. However, after the tribulation, the spiritual energy in her body was rapidly transforming, and Zhu Yinling couldn't control the dissipation of her aura. The strength of an explorer was fully revealed at this moment. Immediately, everyone bowed. "Xiaozhu, you're finally an explorer." Granny Yin smiled and said, "I used to wonder if you could become a law enforcer, Xiaozhu. Now, it's only been a dozen years, but you have transcended the tribulation. The world and the future belong to you young people." Someone ridiculed, "Don't you see who's protecting her?" With Marshal Han around, what heavenly tribulation can hurt Xiaozhu? Someone sighed. However, this lightning is really powerful. Even Xiaozhu almost failed to block the third lightning bolt. Shui Shenqi said indifferently, "It's not necessarily impossible, but there's no need to take that risk. Alright, this tribulation has been transcended. There is one more explorer on the Scattered Stars Island. Everyone, go back." After everyone left, Zhu Yinling said, "Are you going to hunt sea demon venerables?" Han Fei smiled. "Yes," Zhu Yinling sighed. "Be careful." Han Fei said, "Okay, go back. The human race has been planning for generations. We haven't even taken the first step yet." Zhu Yinling opened her mouth slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't say it in the end. As early as after Han Fei became the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island, she knew that Han Fei was already on the path of becoming a king. She had been to the Marshal's mansion frequently in the past year. Although many people had misunderstood her, it was just to cover up the fact that Han Fei was no longer on the Scattered Stars Island. And now, Han Fei had returned and become a venerable. Such a growth rate could be described as terrifying. Below the law enforcer realm, talent mattered. However, above the law enforcer realm, talent alone was useless. After all, the yin-yang world lacked some top cultivation techniques, so it was difficult to give a full play to a person's talent. Therefore, Zhu Yinling had asked the Star Turtle more than once. The Star Turtle said that it was impossible for a person to grow so fast unless he had experienced unimaginable difficulties and opportunities and had enough luck. Chapter 1507, I'll give you one. Chapter 1507, I'll give you one. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Scattered Stars Island, Thug Academy. This academy was created by Han Fei alone, so no one felt that there was anything wrong with it. Han Fei led everyone to defeat the Sea Clan. Even if the district was given to the Thug Academy, so what? There was another reason. This academy was close to the Twisted Jungle, which was a place that ordinary people were unwilling to go to. Therefore, the Thug Academy's occupation of a place here didn't affect the lives of ordinary cultivators. Like in the Blue Sea Town, the Thug Academy had a large plantation at the gate. However, this plantation wasn't very large, only spanning more than 200 kilometers. After all, the space on the Scattered Stars Island was limited, so the Thug Academy couldn't ask for too much. At this moment, 5 youths were rushing towards the Thug Academy. A girl shouted, "We're finally back. Is this the Scattered Stars Island?" "Ah, it's much more comfortable than living in a tree." On the side, Su Sangqian said, "It's said that senior brother Han Fei is now the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island. I wonder if he's in the Thug Academy." Guqi said, "Of course. Senior sister Xiaobai and senior brother Kuang are definitely there. We can have delicious food." Su Daiji clapped her hands and said, "And my darling, I haven't seen him in a long time." If my darling sees me, he definitely won't recognize me. Jing Yue said, Senior brother Han Fei is too much. He has already gone to the Waterwood world. When he left, he didn't bring us back. Su Sangqian said, Senior brother is very busy in Waterwood world. He probably didn't notice that we were in Waterwood world, right? Wu Wei, when they saw the plantation, they couldn't help but scream and rushed in happily. The petite one among the 5 picked seasonings from the fields and stuffed them into her sea-swallowing seashell. Yi Shiyan said, Daji, there's no need to pick them. These are all ours. We can eat as much as we want in the future. Hearing that, Su Daiji grabbed a loquat and bit it. While the 5 of them were having fun, suddenly, a piece of seaweed flew over. The 5 people's faces changed slightly as Su Sangqian shouted, Who is it? Booma. Everyone saw that at their feet, sea god grass had already covered the ground. Su Daiji let out a cry of regret as 2 hammers appeared in her hand. With a bang, the 2 hammers struck the ground. The 2 hammers struck down, and the ground rolled. All the spiritual plants within hundreds of meters were smashed into powder. Su Sangqian and the others took the opportunity to jump up, and Spider Silk clutched the others. Jing Yue shouted, Chi Kuki swung her armor box, and a blade storm surrounded the 5 of them. At this moment, several sword shadows attacked horizontally and broke the blade storm with 3 swords. Clang, 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 Shu Daiji took action. Her hammers roared as wind and thunder rumbled. 7 or 8 sword shadows were sent flying one after another. Yi Xian held her bow and closed her eyes. With a swish, a string of spiritual energy arrows shot out. However, as soon as these arrows flew out, a piece of sea god grass appeared in the void. These sea god grass, like living tentacles, could actually buckle these spiritual energy arrows. Swish, 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 swish. In the blink of an eye, a cloud appeared on the plantation. The cloud was filled with sea god grass, which looked like meridians in the air. Gucci flipped her armor box again. The opponent's sea god grass is very tough and very powerful. The 5 of them were about to team up and fight back. A burly figure seemed to be standing in the sky, holding the sea god grass back. The tentacle-like sea god grass disappeared, and the figure shot over like an arrow. Yi Xian's speed was extremely fast as she moved stealthily in midair, trying to kill from the side. However, with a swish, a long sword fell from the sky, blocking the void and sealing Yi Xian's path. Su Sanqian unleashed thousands of threads and swept across in midair. However, the person in the air had already exploded into thousands of sea god grass tentacles. Su Daiji's sledgehammer appeared in the air as she spun around, which sounded like a dragon's roar. Rumble. In the plantation, a storm roared as Su Daiji was sent flying hundreds of meters away. However, a few spider silks caught her immediately. The moment Su Daiji was pulled back, the corners of Xing Yue's mouth curled into a smile. It's done. Spirit forbidden. Within 200 meters, all the sea god grass withered and the spiritual energy disappeared. This instant battle of encounter was temporarily halted. Xing Yue and the other 4 immediately stood together with solemn expressions. They knew that the visitor was very strong. Only 2 people had stopped all of them. When they took a closer look, they saw a man and a woman standing in front of them. Yi Xian asked, Who are you? On the opposite side, the young man said, I'm Chu Jinan from the Thug Academy. I should be the one asking this question. Who are you? Yi Xian and the others looked at each other, and Xing Yue said, Senior brother Chu, we are also disciples of the Thug Academy. We've just returned and haven't seen senior brother and senior sister. Kuo Jinan and Ling Yuan looked at each other. When did they have 5 junior brothers and sisters? Where did they come from? However, after the brief confrontation just now, the 5 of them cooperated very well and were not weak. They were all hidden fishers, although they seemed to be new hidden fishers. Q Jinan nodded slightly and looked at Ling Yuan. What do you think? Ling Yuan looked at them and said, How can you prove that you are disciples of the Thug Academy? Yi Xian said, Senior brother, Han Fei is our senior brother. If senior brother Han Fei is here, he can recognize us. Jing Yue nodded. Senior brother Han Fei, senior sister Xiaobai, and senior brother Kuang all know us. Yi Xian said, Oh, Zhang Xuanyu is my husband. Husband? Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan looked at each other again. Damn, why was Zhang Xuanyu's girlfriend here? Gu Qi was the first to react. Senior brother Chu, senior brother Han Fei took us as the disciples of the Thug Academy in the Thousand Star City. After the war in the Thousand Star City, we went to the Waterwood world to gain experience and didn't return until today. Ling Yuan asked, Waterwood world? Although they didn't know what the Waterwood world was, Q Jinan and Ling Yuan both thought that it was a rather mysterious secret realm. If these junior brothers and sisters were recruited by Han Fei in the Thousand Star City, they were indeed much younger than them. Ling Yuan put away the armor box and glanced at Gu Qi. I am Ling Yuan, your senior sister. The Thug Academy of the Scattered Stars Island hasn't been fully activated yet. Now, senior brother Han Fei and senior sister Luo Xiaobai are not around. You guys, come back with us. Swish! Yi Xian quickly stepped forward. Senior sister Ling Yuan, how did you know where I was? Ling Yuan smiled. You're not just a hunter, are you? Senior sister Xiao Xiao, one of the most talented hunters, once told me that all hunters have traces to follow. First of all, we need to judge their purpose. Then, think like a hunter. This is more important than discovering their positions. After all, their position might be fake. Xuanhuan looked at them with a smile. Let's go back to school first. Senior brother Han Fei has just returned to the Scattered Stars Island and should come back soon. As he spoke, Xuanhuan glanced at Su Daiji and Yi Xinyan, thinking, these two junior sisters are quite good-looking. However, at the next moment, Xuanhuan felt a fierce stare and he trembled in fright. When they returned to the Thug Academy, they were surprised to see a girl standing at the entrance of the Thug Academy. When this girl saw Xuanhuan and Ling Yuan, her expression was calm. Xuanhuan said, Lin Wu, I've told you that you can't prove that you are a disciple of the Thug Academy. Even if you are fated to receive the guidance of a strong master of the Thug Academy, you are only an unregistered disciple or half-disciple of the Thug Academy. If you want to enter the school, you have to wait for the strong master of the school to return. Lin Wu couldn't help but look at Yi Xinyan and the others. What about them? Ling Yuan said ruthlessly. Every one of them is stronger than you. You have only learned the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies. Now, this body-refining technique has been known throughout the Scattered Stars Island. This alone cannot prove your identity. Lin Wu wasn't frustrated. Instead, he picked up his long stick and pointed it at the five of Yi Xinyan. I want to challenge the soul warrior among them. When Su Sanqian and the others heard that Lin Wu was going to challenge the soul warrior among them, the corners of their mouths twitched as they looked at Su Daiji and said via voice transmission, Daiji, don't use too much strength. Don't go too far. Got it? Su Daiji walked out with two large copper hammers in her hands, asking a bit stupidly, do you really want to fight me? Lin Wu looked at the girl whose eyes were a little dreamy and thought to himself, is this girl younger than me? She's already a hidden fisher? Lin Wu immediately raised his rod. Please advise. Bang. A huge pit appeared under Su Daiji's feet as hammer shadows suddenly scattered across the sky. For a moment, it seemed as though thousands of hammers were striking the sky, and this was the result after Su Daiji suppressed her strength to the same realm as Lin Wu. Lin Wu had never seen such a powerful hammer technique before. She raised her rod and collided with it. Then she felt her internal organs shake and instantly knew that she was no match for it. At that moment, Lin Wu moved his body and activated all kinds of strange movement techniques. As for Su Daiji, she was already familiar with this movement technique. As she struck the ground with a hammer, the ground trembled as soil and rocks flew. Su Daiji punched out, and the flying soil and rocks were like flying shells, instantly smashing Lin Wu's body. Puff Lin Wu slid dozens of meters on the ground. Only then did she get up with difficulty, shocked. How strong is this woman? Click. At this moment, a small square object fell to the ground. Lin Wu's face turned pale, and she immediately squatted down, hurriedly holding the broken cube. This was something Lin Wu carried with him every day in order not to forget that his teacher was very strong. At this moment, the cube was broken, and she, who had always been proud, was at a loss for what to do. Ling Yuan said, did you see that? If you are really a disciple of the Thug Academy, we can immediately tell. And my judgment is that you are not... Su Daiji was taken aback for a moment. She walked to Lin Wu and squatted down, tilting her head and looking at her. Do you like to play this too, Lin Wu? While Xuanhuan and Ling Yuan were puzzled. Su Daiji suddenly took out 17 or 18 cubes. They were from level 3 to level 10. Click, 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 click. Su Daiji's petite hands were as fast as lightning as they made a 6th order cube. This technique stunned Lin Wu. How could this be possible? Su Daiji carefully handed over a 3rd order cube. Here, I'll give you one. Chapter 1508, Exam from Senior Brother. Chapter 1508, Exam from Senior Brother Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. Watching Su Daiji's terrifying speed at playing Rubik's Cube, Lin Wu felt ashamed at her speed. Gosh, is this the speed of a human's hand? At that time, Lin Wu's face flushed red. Indeed, her teacher was related to the Thug Academy. Su Daiji looked at Lin Wu and snorted. This is a toy Senior Brother made for me. However, even if you know how to use the 3rd order cube, it doesn't prove that you are a disciple of the Thug Academy. However, it's certain that you are related to Senior Brother. Lin Wu couldn't help but ask, who is your Senior Brother? Su Daiji said, Senior Brother Han Fei. Only Senior Brother Han Fei can make a cube. No one else can. Xuanhuan and Ling Yuan looked at each other. It seemed that these junior brothers and sisters were on good terms with Senior Brother Han Fei. Senior Brother Han Fei even made toys for her? Back then, the two of them had been tortured by Han Fei a lot. Xuanhuan looked at Lin Wu seriously. Although we haven't acknowledged you for the time being, it doesn't mean that your strength is weak. On the contrary, you are very strong, but you don't have your own special talent. Perhaps you have seen Senior Brother Han Fei or other people in the Thug Academy. However, I guess they haven't taken you as a disciple, otherwise they would have told you clearly. Only then did Lin Wu come to a realization. Back then, her teacher didn't accept her as his disciple indeed. She had thought that it was just that her teacher traveled around the world and didn't have time to accept disciples. But in fact, it wasn't. The real reason was that her talent was poor and she wasn't qualified. Lin Wu took a deep breath and also looked at Xuanhuan seriously. What kind of talent do I have to enter the Thug Academy? Xuanhuan said. In the same realm, hold on for 10 seconds under the attack of Ling Yuan and me, or under the attack of these junior brothers and sisters. Lin Wu gasped slightly. Are you kidding me? It only took Su Daiji 3 seconds to defeat me. How can I last 10 seconds under the combined attacks of the 5 of them? Who can do that? Ling Yuan couldn't help but look at Su Daiji and the others. She said indifferently, perhaps you think this is very difficult, but I don't think it was easy for them to be accepted as our academy's disciples either. Ling Yuan looked at Xing Yue and Su Sanqian. Su Sanqian immediately said, of course it was not simple. Among the 5 of us, Yan Yan has a level 8 spiritual heritage, Daji is born with great strength, and Jing Yue's learning ability is extremely strong. Chi-Chi's will is the strongest. Only I was barely accepted as a disciple. Lin Wu gasped again. A level 8 spiritual heritage? In her life she had never met a genius with such a high level of spiritual heritage, but now there was one in front of her. Furthermore, even Su Sanqian, who was barely accepted as a disciple, was definitely extraordinary. In fact, Lin Wu felt that her talent, will, and cultivation speed weren't bad in all aspects. But now, she didn't even have the qualifications to be admitted. Buzz. Oh, Xuanhuan, sometimes you need to be a little more flexible. She is strong in comprehensive strength, so you should assess her strength differently. When Lin Wu was in a daze, he saw a figure walking over from afar. At the moment when everyone looked over, he had already stood beside them. Q Jinan, senior brother Han Fei. Ling Yuan said, greetings, senior brother. Su Sanqian, Jing Yue, and Guqi said, greetings, senior brother Han Fei. Aha, Yi Xian screamed and jumped over. Senior brother, where's my husband? Where's brother Yu? The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. You'll have to ask your parents. Yi Xian was taken aback for a moment before she said in delight, they've finally done something reliable. I'll wait at the school. Su Daiji had already run to Han Fei's side and extended her hand. It seemed that she was here to ask for something. Han Fei casually threw a 9-linked ring over and patted Su Daiji's head. After that, Han Fei looked at Lin Wu and said, it's not that you have to be in the Thug Academy to receive systematic and comprehensive training. If you want to enter the Thug Academy, you do need to show some of your talent. This talent doesn't necessarily mean strength. Any talent can make you a member of the Thug Academy. Of course, if you insist on fighting with your strength, you can try to hold on for 5 minutes in the hands of any of the 2 teams. If you can do it, then you can be admitted. From the moment Han Fei walked over, Lin Wu had recognized Han Fei. This was because she had participated in the battle last year. Seeing Han Fei casually greeted Q Jinan, Su Daiji, and the others, she couldn't help but feel a little envious. This feeling was very different. Lin Wu pursed her lips. Lin Wu greets Marshal Han. Marshal Han, is there an old gentleman in the Thug Academy who likes to travel around the world? Can I know his name? Han Fei chuckled. You'll find out when you're admitted. Some things required opportunities. Lin Wu had opportunities. Han Fei had given her opportunities, and she also used them well. However, Lin Wu was too dependent on these opportunities, so she lost her goal of growth. Although Lin Wu had already distinguished herself, it wasn't enough. She was only an ordinary heavenly talent. Compared to ordinary people, she might be very strong. But when compared to these 1 in a million students in the Thug Academy, Lin Wu didn't seem strong enough. And the more it was like this, the more she needed to polish her strength. As the saying went, jade must be chiseled before it could be considered a gem. This was exactly what Lin Wu was like. In the Thug Academy, Han Fei led the crowd into the school. While walking, Han Fei asked, where are Old Bai and Old Jiang? Why are neither of them here? Ku Jinan said, senior brother Han Fei and the 2 presidents have just entered the venerable realm and need to consolidate their strength. The president said that some opportunities should belong to them and they need to find them. Han Fei asked, where are the others? Where are Da Shuai and Bai Wu? Where are Chu Qingyan and Mu Qingchuan? Chu Jinan said, senior brother, they went to sea for training too. Only senior brother Yang Xie and senior sister Zhang Qin are still at the Thug Academy in the Blue Sea Town. Junior uncle Zhang Chao is controlling the dragon boat in the level 3 fishery. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched slightly. There were too few people in the Thug Academy. Each of them had their own matters to tend to. Who could they leave such a big stall to? Han Fei suddenly asked. Where are Ms. Wenren and Mr. Xiao Zhan? Chu Jinan replied. They'll arrive next month. They were assisting in the level 3 fishery, but because the situation is not clear enough, they didn't come to the Scattered Stars Island immediately. Han Fei knew why they stayed in the level 3 fishery. The conflict between the Thug Academy and the Thousand Star City had long been heated. Perhaps a big battle would suddenly break out at any moment. Therefore, they stayed there to control the level 3 fishery in advance and ensure that the level 3 fishery and the 36 towns were all under control. In this way, they wouldn't hold him back. Why would they be free next month? They must have already known what he had done in the Thousand Star City. Therefore, they felt that a war wouldn't break out. And he had completely grown up, so they could come to the Scattered Stars Island without worry. Han Fei smiled. That's good. Yi Xian said, senior brother, we often heard about you in the Waterwood world. However, you didn't go to the Cloudsea Divine Tree to find us even once. Han Fei smiled. I didn't know you were in the Waterwood world. After that, Han Fei looked at Jing Yue and said, in the past 8 years, no one has tested your strength. I'll stay in the academy for 3 days. Q-Jinan, Lingyuan, you too. Although you were with the president and the others before, I guess they didn't have time to teach you anything in the past few years. In these 3 days, I can test your studying results. Hiss. Xuanhuan and the others looked at each other and everyone hurriedly said, Senior brother, no 9 tails, okay? Han Fei smiled casually. I'll do it myself. 1. After half an hour. There were screams in the Thug Academy. In the Blade Inferno, everyone, including Q-Jinan and Lingyuan, was beaten to a mass of bruises. Within the range of all of them, there were blades everywhere. Fine sand, air, vegetation, everything was attacking them. In an instant, thousands of knife lights shot out. Who could withstand this? Han Fei said. This is just the first test. It tests your reaction ability, physical strength, comprehensive skills, and combat skills. Now it seems that it's a mess, everyone, Yixian said. Senior brother, aren't there too many saber beams? There's no way to dodge them. Han Fei didn't care. He said, next, it will be a team battle. Chujian and Lingyuan, as senior brothers and sisters, you should come first. Chujian and Lingyuan felt a strong headache. What could they do? They could only bite the bullet. A moment later, Yixian and company sat on the grass to watch. Chujinan turned into sea god grass and Lingyuan's armor box fell to the ground. 10,000 rays of light rose and fell, and the sword net formed an array, sweeping at Han Fei like a rainbow. Chujinan's sea god grass was attached to Han Fei, but was shattered by Han Fei. Then the shattered pieces of sea god grass condensed into knives in the air, forming a storm, and swept towards Han Fei. Han Fei casually slashed with his invincible knife intent, breaking the technique. And Chujinan controlled the sea god grass that filled the sky, turning it into countless threads, trying to entangle Han Fei. Han Fei, on the other hand, fully carried out his close-quarter combat skills. At that moment, Su Sanxian and the others were speechless. Indeed, they deserved to be the senior brothers and sisters of the Thug Academy. Their way of attacking directly drove people to a dead end. Their attacks, without any blind spots, made people unable to take them lightly. But even so, Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan tried their best but failed to shake Han Fei at all. The two of them fought Han Fei for about 30 seconds, which fully demonstrated the hard work they had put in over the years. After the battle, Han Fei looked at Su Sungqian and the others. Come, it's your turn. Everyone. Chapter 1509, The Hunting Starts. Chapter 1509, The Hunting Starts. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. 3 days passed in a flash. Han Fei left a few great techniques for them and then flashed away. The Thug Academy had always been like this. Han Fei felt that he was kind enough. After all, he was still teaching. Before, Xiao Zhan and Wen Renyu taught him actual combat and told him to experience it in the fisheries. Han Fei left them the 108 Desolate God Body, a low-quality divine weapon, and a god-scaring painting for each of them. Yes, Han Fei had even left the god-scaring painting behind. This was a divine technique, which was definitely not something they could master overnight. Even he hadn't fully grasped it. As for the others, Han Fei also left behind the 64-dimensional fish dragon dance and the 100 War Divine Hammer. Among them, the 100 War Divine Hammer was only left to Su Daiji. When Han Fei left, the Thug Academy was full of complaints. No matter who it was, they wouldn't feel good after being abused for 3 days, and the god-scaring painting and the 64-dimensional fish dragon dance were extremely difficult to learn. However, this had nothing to do with Han Fei, on the outer sea. After Han Fei left the Scattered Stars Island, Ningjing appeared on Han Fei's fishing boat. Are you really going to hunt the projection of the king who escaped last time? Why, can't I? Ningjing was lost for words. That's the projection of a king. You're still too far away from the half-king realm. You can't win without the combat power of a real half-king. Han Fei tilted his head and looked at Ningjing. I'll leave the projection of the Black Evil Conch King to you. Ningjing said in surprise. I can only help you 3 times. Han Fei smiled. We're good friends. This is the first time. The projection of the Black Evil Conch King relies on his corrosive blood to maintain. Therefore, he can't afford to fight a battle in the half-king realm. Han Fei didn't explain further. Before, he felt that he had enough time, but after going to the Heavenly Palace and seeing his mother, he immediately realized that he was short-sighted. The 2 Heavenly Palaces, Yin-Yang World and Water-Wood World, had finally declined and couldn't be compared to the past. This led to him not being very knowledgeable. At this moment, Han Fei held the vast ocean navigator, quickly chose a direction, and left. 3 days later, Han Fei appeared somewhere in the deep sea near the Wall of Death. This was a sea area generally deeper than 10,000 meters, covering an area of tens of thousands of kilometers. At this moment, in the darkness, a black shadow was slowly sinking to the bottom of the sea. After about an hour, Han Fei gradually approached the Black Evil Conch King and the others without alarming them. This search was relatively easy. After all, he had the vast ocean navigator. To be precise, there were 6 people here. The Black Evil Conch King was a half-king, and there were also a peak-level venerable, an advanced venerable, 2 intermediate venerables, and a junior venerable. At this moment, these people were cultivating. As a projection of the half-king realm, the speed of recovery of the Black Evil Conch King wasn't slow. These people were definitely not weak. Han Fei slowly approached one of them. Han Fei remembered this person. When he entered the so-called Sage Realm, he had seen this person. If he wasn't mistaken, this person should be Mo Lin, with the strength of an advanced venerable. Mo Lin couldn't have been weak as a high-level venerable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been assigned to guard the Sea Demon Sage Realm with Yin Jihan. Fei smacked his lips. This battle is indeed a bit difficult to fight. As Han Fei's heart stirred, Ningjing stepped into this domain. At the moment Ningjing appeared, the Black Evil Conch King suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "A human half-king?" To the Black Evil Conch King's surprise, he was still discovered even though the sea area was so big. He had been thinking that human beings should be busy with internal strife, and he had time to restore his strength and connect to the inside of the Wall of Death. Who could have expected that human experts would come so quickly? Ningjing appeared and looked at the Black Evil Conch King. She extended her hand, crossed the space, and appeared directly in front of the Black Evil Conch King. The Black Evil Conch King shook open the void, and the sea demon at the peak of the venerable realm also attacked. Han Fei remembered this person's name was xuanhuan. The Sky Sword Master had once fought him. Although this person's strength had reached the peak of the venerable realm, he had failed to defeat the Sky Sword Master. Obviously, his strength wasn't much higher than that of an advanced venerable. This was just like the peak-level explorers and advanced explorers. In fact, their strength levels were similar, but the comprehension of laws was a little different. Although the Master of the Heavenly Sword was an advanced venerable, he had been stuck in this realm for many years and had deep insights about this realm. Even if he hadn't reached the peak of the venerable realm, he was only one step away from it. Therefore, he wasn't much weaker than xuanhuan. At this moment, when Ningjing attacked, the Black Evil Conch King shouted, "Human, are you alone? Are you sure you can beat me?" The Black Evil Conch King was extremely confident, tearing through the void and attacking Ningjing. When facing Han Fei, the main reason why he couldn't exert enough strength was that there was something wrong with Han Fei's Great Tao. Han Fei could seal all the techniques in this space. Besides, Han Fei had a golden body and had an astonishing physique. The projection of the Black Evil Conch King couldn't blow Han Fei up at all. However, just because Han Fei could block him didn't mean others could block him too. Therefore, the Black Evil Conch King wasn't worried about Ningjing's attack. He simply turned his head and yelled at xuanhuan, "You lead the people to evacuate first." Even the Black Evil Conch King cared about the venerables under his command. Presumably, venerables were extremely high-level existences in the Black Blood Royal City. Ningjing only took away the projection of the Black Evil Conch King, leaving the rest to Han Fei. But since it was a hunt, how could Han Fei not be prepared? Hearing this, xuanhuan led everyone to quickly escape into the void. xuanhuan knew that it was not easy for the projection of the Black Evil Conch King to die. Even if it died, it was just a projection. However, they were all real. If another half-king came, it would be difficult for them to resist him. Therefore, they had to retreat to a safe place quickly. However, at the moment xuanhuan led the others to quickly escape into the void. Suddenly, in the depths of the void, a space crack appeared, and thousands of knife lights flew out. At the same time, a sacrificing punch bloomed, blasting at xuanhuan with an unstoppable force. xuanhuan shouted, "Not good, Mo Lin, split up. The human race has come prepared." xuanhuan was so panicked because Han Fei had used his strongest combat power. This combat skill could only last for 100 seconds even if Han Fei was in his best state. Furthermore, Han Fei deliberately let the old turtle show some of his aura, making xuanhuan think that the human race had sent many venerables this time to kill them all in one fell swoop. In fact, Han Fei was only trying to disperse them so that they could be defeated one by one. All laws forbidden in this space. When Han Fei felt his body begin to tremble, he knew that the other party's Great Tao was working. This Great Tao should be related to the frequency of the world. After solving this technique, Han Fei held Snowmorn and slashed out 10 kilometers of frost, and xuanhuan was quickly frozen into ice. Bang! A peak-level venerable was a peak-level venerable anyway. No matter how weak he was, he couldn't be suppressed by a mere ice seal. xuanhuan shattered Snowmorn's naturally endowed ability and directed the countless algae vines in the deep sea to roll towards Han Fei like a waterfall. Pooh, 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 pooh! The Blade Inferno was activated. The algae vines were cut into pieces immediately, and before they fell apart, these countless leaves turned into countless sword chi and swept towards xuanhuan. When one attack failed, another came. xuanhuan opened his mouth and his body changed into a fish. He opened his mouth and roared, and a sharp soul attack tried to enter Han Fei's mind. Roar. Not to be outdone, Han Fei roared the 100-beast soul devouring, which also invaded xuanhuan's mind. The two of them fought quickly, and after 100 seconds, both of them were injured. Han Fei forcibly activated his Great Tao, but could only fight for 100 seconds. When Han Fei found that the power of his Great Tao was about to collapse, he immediately tore the void and retreated. Han Fei said, "Wait for me, I'll come back." xuanhuan looked solemn. Han Fei's speed and strength were very strong, but his soul power seemed to be weaker, much weaker than his own. However, the other party's soul attack technique was not weak, so he didn't have the advantage. If his soul combat skill was better, he might have had the ability to kill this person just now. At this moment, the battle had stopped, and xuanhuan was going to find Mo Lin and the others. However, everyone's concealment methods were different. Just now, they were in a hurry to escape. Now, it was probably inappropriate to rush over to find them. xuanhuan thought to himself, forget it, let me wait a while longer. We'll just gather at the agreed place when the battle today dies down. In xuanhuan's view, as long as Han Fei didn't succeed in the hunt this time, humans would have to make preparations for a long time for the next hunt. This time, the other party clearly came in a hurry. Otherwise, they would have sent more than one half-king. They must have discovered them by accident. Human beings didn't have enough hands, but they didn't want to let them go, so they chose to take action. However, what xuanhuan didn't know was that as soon as Han Fei stopped fighting with him, he had already found a direction with the vast ocean navigator. Han Fei asked in his heart, where is the weakest venerable on the other side? Chapter 1510, The Death of a Venerable. Chapter 1510, The Death of a Venerable Translator. Hanyi Translations Editor, Hanyi Translations Yu Qianmo, was the only junior venerable among the sea demon venerables. He panicked now. Generally speaking, people who had just entered the venerable realm wouldn't come out to fight casually. They needed to consolidate their cultivation and improve their strength. After all, if someone who had just entered the venerable realm participated in a venerable level battle, it was very likely that he was the weakest in this group of combatants. If the enemy was at this level, it would be fine, but the enemy was probably not. For example, their king was now occupied by the half-king of the human race. Lord xuanhuan was occupied by the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island, Han Fei, and the rest of them were fleeing in all directions. Among them, he was the weakest. Therefore, Yu Qianmo didn't dare to stay for long. He just wanted to run as far away as possible. It wasn't until he traveled 300,000 kilometers that Yu Qianmo breathed a sigh of relief. The supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island was simply too terrifying. He had never heard of a human expert taking the initiative to hunt a sea demon venerable. Bang! Yu Qianmo turned into an octopus and quickly shrank to a size of more than 10 meters. As he sucked, a large number of clamshell fragments swirled at the bottom of the sea. After a moment, a ball made of broken clamshells completely enveloped him. On the broken clamshells, there were spots of spiritual energy and strange array seals surrounding them. This was a concealment array, and also his talent. In order to avoid being hunted by humans, Yu Qianmo completely sealed himself in this ball. But even at this point, Yu Qianmo was still worried. The ball quickly turned on the sand on the seabed, and after only a moment, the whole ball drilled into the bottom of the sea and was completely buried by the sand. An hour later, buzz. At the bottom of the sea, the void was torn apart, and Han Fei stepped out of the void. As soon as Han Fei appeared, he spread out his perception and found that there was no one here. Han Fei secretly smiled. A sea demon was a sea demon anyway, and sea creatures were born with great disguising abilities. In this world, he was not the only one who was good at disguising. After searching 3 or 4 times in a row, Han Fei examined everything within a kilometer. Then he focused his eyes 100 meters below him. Under the sand, there was a clamshell ball. This was the only thing in this area that he didn't see clearly. At this moment, Han Fei was 100% sure that there was something wrong with the ball. Han Fei didn't conceal his strength. He even smiled. He bet that the one below didn't dare to use his perception to investigate the outside world. At this moment, he had no choice but to bet that he wouldn't be discovered. In fact, that was exactly what Yu Qianmo thought. He had certainly sensed that someone was coming and was still in a panic, fearing that Han Fei would see through him. All of a sudden, when Yu Qianmo was praying not to be found, Han Fei's voice sounded from the bottom of the sea. All laws forbidden in this space. Swish! He activated the draw technique, and the cold light penetrated the ground. The clamshell sand instantly collapsed. The ball suddenly opened, and Yu Qianmo sensed the danger of death. Yu Qianmo knew that he had been exposed. He didn't even understand how he was exposed. In this vast sea, there were billions of creatures. As long as he wasn't discovered at the beginning, it was impossible for him to be discovered after he hid himself. But now, Han Fei had locked onto him after only a few seconds. Did Han Fei watch him hide? This didn't make sense. If Han Fei had watched him hide, he should have taken action when he was hiding. Why did he wait until now? Immediately, Yu Qianmo had an answer in her heart. Han Fei had a tracking treasure. Puffed! However, although Yu Qianmo found something, Han Fei had already attacked. Now, it was Yu Qianmo's life and death moment. He could only pray that he could survive. Venerables couldn't die so easily, especially a venerable like Yu Qianmo. As an octopus, he had as many as 3 hearts and 9 brains. As long as one escaped, he could survive. Han Fei cut down, only to see an octopus tentacle being cut off. Yu Qianmo didn't seem to want to fight, but only wanted to escape quickly. Bang! With a puff, everything within 100 miles was pitch black. As a venerable of the octopus species, his escaping skills had evolved beyond imagination. His ink-spewing technique turned the area within 100 kilometers into a domain. However, at the moment the black ink space appeared, a holy pillar of light suddenly fell from the sky. Swish! The black fog space was broken. The blade inferno was launched and the infinity water flew out. Pooh, 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 pooh. In an instant, 6 tentacles were cut off by Han Fei, and the void lines clutched these tentacles and controlled the brains. Even Xuanhuan couldn't resist Han Fei, let alone a few tentacles. With the star teleportation technique, the distance between them was shortened. Han Fei had already stood in front of Chen. Where are you going? At this moment, the Black Evil Conch King was chilled. This human expert is so strong, he has mastered the great Tao of space to the fullest. Ningjing could transform the power of space for her own use, twisting space to withstand the irregular gravity in her place. Boom. All of a sudden, the Black Evil Conch King saw a red bloody mark across the sky. At that moment, a venerable died. This was not a good sign. Judging from the attacks of the human experts today, the one who died could only be a venerable on their side. Even Ningjing was very surprised. Han Fei's speed was too fast. How long had it been since he killed a venerable? No wonder this guy asked me to attack the Sea Demon King. It seems that he wants to solve all future troubles at once. As a venerable died, a rain of blood fell. Under the same sky, everyone could feel it even though it was millions of kilometers away. After all, the venerable died in the yin-yang world. Of course, it was too far away, so the weather phenomena weren't that obvious. However, on the Scattered Stars Island, many people looked up at the sky too, only to see crimson cracks in the sky and a storm. Occasionally, they saw redness in the storm. Someone laughed. I don't know why, but such weather reminds me of the death of a venerable. Tisk, tisk. An old man on the Scattered Stars Island explained to the newcomers, you kids have no idea that when a venerable has died, there'll be wounds in the sky. As the heaven and the earth are sad, there will be a rain of blood, just like this scene. A newcomer asked curiously, has a venerable died? Many people explained with a smile, I don't think so. How can a venerable die so easily? After all, the rain is not red. I think it just looks like that. However, while many people were exclaiming, all kinds of hearsay spread from the major departments of the Scattered Stars Island. And this kind of hearsay spread widely from each person's waist tag. In the carnival shop, someone exclaimed, what? Marshal Han went to sea to hunt the sea demon venerables? In a certain mission hall, someone was shocked. Huh? Marshal Han secretly went out to hunt? Someone exclaimed, damn, I was wondering why the rain was so weird. Look at the red mark in the sky. It's so obvious. A venerable must have died. Someone remarked, Marshal Han is truly domineering. He killed a sea demon just because he said so. Someone was puzzled. I don't think so. If a venerable died, wouldn't the heavenly phenomena be too weak? Someone retorted, it's not near the Scattered Stars Island. It's in the deep sea, which is very far away. Someone said, we'll see in a few days. As far as I know, there are several sea demon venerables who escaped. In addition to the Black Evil Conch King, there were also xuanhuan, Mo Lin, and 2 other intermediate venerables. At this moment, they were also dumbfounded. They didn't know who had died. But in short, someone among them had died. In the past, for thousands of years, it was not easy for a venerable to die. However, in just a few years, the Black Blood Royal City suffered heavy losses. His Han Fei raised his head and absorbed Yu Qianmo's vitality and soul power. The soul supply of a venerable completely made up for the consumption of the soul-splitting technique that Han Fei used in Chu sect. Han Fei's soul returned to 58,600 points again, although it was still more than 20,000 points away from its peak state. However, apart from Yu Qianmo, Han Fei had other hunting targets. Han Fei took out the vast ocean navigator. Next, where are the intermediate sea demon venerables? Yu Shuo, an intermediate sea demon venerable, was a mere fish. This was why he could survive the battle on the Scattered Stars Island a year ago. It was because of his special characteristics that he was born with clones. When facing an intermediate venerable, Han Fei wasn't as casual as before. The strength of a venerable needed to be taken seriously. Just because he was strong didn't mean he could easily kill a venerable. It depended on what their great Daos were. Although he could temporarily seal great Daos, it would be troublesome if the other party was prepared in advance. Han Fei, in his black mist body, quietly approached a place where there were ice mines everywhere. This kind of terrain was very rare, with prism-like crystals everywhere. When Han Fei found this place, he scanned it with his perception, but he still didn't find where the sea demon venerable was. Once, twice, 3 times, Han Fei was puzzled. Something is not right. The vast ocean navigator wouldn't make any mistakes. The venerable sea demon was definitely here. But now, no matter how he perceived it, he couldn't find the other party's figure. How did the other party hide? Bang! Han Fei landed on the beach and stood in front of a big crystal, ready to check if there were any special arrays around. However, Han Fei's heart suddenly stirred, and his body was dragged into the crystal by an enormous force. When Han Fei came back to himself, he found himself in a mirror. Han Fei looked back and found that there were mirrors everywhere in this space, reflecting thousands of himself in the mirror. The Mirror World? Chapter 1511, Kill the Black Evil Conch. King Chapter 1511, Kill the Black Evil Conch King Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Han Fei had never encountered such a weird great Dao before. If he wasn't careful, he would be tricked. However, Han Fei was thinking, how can they attack me under such circumstances? Could it be that the other party was stronger than him in the mirror world? If the other party was also in this mirror world, as long as he killed the other party, wouldn't the mirror world be broken directly? Han Fei was still thinking. Suddenly, in the world in the mirror, the endless mirror shattered into billions of pieces. Han Fei, you want to kill me? But today may be the day you die. The billions of fragments charged at Han Fei in the mirror. Clanks and clangs were heard, and every ice crystal fragment seemed to be controlled by Yuxuo. Unfortunately, none of the billions of ice shards could hurt Han Fei because they were too weak. Huff! Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath in relief and smiled faintly. How weak! What a waste of a good great Tao! Han Fei's face was full of disdain. It had to be said that the mirror great Tao could easily make people suffer losses. However, the other party's offensive means were too few and too weak. With this alone, even if he stood still, the other party couldn't kill him. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that an invisible power was restraining his body, which seemed to contain the power of the great Tao and was about to split his body. Han Fei looked back and found that the crystal mirror he came in was full of cracks. Yuxuo must be trying to kill him by crushing the ice pillar. However, Han Fei's physique was too strong. Even though the ice pillar was full of cracks, Han Fei only felt that his body was cut. The power of the great Tao couldn't completely cut him apart. After all, in terms of physical strength, he was as strong as a half-king. Bang! His black mist body could be seen clearly from the outside, and the ice pillars had completely exploded. Han Fei's white mist body appeared directly outside, but his body was full of cracks. However, although there were many cracks, it was still far from taking Han Fei's life. Pfft! In the mirror world, Yuxuo vomited blood. He tried to kill Han Fei by force, only to suffer a backlash. Even Yuxuo didn't expect that Han Fei was so strong that his Tao couldn't kill him at all. This meant that Han Fei's strength had already exceeded the limits of his great Tao. And Han Fei also discovered a problem. Although this person's great Tao was very strange, it had its limitations. Either he hadn't completely mastered this mirror great Tao, or the lethality of this great Tao wasn't enough. However, if such a great Tao was used as a group or an area attack, it would be truly dangerous. After leaving the mirror space, Han Fei immediately sealed all laws in this space. Eat. In an instant, infinity water fused with the blade inferno, shattering all the ice pillars that extended for more than 300 kilometers. Han Fei saw something jumping among the infinite pieces. It was none other than Yuxuo. Han Fei was not in a hurry. He simply swept the ice crystals with his blade inferno and minced every inch of them. Even so, Han Fei knew that he didn't kill him. After all, this person could hide his essence blood in any crystal dust. At least from the perspective of survival, this person's Tao was very good. Yuxuo was thinking about how to escape. Han Fei manipulated the strange water current to gather all the ice fragments. Then, Han Fei began to slowly set up an array, which took more than an hour. Yuxuo got more and more nervous. His mirror great Tao was indeed very powerful at protecting his life, but it was only relative. Even if he pulled people into the mirror space, he couldn't weaken the enemy. Just like Han Fei, even if he pulled him into the mirror space, he couldn't kill him at all. After another moment, Han Fei clapped his hands and smiled. Are you still coming out? If not, die. Han Fei casually rolled up a multi-layered array with the infinity water. Rumble. A large array surrounded him and a dark red light shield appeared on the bottom of the sea. The terrifying explosion instantly blew up all the ice fragments in the array. All of a sudden, Han Fei felt that a soul power was attacking the array. When the void lines buckled, Han Fei opened his mouth and used the 100-beast soul devourings. Crack. At this moment, a red crack appeared in the sky again. Near the wall of death, a rain of blood fell. Another venerable had died. The battle between the Black Evil Conch King and Ningjing was very fierce. He knew that Ningjing was only trying to hold him back and that someone was hunting his subordinates outside. The Black Evil Conch King roared, "Human, when I return to the yin-yang world, I will slaughter your human race." Ningjing sneered, "Are you trying to scare me? I'll tell this to Han Fei later. Let me tell you, with his personality, he'll probably find your base." Spatial tier. Chila. The battle lasted for 2 hours, and without any support, the Black Evil Conch King finally dissipated under Ningjing's hands. It didn't mean that the Black Conch King was weaker than Ningjing. However, he didn't know that Ningjing stayed with Queen Life all year round. It could be said that Ningjing was the one who saw a king the most in the Waterwood world. Her strength was even above that of the Worm King among the 72 venerables of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. How could such talent and strength be defeated by a mere projection of the Black Evil Conch King? On the other side, Han Fei swallowed part of Yuxuo's vitality and soul power to restore a little more of his soul power, which increased by nearly 1,000 points at once. Han Fei shook his head slightly. He had recovered his vitality, but the damage to his soul would be too much for him to recover. However, it was already good enough that it could increase by nearly 1,000 points at a time. It accounted for about 2% of Yuxuo's soul, which was very rare. On the Scattered Stars Island. Crack. When another red crack appeared, the entire Scattered Stars Island was in an uproar because the rain had begun to change slightly and the rainwater was turning red. Someone roared, "Sure enough, another venerable has died. Marshal Han has succeeded in hunting outside." Someone grinned, "I knew it. Why didn't Marshal Han continue to inspect the City of Justice today? It turns out that he went out to hunt venerables. Someone clicked his tongue. I really feel sorry for those sea demon venerables. They bully us humans all year round. Great. Let's see how Marshal Han kills them one by one. Lying on the top of the Empyrean waterfall, the Star Turtle remarked, how much power has been returned to heaven and earth since so many venerables have been killed? It seems that many new venerables are about to appear. In the transverse mountain, Ch1501 also looked up at the sky. He was thinking of a question. Was he too conservative when he was still in power? Or was Han Fei too good at fighting? Or had the times changed? In the past, venerables would never participate in battles. However, venerables suddenly participated in the battles. Following that, a large number of venerables died. Was this a coincidence? Or was it inevitable in history? At this moment, in the Thousand Star City, none of the venerables from the big clans looked good. Since when did venerables die so easily? They died one after another. Han Fei had just returned to the Scattered Stars Island a few days ago, but he had already killed 2 venerables? Besides, some people also knew that Ningjing had taken action. This half-king who came from nowhere had destroyed the projection of the Black Evil Conch King. After all, the noise of their battle was too loud. Chu sect, the venerables of the big clans, were in a meeting again. Someone said, Elder Chu, our big clans have completely lost control of the 36 towns, the Level 3 fishery, and the Scattered Stars Island. And Han Fei even flaunted his strength in the Thousand Star City. We can't let this go on, the Sun Family Venerable said. The sea demons are doomed. 2 of the sea demon venerables were hunted by Han Fei in a day. The projection of the Black Evil Conch King was also destroyed. I'm afraid that in a few days, the entire sea will be cleared up by Han Fei. Old Demon Chu snorted and said leisurely, I have indeed underestimated Han Fei. Since he has snatched all the places other than the Thousand Star City, I'll give them to him. I'd like to see if he can defend such a huge territory. What if an accident happens to the seal on the sea? On the first day, the projection of the Black Evil Conch King disappeared. 1 junior venerable died, and 1 intermediate venerable died. On this day, 3 venerables had died. Han Fei's efficiency was remarkable. On the next day, the other intermediate venerable died. The Scattered Stars Island was in an uproar. In 2 days, 3 venerables were killed. Han Fei's prestige had already soared crazily among the people, and a large amount of power of faith was gathering towards Han Fei. Wang Lin could be said to be the busiest person on the island. Han Fei was really too efficient. He had to erect the statues before Han Fei came back. At this moment, Wang Lin found Bei Huo and held his hand. Brother, Marshal Han used to belong to the Scattered Stars 4th Unit. You should be responsible for the statue. No matter what, I must see his statue when Marshal Han returns. Bei Huo scratched his head. I feel that I've been living a dream recently. Chapter 1512, Eliminate the Sea Demons. Chapter 1512, Eliminate the Sea Demons. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. On the 5th day, Han Fei had already fought Mo Lin 5 times. It wasn't that Han Fei couldn't defeat Mo Lin. Mo Lin's strength wasn't the strongest in the Advanced Venerable Realm. He was still far from the limit of the Advanced Venerable Realm. In terms of strength, he was even weaker than Sun Xiaotian. At the end of the second battle, Han Fei already had a way to kill this person. However, Han Fei didn't do that. Since he was weaker than Sun Xiaotian, he could be his sparring partner. Han Fei wasn't worried that he would run away. After all, he had the vast ocean navigator. This was also the main reason why Han Fei hunted them. After Han Fei became a venerable, apart from frantically improving his strength, he didn't spend much time to solidify his foundation. The battles during the past few days made Han Fei feel a different way of using his strength and also gave him the life and death tempering in the venerable realm. This was another gain for Han Fei. 5 days, 10 days. Obviously, Mo Lin already knew that Han Fei treated him as a sparring partner. However, he was also waiting for xuanhuan's help. However, in the past half-month, xuanhuan never appeared. He seemed to have completely forgotten him. Axhole, on this day, Han Fei fought Mo Lin for more than 200 seconds as usual before they separated. Han Fei couldn't help but smile. You haven't been in the mood for fighting these past 2 days. If you do this again, you'll die in the next battle. Mo Lin looked at Han Fei gloomily. Han Fei, my king will return sooner or later. Although you are strong, you can't resist a king. Han Fei smacked his lips. Do you think you can threaten me with that? Han Fei smiled again. By the way, how about telling me about the world inside the Wall of Death? Maybe I'll spare your life. Mo Lin had already seen through him. Han Fei spared his life? That was impossible. Han Fei just wanted to use him as a stepping stone to temper his own strength. Bang! Mo Lin suddenly took action, and the spear in his hand pierced through the void. He shouted, I have long discovered that you are using a secret technique to fight. Your true strength is only at the peak of the Junior Venerable. You can't last long if you forcibly use the power of an advanced venerable. Today, either you die or I die. Han Fei looked at Mo Lin, who was attacking him crazily with a smile, and sighed. Alas, what a pity. What a great sparring partner. Explode, Han Fei muttered. All laws forbidden in this space. Rumble, Mo Lin's body exploded from the inside, and there seemed to be billions of knife lights emitting dazzling silver light. Mo Lin was directly blown to dust. Han Fei knew that an advanced venerable would definitely have some trump cards. Therefore, in the endless dust, he saw a large swath of black fog descend. The old turtle shouted at Han Fei, "Come on, I've got him, catch him!" In the blink of an eye, Han Fei threw the void lines into the black mist. A figure that was growing rapidly was soon caught by Han Fei. At this moment it was a pure soul battle. Han Fei thrust out the embroidery needle, which penetrated the black mist, and the 100-beast soul devouring suppressed Mo Lin's soul. Even so, Han Fei felt that his head was buzzing and his eyes, nose, and mouth were bleeding. He almost failed to resist the struggle of Mo Lin. Rumble. In the past few days of fighting, Han Fei secretly injected the infinity water into Mo Lin's body bit by bit. This move was impossible to defend against. When the infinity water exploded at the last moment, Mo Lin was directly shattered. However, Mo Lin's soul power was also very powerful. Therefore, Han Fei cooperated with the old turtle to take his soul. Although Mo Lin was seriously injured, Han Fei almost failed to take him down. It could be seen that his soul power was indeed strong. Crack. In the sky, a red crack appeared again, and Venerable xuanhuan was dumbfounded. Seeing this celestial phenomenon, he knew that everybody except him had died. These days, he knew that Han Fei was fighting Mo Lin. However, the projection of the Black Evil Conch King had been destroyed. If he went there, he would be walking into a trap. The half-king on the human side was definitely waiting for him. No, Han Fei is too fierce, I have to go back. It was impossible for him to shake the human race alone. xuanhuan wasn't a fool. The strength of the human race had been demonstrated in this battle. Unless all the strong masters of the Black Blood Royal City descended, they definitely couldn't shake the human race. Half a day later, Han Fei tracked all the way to the place where the 10,000 Demon Valley used to be with the vast ocean navigator and found a large amount of energy and ownerless souls left at the crack between the 10,000 Demon Valley and the Blood Demon Valley. Han Fei was dumbfounded. The old turtle said, "I just wanted to tell you that you and I shouldn't be able to kill this last sea demon with our strength combined. But now, this person ran away at the expense of his cultivation base. What a fool. This venerable is timid. I'm afraid he will never be able to become a king in this life." Humph, did you expect him to become a king? Han Fei was speechless. Han Fei was puzzled. He didn't know what price xuanhuan paid to leave a large number of ownerless souls and energy here. Han Fei took them all without hesitation. What he lacked the most now was ownerless souls. This energy was dispensable. He swallowed it in big mouthfuls and absorbed all this energy into Forge the Universe. And these ownerless souls were several times more than those he got with the void lines. After swallowing these ownerless souls, Han Fei looked at his data. Owner, Han Fei level, 83 venerable, chaotic chi, 9 wisps, swirl power, 64 864 79 990 dame, damaged perception, 18999, strength, 3,700,000 kilometers, strength, 3,764 waves, first spiritual heritage, unknown second spiritual heritage, unknown first spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, level 73, second spiritual beast, emperor sparrow, level 21. Main art, sky-stealing technique, level 6 of void fishing, venerable level, divine quality. Looking at the data, Han Fei curled his lips. It seemed that his soul injury couldn't be healed for a while. At least, other than the 1,000-star city, he had already killed all the venerables he could hunt. It was equivalent to him swallowing 5 venerables, and the ownerless soul here provided him with more than 2,000 points of soul powers. In other words, on average, each of the other 4 provided him with about 1,000 points of soul power. In addition to the power of the soul, Han Fei's strength had also increased by dozens of waves. Compared to the soul, it was better than nothing. However, it was good to increase a little bit. This showed that he still had a lot of room for growth. The 5 venerables of the sea demons had also left him a lot of materials and treasure resources. Their incomplete bodies could be taken back to the Scattered Stars Island and shown to the people in the City of Justice. Han Fei glanced at Forge the Universe, an octopus with only 6.5 tentacles left and a relatively intact crab. As for Mo Lin and Yu Shuo, one had exploded into powder and the other had been chopped into pieces. They were already gone. Han Fei thought for a moment and cut off an octopus tentacle and a crab pincer before he was satisfied. As for what the tentacle and pincer could be used for, of course it was for eating. The complete annihilation of the sea demon venerables meant that the entire yin-yang world was safe for the time being. However, the conflict with the 1,000-star city must be even more intense. Therefore, Han Fei had 2 things to do now. One was to continue to improve his strength. However, in the yin-yang world, there were probably not many places where he could improve his strength. The other thing was to quell the scourge of the big clans, or to be exact, to destroy the big clans in the 1,000-star city. For a long time, Han Fei had always felt that the existence of big clans was monopolization, control, and oppression. He could allow the existence of some small families and allow the existence of a large number of itinerant cultivators. However, he absolutely couldn't allow the existence of some big clans. These families, for the sake of their own prosperity, crazily sucked the flesh and blood of tens of thousands of people. They were enemies that Han Fei firmly resisted. Now that the crisis of the sea demons had been resolved, Han Fei felt that he still wasn't prepared enough to solve the big clans. Even with Old Han, Ren Tianfei, the thug ancestor, Old Bai, and Old Zhang, they were far from comparable to the big clans. There were 7 venerables in the Chu sect alone. Among them, Old Demon Chu was a half-king, and Chu Menwang was a peak venerable. In the past, the strength of the big clans hadn't been revealed, so he was fearless. However, Old Han and the others should have considered this. Therefore, Old Han and the others had contacted people from all parties, such as Tang Yan, Le Renquang's teacher, and Patriarch Thug. They probably had all been befriended by Old Han. If it weren't for these people, Old Han and the others probably wouldn't have dared to break into the Thousand-Star City 8 years ago. Fine, I'll go back and harvest some power of faith first. At least, I should push my strength to the peak of a junior venerable first. Chila. Han Fei tore the void and went straight to the Scattered Stars Island. On the Scattered Stars Island at this moment, a huge statue made of spiritual weapons had been half-carved. The statue was 99 meters tall. It was Han Fei holding a stick in one hand and putting the other hand on his waist, with a kitchen knife at his waist. In order to highlight Han Fei's achievements, Wang Lin had engraved Han Fei's great deeds at the feet of the statue. From Mr. Han Fei's life story to his great deeds of leading the Scattered Stars Island to defeating sea demons and slaughtering the sea demon venerables, and so on, the introduction was full of flattery words that made people blush. As for Han Fei's messy history, it had long been forgotten. Before Han Fei's statue was completed, Han Fei's voice had spread throughout the Scattered Stars Island. My soldiers, I, Han Fei, hereby announce a major event. The sea demons have been eliminated. Chapter 1513, Tang Yan's Reminder. Chapter 1513, Tang Yan's Reminder. Translator, Henye Translations Editor, Henye Translations. Han Fei shouted the moment he returned to the Scattered Stars Island. Who cared who was listening? Anyway, he had to shout out this kind of good news as soon as possible. In fact, as long as Han Fei made a sound on the Scattered Stars Island, people knew that he was back. Knowing that he was back, they knew that the sea demon venerables must have been killed. In less than a month, there had been 4 unusual phenomena in the sky, and the blood rain above the Scattered Stars Island had never stopped. Especially the last time. The red raindrops were as thick as blood. How could they not know? Chila. Everyone looked up, only to see Han Fei suddenly appear in the sky. Seeing this, many people were speechless. Han Fei showed the sky-hanging mirror again. The older generation of the Scattered Stars Island, like Shui Shenqi, could bet that Han Fei was definitely the supreme commander in history who used the sky-hanging mirror the most. However, Han Fei's battle record was beyond reproach. In less than a month, he had killed 4 enemies in a row. Wasn't that enough? In the sky, Han Fei said in a loud voice, Everyone, I, Han Fei, went to sea a few days ago to hunt the sea demons that escaped from the battle a year ago to pacify my people. Now I've killed 1 junior venerable, 2 intermediate venerables, 1 advanced venerable, and a half-king projection. Now I proudly announce that the projection of the Black Evil Conch King has been destroyed. Only 1 venerable escaped, and the one who escaped has been unable to return. Hundreds of millions of human beings have finally been freed. Everyone, at this moment, many people had the same thought. How was it possible for those big clans to spend energy on slaughtering venerables? Marshal Han is the hope of mankind. At this time, Tang Yan, who was in the cloud whale's body, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Han Fei's shamelessness is beyond imagination. Did you kill the projection of the Black Evil Conch King? Aren't you afraid that your teeth will be blown off by the wind, you braggart? Countless newcomers had just come to the Scattered Stars Island. These days, they had heard that Han Fei went to sea to hunt. Some people had already said that Han Fei hunted 4 venerables, and the astronomical signs had proven it. However, these hearsay stories were not as shocking as seeing it with their own eyes. All of a sudden, Han Fei took out the remains of an octopus and a crab. These were the original bodies of the sea demons. The crab was 700 or 800 meters long, and the octopus, plus its tentacles, was at least several thousand meters long. Hiss, someone exclaimed. What huge creatures? What are they? Are they the corpses of sea demon venerables? Someone swallowed crazily. Oh my god, I'm not bragging, but this crab can crush me into pieces. Even Shui Shenqi and Old Chen in the archive room were speechless. This beastard could actually bring back the venerables' corpses? Under normal circumstances, it was extremely difficult to kill a venerable. To bring back a complete corpse, that was even more difficult. Venerables usually wouldn't allow others to ruin their bodies after they died. Usually, when a venerable died of old age, he would die alone, or he would just self-destruct. Obviously, these 2 venerables were killed by Han Fei before they could self-destruct. Roar. Roar, Marshal Han is awesome. Marshal Han, I want to have a baby with you. From now on, our human race will occupy the entire sea. Amidst the cries of thousands of people, Han Fei shouted, Everyone, the corpses of venerables are beneficial for cultivation. I've decided to contribute the bodies of these 2 venerables to the City of Justice. Where is Wang Lin from the Department of Construction? Where is Wang Lin? Panicked. Marshal Han, I'm here. Wang Lin panicked. In the Scattered Stars 7th Unit, he had been urging Bei Huo and the others to build the statue as soon as possible. He didn't expect Han Fei to return so soon. Hearing Han Fei's call, Wang Lin shouted at Bei Huo and the others, "Brothers, stop making the statue. Let's pull the statue to the center of the city and build it on the spot." Then, Wang Lin carried the statue that had been half made and flew to the City of Justice. Han Fei was dumbfounded to see that. "Is this my statue? Hey, wait, I called you here for something else. Why are you carrying my statue?" Wang Lin flew as fast as he could. Soon he appeared under the range of the sky-hanging mirror. Wang Lin shouted, "Marshal Han, may I have the honor to build a statue of you to show your contribution to the human race? This is what everyone wants and is a spiritual symbol of the millions of soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island. I'd like to put it in the center of the City of Justice for the people to admire." Han Fei looked so touched. "How do I deserve this?" Hearing this, many people thought that Han Fei was going to decline. Immediately, all kinds of cheers rose to the sky. Someone shouted crazily, "Marshal Han, you built the City of Justice, so there should be a statue of you. Only in this way can you protect the City of Justice for thousands of years." Someone shouted collectively, "Marshal Han, please don't decline." The entire Scattered Stars Island was full of shouts. There were all kinds of voices, almost one-sided, asking Han Fei to accept this statue. After all, what did mid- or low-level cultivators know? They only knew that Han Fei had made a great contribution to the human race. In the sky, Han Fei's face trembled. "Fine, since it's what you want, I can't refuse it. However, Wang Lin, our top priority is not the matter of the statue, but to build a cultivation tower and put the corpses of these two venerables in it for the cultivation of the people." Wang Lin thought of something and said solemnly, "Marshal Han, you can rest assured. This is an unprecedented great event for the human race. I'll personally take care of it. From now on, I'll set up the Department of Construction beside the cultivation tower and personally watch over it." After Wang Lin said that, the powerhouses from the other divisions were all speechless. Someone cursed secretly, "Wang Lin is shameless." The remains of two venerables. This guy obviously wants to take advantage of the favorable position and use these two corpses to temper himself for free. Someone said, "What luck! With the suppressing power of the two corpses of venerables, one can make breakthroughs much more easily, and they can even be used for visualization. They're extremely useful. Wang Lin, this bastard, is so lucky." Han Fei had guessed what Wang Lin meant, but he didn't care. A mere corpse of a venerable wasn't the corpse of a king. For him, there was nothing he could do except to use them to make hot pot. Han Fei was very happy to give Wang Lin this favor. After all, Wang Lin had done a good job on the statue. If he proposed it himself, others would doubt his motive. But Wang Lin could guess what he wanted and saved him trouble, although this statue had also reflected the will of the people. As long as this statue was here, from now on, the people on the Scattered Stars Island could contribute their power of faith to him. Being interrupted by Wang Lin, Han Fei forgot what he wanted to say. However, there was nothing to say. He was just here to harvest the power of faith. Suddenly, Han Fei's heart stirred. Han Fei shouted, "Everyone on the Scattered Stars Island, listen up. For the rise of the human race and for everyone to become stronger, I propose that on the day the cultivation tower is built, the entire city goes to sea to hunt. The weak kill the enemy on the beach and the strong fight in the sea. In the past, we fought and we grew up in order to resist the threat of sea monsters. Now, we pursue growth and strength to make ourselves real strong masters. This is also our ultimate goal as cultivators. Roar." "Good idea. I can't imagine how grandiose a scene it will be. When we return, the Scattered Stars Island will be full of resources. The prosperity of the Scattered Stars Island will thus begin." Someone laughed. "I have to say, I'm really not used to the disappearing of sea demons." Someone laughed and scolded, "Damn it, you're not used to it, but I am. How carefree are we now? We can go to sea and fight whenever we want. Everything is for our own growth. This is the road we are supposed to walk." "Before coming to the Scattered Stars Island, I never thought of fighting sea monsters year by year," someone remarked. "We have to thank Marshal Han for his wise leadership." Han Fei sensed that invisible power of faith was surging into his body. This feeling was extremely wonderful. With this power of faith, his strength could continue to grow steadily. If the power of faith could be provided to him continuously, Han Fei was certain that he could become an advanced venerable in a year at most. At this time, Han Fei finally understood why Tang Yan could grow so fast back then. With this infinite amount of power of faith, as long as he had enough of it, he could keep growing to the peak of the venerable realm, or even the half-king realm. Just as Han Fei was thinking this, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. It was Tang Yan. Tang Yan said, "Han Fei, I don't want to discourage you. However, don't count on the power of will to cultivate. Although it's very quick, it has disadvantages. If you improve your strength only with the power of will, it's very likely to cause your foundation to be unstable and you can't get enough polish. Otherwise, what do you think I've been doing all these years? It's just that I grew up too fast back then." Being reminded by Tang Yan, most of Han Fei's enthusiasm was immediately extinguished. The old turtle had told him that before, but he wasn't very familiar with the power of faith, so he wasn't quite sure. At this moment, being reminded by Tang Yen, Han Fei's heart sank. However, Han Fei didn't panic. He was different from Tang Yen. If what was recorded in history was correct, Tang Yen had made breakthroughs all the way up, but didn't show extremely powerful individual combat power. Therefore, Tang Yen's foundation should be worse than his, and most of the time, he didn't use the power of faith to improve his strength. The disassembling degree of spiritual energy shouldn't affect his foundation, right? He only used the power of will to improve his strength when he was in the realm of Junior Venerable. It only took him a few months to go from the initial Venerable to the peak of the Junior Venerable. The old turtle reminded him, "Yes, I think so too." Han Fei replied, "I know what I'm doing." Chapter 1514, Return to the Level 3 Fishery. Chapter 1514, Return to the Level 3 Fishery Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. After harvesting a wave of power of faith, Han Fei spent another half a month in Forge the Universe to push his strength to the peak of a Junior Venerable. Of course, this so-called peak was not Han Fei's theoretical limit, but the limit that the power of faith could push to. Since it was for the growth of strength, Han Fei didn't care how to improve it in the realm of Junior Venerable. The only thing he needed to consider was how to polish his foundation and dig out his potential in the realm of Junior Venerable. After his strength was raised to the peak of a Junior Venerable, Han Fei began to disassemble spiritual energy crazily with the power of will. However, the difficulty of disassembling spiritual energy far exceeded Han Fei's expectations. In Forge the Universe, the power of faith was used up after only a month, and the disassembling degree of spiritual energy only went from 72% to 75%. Old Yuan, is it so difficult to disassemble the spiritual energy? The old turtle was speechless too. Do you think it's slow? You have to know that it usually takes more than 100 years of cultivation to reach the peak of the Junior Venerable. And disassembling spiritual energy might take 10 years for 1% of progress. How many days have it been? You've improved by 3%. Do you think it's slow? Han Fei equal 1, Han Fei thought to himself, I want to go straight to 100%. After trying it out, Han Fei found that the efficiency of his usage of spiritual energy was about 1.8 times or 1.9 times. Compared to before, it had indeed improved a lot. This did mean that the more spiritual energy was disassembled, the stronger his final strength would be. After all, only spiritual energy was inexhaustible. In the following days, the collection of the power of faith slowed down, and people's admiration for Han Fei began to subside over time. Han Fei could do nothing about it. He couldn't expect his soldiers to shout every day on the Scattered Stars Island, "Marshal Han is awesome." Fortunately, his strength seemed to be temporarily stuck and needed time to polish. No matter how much power of faith he had, it could only be used to increase the degree of spiritual energy disassembling. The hunting lasted for 3 days. As for Han Fei, he had been fishing in the Empyrean waterfall for 3 days. Except for occasionally slipping on the sea surface, he had almost never left. In the past few days, he'd been thinking about a question: should he go to the Wall of Death to take a look? Once he had this idea, he couldn't stop thinking about it. Curiosity killed the cat. Now, Han Fei was more or less that cat. Now there was no threat of sea demons on the Scattered Stars Island anymore. Therefore, Han Fei asked Ch1501 to temporarily act as the deputy commander. Ch1501's answer was that there could only be one commander in the City of Justice. Since Han Fei was not dead, this was his way to become a king. After the exchange, Han Fei knew that once Ch1501 regained control of the City of Justice, and he was absent for a long time, it wouldn't be a good thing for his rule. Han Fei pondered for a long time. He really wanted to create a clone to help him guard the Scattered Stars Island. Unfortunately, his clone was still in the demon-subduing tower. He didn't know how his clone was doing. He was too far away to perceive his clone. Hesitating, Han Fei had been fishing for 3 days. Of course, what he was fishing for was not the fish but an answer. In the end, Han Fei still felt that he couldn't give up the position of commander. He could postpone the plan for the Wall of Death for a while. It seemed that he had other things to do besides going to the Wall of Death. A relatively simpler thing for him to do was probably the 2 undone things in the Level 3 fishery. As for the Level 3 fishery, what had been on Han Fei's mind up to this day was the weird secret realm in the abyssal chasm, and the puppet monster suppressed under the steps into the sea. Swish! Han Fei's fishing hook was retracted from thousands of kilometers away, with a yellow-blooded sea cucumber hanging on it. Because Han Fei had been thinking about something, he didn't ask Big Yellow to fish with him. At this moment, Han Fei retracted the fishing rod, and Big Yellow meowed. Han Fei casually threw the yellow-blooded sea cucumber to him and said, "You can fish by yourself. I have something to do." Han Fei stepped into the marshal's mansion and released Turtle Sanqing from the sea-quelling painting. Han Fei said, "Old Yuan, when I'm not here, you'll have to disguise yourself as me and guard the Scattered Stars Island for me for the time being." The old turtle said leisurely, "Will it take you long?" Han Fei shook his head. "I'm not sure. It may take a long time. As an emperor, you should have a way to achieve the connection between the clone and the main body, right?" The old turtle said, "If it's just in this sea area, I can do it. However, if you leave this sea area, even I don't have the ability." Han Fei wanted the star turtle to disguise as him, but the star turtle had already run away. God knew where he was. After all, venerables were venerables and wouldn't be controlled by others. Han Fei couldn't find him, so there was nothing he could do. Han Fei said, "Old Yuan, why don't we sign a master-servant contract now?" Hiss, the old turtle was suddenly furious. "That's impossible. I'm an emperor, and you're only a venerable. You want to sign a master-servant contract with me? Don't even think about it." Han Fei couldn't help but laugh. "Old Yuan, you should know that. Knowing so many secrets of mine, I can't let you leave. If you have to keep following me, what's the difference between signing the master and servant contract early or late?" The old turtle's eyes were bloodshot. Although he had foreseen that the two would start a fight on this topic, he felt that it must be after Han Fei became a king. When Han Fei became a king, he could give in a little bit. Then he wouldn't lose face as an emperor. After all, Han Fei had the potential. However, Han Fei was only a venerable now. How could he lower his noble head now? The old turtle thought of something. "It's possible for me to sign the contract. I know that you have extraordinary luck. Why don't we sign an equal contract and support each other in the future?" Han Fei pretended to hesitate and then said leisurely, "Well, let's go back and ask old Han for his opinion. He should have lived long enough to know the difference between different contracts." "No, wait a moment." The old turtle was immediately anxious. "Old Han, your father? There's no simple person in your family. If you ask your father this, he'll definitely drag out my soul and chop it," the old turtle hurriedly said. "Well, it's just my suggestion. You don't have to tell your father for the time being. In fact, there are many kinds of contracts in this world. Why do you insist on a master-servant contract?" Immediately, the old turtle threw out a contract. He said, "Han Fei, in fact, before the age of gods, there was another contract called the life contract. If you want, I can accept it." Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "What's a life contract?" the old turtle explained. "Those who sign the contract will be together for life, die together, and never abandon each other. This kind of contract is also known as a soul contract, which uses the souls of the contractors as the carrier. Once you break it, your soul will be destroyed." Hearing this, Han Fei immediately trembled. "Go away. A life contract? Tiesk, only my wife can receive such treatment. How old are you? Sign a life contract with me?" "No way." The old turtle, Han Fei snorted. "Forget it. Let's talk about it later. However, old Yuan, if I really become a king one day, there may be many creatures who want to recognize me as their master. Think about it. My contractual spiritual beasts are at least legend creatures. In the future, if I have a chance to become a king, will I be weaker than you?" Of course, Han Fei didn't expect the old turtle to surrender today. However, it was necessary to threaten him a bit. 3 days passed. Han Fei didn't return via the teleportation array, but directly crossed the vast sea. Along the way, Han Fei found many secret realms. However, Han Fei didn't explore it because he knew that such an ordinary secret realm was meaningless to him. Even if these secret realms were filled with spiritual springs, spirit awakening fluid, and the like, it was useless. Of course, in some secret realms there might also be sea-quelling bizarre treasures. However, they must be extremely rare. Now he even had a human sacred weapon, so he might not be interested in sea-quelling bizarre treasures. When Han Fei traveled more than 2.4 million kilometers, he saw a fishing boat above the vast sea, on which there was an old man. After seeing Han Fei, the old man nodded at Han Fei. "The supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island, Han Fei?" Han Fei smiled. Sure enough, there were more venerables in this world. In the level 3 fishery, there were actually venerables. These venerables might not care about worldly affairs, but they would never allow sea demons to barge in. Han Fei smiled. "Senior you are?" The old man shrugged. "I'm just a nobody. You don't have to know my name, Marshal Han. Marshal Han, are you going to the level 3 fishery?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes, I have something to tend to over there." The old man nodded slightly. "Do as you please, Marshal Han." He didn't ask why Han Fei was going there, but Han Fei felt that this old man should already know his purpose. However, this made Han Fei somewhat puzzled. In that abyssal chasm, had the 2 secret realms he hadn't explored been explored by others? After all, which venerable didn't want to become a king? Didn't this old man know the 2 secret realms? The secrets in the abyssal chasm might be a secret for others, but for these venerables, was it also a secret? Very soon, without the guidance of the vast ocean navigator, Han Fei quietly came to the abyssal chasm and entered the strange place. Taking this road again, Han Fei wanted to see if he could make it without the ferryman. However, Han Fei discovered, to his surprise, that even though he was a venerable, his energy was slowly dissipating, and he still couldn't tell the direction. In the end, Han Fei followed the ferryman to the ghost ship. Around him, small blue fish were still swimming. On the ghost ship, there were new intruders. Han Fei hesitated and didn't board the boat. Instead, he fumbled with the time ring on his finger and asked casually, "Where is Xiao Se?" Chapter 1515, Strange Secret Realm. Chapter 1515, Strange Secret Realm Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. Han Fei scanned with his perception and found that in this damn place, even the perception of a venerable would be attracted by an unknown force, which made it easy to twist, so he couldn't see the situation below. Hiss, Han Fei suddenly thought of the time dragon carp. Could a king freely change time and space? Han Fei doubted it. The The time here must have been changed by the time dragon carp, so it was almost impossible for perception to cross time. Therefore, Han Fei simply shouted and waited for Xiaosei to come out. Although he was already a venerable now, he didn't know the time technique. Therefore, even if he could crush Xiaosei without even moving a finger, he had to wait now. Nobody responded. Han Fei shrugged helplessly and casually grabbed a dragon. The dragon's energy and pressure immediately suppressed the intruders on the ghost ship. Among them, some of them were almost disabled. Han Fei frowned. Swish! On the hull, a blue light suddenly flashed and a figure appeared. Standing on the edge of the boat, Xiaosei looked at Han Fei only to be shocked by what he saw. Swish! The space twisted slightly, and Han Fei appeared beside him. Xiaosei looked at Han Fei in shock and said, your strength grows so fast. Oh, you can see through my strength? Xiaosei shook his head. Oh, of course I can't see through your strength, but I'm very sensitive to energy. As long as Little Master doesn't come out, I won't come out. Why do I need such a strong power if I can't come out? Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Did Xiaosei mean that his strength could also grow? Han Fei didn't care so much. He simply threw a sea-swallowing seashell to Xiaosei and then the dragon in his hand to Xiaosei and said, bring these to Little Time. By the way, why didn't you release the people on the boat? Ordinary people can't resist the energy swallowing here. Xiaosei shook his head. I won't attack them. However, these people are too evil. They had 13 people at first, and now there are only 4. You know what this means, right? Han Fei glanced at the dragon boat. On the top of the boat, those people looked greedily at them while Han Fei and Xiaosei were chatting on the first floor. After all, Han Fei didn't know the real situation of these people. Hearing what Xiaosei said, he no longer cared about them. In this world, there were people living and dying every day. Saving people was because of karma. Killing was also because of karma. He didn't have to, nor did he want to help those people. Han Fei asked, do you know when Little Time will come out? Is that little guy still level 1? Xiaosei said, here you can't judge someone with his current strength. You have to see the truth through time. Since Little Master didn't go to you, it means that it's not the right time yet. But maybe soon. Xiaosei had made a mistake before, and Han Fei almost wanted to kill him several times. This time, Han Fei communicated with him and felt that Xiaosei had changed a lot. He was no longer anxious and had an indifferent temperament. Han Fei nodded slightly. Han Fei said, can I see Little Time? Xiaosei shook his head. You can see her sooner or later. Han Fei smiled. Okay, which direction is the abyssal chasm from? Xiaosei pointed at the stern. He felt that with Han Fei's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for him to find the direction. However, since Han Fei had asked, he could help with this trivial matter. After all, Han Fei had come with a lot of delicious food. Little Master must be quite happy. Let's go, Han Fei said casually and disappeared from Xiaosei's sight. Seeing that, Xiaosei was slightly relieved and smiled. He wasn't jealous of Han Fei anymore, but he knew that it was almost time for him to leave. Abyssal chasm. Avoiding the surging sword tide on both sides, Han Fei appeared directly in the crack through the black hole. As soon as he entered the crack, he didn't encounter a strange serpent like last time. Han Fei couldn't help shrugging with a smile. Sure enough, the serpent he encountered last time must be a little trouble the time dragon carp caused him. Han Fei knew that this place was not suitable for living creatures at all. The further he went, the more sword chi there was. Ordinary creatures couldn't survive in such a situation. The serpent couldn't hold on either. After all, he was a venerable now. Even the energy of a venerable could dissipate slowly, let alone the serpent. Therefore, there was no doubt that the serpent was definitely arranged by the time dragon carp. Perhaps she only needed to change the timeline to attract a serpent over. At this time, Han Fei came over again and had already understood the strength levels of this world and the truth of this world. It was impossible for a place like the Abyssal Chasm to not be discovered by strong masters. Perhaps the secret realm he wanted to explore had already been explored by other strong masters. However, this wouldn't delay him much time. At least, Han Fei's primary goal was not the secret realm in the Abyssal Chasm, but the puppets under the steps into the sea. Han Fei came to the Abyssal Chasm first because these secret realms might be simpler than those puppets that had been raised for tens of thousands of years. Perhaps, as long as he went in to take a look, he would know if there was any danger inside. Or rather, he would know what kind of opportunities were inside. Han Fei remembered that the gate tower of the first secret realm was 200 kilometers away. Back then, he was curious. What secret realm could be built in such a safe place? However, last time Han Fei wanted to enter this secret realm, he knew that once he entered it, he would die as soon as he raised his foot. This time, Han Fei took a few steps and appeared in front of the gate tower of the secret realm. He looked at the gate tower again. The gate tower itself was unremarkable. Han Fei didn't see anything special from it. Han Fei secretly pinched his fingers, only to frown. He couldn't calculate anything? Huh? Is it a place where heavenly secrets are chaotic? Han Fei raised his feet again, trying to step into the gate tower. However, when he raised his foot, he still felt his heart palpitate and danger. Although this level of danger wasn't very strong, it shouldn't be. He was already a junior peak level venerable now. If he really went all out, his strength would at least be at the level of an advanced peak level venerable. If he were to take action, he could even resist peak level venerables within 100 seconds. Besides, his indestructible golden body could even match a half-king's body. However, at this moment he felt a threat outside a small secret realm in the level 3 fishery. At this moment, Han Fei had a strange feeling. If this secret realm was really so dangerous, could it be that this secret realm had never been opened by anyone? Although Han Fei didn't think it was likely, at least it was. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Old Turtle, can you feel any danger in this secret realm?" The old turtle said, "We won't know until we go in. Judging from the pressure on my soul, there's no danger here." As the saying went, fortune came from taking risks. Han Fei felt that it had been a long time since he felt like this. This secret realm once again made him feel the excitement of facing the unknown. He was even a little nervous. After returning from the Thousand-Star City, Han Fei's confidence soared. In this entire waterwood world, there was probably no one he couldn't handle except for the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye and the big clans. If even he was shocked, what could be in such a place? Touching the time ring in his hand, Han Fei gritted his teeth and stepped into the gate tower. The moment he stepped into the gate tower, the uncertainty and palpitations in Han Fei's heart suddenly grew greatly. It was a bit like the bewitching power of the 9 sounds of Great Tao. Swish! Han Fei felt that the world in front of him was like a matrix space. In front of his eyes there were dense stones of different heights. This road had an end, and it was visible to the naked eye. At this moment, Han Fei was in the middle of a circular ring, with roads everywhere. He seemed to be able to walk out from any angle. The distance was only about 2,000 meters, not far. However, Han Fei knew in his heart that this road was definitely not easy to take. When Han Fei raised his head and looked up, he found that there seemed to be a rapidly spinning vortex in the sky less than 200 meters high. However, Han Fei suddenly felt that his vision was deprived by the vortex. Immediately, Han Fei scanned it with his perception. Cough, cough, a trace of blood oozed out of the corner of Han Fei's mouth. His perception was immediately strangled the moment it touched the vortex, and if his perception went beyond this circular matrix space formed by cubes, it would also be ground to pieces by an invisible force. Huh! Old Yuan, is this what you mean by no danger? The old turtle said. This place is quite special. I didn't feel any danger when I was outside. Even after entering this place, I still didn't feel any danger. Han Fei was a little puzzled. When he was outside the gate tower, he knew that there was danger here. However, the sense of danger was not very strong. Therefore, he dared to come in because he was extremely confident and didn't believe that he would be trapped by a secret realm in the level 3 fishery. Now it seemed that something was wrong. After he came in, there was no way back. He could clearly feel the danger, but the old turtle didn't feel it. What was the difference between him and the old turtle? Immediately, Han Fei thought of something. Realm. The old turtle wasn't afraid of all kinds of dangers when he was still an explorer because the old turtle's soul had always been in the king realm. It was just the strength he could exert was weak. This also meant that this place was dangerous for those below the realm this secret realm had set. At this moment, Han Fei sensed that the vortex seemed to be attracting him. Besides, the suction force was gradually increasing. He had to leave here first. Han Fei certainly wouldn't act rashly. Han Fei casually threw a crab to one of the rectangular tables. However, as soon as the crab was thrown out, the space on the rectangular stone platform suddenly changed. The crab directly appeared at an altitude of 200 meters. With continuous cracking sounds, the crab was easily minced by the vortex and obliterated without any residue. Tiska, fuse. Without hesitation, Han Fei fused with Little Black and Little White and revealed the yin-yang divine eyes. At this moment, Han Fei saw that the vortex above his head was no longer a vortex but a fixed pattern. Someone had deliberately painted it into a vortex. Chapter 1516, Mysterious Lines. Chapter 1516, Mysterious Lines Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations, Hiss. Interesting. Han Fei knew that the mechanism of this picture was actually to make use of human vision to deceive the brain. This vortex that seemed to be spinning at a high speed was actually a fixed pattern. Then, where was the crab that was swallowed by the vortex? This was what puzzled Han Fei. An array? Han Fei immediately thought of arrays. Therefore, this was definitely a killing array. A killing array he had never heard of. Furthermore, its design was exquisite, directly deceiving one's vision. When Han Fei used the yin-yang divine eyes to scan the rectangular bodies again, he suddenly discovered that there were strange spatial fluctuations above these seemingly ordinary rectangular bodies. They must be part of a space array. Inside each ring, there was only a rectangular block without any spatial fluctuations, and this circular matrix had a total of 101 rings inside and outside. On average, the distance between the rings was very small, and the rectangular pillars were next to each other. In other words, if one didn't find a specific way to find the 101 cubes in the 101 circular matrix, ordinary people couldn't leave this array space at all. As long as they took a step forward, they would immediately be teleported to the vortex and be killed by the vortex-killing array. Buzz. When Han Fei was about to step out, he suddenly found that the position of the safe cube in his eyes was moving. Huh, what an exquisite array. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. To break the array, one had to directly grasp the operation law of this array to walk out of it. If he didn't have the strange pupil technique like yin-yang divine eyes, how could he see through these seemingly ordinary stones? And these stones were still moving from time to time, which greatly increased the difficulty of breaking the array. Han Fei's intuition told him that such an array was undoubtedly the most difficult one among the killing arrays he had seen. It should be second only to the infinite path of the Monument of Gods. Why was there such an exquisite array in the level 3 fishery? Generally speaking, an exquisite array meant that its lethality couldn't be small. After all, anyone who could set up such a complicated array couldn't be weak. How could a strong master set up a weak array? Han Fei felt that the suction force from above was getting stronger and stronger. He didn't feel anything at first. After only about 10 minutes, the suction force had already made all hanging fishers unable to control their bodies and strength. Han Fei couldn't help but feel a sense of lingering fear. Fortunately, he didn't come back then. If he had come back then, even if he could see through the mysteries of this array, he might not have had a chance to walk out of this array. At this moment, Han Fei didn't panic. He had to explore and observe the changing intervals of these safety matrices. About every 20 seconds, the safe matrices here would change their positions. Therefore, if he wanted to leave this place, he had to first confirm which were the correct rectangular pillars. Secondly, there were 1001 circles here, each of which was made of dozens of or even thousands of rectangular columns, and within each circle, only one rectangular pillar was safe. This meant that the person who wanted to break the array had to complete 1001 seemingly irregular columns within 20 seconds. Realizing this, Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. Damn it, fortunately, I didn't act rashly. I had to start breaking the array as soon as the safety rectangles changed. In this way, I would have 20 seconds. If he hadn't broken the array while it was changing, he might only have 10 or even a few seconds to break the array. After figuring out everything, Han Fei smiled and began to wait. After a full 12 seconds, as soon as the correct path switched, Han Fei's figure flashed like a ghost among these rectangular columns. A total of 101 rectangular columns took Han Fei less than 5 seconds. When Han Fei stood outside of the matrix killing array, he was slightly relieved. If he were a half-venerable, then his speed of breaking the array might be only 8 to 10 seconds. If he were a peak-level law enforcer, 20 seconds might not be enough for him. Perhaps it would be just enough. This also meant that anyone who wanted to explore this secret realm had to at least have the strength and means of a peak-level law enforcer. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to pass the first level. The old turtle naturally saw Han Fei's performance. He couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Your pupil spell can see through this array?" Han Fei grinned. "Have you seen through this array?" the old turtle said. "I only have soul power and don't have the corresponding strength. I can only feel that the space you walk on seems to be different." Han Fei grinned but didn't respond. At this moment, Han Fei suddenly clenched his fist, and with a boom, a golden fist mark blasted out, hitting the vortex at the top of the circular killing array. Buzz. The golden fist mark seemed to be swallowed by a black hole, unable to cause any response. Immediately, the old turtle said, "The level of this secret realm is quite high. The power of your punch is comparable to the full-strength strike of an ordinary junior venerable, but it can't even shake this array." Han Fei's expression became slightly solemn. The level of this secret realm was not just high, but terrifyingly high. This was not a secret realm for ordinary people at all. That was why it was in the abyssal chasm. Even if someone was lucky enough to enter this secret realm, they would immediately feel a fatal danger and dare not enter it. Fortunately, Han Fei had the yin-yang divine eyes. Therefore, he could quickly walk out of this strange killing array. Otherwise, he could only try to use the star teleportation technique to force his way through. At the very least, when faced with this kind of a killing array, the vast ocean navigator was ineffective. After all, the vast ocean navigator could only be used 3 times a day. And the knack to break this array was to walk 101 steps correctly in 20 seconds. If he took one wrong step, he would be eaten by the killing array above his head. Outside the array, Han Fei looked around, then he cursed. Han Fei was surprised to see that outside of the matrix killing array, except for one road, the rest were all sealed spaces. The only road was filled with corpses and bones. Clearly, in the long river of history, there were many people who came here. Since these people could walk through the matrix killing array, it meant that their strength was extraordinary. If not everyone was as strong as Han Fei, then to pass the matrix killing array, their strength had to be at least in the explorer realm. Obviously, most of the people who passed the matrix killing array had fallen on this road. The old turtle couldn't help saying, "It seems that you're in trouble. Look at the passage. It's filled with ownerless souls. Under normal circumstances, a strong master can't die easily. Even if he dies, his soul can't return to the chaotic sea, so some inexplicable consciousness will be preserved. However, these are ownerless souls. This means that this passage has a way to kill the soul." Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. He had thought that he was just exploring a secret realm, but who knew that this secret realm was so difficult? Originally, Han Fei thought that the matrix killing array was already very inhuman. Most ordinary people couldn't pass this level at all. But now it seemed that the matrix killing array just now might not be the most difficult one. Naturally, Han Fei didn't dare to act rashly. The passage in front of him was about 2,000 meters long. At this moment, Han Fei still hadn't figured out why it was so difficult to walk a mere 2,000 meters. With the yin-yang divine eyes, he could see that this place was filled with ownerless souls which had dissipated over a long period of time. Han Fei didn't feel happy to get so many ownerless souls because it remained to be seen whether or not he could get these ownerless souls. In his vision, through the corpses on the ground, Han Fei saw strange lines engraved on the ground of that passage. These lines made Han Fei take a deep breath. Han Fei immediately took out the vast ocean navigator. However, Han Fei didn't use it to calculate anything. Han Fei looked at the 5th ring of the vast ocean navigator. The vast ocean navigator was composed of 5 rings. The first 4 rings were the language of myriad races, the 5-element inscription, a space line, and the sun calendar stone. Even the old turtle didn't know what the 5th ring was. However, what appeared in this place was the lines on the 5th ring. He had known that such lines were not simple, so he didn't even touch the ownerless souls. The lines on the ground and walls must be the cause of the deaths of so many people, and these lines seemed to be drawn irregularly. They were twisted and curved, sometimes perfectly shaped, and sometimes with many disconnected lines. They didn't look like words or an array. The old turtle said, "What do you see?" "I think, first of all, you can't take the ownerless souls here. If they were so easy to absorb, so many people wouldn't have died here." Han Fei sat down. This time, even the yin-yang divine eyes didn't work. However, there were not many of this kind of line on the vast ocean navigator. Here, the lines were very dense. Although he couldn't understand them, it didn't mean that the demon purification pot couldn't. Han Fei stared at the lines as if trying to memorize them. Just like back then, he could see knife intent from the words. Han Fei felt that he could also see some strange power from these lines, a power that could kill. Even if he didn't understand it, he could use it as a visualization picture, and once he could really visualize it, the demon purification pot could repair it. Han Fei kept staring at them. When Han Fei began to focus, images of the countless lines intertwining appeared in his mind. At first, they were separated. Soon, these lines began to cross crazily, forming a mess in Han Fei's mind. Huh? It's as difficult to remember as the God-scaring painting? Chapter 1570, Dao Pattern 9 Palaces. Chapter 1517, Dao Pattern 9 Palaces Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei found that the lines were not easy to remember, but he put on a smile. Although it was difficult to remember, there was a greater room for deduction. Sure enough, about an hour later, something about the Dao pattern appeared in Han Fei's mind. Information popped up in his eyes. Dao Pattern Unrated. Note: the heavenly Dao patterns contain the mysterious and impermanent truth and the rules of the great Dao. Observing the Dao patterns can enhance the power of the soul and increase comprehension ability. As for arrays, their power will be doubled. This Dao pattern is incomplete and useless. Perception 52100 Repair 01 billion. After reading the information, Han Fei took a slight breath. Damn, this thing is awesome. Not only does the heavenly Dao pattern contain the great Dao, but it can also be used as a visualization picture. However, Han Fei was not surprised. The patterns that appeared on the vast ocean navigator couldn't be simple. Han Fei could afford the repair cost of 1 billion points of spiritual energy. Without any hesitation, Han Fei directly repaired it. A moment later, information popped up in his eyes again. Dao Pattern Unrated. Remarks: the heavenly Dao patterns contain the mysterious and impermanent truth and the rules of the great Dao. Observing the Dao patterns can enhance the power of the soul and increase comprehension ability. As for arrays, their power will be doubled. This Dao pattern contains the essence of the 9 palace technique, which is often used in arrays. After Han Fei restored all the Dao patterns, as soon as he immersed his mind in them, he found that there were many strange lines in his mind. But these lines were different from the lines on the ground. If he looked at these lines independently, he would find that once they entered his mind, they would change by themselves. The great Dao is invisible. How can the great Dao be visualized with clear lines? Han Fei suddenly realized that the Dao patterns in his head were the real one, but once he drew them out, they were no longer the real ones. The one in this passage should still be an array. Someone hid the Dao patterns in the array when drawing it, so the array's power was particularly great. Han Fei suddenly got up. Now that he knew what the lines were, he could think of a solution to all the problems. No matter how strange this channel was, it was just an array. Since others could draw a killing array with the Dao patterns, he could use the Dao patterns to draw a defensive array. The mechanism was the same. At present, the only difference between him and the other party was that he didn't know whether each of these Dao patterns contained some special meaning. For example, which lines should be used to set up arrays, which he didn't know now. He spent 1 billion points of spiritual energy just to repair this part of the Dao patterns. Besides, Han Fei could be sure that this part of the Dao patterns was just the tip of the iceberg of the true heavenly Dao patterns. In such a situation, all he needed to do was to experiment. This was because there were not many Dao patterns in his mind at the moment. Most of them were curves, hard straight lines, point lines, and wave line. What Han Fei needed to do now was to create a defensive array or soul-driving array for himself that could withstand killing arrays. Han Fei stepped on the ground and drew a coiled turtle array with the Dao patterns. He hadn't used much spiritual energy when he suddenly saw an old turtle lying horizontally as if it were real. Hiss! Han Fei gasped hard. Is the coiled turtle array so powerful? Han Fei was a master of arrays himself, especially when he created the Avenger. He had engraved all his ideas into the boat and knew exactly how powerful the coiled turtle array was. However, after a random experiment, he found that the coiled turtle array was at least doubled in strength. What did it mean? It meant that his achievements in arrays could be doubled. Old Zheng didn't know that there were such things as Dao patterns in this world. Otherwise, he would have to beg him to show these Dao patterns to him. Han Fei wouldn't have hesitated to spend 10 billion for these patterns, let alone 1 billion. Seeing the smile on Han Fei's face, the old turtle said, "You figured it out?" Han Fei's lips curled. Everything in the world has traces to follow. The old turtle really didn't want to see Han Fei's smug face. He asked slowly, "Then what is this?" Han Fei grinned. "You'll find out when you sign a master-servant contract with me." The old turtle, Han Fei, didn't tell the old turtle. Although the old turtle could guess that it had something to do with the demon purification pot, there was no connection between him and the demon purification pot, so he didn't know anything. Han Fei quickly came back to himself. He tested the strength of the coiled turtle array with the infinity water. Because the output of spiritual energy was limited, the coiled turtle array disappeared after only 10 seconds. Then, Han Fei used the broken point line to draw another coiled turtle array, only to find that the coiled turtle array could absorb the attack power of others, and the absorption ratio was about 10% according to the coiled turtle array's complexity. Han Fei drew a coiled turtle array with the wave line again. This time, the array Han Fei drew could bounce back power, and the ratio was also about 10%. Han Fei took a deep breath. These Dao patterns were simply too useful, and he just used a single kind of line, while the array in the passage was drawn with multiple kinds of the lines. Obviously, the array maker had mixed the different characteristics of the Dao patterns. Han Fei wasn't in a hurry. It was as if he had discovered a new continent. No matter what, he made the right decision to come to this secret realm. These Dao patterns were a great gain. Of course, the premise was that he could go out and forge the universe. 3 days later, Han Fei created a coiled turtle array by blending 4 different Dao patterns into the array lines. Its defense power had been improved by 50%, its absorption power by 6%, and its bounce back power by 5%. There was no specific feedback on its flexibility, but it was about 10% stronger than before. Considering the comprehensive ability of the arrays, Han Fei felt that he could set up a large array that could defend against peak-level venerables. However, that was only relative. It depended on the other party's grade Dao. 7 days passed. Han Fei slowly drew another defensive array other than the coiled turtle array. So far, the coiled turtle array drawn by Han Fei with 12 different kinds of lines had 80% increased in defense power, 10% absorbing power, 8% bounce back power, and its resilience and tensile strength had been doubled. This meant that the array Han Fei created now was twice as powerful as before. With his current strength at the peak of a junior venerable, he could easily create an array that could block the power of an advanced venerable. The other was the 8 trigram life-locking array that Han Fei created. This array was much more complicated than the coiled turtle array. Han Fei had never used it before because it was not used for defense, but for saving life. This array had both the function of defense arrays and the function of soul manipulation. It could lock vitality and sacrifice physical strength at the last moment to preserve the soul and vitality. Under normal circumstances, Han Fei wouldn't use it. Buzz. After leaving Forge the Universe, Han Fei tilted his head and looked at the array again. In Forge the Universe, he had tried to draw this array. As a result, a large number of threads appeared. These threads contained Dao runes, which were stronger than ordinary Great Dao and could easily break stones. However, it had a stronger effect, which was to cut the soul. Most of the corpses of the powerhouses who died in the passage hadn't rotten. However, according to their appearances, they should be at the level of an explorer or venerable. If they were kings, corresponding pressure would be produced. Knowing the limits of this passage, Han Fei was no longer afraid of this array. He held a fish skin in each hand and stepped into the passage. Sizzle, swish, swish, swish. Infinite threads suddenly emerged, and Han Fei seemed to be in a cocoon full of threads. He had to walk out of this passage step by step against the countless terrifying threads. If it were an ordinary human, his soul would be directly minced. With a clatter, Han Fei unfolded the 2 skin maps in his hands. Han Fei's body was directly enveloped by 2 layers of blue circles of light. This was the soul-driving array, but different from the soul-driving array Han Fei used in the past. This soul-driving array had an invisible force that resembled transparent rubber. When those invisible threads cut Han Fei's soul-controlling array, the power of the threads was offset by the power of the soul-controlling array, and Han Fei slowly moved forward in this state. What Han Fei consumed was his spiritual power. Although it was several times stronger under the crazy cutting, the consumption was not small. Fortunately, this road was not long, only more than 2,000 meters. The other party didn't seem to want to kill everyone who stepped on the path. After discovering this situation, Han Fei's face was slightly pale, and strands of his soul floated out. With his soul as a lead, he slowly led the ownerless souls to follow him. Seeing this, the old turtle felt as if there were 10,000 iron-headed fish galloping in his heart. Is this the kind of person who has great luck? Han Fei's soul was obviously damaged, and it just so happened that so many ownerless souls sent themselves to him. In fact, Han Fei was overjoyed too. This was a pleasant surprise. Sure enough, in this world, while there were dangers, there were also unparalleled opportunities. It was a pity that these people, who should all be very strong, died here. Han Fei moved forward while throwing the bodies of these people into Forge the Universe. Han Fei said, "Now that I've got your ownerless souls, I'll be a good person to the end. When I get out, you will be at peace." Suddenly, when Han Fei was inspecting the bodies, he saw that someone was holding a broken token. What was written on the token had been eroded by time, but there were a few small words left on the back of the token, which read, 9 Palace City. Chapter 1518, 9 Palace Luck Ruler. Chapter 1518, 9 Palace Luck Ruler Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations 9 Palace City. Han Fei picked up the token. However, a few seconds later, with a crack, the token shattered into pieces and disappeared from his palm. Obviously, it had been too long, and the tokens had rotted in the erosion of time. In fact, it was not just the tokens, but very few of these corpses carried weapons or treasures. Perhaps they had already used them up when they passed this passage. After all, these people died in different places in the passage. Those who walked far either had extremely strong combat power or had brought in a lot of reserves. Han Fei could only find battlesuits on these corpses. Among them, the best battlesuits had reached the ultra quality. However, the battlesuits were fine, but these people's bodies seemed to have been corrupted by the surrounding energy as if their strength had been absorbed by something. Obviously, the Tao pattern arrays in the passage could attack the soul. No matter how well you wore a battlesuit, it was useless. Han Fei even suspected that these Tao patterns had the effect of corroding the corpse. Han Fei put away the ultra-quality battlesuit, and with a slight shake, the dust dispersed, and the battlesuit became new. He stayed in the passage for about half an hour. When a large number of ownerless souls chased him out, he finally stepped out of the passage. Huff! As soon as he came out of the passage, the array around Han Fei collapsed. To maintain this soul array required not only spiritual energy, but also the support of his powerful soul. Han Fei took a few breaths. Although he felt mentally exhausted, he still immediately looked at the place outside the passage. Looking up, Han Fei saw a big ball that looked a bit like an earth globe or a roulette. Combining the two, it was like a roulette globe. Damn it. Han Fei knew that he hadn't reached the end of this secret realm. After all, he hadn't entered too deep. He had only passed 2 levels, which was only 6,000 meters in diameter. Han Fei didn't immediately study what the big ball was, but sat cross-legged and quickly began to refine the ownerless souls. In any case, it was necessary to improve his strength. Since he could make it this far, he could naturally obtain a certain opportunity, although this opportunity was left by countless adventurers with their lives. It took Han Fei 3 hours to stabilize himself. 3 hours later, Han Fei scanned his data again. Owner, Han Fei Level, 83. Junior Venerable, Chaotic Chi, 9 Wisps, Scorchal Power, 76,623, 79,9999, Damaged Perception, 240,000 kilometers, Strength, 3,092 Waves, First Spiritual Heritage, Unknown Second Spiritual Heritage, Unknown First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 73, Second Spiritual Beast, Emperor Sparrow Level 21. Main Art, Sky Stealing Technique, Level 6 of Void Fishing, Venerable Level, Divine Quality. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched when he saw the information. He knew that these ownerless souls were still not good enough. Han Fei sighed slightly. In fact, this time was completely an opportunity. He had never expected to obtain so many ownerless souls. He had killed 4 sea demons and absorbed some of xuanhuan's ownerless souls, which amounted to no more than 6,000 points in total. This time, it increased by nearly 12,000 points, which was a lot. Even if each venerable could only provide him with 1,000 points of soul power, this time it was equivalent to killing 12 venerables. And now, Han Fei's soul power had reached the strongest stage in history. After all, in order to strengthen the foundation of the Explorer realm, Han Fei had sacrificed a lot of soul power. Compared to the previous 50,000 or so points of soul power, Han Fei felt that his mental state was very good. If he used the 100-beast soul devouring now, its power would be far greater than before. After all, his current strength as a whole had been greatly improved. The path of cultivation was one of happiness and sadness. Han Fei looked back at the passage. There was no telling how many ownerless souls had accumulated here after tens of thousands of years. Although a lot of them dissipated, it was enough to prove how difficult soul cultivation was. Now, although his top priority was to repair his damaged spiritual power, this was only the first step. He also needed to use a large number of ownerless souls to temper the indestructible soul. It couldn't be helped. If he wanted to practice the indestructible overlord body, he would have to constantly consume the power of his soul. This technique was what really upset Han Fei. In order to practice the indestructible body, he had suffered a lot. Now, in order to practice the indestructible overlord body, his soul power would probably have to be in a damaged state all the time. Putting aside his messy thoughts, Han Fei got up and walked to the big ball. What if there were other ownerless souls here? He got so many ownerless souls in the second level. Could there be more ownerless souls in the depths of this secret realm? When Han Fei walked into the blue ball, he suddenly looked at the ground under his feet. At this moment, some words appeared in the projection of the ball on the ground. The words read, "Everything has its own luck, but a ruler can calculate all heavenly secrets." Han Fei was speechless. What a bold statement. Did it mean that one could calculate all heavenly secrets with something like a ruler? Was this bragging? In addition to this sentence, there were also some explanatory small words in the projection. It read, being able to reach this point means that you have extraordinary strength and a strong soul. However, all creatures in the world have their own luck. Only by passing the luck pass can you see the real contents. Stop. Put your hand on the luck ball. Luck pass? Han Fei looked at this question. He looked back at the passage and thought, is there really no one who can pass through? The passage had told him that many people had been to this place. However, most of them had perished, and most of them were human beings. Han Fei suspected that many people were venerables from the yin-yang world. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain why there were so few venerables in the yin-yang world. It was impossible that all venerables were born in big clans. So many people had died in the passage. Then, had anyone died on this luck ball? The old turtle said leisurely. The luck pass is interesting. I think I should know who created this secret realm. Who? The old turtle told Han Fei casually. When I saw the 9-palace city just now, I thought it was a coincidence. But now that I've seen it, I'm more or less certain that it's the Tao of divination. Han Fei asked, Tao of divination? The old turtle said, you should know that strong masters more or less have the ability to perform divination, right? In the Age of Gods, the Tao of divination was very popular. Some people used divination to seek luck and avoid disaster and even change their own luck. They knew the law of divination well. As for the Tao of divination, there were several factions. Some people think that arrays should follow divination, so they take the path of arrays. Some people think that divination is related to the truth of the world, so what they pursue is to calculate the heavenly secrets with divination. There are even some who connect the divination with luck. Han Fei was surprised. Why did it sound like the Tao of math? Han Fei couldn't help asking. And then? The old turtle said leisurely, I don't know much. I only heard that there are very few of this kind of people, because ordinary people don't have the brains to study this Tao at all. I did meet one, but my era was so chaotic. That person might not have learned well and was hacked to death before he could predict his own fate. Han Fei rolled his eyes. What are you talking about? Just tell me that this is a game played by highly intelligent people. Han Fei felt that this level shouldn't be a problem for him. Logically speaking, his luck was probably the strongest in the entire yin-yang world. With his luck, if he couldn't pass this level, he really couldn't think of anyone else in the yin-yang world who could. However, just in case, Han Fei threw a wisp of essence blood on the ground not far away. Then he summoned Little Fatty and threw him to a corner. Han Fei felt that if something really happened to him and blood rebirth didn't work, Little Fatty would have a way to revive him. Han Fei extended his hand and placed it on the balloon. At that moment, the ball began to spin rapidly. At the moment the ball turned, Han Fei saw all kinds of numbers appearing on the ball, as well as some strange symbols similar to the formulas in his previous life. The old turtle said, Look, I'm right, aren't I? If I'm not wrong, these numbers represent your destiny. These people wanted to predict the future, but the crazily spinning ball slowly stopped. In the end, Han Fei was left with a string of numbers. However, the string of numbers was ridiculous. It read 123, 789. Han Fei's eyes widened. That's it? The numbers quickly condensed into words that read, no solution. That's it? Han Fei said helplessly. Old Yuan, are you kidding me? Is this the prediction of my luck? No solution? Isn't this nonsense? Who can have a solution for the future? Nonsense? Just as Han Fei was about to find another way, he saw that the surface of the ball suddenly broke into countless cubes. As the cubes collapsed, Han Fei saw that the scene around him began to change in order. What appeared in front of Han Fei was a paradise, which looked like a green grassland. Old Yuan, did you see it? Is this my illusion? Han Fei saw that there were mountains, rivers, and lakes here. The spiritual energy here was dozens of times more intense than in the outside world and was very sufficient. In front of Han Fei, there was a stone platform similar to a small altar. On the stone platform, there was a pillar of light, and in the pillar of light, a short ruler 1 foot long floated. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. On 9 Palace Luck Ruler. Introduction. A treasure of luck forged with the spiritual treasure of heaven and earth, luck bamboo. The 9 Palace Luck Ruler contains the changes of the heavenly Tao. It can help others seek luck and avoid danger. It can make your luck fluctuate and help you change your luck by force. You can only use it once a day. Otherwise, you will suffer a backlash. Quality, human sacred weapon. Our effect, test, and change your luck. Coint be reforged, not you reforged, on refined. Ye on refined. Ye on refined. Ye on remarks luck can only be changed indirectly, not forcefully. Chapter 1519, The Habitat of the Water Immortal. Chapter 1519, The Habitat of the Water Immortal Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Gulp, Han Fei swallowed. Another human sacred weapon? Were such powerful magic weapons everywhere now? Besides, this was not an ordinary treasure. This thing could change a person's luck? Han Fei couldn't help thinking of the words he had just seen. Everything has its own luck, but a ruler can calculate all heavenly secrets. Are these words describing this 9 Palace Luck Ruler? There was no telling if it was because of Han Fei's amazing luck. Anyway, for some reason, he encountered this ruler. Now, Hanfei was sure that so far, he was the first person to get this ultimate treasure. Hanfei was puzzled. Did everyone else die in the second checkpoint, the passage? On second thought, Hanfei realized that the third checkpoint didn't seem to be a checkpoint, or maybe he was lucky enough to win the roulette. Hanfei couldn't care less. He reached out and grabbed the 9 Palace Luck Ruler. The first thing to do after obtaining such a sacred weapon was certainly to refine it. An hour later, when the 9 Palace Luck Ruler appeared in front of Hanfei, he immediately understood. This ruler could predict one's luck. If it was given a wisp of someone's soul or essence blood, it could even change that person's luck. Of course, he could change his own luck with this ruler. However, to change his luck, he needed to consume chaotic chi. The ruler's only function that he could use for free was that it could improve his luck if he didn't use it. As long as he carried this ruler, his luck would be strengthened. On the ruler, there were 9 grids. Each grid corresponded to different luck. Among them, there were ominous, auspicious, greatly auspicious, unpredictable, flat, and impasse. Among them, there were respectively 2 ominous and auspicious grids, which meant that there were 2 ominous and 2 auspicious in the 9 grids. This ruler looked ordinary and seemed to be used for fortune-telling. Hanfei decided to test his luck today first. The 9 Palace Luck Ruler flew 10 meters in the air, and a visible scale appeared in the air, flashing among the 9 grids. As the pillar of light disappeared, Hanfei saw a red spot fall directly into the greatly ominous grid. Hanfei, i.e., it was at this moment when Hanfei was using the 9 Palace Luck Ruler that someone suddenly opened his eyes in a square palace that was surrounded by dense arrays billions of kilometers away. The man was overjoyed. 9 Palace Luck Ruler? Is it still in this world? The man stretched out his hand, and a ball appeared in his hand. The ball revolved rapidly, and then revolved 108,000 times, and in the end it showed no solution. The man exclaimed, "No solution? The 9 Palace Luck Ruler is in a place where luck is sealed? No, luck can't be sealed. It hasn't come into the world yet. It seems that I still have to wait." And at this moment, Hanfei was dumbfounded. Seeing this scene, the old turtle couldn't help saying, "This treasure is interesting. I didn't even notice any ominous signs, but it detected it?" Hanfei immediately put away the 9 Palace Luck Ruler and scanned it with his perception. This entire space should be an independent small world with a radius of more than 50 kilometers. Although there was no sound of birds or fragrance of flowers in this small world, at least the scenery was very beautiful here. Greatly ominous? Here? The old turtle said, "There are definitely no powerful creatures here. Otherwise, it couldn't have escaped my perception. I can only say that the greatly ominous thing detected by this ruler is not here." After only several minutes, Hanfei found a teleportation array somewhere in this open space. It turned out to be a teleportation array drawn with Dao patterns. Anyway, it was great that there was a teleportation array. Although the scenery was very beautiful here, he couldn't stay here for long. Hanfei was lucky enough to get the 9 Palace Luck Ruler, but the ruler told him that he would be in a rough ride. Hanfei walked into the teleportation array without hesitation. With a swish, he appeared in an extremely neat courtyard paved with blue bricks. It was more like a strange small park than a courtyard. The only building here was a small pavilion. The courtyard was squarish. It seemed that the person who built this place liked rectangular lines very much. He was unable to use perception here. Hanfei scanned with his perception but was sealed by an invisible barrier. It seemed that the owner of this place was very good at using arrays. The corner of Hanfei's mouth twitched slightly. Every blade of grass, every tree, every brick, and every scenery here were in the shape of an array. However, this array didn't seem to be open, so Hanfei went straight to the pavilion through the green brick path. When Hanfei reached the small pavilion, he saw a young man in a green robe sitting in the middle of the pavilion, in front of a stone table. There were a few fish skin maps on the stone table, but this didn't attract Hanfei's attention. What caught Hanfei's attention was the sword in the young man's chest. To be precise, it was not even a sword, but only a wisp of sword chi. However, after such a long time, the sword chi still didn't dissipate. It still looked like a sword. Hanfei was amazed. What was going on here? It was just a wisp of sword chi. Why didn't it disperse? Hanfei stepped forward and shouted, "Brother, are you still alive?" The old turtle said helplessly, "How can he still be alive? His breath is gone. Except that his body doesn't rot. His soul has already perished. He's deader than dead." Hanfei said in confusion, "There are always some people who are still alive even after they die. This person is obviously very strong, so his body doesn't rot. I think his physique can't be weak." Hanfei walked forward and looked at one of the fish maps on the stone platform. On it were the words, "My name is Ye Nan. I come from the 9 Palace world. I fought with the god of sword, Jianba, in the yin-yang world. Both of us were seriously injured and used up all our energy, so I can barely live a few more months. I'm about to die and I'm far away from home. I hope that future generations can accept my 9 Palace Luck Ruler and inherit my Dao." These words were written on the fish skin. Then, Hanfei opened another fish skin map which recorded a simple introduction to the 10,000 Dao patterns. There are Dao patterns between heaven and earth, which can create astronomical phenomena and contain infinite power. Once one masters Tao patterns, he can grasp divination. Using divination can create unparalleled arrays. Among the 36 heavenly palaces, the one who can master the heavenly Tao is only the 9-palace world. The rest are all mediocre. When he saw these words, Han Fei chuckled. Sure enough, every heavenly palace thought that it was the strongest and could grasp the strongest great Tao. The 9-palace world must specialize in math. Han Fei admitted that in terms of arrays, these people were indeed unparalleled and terrifying. However, in terms of strength, Han Fei didn't really believe they were unparalleled. If he was really so strong, why was he nailed to death by a sword? Of course, this didn't prevent Han Fei from looking at his heritage. Han Fei immediately grabbed the jade slip under the fish skin map and scanned it with his perception, and information popped up in his mind. 10,000 Tao patterns, venerable level, high-quality introduction. This book contains all kinds of patterns of the heavenly Tao. You can use this book to deduce a myriad of ways to use the patterns of the heavenly Tao. This is a magic book about arrays. The Tao patterns themselves are meaningless, but once they are used in arrays, they can work miracles. Deduced art, unknown deduction cost, 10 wisps of chaos energy remarks, the number of the Tao patterns is immeasurable. Sure enough, as Han Fei expected, this was a book about Tao patterns. The Tao pattern map he previously deduced was only a part of this, 10,000 Tao patterns. Now it seemed that the deduction just now was a waste of his resources. However, if he hadn't deduced it, he might not have been able to come here at all. Anyway, you couldn't make an omelet without breaking eggs. In the end, he had gains. Han Fei browsed through the 10,000 Tao patterns and found that the arrays in it were much more complicated than the ones he had previously studied. If the spirit-gathering scripture was Han Fei's primer on arrays, then the Ocean Book had taught Han Fei a lot about arrays and made him realize the myriad arrays in the world. As for Old Han, he led Han Fei on the right path of creating arrays. And this book, 10,000 Tao Patterns, could allow Han Fei to embark on the great Tao of arrays. Han Fei believed that even if he didn't have the indestructible body, he could still become one of the most powerful persons in the venerable realm with just the 10,000 Tao Patterns. However, Han Fei didn't intend to stay here for long. Outside the pavilion was a teleportation array. In this teleportation array, there were lines of water. If he guessed right, this was the way out. When Han Fei was about to leave, he suddenly stopped. The person from the 9-palace world was very good at setting up arrays, so this secret realm could be said to be quite safe. Since it was so safe, the place where the 9-palace luck ruler was stored just now couldn't be wasted, right? When he came back from the Waterwood world, he had planned to store the seed of the Water Immortal in the Heavenly Palace. That way, the Water Immortal would definitely grow extremely fast. However, the current Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace was clearly not suitable for the Water Immortal to live there. However, this place was suitable. Here, there was energy, spiritual energy, and a good environment. The regrowth of the Water Immortal seed wouldn't be over soon. He might as well put it here for a while. Immediately, Han Fei marveled at his own wit. He turned around and returned to the beautiful place just now through the teleportation array. As Han Fei's heart stirred, he placed the seed of the Water Immortal in the place where the 9-palace luck ruler was placed. As soon as this seed was released, the surrounding spiritual energy and energy began to slowly flow in. Han Fei observed for a while. Seeing that there was no response from this Tao seed, he set up hundreds of arrays around it, which contained Tao patterns to prevent the Water Immortal from regrowing and running away. After everything was done, Han Fei said in satisfaction, "Master, you can stay here for a while. I'll come back to see you when I'm done." Chapter 1520, The Best Killing Weapon. Chapter 1520, The Best Killing Weapon Translator, Hanyi Translations Editor, Hanyi Translations. Perhaps it was really because he was too lucky. Originally, he just came to try his luck in this secret realm, but in the end, it helped him uncover many secrets. Not only had he obtained a human sacred weapon, but he had also learned Tao patterns, which helped him make great progress in his arrays. Besides, from Yanan's description, Han Fei was almost certain of another thing. There must be a place where a strong master died in the depths of the abyssal chasm. That must be the depths of the sword tide. He couldn't pass it in the past because the power of the sword tide was too strong, exceeding his limits. But now, Han Fei recalled Little Fatty and left the secret realm. In the blink of an eye, he swam thousands of kilometers away, walking in the endless sword tide. Looking at the countless white lights rushing at him, Han Fei didn't even bother to block them. After a while, he came to the secret realm left by Ren Tianfei. Now seeing this scene, Han Fei couldn't help but laugh. Back then, he was really stupid and naive, thinking that only he could come here. In fact, Han Fei felt that this place might have been temporarily arranged by the old guy after he came to the abyssal chasm. Having no time to think about that, Han Fei continued to walk deeper into the abyssal chasm. More than 8,000 kilometers into the abyssal chasm, the power of the sword Qi here could easily tear a law enforcer to pieces. There were still nearly 1,000 kilometers of this road to go. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Old Yuan, can a peak-level strike of a venerable slash open a crack that extends tens of thousands of kilometers?" The old turtle naturally knew what Han Fei was asking. He said, "Generally speaking, it's unlikely. But if you become a half-king and use all your strength to launch a strike, it's possible. For example, your strongest blow can strike 1,000 kilometers away now, right?" Han Fei thought to himself. Not just that. If I were to attack with all my strength without considering the consequences, I would be able to make a crack at least 3,000 kilometers long with the sacrificing punch. However, it was him. Han Fei didn't dare to say that he was the strongest heavenly talent in the world, but at least in the yin-yang world, there shouldn't be anyone stronger than him in the same realm. The difference between 3,000 kilometers and 10,000 kilometers was still huge. Back then, Han Fei already knew that this abyssal chasm was probably cut out by a sword. Now it seemed that Ye Nan from the Nine Palace world was not yet a king. Since he was not a king and Janeba was equal to Ye Nan in strength, Janeba was probably not a king either. However, it was still incredible that a half-king could create such a huge abyssal chasm with a single slash. To be precise, this abyssal chasm was probably less than 9,200 kilometers. Han Fei swam forward for more than 1,000 kilometers and found that at the end of the abyssal chasm, there was a person standing. This person was like a sculpture, holding a sword with both hands and standing upright on the seabed. Around him, there was a dense sword chi. When Han Fei arrived, the sword chi was like a hell of blades, surrounding him and trying to kill him. However, the power of these sword beams could at most tear apart an intermediate explorer. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't kill him. Logically speaking, this intensity wasn't very high. There were definitely many people who could reach this step. However, in front of the figure, there were broken bones everywhere. Clearly, there were many strong masters who died in front of this person. Han Fei was surprised. This person was already dead. Could he still slaughter so many people? At least, Han Fei didn't feel threatened at all. However, in order to verify the power left behind by this person, Han Fei casually used the draw technique. The strength had reached the peak of the venerable realm. Ding! When Han Fei slashed out, he suddenly discovered that all the surrounding sword chi had disappeared without a trace, and in front of the figure, a sword shadow thrust out, blocking the draw technique. With a crisp collision sound, airwaves surged around, and the sword intent and knife intent almost swept the entire abyssal chasm. At this moment, Han Fei was surprised to find that the figure standing on the bottom of the sea twisted his body a few times and then returned to normal. Han Fei said in surprise, "That's not a person." The old turtle said, "It's a sword." That person died a long time ago, but he turned his soul's will into sword chi and will stand forever in the deep sea. Oh, a swordman? Han Fei was lost for words. Is there something wrong with this person's head? Has he lost his mind? He actually turned himself into a swordsman? The old turtle said, "You don't understand. He's leaving a legacy for himself, just like the person who walked the Tao of divination just now." This person had turned himself into a sword, so he could take one attack from you even after he died. This means that he turned the entire abyssal chasm into his sword domain by himself. If this place doesn't collapse, the sword chi won't disappear. While the old turtle was explaining, Han Fei had already walked forward with a kitchen knife. As soon as he walked 100 meters in front of the swordsman, all the sword chi gathered. The power of these sword auras was not very strong, not to the point where they could kill Han Fei. Even killing a semi-divine powerhouse was extremely difficult. However, the way these sword auras attacked was very interesting. This swordman didn't seem to care how many people he passed on his sword techniques to. Anyway, what Han Fei saw was all kinds of fancy sword techniques. In the 1,000-star city, there was an extremely special venerable, who was the Sky Sword Master. That old man was only an advanced venerable, but he could fight a peak venerable without being defeated. His sword could even shake a half-king. He was a sword cultivator. The sword was the head of all weapons and also the best weapon for killing. In the Heavenly Sword sect, you could learn anything before you found your own sword. But once you embarked on the real path of the sword, you would have to abandon all other weapons and combat skills and focus on the sword Tao. The swordsman in front of Han Fei should be a great sword cultivator. Although he hadn't become a king yet, his swordsmanship was so good that even Han Fei was amazed. In front of Han Fei, there seemed to be 100,000 wisps of sword chi. Each wisp of sword chi was like a sword technique. Although Han Fei knew that it wasn't that much, it still looked scary. The old turtle said, "I have to remind you not to underestimate a sword cultivator. Just now, the one who was good at divination wasn't weak, right? He even had a special treasure, but he was still stabbed to death. This abyssal chasm is tens of thousands of kilometers long, but it was created by this little guy who is at most a half-king. You can see how terrifying a sword cultivator's combat power is." Han Fei carried the knife and walked within 100 meters of the swordsman. Swish. At the moment Han Fei entered, all the sword chi seemed to have a target. One of them arrived in an instant, as fast as a bolt of lightning. After one slash, Han Fei felt that there were 100 swords. Ding ding ding. Han Fei only had the time to block the first 8 swords before he was cut by the 100 sword beams. However, these sword beams didn't hurt Han Fei. However, this also proved that Han Fei's counterattack speed was too slow. Han Fei found it ridiculous. His speed was already terrifying. This guy had been dead for a long time, but he was even faster than him? That didn't make sense. Han Fei retreated, shouting, "Fuse," and then came back in. Swish, 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 swish. Clank, clank, clank. Han Fei's body was like a phantom, and the knife in his hand had disappeared without a trace. He collided with the sword beams 63 times in a row, but the countless sword beams fell on Han Fei again. Kiss! What a fast speed! The old turtle said leisurely. Of course. Sword cultivators are the most special kind of cultivators. It's said that every sword cultivator has different obsessions even if they walk the same Tao. Therefore, their great Taos are different. Therefore, among sword cultivators, there is no such thing as the strong swallowing the weak. Han Fei asked. Really? The old turtle? Yes, only people with the same great Tao will fight each other. Then the old turtle asked, Do you know why you are slower than him? Han Fei asked. Why? Han Fei felt that he was already fast enough, but the other party was even faster. Even if his soul could keep up with the direction where the sword chi came from, his body couldn't. The old turtle said, A Tao heart. Those who use swords have a firm Tao heart. In the age of gods, there's a saying that if you don't know which path you should take, then choose to become a sword cultivator. Han Fei's lips twitched. Is it as mysterious as you say? I have always used knives. Are knives worse than swords? The old turtle explained. A knife is a good killing weapon, but it is brutal. A sword is a good killing weapon too, but a sword has its own spirit. It's not that a knife is useless, but usually few people who use knives as their weapons are famous. But there are countless extraordinary people who use swords. Han Fei moved forward again, only to see a sword flashing like a ray of light. As soon as Han Fei drew his saber, the sword had already appeared behind him and came close to his arm. Gulp. So fast, this time Han Fei had to take it seriously. Maybe the yin-yang world had its own features, such as the yin-yang great Tao. He could control the supreme yin-yang wheel. However, it could be said that he didn't know much about the great Tao of yin and yang. After all, he hadn't obtained the heavenly palace yet. But today, he encountered people from 2 other worlds of the 36 heavenly palaces and discovered their characteristics. It seemed that every heavenly palace had a specialty. The 9-palace world was good at algorithms, changing lucks and divination. The people from the sword god world were good at using swords. If the other party was of the same realm, strength, and physique as him, the other party would probably be able to easily kill him. This was just 2 worlds. Besides, these 2 worlds didn't seem to be in the worlds that his mother mentioned. Perhaps their status was even lower than the Yin-Yang Palace. However, they were so strong. How could Han Fei not be shocked? His mother was still waiting for him to bring the 36 heavenly palaces under his rule. But now the 2 people who had died countless years ago almost killed him. In the sword domain, Han Fei's yin-yang divine eyes flickered. Since sword cultivators are so powerful, why don't I learn some sword techniques? Chapter 1521, Soul of the Sword Puppet. Chapter 1521, Soul of the Sword Puppet Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations for Han Fei. Since someone's great technique was better than his, he certainly had to learn it. When he surpassed him, he would be stronger than him. Anyway, with the demon purification pot, Han Fei was best at learning. Besides, he could master more than one great Tao, which was why he was confident. It only took him an hour to remember all the sword techniques. Of course, there were some that he couldn't understand. Gradually, Han Fei saw the shadow of the Heavenly Sword sect in these sword techniques. After all, Han Fei had once seen Sky Sword Master fight. Today, from the sword techniques of the Sword God world, Han Fei saw the sword technique that the Heavenly Sword Master had once used. That was when he used the Sky Dissecting Finger to kill the second patriarch of the Zhang family. Old Demon Chu attacked, and Sky Sword Master pierced the confined void with a small red sword. At that time, that sword looked plain but was actually powerful enough. At this moment, Han Fei encountered one. Among these tens of thousands of sword moves, only half of the sword moves Han Fei could block, and the other half Han Fei was still trying to remember. When Han Fei was 10 meters away from the swordsman, those sword moves became even more gorgeous, trying to attack his soul. The sword techniques were very elusive. His eyes were full of light and shadow, twin divine technique. If he couldn't even understand the sword techniques of the sword god world, could he still be called invincible? Han Fei was too proud to let that happen. The black mist body was far away at this moment because no sword chi could discover him. Therefore, he could observe it without any scruples and remember every sword technique he couldn't resist. It was a miracle. There were thousands of wisps of sword chi around him, but none of them attacked his black mist body. It could be seen that the closer he got, the clearer the target of the wisps of sword chi would be. 1 hour passed. 2 hours passed. In the 3rd hour, countless images of sword techniques appeared in Han Fei's mind, and his white mist body also came to the place 2 meters away from the swordsman without him knowing it. Han Fei let the sword shadows attack him and stared at the sword in the swordsman's hand. Old Yuan, is this sword real? The old turtle said. It's fake. It's all fake. Since this person turned into a sword, he is the sword, and the sword is him. He doesn't need to use a sword at all. Han Fei curled his lips. What a pity. Apart from leaving behind his powerful sword techniques, he didn't even leave a sword behind. Ye Nan from the 9-palace world had left behind a human sacred weapon. But you came to my yin-yang world and didn't leave any treasures behind. Just as Han Fei was about to continue to observe the sword moves, suddenly, the swordsman standing upright suddenly opened his eyes. Han Fei's heart palpitated as he thought, is this swordsman alive? The swordsman suddenly opened his eyes, but he was expressionless, and the long sword in his hand was suddenly stabbed at Han Fei. Buzz! Han Fei's speed was extremely fast. He set up a coiled turtle array, which was also a coiled turtle array formed by Dao patterns. Even if the swordman was still alive, he shouldn't be able to break it instantly. As for him, he only needed this moment to retreat. However, Han Fei discovered, to his surprise, that the sword ignored the coiled turtle array and pierced him. Bang! At this moment, Han Fei saw his white mist body flying back at an extremely slow speed. Damn it! Han Fei suddenly came back to his senses and activated the soul-driving array. Clank! At the moment the soul-driving array appeared, a phantom stabbed at him. Han Fei clearly sensed that he was now a soul body. The swordman stabbed out his soul. When the soul left the body, in this abyssal chasm full of sword chi, it was very likely to be shattered by the countless sword moves here that could bombard the soul. Even if it couldn't be minced, it would definitely be injured. This was the experience of half of Han Fei's soul, and the other half was still on the black mist body. However, all of this happened too quickly, so fast that Han Fei didn't even have the time to think. It was as if he suddenly saw his body from a third perspective. Before he had the time to think about what was going on, the other party's soul attack had already come at him. In an instant, Han Fei saw a small sword stabbing into his soul. Ka-ka-ka. The moment the small sword entered his soul, it quickly began to split. It was not until this moment that Han Fei realized that the bastard swordsman was still alive. He was trying to possess his body? At this moment, the first thought that appeared in Han Fei's mind was that he should fuse his two bodies and return to his peak state. However, this thought only existed for a moment before being disapproved by Han Fei. The black mist body was still there. Even if something went wrong with the white mist body, so what? On the contrary, if the two fused at this moment, there might be a problem. Roar! His black mist body directly launched the 100-beast soul devouring. This sound was naturally ineffective against his soul. However, when the 100-beast soul devouring sound shook the infinite sword soul slightly, it was shattered by the sword soul. At this moment, Han Fei had no time to complain about the old turtle. He was about to detonate his white mist body. Although this would cause him damage, Han Fei didn't believe that a mere wisp of soul could survive his self-destruction. But at this moment, suddenly, a small branch extended out of the void and extended directly into Han Fei's soul. The small branch rolled, and the sword soul that had dispersed and almost occupied half of Han Fei's soul regathered and was grabbed by the small branch. At this moment, Han Fei saw that the sword chi in the entire abyssal chasm was returning. Hundreds of millions of sword chi were returning, some returning to the swordman, and some to the sword soul. Huff! At this moment, Han Fei was relieved. The demon purification pot has taken action. What am I afraid of? After all, self-explosion was a serious self-destruction. With the demon purification pot, all the problems would be resolved. At this moment, Han Fei was like a vortex, and billions of sword auras were frantically gathering in his soul. Han Fei suddenly thought of the 9-palace luck ruler. He had just made a divination today, and it said, greatly ominous. Fuck, isn't this greatly ominous? He almost lost 200 years of life. Last time, his self-destruction in Chu sect was like this. Although he escaped, he lost 200 years of his life. Furthermore, his strength had weakened a little during that period of time. However, on second thought, Han Fei wondered how the 9-palace luck ruler was made. Did it find out that the swordman was still alive? Only at this moment did the old turtle's voice appear. Are you okay? I was deceived by this guy. He refined himself into a sword soul, dispersed the sword soul in this abyss, and waited for the right person to appear before gathering the sword soul again. This person is really insidious. Han Fei didn't want to listen to the old turtle's explanation at this time. He said coldly, Humph, he's been dead for tens of thousands of years, and he still wants to possess my body? He should die. After a while, the small sword kept buzzing. Han Fei's message was crazily transmitted to the demon purification pot, crush this sword, crush him. However, the demon purification pot didn't do that, it just grabbed the sword soul. Seeing no response, Han Fei immediately took out his blood-drinking knife. Soul attaching. This time, the demon purification pot agreed and collected the blood-drinking knife and the sword soul. The spiritual energy and demonic energy in Forge the Universe were rapidly consumed. Han Fei sneered. Aren't you a swordsman? I'm going to seal you in a knife and disgust you to death. After more than 200 seconds, this brand new blood-drinking knife finally appeared. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. 2S, name, blood-drinking sword mutated. Introduction. It's made of mystic yellow and green iron, blue dragon venomous teeth, Taiking essence, essence of wind, and star clamshells. It's tempered with the soul of a sword puppet and can break divine gold. Quality, ultra-quality divine weapon. Attached soul, soul of the sword puppet. Armor break, soul stab wah. Armor break, soul stab wah are refined. Are remarks or remarks. Whenever the blade is drawn, a sword shadow will stab into the enemy's soul. Puff Han Fei was speechless. The blood-drinking knife still looked like a kitchen knife, but its name had become the blood-drinking sword. A mutated blood-drinking sword. A mutated blood-drinking sword. Its quality had also become an ultra-quality divine weapon, which was only one step from a sequelling bizarre treasure. Han Fei felt that if the material was better, it might be a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. However, why did the knife become a sword after it was injected with the sword soul? Was it the sword soul's obsession? Also, in the demon purification pot's opinion, this was not a sword soul, but the soul of a sword puppet. Han Fei didn't know the difference. Although Han Fei was very unhappy with the old turtle's error in judgment, he had to let it go. After all, the old turtle would become his old servant in the future. Han Fei asked, "Old Yuan, what is the soul of a sword puppet?" The old turtle seemed a little guilty too. He immediately said, "Some people control swords, and some swords control men. When a person controls a sword, he becomes one with the sword. When a sword controls a man, he feeds his body to the sword. When he is alive, he becomes a sword puppet. When he dies, he becomes the soul of a sword puppet." Suddenly, the old turtle took a deep breath and said, "Are you saying that this person is a sword puppet?" Han Fei said non-committally, "It's a sword puppet. Why?" The old turtle said, "If it's a sword puppet, there should be a sword master. A sword puppet is equivalent to a sword attendant. No matter how powerful he is, he's just a servant. There must be stronger masters above him." "I see." Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. If what the old turtle said was true, the background of the Heavenly Sword Sect was very likely to be related to the sword master of the sword god world. Of course, Han Fei didn't believe it. Could the sword master still be alive? However, perhaps because of the death of the sword master, the people of the Heavenly Sword Sect had already forgotten this. After all, in the Abyssal Chasm, there was still a sword puppet of the sword god world. If the sword master was still alive, why did he leave his puppet here? Chapter 1522, Han Fei's Conjecture. Chapter 1522, Han Fei's Conjecture. Translator, Han Yi Translations Editor, Han Yi Translations. In any case, the sword puppet had been here for tens of thousands of years. At this moment, all the sword chi in the Abyssal Chasm had disappeared. As for the sword man, because of the disappearance of the massive amount of sword chi and the sword puppet, he seemed to lose the support of his skeleton and dissipated. In the depths of the Abyssal Chasm, Han Fei didn't get anything good and almost hurt himself. But fortunately, Han Fei remembered many strange sword moves. He remembered a lot of them and felt that he could learn a lot, but this was not very systematic. It seemed that in the next few days he could use the twin divine technique to cultivate well. Although the sword puppet had disappeared, Han Fei thought of a problem. If even the puppet of the sword master could preserve his soul to this day, what about the real sword master? Was the strongest person in the Heavenly Sword Sect really Sky Sword Master? Sword God World, Nine Palace World, Waterwood World, Golden Crow World. If counting the Yin-Yang World in, he had already come into contact with 5 heavenly palaces. And these heavenly palaces gave Han Fei the feeling that they were strong, very strong, very strong. After a month in Forge the Universe, Han Fei was digesting those sword moves. Han Fei discovered a problem. He couldn't simulate most of the sword techniques from the Sword God world. For example, the seemingly simple sword, the powerful sword, pierced through the void as simple as piercing through a piece of paper. It sounded simple, but in fact, how could such a powerful blow make no sound at all? In the words of the old turtle, the sword puppet cultivated this Tao with a firm Tao heart and should have such achievements in sword techniques. In the old turtle's eyes, sword cultivators were very different from other cultivators. They were the group with the greatest combat power in the world. Han Fei couldn't help but think of Tang Ge. Tang Ge had been to the Heavenly Sword Sect for so long, but in the end he still used the big halberd. Tang Ge had told him more than once that it was not the time for him to use the sword because he hadn't found his sword path. At this moment, Han Fei was thinking, what is the so-called sword path of the Heavenly Sword Sect? Is it the sword path that focuses on the heart? Perhaps only by finding this path could there be a reasonable explanation for the sword techniques he couldn't learn now. But at least for now, Han Fei had no time to continue to study these. He had no choice. As the heir to the yin-yang world, he was forced to move forward by many invisible forces. He couldn't give the big clans in the Thousand-Star City any chance. He had to grow up quickly and wipe out these people. And the Wall of Death, whether the part in the Waterwood world or in the yin-yang world, both showed signs of seal weakening. Otherwise, how could the Black Evil Conch King send so many strong masters over? If the super seal of the Wall of Death cracked one day, both the yin-yang world and the Waterwood world would be in danger. Therefore, Han Fei knew that he was far from having the time to study all kinds of techniques in peace. Now, I haven't gone to the 36 heavenly palaces yet. I'm not in a hurry to master these techniques. It had only been 10 days since Han Fei left the Scattered Stars Island. Before leaving, Han Fei was a little worried about the Water Immortal, so he went into the 9 Palace Array to take a look. Then, he saw a sprout on the Water Immortal's Great Tao Seed. Seeing that, Han Fei simply left. It seemed that at this speed, it would take a while for the Water Immortal to grow up. He wasn't in a hurry. When leaving the Abyssal Chasm, Han Fei didn't greet Xiao Sei. Since the Time Dragon Carp had a plan, he didn't need to be in a hurry. Otherwise, what if something happened to the Time Dragon Carp if he brought her away with him? The steps into the sea. When Han Fei came here again, he found that this place had become crowded again. Han Fei casually transformed into an ordinary person and stood on the sea platform again. As far as he could see, there were all kinds of stalls and various low-level resources waiting to be sold. Someone shouted, "The sea willow juice I just made is on sale." Someone saw Han Fei and approached him. "Brother, I have something good here. Would you like to see it?" Han Fei shook his head slightly. "No." The man chased Han Fei. "Brother, I wanted to show it to you because you look familiar. I won't show it to ordinary people." Han Fei smiled. "Then I'd like to see it." The young man quietly took out a small stone from his pocket and showed it to Han Fei. "Do you know what this is?" "This is an ultra-quality treasure that will only appear after the 100th floor. Han Fei smiled. "Interesting. Isn't it said that the steps into the sea no longer produce soul crystals? Are you sure you got it from the steps into the sea?" "Huh." The man looked at Han Fei up and down. He knew soul crystals? This showed that Han Fei was not an ordinary person. However, seeing that Han Fei was only an intermediate dangling fisher, the man immediately smiled and said, "Hey, brother, your information is outdated. Back then, the steps into the sea was indeed turbulent for a few years, but it was only turbulent for 3 years. Then, everything was restored. Otherwise, why do you think there are so many people here?" "Brother, since you know soul crystals, why don't you buy this? This thing is extremely rare. If you want to buy it, you only need to pay me 20 spiritual fruits." "Heh." Han Fei rolled his eyes and patted the man's shoulder. "Fool someone else." With that, Han Fei took out his fishing boat and flew into the sky. Han Fei would not enter directly from the entrance. In fact, with his current strength in the venerable realm, he couldn't enter it at all. However, he had been to the bottom floor after all, where he had dug and climbed stairs and made himself covered all over with wounds. Even now, there were still traces of his blood there. Therefore, Han Fei only needed to draw a teleportation array with his blood to go there. The reason he came to the steps into the sea was to see what the structure of the steps into the sea was. In fact, Han Fei scanned it several times and found that below the steps into the sea, where he couldn't detect before, was a large array. The array was square, which was as large as the area of the steps into the sea. The pivot of the array was not on the outside, so it must be inside the steps into the sea. It was probably in the altar. According to the depth of the sea, Han Fei soon confirmed that the steps into the sea was a small world connected to an independent space. With a thought from Han Fei, the 9-palace luck ruler appeared in front of his eyes. This time, Han Fei was wondering what would happen if he went to the altar. The void suddenly slid and fell into the grid of impasse. Han Fei, shit. Han Fei's face turned dark. He had experienced the difficulty of greatly ominous, and almost blew himself up and sacrificed 200 years of his life. Even so, he wasn't able to resolve the soul of the sword puppet alone. This time, it was an impasse? Fuck, had the puppet below become a king? Tuta Han Fei was hesitating whether to go to the steps into the sea or not, when he heard a dragon boat hum 20,000 kilometers away. Sweeping with his perception, Han Fei saw that on the deck of the top floor of the dragon boat, 2 people were looking at him. Damn it, swish. The fishing boat quickly disappeared from the sky. After several minutes, there was no sign of a fishing boat in the sky. And just now, the person who wanted to sell the soul crystal to Han Fei was about to call Han Fei down and sell the soul crystal at a cheaper price. However, Han Fei left with a swish. This person was a little confused. Why did this person come to the steps into the sea and leave without doing anything? A moment later, on the dragon boat, the void trembled slightly, and Han Fei appeared directly on the top deck. Han Fei was lost for words. "Old Han, you seem quite relaxed. Senior Li, are you going to enjoy your retirement here?" Li Dian laughed and scolded, "Enjoy retired life? If you don't flatten the big clans, how can we dare to enjoy retired life?" Han Guanshu looked at Han Fei and asked, "Did you go to the abyssal chasm?" Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. "Is this part of your plan too?" Han Guanshu shook his head. "No. However, Daxian bet with me that you will go to the turbulent sea first." Han Fei knew that the turbulent sea that Han Guanshu mentioned was the Wall of Death. Han Fei's lips cramped. "What else did you bet on?" "Turbulent sea, abyssal chasm, the steps into the sea, Waterwood world. There are only 4 places in total." Han Fei's lips moved and he sneered. "You're really good at gambling. It seems that old Han won the bet." Li Daxian sneered. "He can calculate, but I can't. This bet is unfair in the first place." Suddenly, Han Fei's heart did a flip. Patriarch Thug's words reminded him that old Han knew how to calculate. He was right. Old Han was so good at it that he almost calculated his entire life. Coincidentally, he had just obtained the 9-palace luck ruler and learned about the 9-palace world. Immediately, a bold idea popped up in Han Fei's head. Han Fei immediately stared at old Han as if he had a problem to ask. Seeing this, Li Daxian mumbled, "Why? Is there something you can't say in front of me?" Han Guanshu smiled, pushed a cup of tea to Han Fei, and looked at Li Daxian. "Father and son always have some secrets. You don't even have a wife. You don't understand." Tisk. Li Dian drank a mouthful of tea and disappeared. Han Fei asked, "Old Han, you know what I'm thinking, right?" Han Guanshu smiled. "I can't read your mind. How would I know?" Without beating around the bush, Han Fei said, "I'm talking about the 9-palace world." "Are you from the 9-palace world?" Chapter 1523, Wall of Death. Chapter 1523, Wall of Death translator, Henyi Translations editor. Henyi Translations Han Guanshu looked at Han Fei casually and smiled. What do you think? Hiss. Han Fei took a deep breath. So, the Yenan in the secret realm is you. However, this time Han Guanshu shook his head. No, that's not me. Han Fei said, that's impossible. How can there be such a coincidence in the world? You came from the Nine Palace world, and the abyssal chasm happens to be caused by the fight between the people of the Nine Palace world and the Sword God world. Huan Guanshu said, I've been there, but I'm indeed not that person. Perhaps many years ago I was indeed related to that person, but I'm indeed not him. Huan Fei was a little puzzled. In this regard, Old Han didn't have to hide it from him. However, he was quite curious. If Old Han wasn't that person, why was Old Han also from the Nine Palace world? 1. The Nine Palace Luck Ruler appeared in Han Fei's hand. What about this one? Since you came from the Nine Palace world and were already so powerful a long time ago, why don't you take this away? Old Han looked at the Nine Palace Luck Ruler and said leisurely, how should I put it? You know that human sacred weapons aren't necessarily very powerful, right? They usually only have some special and powerful characteristics. In terms of combat power, the human sacred weapons should be weaker than the sea-quelling bizarre treasures. Han Fei squinted. Shouldn't it be one level higher? Old Han said. Well, it's indeed a level higher. However, the human sacred weapons have their respective uses. The greatest function of this Nine Palace Luck Ruler is to change your luck and make you survive desperate situations. However, its effects are limited. Perhaps in the future I may need it. But now, it's more useful to you. Han Fei played with the Nine Mansions Luck Ruler and said, so, you left it to me on purpose. Han Guanshu nodded without giving an answer, and then said, with all the coincidences, you are the most suitable to hold it. You don't have to calculate at all. Everything has its own rules. Why did you get the Nine Palace Luck Ruler first and then go to the steps into the sea? I can't calculate these things. This is all caused by luck that even you don't know. Han Fei was silent for a while. So, I can't go to a place that is marked as impasse? Han Guanshu said, yes you can. Since you have the Nine Palace Luck Ruler, you can change your luck. With me and Lidoxian in the level 3 fishery, even if you forcibly open the seal of the steps into the sea, we can suppress the ferocious creature below. However, the price is a bit high. Not only will it ruin the balance of the level 3 fishery, but it will also expose me, you, and Lidoxian, and that ferocious creature. It's very likely to cause a great loss of life. If we win, we'll win. We'll win. But whether to do it or not depends on your choice. Haha, Han Fei certainly wouldn't choose it. This showed impasse, which meant that his current strength was not enough to solve this problem. The Nine Palace Luck Ruler had also said that one couldn't forcibly change one's luck, but could only change it indirectly. Indirectly, there were too many possibilities. Although Han Fei was still surprised, he found it reasonable. Old Han was such a calculating person. It would be strange if he didn't come from the Nine Palace world. Without considering whether to enter the steps into the sea or not, Han Fei asked, what's the respective ranking of the Nine Palace world and the Sword God world? Is it good or bad? Old Han said lightly, you are getting more and more interested in the heavenly palaces. Good. He said, the Nine Palace world is ranked 8th, and the Sword God world is ranked 10th. The 9th, as you know, is the Yin-Yang world. However, this ranking is not necessarily correct. This is because in every heavenly palace, if they reach the peak, the strongest will be extremely powerful. For example, in the Nine Palace world, if I grasp all the heavenly secrets, who can shake me? As for the Sword God Palace, in terms of offense and killing, the Sword God is ranked first. Even Supreme Clearness and Primordial Chaos are inferior. Han Fei couldn't help asking, what about Yin-Yang world? Han Guanshu smiled. It depends on how you explore it. You should have met your mother, right? Yin-Yang world has the great Tao of Yin-Yang, and its core is the Yin-Yang immortal art. In terms of survival, Yin-Yang world ranks first among the 36 mystic worlds. Yin-Yang immortal art? Han Fei was briefly stunned and then said, I don't know any yin-yang immortal technique yet. Why didn't anyone teach me such an awesome technique? Han Guanshu picked up the teacup and took a sip. Twin yin-yang spirit, swallowing fish, twin divine technique. These are the core techniques of the yin-yang immortal art. Of course, there are some great techniques that you haven't encountered yet because it's not the right time yet. But when you get rid of the Heavenly Tao Dharma Eye, you'll completely embark on this path. It was the Heavenly Tao Dharma Eye again. It seemed that the Heavenly Tao Dharma Eye had completely sealed the yin-yang world. Han Fei couldn't help but say, alright, let's take it slow. Anyway, I have too many great techniques now and can't use all of them. However, Old Han, about the 36 heavenly palaces, can you tell me what they are, and what are their features? Han Guanshu said. I originally planned to tell you when you could leave the yin-yang world. Since you asked, I'll tell you, Han Guanshu said leisurely. The 36 mystic worlds are respectively Supreme Clearness, Primordial Chaos, Infinity, Golden Crow, Dragon Subduing, Glazed Glass, Immeasurability, Dream Weaving, 5 Elements, and Spirit Refining. One Han Guanshu recited 36 names in one breath as if he were counting. Han Fei could guess their features by hearing their names. Perhaps this wasn't a secret at all. Therefore, it was easy for everyone to name them according to their features. For example, the dream-weaving world was a terrifying heavenly palace that made use of illusions to their extreme. It was said that it could make people sink into illusions forever and never be able to walk out until they died of old age. 1. As for the spirit refining, it was a heavenly palace that specialized in the Tao of the soul. They studied various soul techniques. Ordinary people didn't dare to offend them. Old Han also talked about the glazed glass world where Ying'er was. It was said that there were many spirit gatherers in the glazed glass world. Although the name sounded beautiful, Han Fei didn't expect that these spirit gatherers would basically choose to walk the path of body refinement. Han Fei's head almost exploded. However, Han Fei soon concluded that the heavenly palaces ranked in the top 18 seemed to be stronger. However, Han Fei didn't know if it was his illusion. After the talk about the 36 mystic worlds, the father and son had nothing to talk about. Han Fei asked casually, "Old Han, is Mom in the River of Time?" Han Guanshu said, "Maybe, but not entirely." Han Fei asked, "What's her problem? Why did she set up all this with such a complicated method? How did you find her?" Han Guanshu said indifferently, "This is my business. It has nothing to do with you." Han Fei bared his teeth and said, "Why does it have nothing to do with me? How can I just watch and do nothing?" Han Guanshu smiled and said, "I'll tell you when it's your turn to do something. Otherwise, it's unnecessary for me to tell you too much now." Han Fei knew that it was probably because he wasn't strong enough. However, he hadn't become a half-king yet, had he? With the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye, old Han shouldn't be able to become a king either. Since he couldn't become a king, why did he despise his lack of strength? However, Han Fei didn't dwell on it. The heavenly Tao Dharma Eye was in the yin-yang world, so old Han's actions would be limited. To find his mother, he had to cross the river of time. An hour later, Han Fei couldn't sit still anymore and finally said, "Well, I'm leaving." Han Guanshu said, "Okay. But you have to be careful when going to the turbulent sea. I can't foresee the situation there, nor will I appear there to save you." Han Fei sneered. "I'm already a venerable. Besides, with the 9-palace luck ruler in hand, I don't need anyone to save me," Han Fei thought to himself. In addition to the 9-palace luck ruler, I still have the demon purification pot and the vast ocean navigator. With so many treasures in hand, I should be able to survive the wall of death. Of course, Han Fei couldn't go in with his current appearance. After all, there were kings in the wall of death. The black evil conch king was probably waiting for him to deliver himself to him. 9 days passed. Han Fei held the vast ocean navigator and ran around the yin-yang world for a while before he found a weak point in space, which was so weak that a crack appeared. Han Fei certainly wouldn't break this place and go in by force. He first set up a lot of arrays within 100 miles. All kinds of killing arrays, defensive arrays, maze arrays, and illusion arrays emerged endlessly, with more than 1,000 of them. After doing all this, Han Fei carved a short-distance teleportation array on the wall of death. Then he used the twin divine technique and turned into black and white smoke. Passing through such a barrier, Han Fei felt that even if there was a loophole to go through, he would be injured if he went in by force. Just like xuanhuan, he forcibly passed through the crack only to leave a lot of ownerless souls and energy behind. He didn't have to rush like xuanhuan. In the next 3 days, Han Fei tried dozens of times and almost poked a hole in the spiritual barrier with snowmorn. After a long time, Han Fei finally managed to open a gap, and then through the short-distance teleportation array, he directly opened a void passage. The moment he entered the void channel, Han Fei seemed to have entered the void turbulence again. His twin body was minced into smoke several times. Fortunately, his bones were tough, so he was still alive. Huff! As soon as he appeared inside the wall of death, Han Fei felt a violent energy shock. Just in case, Han Fei entered Forge the Universe as soon as possible. In any case, he had to recover first. Chapter 1524, I'm a Half-Beast. Chapter 1524, I'm a Half-Beast Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. When Han Fei came out of Forge the Universe, it was already 3 hours later. In the past 3 hours, Han Fei had adjusted his state to its peak. When he entered the Wall of Death just now, Han Fei didn't use his perception to investigate. After all, he wasn't familiar with this place. There were still kings here. Who knew how big the Wall of Death was? Where did the kings live? To be honest, Han Fei didn't understand. Why were their lives inside a barrier that seemed to be a wall? Why was there a king in it? And why did even an island fly out of it? Han Fei already knew that the Wall of Death was definitely the work of a super powerhouse, but he didn't know what kind of powerhouse it was exactly. Now that Han Fei had just come in, all he needed to do was to keep a low profile. In any case, he had forged the universe. Even if he couldn't beat others, he had a place to hide in. Therefore, Han Fei felt that it should be no problem to protect his life. At this moment, Han Fei still used the twin divine technique. The white mist body was still in Forge the Universe, while the black mist body had left Forge the Universe. However, as soon as Han Fei appeared, he felt that the world was filled with chaotic spiritual energy, which was mixed with death energy and the smell of blood. In short, it was very weird. Han Fei glanced around. At least in the area where he was, it was dead silent. There were very few creatures in the yellow seabed. Han Fei saw a big lobster crawling over the rocks on the seabed. The lobster's body was yellow, and there were some abnormal yellow halos on its carapace. There were even many stone-like bulges on its carapace, as if it had a shrimp cancer. Han Fei glanced around casually, and information popped up in his eyes. Neem. Broken Crystal Dragon Ball. Introduction. They often live near mineral deposits, feed on mineral essence, and like to hunt hard-armored creatures. Their crystal armor is extremely hard. Their pincers are so powerful that they can cut apart dragons and snakes. When encountering a powerful enemy, they will turn into crystals, which are indestructible unless with great strength. 2. Level 78. 1. Exotic. 1. Enforcing Law. Blood Concentration. 1. Blood Concentration. 1. 69,505. Points. 1. Edible Effect. Points. 1. Mon. X-Blood C. X1. Quantity. Long-term consumption can greatly enhance blood and chi and improve physique. Quantity. Dragon Crystal Shard. Run. 1. 1. This was the first creature Han Fei saw when he came over, an extremely ugly lobster whose body was covered in crystal fragments. However, even the creatures he encountered at random had reached the realm of advanced explorers. Han Fei slightly released his perception and scanned the surrounding thousands of kilometers, only to find more than 20,000 creatures. Among them, there were about 200 of them relatively strong. The strength of the other creatures didn't seem to be the same. However, to Han Fei's surprise, none of these creatures were fighting or hunting each other. Han Fei also discovered that the living environment of these creatures was this seemingly barren mine. In addition to the broken crystal Dragon Ball, many other creatures also relied on mineral veins to survive. Some carried mineral shells on their backs, and some turned the mineral veins into knives and stabbed into their bodies. They are not of the same kind but don't hunt each other, are they? Allies? Han Fei swam out in the turbulent spiritual energy. First of all, Han Fei wanted to see how big the Wall of Death was. Of course, Han Fei also knew very well that the Wall of Death might be much larger than he had imagined. After all, the circumference of its part in the Yin-Yang world alone was as long as 25 million kilometers. It was both in the Waterwood world and the Yin-Yang world. Then what about the other heavenly palaces' sphere of influence? Was the Wall of Death in these worlds? Han Fei wasn't sure. Anyway, he would just wander around first. At least, it was fresh. After swimming for more than half a day in the Wall of Death, Han Fei discovered that he needed to remove the Twin Divine Technique. Under the bombardment of violent spiritual energy for a long time, he needed to constantly resist the power of this spiritual energy storm. As a result, the Twin Divine Technique couldn't be used continuously. Of course, during this half day, Han Fei found something. Han Fei discovered that in such a violent turbulence of spiritual energy, it was very difficult for normal creatures or spiritual plants to exist in this Wall of Death. Therefore, he saw many goby-like seabed as well as algae-type demonized plants with the bodies honed extremely round and smooth, circular blade-like leaves and dark green tentacles, which looked very creepy. There was no need to talk about the strength of these creatures. If they weren't strong, they couldn't have endured such a harsh environment. Although there were many creatures that Han Fei knew, their way of growing had greatly changed. Perhaps because it had been living in the violent spiritual energy shock, even an anti-heaven blade seemed to be covered in armor. This layer of armor was very smooth, as if it existed to block the impact of violent spiritual energy. In addition to the bottom of the sea, Han Fei also swam to the surface of the sea. As soon as he came to the surface of the sea, Han Fei sensed strong wind and huge waves. It was not a big deal to be in the middle of a storm. Why would a cultivator be afraid of that? But the point was that in the turbulent waves there would be spatial cracks from time to time. The higher Han Fei flew, the more frequent the space cracks appeared. This reminded Han Fei of the Waterwood world. The scenes he encountered in the battle on that island were exactly the same as the situation here. When Han Fei reached an altitude of 100,000 feet, it could be said that there were spatial cracks everywhere. This meant that it was very difficult for the Sky Clan to exist in the Wall of Death, unless there were no such void cracks in some places. Or rather, some low-level birds might exist, but they were far from being called the Sky Clan. Entering Forge the Universe again, Han Fei cancelled the Twin Divine Technique. At the same time, he took out the 9-Palace Luck Ruler and did a divination. However, the divination showed that it was ominous. Han Fei was lost for words. Why was he so unlucky recently? Aren't I always a lucky man? That's really depressing. However, it shouldn't be very dangerous. After all, he had encountered the greatly ominous situation and knew its level of difficulty. Without thinking further, Han Fei left Forge the Universe. At this time, he had transformed into another person at random. This was the middle-aged man that Han Fei had pretended to be when he was in the Windrain village. This time, as soon as he came out, Han Fei happened to encounter a seahorse swimming in the sea. Seahorses were relatively docile at most of the time. In Han Fei's impression, the seahorses were not very dangerous. However, this one was different. Its long mouth was full of sharp teeth. Unlike humans, it had long and narrow squinty eyes, and its eyes looked like it was about to fight. And the seahorse even grew hands. When it saw Han Fei, it extended its hands with a swish. Its hands were covered with scales, and 2 big spears appeared out of thin air. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. For Seahorse. It's highly intelligent and can copy the combat skills of other creatures. You have to be careful. A level 79, quality, exotic, mutated, an enforcing law, bottle shadow, contained spiritual energy, 72,555, points of 72,005, coins of sectus long-term consumption, can significantly increase spiritual power. Quote, 79, horse tendon, quote, sorbable, cloto, quote, 79, quoto, horse tendon, quote, exotos of seahorses within a kilometer. Knowing that the seahorse had used a combat skill, Hanfei sensed 10,000 stings that went straight at his soul. Hanfei thought to himself, I haven't done anything yet, but a seahorse has already spotted me. Chila. Hanfei extended his hand and grabbed in the air, producing a cold knife light. As he slashed out, the shadows of the galloping horses were swept away. Crack. The two spears in the war seahorse's hands were cut off by the draw technique. Seeing that it still wanted to run, Hanfei twisted his body and appeared on it. Hanfei pressed the war seahorse with the void lines. His mind was filled with scenes of the seahorses hunting with the other creatures. There was nothing to see, so Hanfei killed it with a slap, absorbed some of its vitality and soul power, and threw it into Forge the Universe. Standing in the surging currents, Hanfei was stunned. This place is huge. When can I find what I want? Suddenly, Hanfei's heart stirred. What was his purpose for coming here? It was to grow stronger, polish his foundation, and break through to an intermediate venerable by the way. With this in mind, he began to activate the Vast Ocean Navigator. Galulu, the Vast Ocean Navigator, revolved rapidly, pointing in a direction that Hanfei didn't know at all. Hanfei looked at it from a distance. Since he had encountered the ominous trigram, this trip wouldn't be a problem. According to the divination results of the 9 Palace Luck ruler, Hanfei's perception swept more than 20,000 kilometers. However, at the same time, a perception swept back. Fuck. Hanfei was stunned for a moment. Are you kidding me? A creature that could perceive him couldn't be weaker than him in terms of realm. Hanfei was dumbfounded. He had met a venerable so easily? Were venerables so worthless in the Wall of Death? As he expected, Hanfei looked into the distance and stared at a giant crocodile. Hanfei was stunned. A crocodile? Swish, the big crocodile said. Huh, are you a human? Hanfei's heart did a flip. Wait a moment, this big crocodile knows about human beings. Is there a human in the Wall of Death? However, before Hanfei could speak, the crocodile suddenly turned into a crocodile man and looked at Hanfei with a knife in his hand. The immortal city of the human race. Why did you break into the territory of the Demon Beast Union? Hanfei narrowed his eyes slightly. The immortal city of the human race? It turned out that humans also had a territory in the Wall of Death. Hanfei was overjoyed. Could there be a top expert among the people who could survive in the Wall of Death? In addition to the Demon Beast Union and the immortal city of the human race that the crocodile mentioned just now, there should be a Black Blood royal city here. Were there only these 3 forces in the Wall of Death? Hanfei didn't think it necessary to fight the crocodile, so he might as well cotton up with it first. Besides, was the Demon Beast Union a union of sea demon beasts or something else? There should be beasts in the Wall of Death. Was it also from this Demon Beast Union? Immediately, Hanfei said, Brother, I think you're mistaken. Well, actually, let me tell you, I'm a half-beast. Chapter 1525, Demon Beast Union. Chapter 1525, Demon Beast Union Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations compared to the Immortal City. Hanfei felt that he could learn more about the Demon Beast Union. After all, this was a force that had never appeared in the Yin-Yang world or the Water-Wood world. Was this power good or bad? What kind of demon beasts were they? What was their relationship with sea demons? These were all unknown. Therefore, Hanfei felt that he had to find an opportunity to explore this so-called Demon Beast Union. Hearing that Hanfei was a half-beast, the Crocodile Man immediately frowned. Humans are humans, and beasts are beasts. All demonic beasts have their own characteristics, so it's difficult for them to transform into a perfect human form like yours. Unless you are a sea demon? Hanfei was overjoyed because he found that the Crocodile Man's eyes became sharp when he said the word sea demon, and he even seemed to be about to attack. It seemed that the Demon Beast Union and the Sea Demons were also hostile. However, from what he said, they didn't seem to be particularly friendly to humans. Hanfei's face suddenly changed and he said with an awful look, Brother, don't slander me. I, the Bull Demon King, am a peerless heavenly talent of the buffalo race. How can those mixed blood fish demons compare to me? Hanfei thought to himself. I don't know if these so-called demonic beasts are marine creatures or land creatures. Crocodiles can live both in the sea and on land. When he was in the Grand Myriad Mountains, those old crocodiles liked to live in the sea and also liked to hunt demonic beasts in the sea. But in fact, there were many strange, ferocious beasts in the sea. He couldn't rule out the possibility that this crocodile was also related to sea demons. Hanfei wanted to say that he was a tiger, but if the Crocodile Man was a sea demon, he certainly wouldn't know what a tiger was. However, the buffalo was different. A water buffalo and a crocodile were actually similar. They could live both in water and on land. In any case, they could be considered very similar. Han Fei even knew that in ancient myths, there was a Quibble, which was one of the undersea divine beasts. Seeing Han Fei's expression change, the crocodile man realized that this man took it as an insult when he said he was a sea demon. Immediately, the crocodile man withdrew his brutality, but he still asked warily, "You said you're from the buffalo race? However, there are only 3 buffaloes in the cage. Although they can transform into humans, they can't become like you. Show your real body first." Han Fei's heart stirred. This crocodile man mentioned a few words. One was cage. They seemed to treat the wall of death as a cage. Also, there was really a water buffalo here, and a water buffalo that could transform into a human. Its strength was at least at the explorer level. However, Han Fei thought it made sense. Along the way, there were explorer-level creatures everywhere. It wasn't surprising. Buzz, Han Fei's body began to swell, and he activated the Beast King technique and quickly turned into a buffalo. Moo, a Han Fei specifically roared, and the thunderous roar rumbled in the sea. Han Fei stepped in the air and looked at the crocodile. "Do you see that? I'm not an ordinary buffalo. I'm a peerless heavenly talent of the buffalo race. I can transform into a human when I become a hidden fisher, and when I'm a law enforcer, I'm no different from a human. You said there are compatriots of my race here? Brother, can you take me to see them?" The crocodile was also a little stunned, wondering, is it really a buffalo? Han Fei stepped through the void at an extremely fast speed. In a moment, he appeared beside the crocodile. At such a close distance, Han Fei discovered that this crocodile was already an intermediate venerable. No wonder it could detect his perception. When the crocodile saw Han Fei, it looked at him up and down and confirmed that Han Fei was indeed a buffalo. Therefore, the crocodile man smiled and said, "Brother, I'm Crocodile Iron, but I don't know where you are from. This cage is only so big." There are only 3 water buffaloes left, and only one of them has become a venerable. If they know that there is another one in their race, they will be very happy. Han Fei didn't turn into a human form again. Anyway, he knew the Beast King technique and was not about to fight. He could maintain his buffalo body for a long time. When he couldn't hold it anymore, he could find an excuse to appear in human form again. Alas, Han Fei sighed. "Brother Crocodile, you may not believe it, but I used to be trapped in a tower called the Demon Subduing Tower for thousands of years and couldn't come out until something happened to the tower a few years ago. However, I was seriously injured by the void turbulence and had to recuperate for more than 2 years before I dared to come out. I didn't expect to meet you the moment I appeared." The crocodile's eyes grew brighter and brighter as it listened, and it hurriedly said, "So, you came out of the tower? That makes sense. That tower almost smashed into the cage. Many strong masters went to it, trying to use the tower to break the seal on the cage, but they failed. Brother, so you're from the outside world? What's the outside world like?" As I expected, Han Fei's eyes flashed. The wall of death was interconnected inside. This meant that this was a larger cage, sealing the Waterwood world and Yin-Yang world inside. And the Waterwood world and the Yin-Yang world should be one wall apart. Perhaps, from a third party's perspective, the 2 heavenly palaces should resemble a stud link, a huge stud link. "Moo!" Han Fei called out happily, as if he was very glad to find his clansmen. He sighed again. "Brother Crocodile, when I was just an explorer, I was caught into the Demon Subduing Tower. I don't remember the outside world much. However, I know a little about the outside world. First of all, there are kings outside." The crocodile man and Han Fei walked side by side. Hearing that there were kings outside, the crocodile man looked yearning. Sure enough, only on the outside can one become a king. Han Fei, however, noticed something wrong. He asked in surprise, "Brother Crocodile, is there no king in this cage?" Crocodile shook his head. "No, not a single one. Look, the spiritual energy is so turbulent here. Who can become a king here?" Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "Are you kidding me? Isn't the black evil conch king a king? That guy's projection is already at the level of a half-king. In the battle with the sea demons, this guy sent over 3 half-king projections and a bunch of venerable projections. Isn't he a king?" Han Fei immediately frowned and said, "Brother Crocodile, are you sure there is no king here? Do you know that the Demon Subduing Tower one escaped from is sealed in a place called the White Shell Royal City? There is a king in the White Shell Royal City. When we escaped from the Demon Subduing Tower, he said that even if we escape here, there will be kings hunting us." "The White Shell Royal City?" The crocodile smacked his lips and said, "I've never heard of it. Can the king outside know the power in our cage? Then what he said can't be right. There is only a Black Blood Royal City in the cage, and there is only a fake king inside. He is far from a real king." "A fake king?" Han Fei was stunned for a moment. Was the Black Evil Conch King a fake king? Seeing Han Fei's stunned look, the crocodile immediately rubbed its tail against Han Fei and said, "Brother, the so-called fake king is a half-king who failed to transcend the king tribulation but didn't die. He has no hope of becoming a king in this life. However, he is stronger than a half-king. Therefore, they are actually still half-kings. There are also such half-kings in our demon-beast union." "Oh, really?" "I was so scared. I thought that a king would come to hunt me," Crocodile said with a smile. "Brother, don't panic. I'll take you to our Demon Beast Union. In this cage, our Demon Beast Union is one of the 4 major forces. Now, with you here, we'll be like tigers with wings." Han Fei's heart did a flip. 4 major powers? It seemed that there were other creatures besides sea demons, humans, and demonic beasts. Han Fei asked, Brother Crocodile, are there more venerables in our demon beast union than other forces? Crocodile grinned and said, well, it's difficult to become a venerable. However, compared to the immortal city of the human race, the sea demon's black blood royal city, and the demoness plant's forest of terror, our demon beast union's 10,000 beast island has the most venerables, with a total of 297. Now, with you here, there should be 298 venerables. Among them, there are 11 half-kings, 38 peak-level venerables, 56 advanced venerables, 72 intermediate venerables, and 120 junior venerables. Brother, your strength should be at the peak of the junior venerable, right? Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. Fuck, there are too many strong masters, aren't there? 11 half-kings? All the venerables in the yin-yang world and the water-wood world combined can't even defeat any force in the Wall of Death. Or, to put it another way, any random person in the Wall of Death could sweep the yin-yang world. As for the water-wood world, they probably couldn't take it down yet. However, the yin-yang world, these people could definitely take it down. Han Fei secretly took a breath. Fortunately, he came in first. The Wall of Death must not be broken for the time being. He had to take this opportunity to continue to grow and become a king as soon as possible. No, at least, he had to reach the peak and become a half-king as soon as possible. Only then would he have the ability to challenge any power in the yin-yang world, water-wood world, or the Wall of Death. Han Fei was confident that once he became a half-king, he would definitely be able to defeat the so-called fake king. Han Fei and the crocodile chatted while walking in the air. Han Fei asked, Brother Crocodile, you just mentioned the immortal city of the human race. Are they our enemies? The crocodile hummed and said, the human race can't be regarded as enemies. However, they are the weakest force in the cage. It seems that they have only 100 venerables. They are on the border with the Black Blood Royal City, so there are frequent battles. Many people turned into undead creatures. Therefore, the city is quite dead. There are few living people, mostly undead creatures. Han Fei's heart sank when he heard that. Were human beings so miserable in the cage? Han Fei asked. Why don't the Demon Beast Union help them? Sea demons are not good, the crocodile said. How can we help? Our Demon Beast Union is meant to resist both the Black Blood Royal City and the Forest of Terror. The human race used to be our ally, but more and more people turned to undead creatures. Our relationship has gradually become hostile. You know undead creatures, right? I don't know if they are alive or dead. As the crocodile spoke, it glanced at Han Fei and said, Hey, brother, you said that you're a half-beast. Is your other half-beast? Hearing that, Han Fei nodded and said, Yes. In my inherited memories, my mother was once a peerless heavenly talent of the human race. Chapter 1526, 10,000 Beast Island. Chapter 1526, 10,000 Beast Island Translator, Hanyi Translations Editor, Hanyi Translations Han Fei, was quite amazed when he heard about the immortal city of the human race. In the battle on that island in the Waterwood world, he had been to places of the human race. A woman even gave him a deathbone shun. Although that thing was useless to him, after all, there were very few undead creatures, and most of them could only be encountered in secret realms. Now, he didn't really go to secret realms. If it weren't for the fact that he heard from the crocodile about the immortal city of the human race, Han Fei would have almost forgotten about the deathbone Zun. Of course, Han Fei was still rational. Now that he was pretending to be a bull, there should be his clansmen in the Demon Beast Union. If he went there, his life should be easier. Even if he found a way to go to the immortal city of the human race, so what? There were too many strong masters in this cage. There were almost 300 venerables in the Demon Beast Union alone. As a junior peak level venerable, no, in fact, this peak was not quite real because his foundation hadn't been fully polished. Although he had the strength of an advanced venerable or even a peak level venerable, that was only for a short period of time. In such a place with so many strong masters, if he was careless, it would be difficult for him to defeat so many strong masters. Therefore, Han Fei's top priority now was to improve his strength. Even if he wanted to cause trouble. Didn't Crocodile Iron also say the Demon Beast Union had to resist the Black Blood Royal City and the Forest of Terror at the same time? He should have plenty of opportunities to gain experience. Han Fei was immediately reassured. When he got to know others better in the Demon Beast Union, he could slowly reveal his identity as a human. Then he might be able to win over such a large group of super strong masters. Of course, this was the best case. As for the worst case, he shouldn't make the human beings and the Demon Beast Union enemies. Therefore, he should come to the Demon Beast Union first. As they chatted along the way, they ran for millions of kilometers, but still hadn't reached the so-called 10,000 Beast Island. Han Fei was speechless. This Crocodile Iron is really good at running. Han Fei said, Brother Crocodile, we're really congenial. I met you as soon as I came in, otherwise I wouldn't know where to go. Crocodile Iron said casually, Well, that's nothing. In fact, the old sheep noticed the anomalies in the void and arranged for me to take a look. You must have triggered the seal of the void when you came out of the secret place, which caught the old sheep's attention. The old sheep? Crocodile Iron smiled and said, Well, it's a half-king of the Demon Beast Union. He's good at foreseeing things. Han Fei was finally relieved. It seemed that he had attracted the attention of creatures when he entered the Wall of Death. However, maybe he came in too fast and there happened to be no strong masters there, so he wasn't detected immediately. Several hours passed. Han Fei and Crocodile Iron flew for more than 1,600,000 kilometers before Han Fei saw a huge island. Knowing that this should be the so-called 10,000 Beast Island, Han Fei looked at Crocodile Iron in advance and said, "Can my perception sweep the entire island?" Crocodile Tai smiled and said, "You might not be able to do it. Our 10,000 Beast Island is not small. It stretches for 100,000 miles. When you become a half-king, you should be able to see the entire 10,000 Beast Island." When Crocodile Iron explained, dozens of perceptions immediately fell on Han Fei. Han Fei was still a buffalo at this moment. He wagged his tail and stomped in the air, following Crocodile Iron. When Han Fei walked into the 10,000 Beast Island, he felt helpless. As he expected, 10,000 Beast Island. There were actually not many buildings on it, but many mountains. There were large swamps, deserts, high mountains, rivers, volcanoes, ice islands. In short, there were all kinds of terrain. Of course, because of the violent spiritual energy in the Wall of Death, there was actually a seal on this island. It must have been set up by many strong masters to protect this corner of the island. The demonic beast's instinct was to occupy territories. Digging a hole, they would take this hole as their territory. Whether it was in ancient times or today, or rather, the demonic beasts had been here since the Age of Doom. On his way to the center of the island, Han Fei saw a large number of beasts in the mountains and forests. Because of the existence of the seal, Han Fei also discovered some Sky Clan members. However, there were not many of them, and their strength was not very strong. Crocodile Iron introduced warmly, "Brother, this is our 10,000 Beast Island. Because there are 2 battlefields to defend and other places to patrol, not all the venerables are on the island. Almost half of the venerables are outside and haven't come back. However, don't worry. I just told Lightning to inform your compatriots to come back." "Ha ha ha, you can't imagine how happy they will be." "Lightning?" Crocodile Tai said. "Oh. It's a thunder leopard, do you know that? They're very fast." Han Fei thought to himself. No wonder it's called lightning. But why did you ask them to come back? Forget it. With the Beast King technique and the deceit technique, his real identity wouldn't be exposed. Soon, Han Fei came to the center of the so-called 10,000 Beast Island, which was the place where the venerables often gathered according to Crocodile Iron. Han Fei came to take a look. This was a fucking huge canyon. The chasm was connected to the sea, and in the big canyon, gales were raging. As soon as Han Fei stepped into the Great Canyon, he felt a terrifying gale brushing past his skin. If an explorer came to this place, he would probably be killed within 10 minutes. Click, 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 swish, swish. When Han Fei stepped into the gale, venerables appeared one after another. Han Fei saw a big ape, a lion, a wolf, a tiger, and a giant serpent. Instantly, Han Fei felt as if he had returned to the Grand Myriad Mountains. Han Fei had a hunch that not all the beasts had died in the Age of Doom, but they had lived in a different place. Han Fei couldn't help grinning. He felt a sense of familiarity when he saw the beasts. After all, it was a good thing that they weren't extinct. His confidence in winning the return of the beasts had begun to increase. These were all land creatures. This was the real demon-beast union. It was completely different from the sea demons. His previous concerns were unfounded. A giant serpent stuck out its tongue and said, "Oh, a bull is here. It seems that New Dali will have a companion in the future." A giant silver wolf said in a loud voice, "He must not expect that here comes a compatriot." A big ape swaggered to Han Fei and greeted him. "Brother Bull Demon King, my name is Ape Demon. You're truly bold to call yourself king. I've been meaning to do that for a long time, but I've never dared to do that for fear of being beaten." Then Ape Demon pinched Han Fei's arm and said in surprise, "What a strong body. Brother Bull Demon King, are you a body refiner?" Han Fei really wanted to roll his eyes at him, but he still said calmly, "Brother Ape, I never thought that I would meet you one day. I thought that there were no longer any beasts in this world. I just wanted to give myself a more domineering name. Otherwise, what if people forget about our beast race? As for body refinement, I think half of you here have taken this path, right?" A giant bear walked over with his arms dangling. "That's right, we are all beasts. It's normal for us to walk the body refinement path. Brother Bull Demon King, how about sparring with me?" When Han Fei saw the giant bear, he remembered the giant violent bear, which was also a simple-minded bear and either fought or ate all day long. However, before Han Fei said anything, a lion said, "Wait, Brother Bull Demon King hasn't even known us yet. Go away." The serpent nodded. According to Crocodile Iron, Brother Bull Demon King has been locked up in the demon-subduing tower in the Sea Demon Royal City and isolated from the world. He hasn't recognized all the beasts here yet. Let Brother Bull Demon King get to know each other on the 10,000 Beast Island first. Han Fei thought to himself, since there are so many venerables here, I'll have plenty of sparring partners. If he fought every day, the speed of his foundation's polishing would definitely be dozens of times faster. A single battle would help him gain a lot of experience. Even in the battle with the sword puppet in the abyssal chasm in the level 3 fishery, although his soul was almost damaged by the sword puppet, he had indeed benefited a lot. Han Fei said, "Everyone, in fact I, Old Bull, am stuck at the peak of the junior venerable level. I need to polish my foundation and prepare for a breakthrough. However, as you know, I have been trapped in the Sea Clan's demon-subduing tower for a long time in the outside world. There are many humanoid creatures there, so I am already used to fighting in human forms. I wonder if you were used to humanoid battles. Haha, why not? As he talked, a sheep man with 2 horns walked over. Divine Son? Han Fei was briefly stunned and then came back to himself. This was clearly not the Divine Son, but just a little bit like him. This must be the old sheep that had calculated the void fluctuations when he came. The old sheep said, "The 10,000 Beast Island fight the Sea Clan, so we are also used to humanoid battles. Of course, it'll be more comfortable fighting in our original forms. One of them was probably a Kylan." He said, "However, it's still more comfortable to fight the Forest of Terror in our original forms. It's not easy to be taken advantage of." Old Sheep took a few steps forward and looked at Han Fei. "Little brother Bull Demon King Crocodile Iron said that you're half beast and half human. Is that true?" Han Fei felt that he would have to show this matter sooner or later. It would be better if he showed it sooner so that he could move around on the island in a human form. At that time, he just needed to maintain the breath of the buffalo with the deceit technique. Han Fei's body quickly shrank, and in the eyes of these ferocious beasts he stood straight. In an instant, he put on a battlesuit, looking magnificent, which amazed all the beasts. A tiger said, "Huh, what a perfect transformation." The giant bear roared, "This transformation technique is awesome. It's comparable to mine." The giant serpent curled up and transformed into a woman in black with tattoo-like patterns on her face. She said, "Oh, this transformation technique, brother Bull Demon King, your human bloodline is quite pure." Chapter 1527, Everyone Loves Delicious Food. Chapter 1527, Everyone Loves Delicious Food. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei certainly knew how to express his belligerence, which was a common feature of the beasts. Of course, the buffalo had always been gentle, and the old bull that Han Fei knew was quite gentle too. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't fight voluntarily, but he was never afraid of fighting. At this moment, Han Fei had turned into a human, burly and strong, and his skin was bronze-colored. Although Han Fei had deliberately changed his appearance, his transformation technique was extremely perfect in the eyes of others. Han Fei knew that too. Back in the Grand Myriad Mountains, the Water Immortal's transformation was beautiful enough, but there were roots under her feet. After Tianqing transformed, his face was black and stiff. There was no need to talk about the Beast King. Although he had the strength of a half-king, he didn't hold himself back when he attacked or talked. Therefore, when Han Fei showed his perfect human form, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone. The old sheep couldn't help but ask, "Can a human's bloodline make a perfect transformation?" The tiger said, "Well, won't the bloodline of human beings make your bloodline impure? Brother Bull Demon King, do you feel that your spiritual heritage has an upper limit?" Han Fei thought to himself, "I have to prove that I'm extraordinary. Otherwise, if I really cause trouble here in the future, I won't be able to explain myself." Han Fei grinned and said, "Actually, this will only make my bloodline stronger. You are all seniors. It has only been 3,000 years since I started cultivating. Among them, more than 2,700 years have been spent in the demon-subduing tower. Otherwise, my strength wouldn't have been limited to this." What? Only 3,000 years? What? He became a peak-level junior venerable in 3,000 years. Crocodile Iron was shocked. "Wait, you said that you were already an explorer when you were locked in the demon-subduing tower? Then it only took you more than 200 years to become an explorer?" For a moment, all the beasts looked at each other. "Fuck, a peerless heavenly talent has come, right?" the big lion said. "Bull Demon King, then what did you do in the demon-suppressing tower? If you were already an explorer after more than 200 years, at this speed of growth, how can you only be a peak-level junior venerable now?" Han Fei's face sank, and he said leisurely, "The demon-subduing tower has little spiritual energy and energy. If I want to live, I have to keep fighting. There are all kinds of sea-ferocious beasts and exotic demonic plants there. Under normal circumstances, I can't cultivate peacefully. Therefore, in the demon-subduing tower, I have to learn to fight while cultivating. Well, that's it." With a thought from Han Fei, his body began to spontaneously absorb spiritual energy and energy from the outside world. Now, Han Fei just needed to brag. Anyway, these people had never been to the demon-subduing tower, nor did they know what was inside. Besides, it was true that one had to keep fighting in the demon-subduing tower, and he wasn't lying. Immediately, all the beasts cast comforting glances at Han Fei, and the serpent said, "It seems that the place where the sea demons are suppressed is no better than our cage." The tiger shouted, "Brother Bull, then you must be very strong. Come on, let's have a fight." The giant silver wolf said, "Golden Tiger, what's the rush? Brother Bull Demon King has just come to the 10,000 Beast Island, and we haven't introduced ourselves to him yet. Why are you so impatient?" The big bear also said, "Yes, Golden Tiger, what's the rush? Brother Bull is already here. Are you afraid that we won't have a chance to fight him in the future?" "Oh, I have a precious Dao-querying fish. Let me cook it. We can have a meal with him first." Golden Tiger's eyes glittered when he heard that. "Wow, Bear Handsome, you secretly hid a Dao-querying fish? I have half a cloud dolphin here. Does anyone else have any other food?" the old sheep said. Fine, I cut a section of sky-breaking bamboo in the forest of terror. It can be used as a dish for drinking. The silver wolf said, Heh, you really know how to store food. I only have a explorer-level thunderfire green shark. Hanfei's heart stirred. Yes, all beasts like to eat, which is even more so than humans, Hanfei said. Everyone, well, I have some materials here. I hunted them in the demon subduing tower. Everyone looked at Hanfei, and the serpent woman said, You just come. How can we eat your food? Hanfei quickly said, It's not a big deal, to be frank. In the demon subduing tower, in addition to fighting, I like to study culinary skills. I think I've already reached the peak of the Tao of cooking. Even human beings can't cook better than me. Ape Demon approached him. Brother Bull, what's cooking? Crocodile Iron also came close and asked, Is it delicious? Hanfei smiled mysteriously. With a swish, Hanfei grabbed one tentacle of a venerable level octopus, one pincer of a venerable level crab, one whole dragon-horned fish, and one blood shadow shark of the explorer level. In the blink of an eye, Hanfei took out more than 20 explorer level creatures. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was not because they were frightened by Hanfei's combat skills, but because Hanfei, his sun moon shell, was full of food. Everyone exclaimed, How gluttonous is this bull demon king? Suddenly, Crocodile Iron took a breath and said, This is the flesh and blood of xuanhuan from the Black Blood Royal City. On the other side, Lion Fierce said, If my guess is correct, this crab pincer should be from Qianku of the Black Blood Royal City. The old sheep said, Bull Demon King, when did you encounter the people from the Black Blood Royal City? Hanfei didn't expect to be recognized. He thought quickly, These sea demons must have gone to the yin-yang world before the war on the Scattered Stars Island. Therefore, they must have left the vision of these sea demons a few years ago. Since the Black Blood Royal City sent these venerables to the yin-yang world, they definitely had to keep the news a secret. However, the battle on the Scattered Stars Island happened 3 years ago, while war on the Scattered Stars Island happened more than a year ago. At this moment, he certainly couldn't tell them that those two had been killed by him. After all, there would be a strange weather phenomenon when a venerable died. He couldn't say that these two guys were killed by him outside either. After all, he had repeatedly emphasized that he was from the demon subduing tower. Besides, if he really killed the two of them outside, didn't it mean that he had a way to get out of the wall of death? Hanfei said casually, Oh, these are the first two people I met when I came out of the demon subduing tower. We had a brief confrontation. The two of them were no match for me, and I cut off one tentacle and one pincer each. All the beasts immediately looked at Hanfei strangely. Crocodile Iron said, Brother Bull, are you fighting the two alone? Hanfei said matter-of-factly, Yes, they're only one level higher than me. It's not a big problem. Ape Demon rolled his eyes. Brother Bull, Qian Wu is an intermediate venerable. Besides, his carapace is extremely hard. How did you remove his pincer? Hanfei scratched his head and said, Oh, that big crab? It was not that hard. When I punched it with the Vigor Divine Fist, it didn't feel very hard. For a moment, all the beasts were speculating. Although they really wanted to have a fight with Hanfei, was Hanfei really as strong as he said? However, with so many foods here, it was clearly not the time to fight now. Immediately, the demonic beasts beckoned each other to dinner. Let's eat! Roar! The lion roared and shouted, Come and eat. Bring all your food. The big bear shouted, Who has liquor? Get more. Soon, as many as 102 venerables came. This scene made Hanfei panic. He thought to himself, With this combat power, if they were all on my side and then went to the 1,000-star city, they would probably wipe out the entire 1,000-star city in half an hour? However, before he could suppress the yin-yang world and these beasts, he would never think of a way to take them out with him. After all, apart from venerables, should he take the other demonic beasts on the 10,000 Beast Island out? There were countless explorers, law enforcers, and hidden fishers. At this moment, all the 100 venerables looked at Hanfei. Just now, Hanfei declared that his culinary skills were unparalleled, so everyone was waiting to see him cook. Hanfei didn't panic. He summoned the venerables to the mountain platform outside the Great Splitting Gorge. Hanfei waved his hand, and a large sheet of water mist rolled over. The mist moved extremely fast, like a water spray gun, and quickly cleaned the entire ground, sweeping away a large amount of sand and mud. Looking at the ingredients piled up like a mountain, Hanfei stretched out his hand and whipped them, scraping out tons of fish oil. With a swish, the huge platform spanning 7 or 8 kilometers was swept again. Then, the venerables saw a large number of strange fruits hanging in the air, which were crushed into foam by Hanfei. Whoosh! In the next moment, spiritual energy flames exploded around Hanfei. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, the fragrance of garlic and peppers swept into the noses of every demon venerable. Gulp! Someone swallowed and sighed. Brother Bull really knows how to cook. Although we haven't eaten the food yet, the smell is so delicious. Click. Someone's wine jar fell to the ground, and saliva couldn't help flowing from the corner of his mouth. He muttered, Is this the so-called Tao of cooking? Swish, swish, swish. The saber beams that filled the sky swept like locusts. The ingredients that piled up like a mountain were cut into pieces, which were full of holes. Hanfei controlled them to land on the stone platform. Whoosh! The flames rose again and raged for 10 kilometers. The Venerable's expressions slowly became serious. What they saw was no longer limited to the ingredients, but Han Fei's power of control. There was spiritual fire steaming on every piece of cut meat. Some of the spiritual fire was strong and some was weak, and the distribution was just right. The spiritual fire drilled into the gaps of the knife light and burned evenly to every part of the meat. Hearing the sounds of saliva being swallowed one after another, Han Fei thought to himself, "Everyone loves delicious food. It seems that the wall of death is not as terrifying as I thought." Chapter 1528, Princess Iron Fan. Chapter 1528, Princess Iron Fan Translator, Hunyi Translations Editor, Hunyi Translations. On the 10,000 Beast Island, beside the Grand Splitting Canyon, colorful smoke and dust flew. At this moment, everyone saw 7 colored smoke floating in the sky. In fact, it was white salt, green peppers, garlic, cumin, and oil mist. In short, they were all things that these venerables didn't know at all. Even the wise old sheep among the demonic beasts was dumbfounded at this moment. The old sheep was talking with a few strong people. Someone said, "What are these things? Why have we never seen them before?" Someone was puzzled. The Bull Demon King can control water, fire, and knives. His soul power is astonishingly strong. Indeed, he doesn't look like an ordinary junior. Venerable, someone said. There's no rush. Let's have a fight with him after dinner. This Bull Demon King seems to be a combative and forthright person. It's best to wait for New Dolly to come back and confirm it. If there's no problem, he's definitely a promising talent. Earlier, the serpent woman said, "Isn't he a bull? I think it's fine." The silver wolf said, "His identity as a beast is indeed certain. However, don't forget that he has a human bloodline. Then, is he loyal to the human race or to the demon-beast union?" "Okay, everyone, please enjoy." Huff, Han Fei saw an elephant trunk suddenly appear. As she inhaled, the mist within 10 kilometers was sucked into her stomach. "Burp, good taste," the big bear said angrily. "Elephant done. What are you doing? I haven't smelled enough, but you've sucked them all away." "A huge," woman said shyly. "I haven't eaten yet." "Okay, you eat, crunch." At this moment, as they talked, dozens of venerables had grabbed the greasy barbecue on the ground and stuffed it into their mouths. After only one bite, 100 kilograms of meat was gone. Roar. With a deafening roar, Golden Tiger roared, "This is the most delicious food in the world. I feel that my tongue is about to explode." Crocodile Iron bit a large piece of meat, drooling while eating, and said with his spiritual power, "Brother Bull, where did you learn this? You've got to teach us in the future." Han Fei slowly skewered a few squid tentacles and bit slowly. "Well, I met a human youth in the demon-subduing tower and got some human seasonings from him. After studying the seasonings day and night, I finally managed to make this food. But if Brother Crocodile wants to learn it, I'll definitely teach you everything." The serpent woman said, "This technique is not bad. It's indeed much more delicious than raw meat." Crunch. Han Fei saw that the big bear bit a hole out of a large piece of meat. After this bite, 200 or 300 kilograms of meat was gone. The others were the same. At this speed, the ingredients were soon gone. The dinner had just begun, but the barbecue had already been reduced by 1/3. Han Fei didn't want to make another meal later. As the saying went, food opens a way, but one meal is enough. Whoever wanted to learn it could go ahead, Han Fei said with a smile. Everyone, in fact, this is not the way to eat food. You have to eat it in small mouthfuls like me. If you eat too much in one bite, it'll be a waste of food. If you eat it in small mouthfuls, you can taste the perfect combination of ingredients and seasonings, making them roll on the tip of your tongue. Besides, eating it in small mouthfuls has one advantage. If you eat slowly, you can experience this taste for a long time. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Han Fei said this, all the venerables transformed. For a moment, this place became a concentration camp of all kinds of humans who hadn't completely evolved yet. Perhaps they could become more human. For example, the tiger. If Han Fei guessed right, his strength had already reached the peak of the venerable realm. However, after transforming, he still kept his tiger head. Since he had the ability to transform the rest of his body into a human, he shouldn't have kept a complete tiger head. This meant that the other party wanted to keep some of their original characteristics and didn't want to abandon them. Someone said, "It's mainly because human beings' mouths are too small. If I eat one bite at a time like them, I can eat for a day and a night." Someone smiled. "Isn't it great to eat for one day and one night? I can eat such delicious food for 10 days and 10 nights. Even so, there were still people swallowing it. They still felt that taking small bites was too slow. Delicious things should be stuffed into the stomach all at once. Swish. Suddenly, Han Fei turned his head only to see a bolt of lightning flashing across the sky. Immediately afterward, a thunder panther appeared. Not long after the thunder panther appeared, Han Fei saw that more than 20,000 kilometers away, a wild bull was running wildly in the air. Behind it, there were 2 water buffaloes running wildly. Moo. Before they arrived, the sound arrived first. Han Fei glanced over and saw a smile on the man's face, as well as joy in his eyes. Someone smiled and said, "Look, I've never seen New Dali so excited. She actually ran all the way back." Someone chuckled. "Great, New Dali can still find compatriots of her own race. I'm really envious." Han Fei and New Dali looked at each other in the distance. Gradually, the smile on Han Fei's face disappeared. This was because after New Dali noticed Han Fei, she found that Han Fei could transform into a human shape perfectly. She had also changed, however. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Feck, why is the person called Dolly means strong a woman? Can women be called Dolly? Bang. The ground shook, and New Dolly stomped on the ground, causing a part of the ground to collapse. As soon as she landed, New Dolly fell silent. She seemed to be dumbfounded too. She stared at Han Fei and observed him carefully, trying to make her voice more feminine. Are you the Bull Demon King? Han Fei felt a chill down his spine under New Dolly's stare. But Han Fei certainly couldn't lose his image at this moment. Having no choice, Han Fei smiled. It's me, New Dolly asked in a glad surprise. Why are you so perfect in human form? Before Han Fei said anything, Crocodile Iron said with a smile, When I asked Lightning to inform you, I forgot to tell you that Brother Bull has a pure human bloodline and is a half-beast. New Dolly immediately said, I don't mind. Huh. Han Fei was stunned. You don't mind? Does it have anything to do with you whether or not I have human blood? Seeing that New Dolly seemed a little shy, Han Fei knew what she meant. In fact, New Dolly was not ugly. Apart from the 2 bull horns on her head, she was petite and wore a crop top. The battlesuit wrapped her curvy body, revealing smooth skin, which was quite sexy. However, Han Fei couldn't do it. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. My life is really full of twists and turns. I just randomly pretended to be a bull but ended up meeting a cow. Han Fei immediately cupped his hands at New Dolly and said, Senior, I am a descendant of the heavenly flying divine bull. What did you call me? New Dolly's face sank, and Han Fei couldn't finish his sentence. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei twisted his body and flashed out. 2 big axes had already chopped at the place where he was standing just now. Roar! Seeing New Dolly's attack, the demon beast venerables all roared. Crocodile Iron laughed. Ha ha ha. Brother Bull, there are only a few bulls in this world. How dare you call her senior? You deserve to be beaten. Ape Demon rolled on the ground. Brother Bull, no offense, but it seems that you have been trapped in the demon subduing tower for too long and don't know what will happen between a man and a woman, Golden Tiger shouted. Brother Bull, I support you. When dealing with women, you have to knock them down first. Everyone else was watching the show. As for the 2 buffaloes at the explorer level, as soon as they arrived, they saw that New Dolly was already fighting the Bull Demon King. At this moment, the 2 of them were dumbfounded. Just now, on the way, didn't she say, we should be gentle with our compatriot? Is this gentle? Han Fei ignored the crowd. Damn it, I'm here to improve my strength, not to go on a blind date. And certainly not to go on a blind date with a cow, Han Fei shouted. Wait, fuck, are you serious? Han Fei saw the huge axe smashing down. With a clang, Han Fei was smashed into the canyon and flew hundreds of kilometers away. Han Fei said quickly, let's talk nicely. New Dolly stepped on the gale and held her big axe. Okay, let's talk nicely. We're the only ones left in the buffalo race who are all women. Now, you, the only man of the buffalo race, don't want to have children with us and even call me senior. You tell me if I should beat you up. Ha ha ha. Below, a group of people laughed. Every day in this cage, nothing new happened. It wasn't easy for a newcomer to come. How could they not watch this show? These people, each holding a piece of barbecue and biting it in small mouthfuls, sat on the canyon and watched the show. However, Han Fei thought to himself, have children with you? Impossible. Han Fei shouted, Girl, it's not that I'm unwilling to accept you, but that I already have someone in my heart. As early as in the demon subduing tower, I had pledged to marry Princess Iron Fan and spend the rest of my life with her, and I've pledged that I would never have another woman except her in my life. Mua Princess Iron Fan? There are other members of our buffalo race? Where is she? Hearing what Han Fei said, New Dolly didn't burst into fury but asked happily. Hearing this, Han Fei immediately said, Well, Princess Iron Fan is a human. We were separated during the riot in the demon subduing tower. Moo! You don't care about the heirloom of our buffalo race at all, but stick with a human? You traitor of the buffalo race, I'm gonna kill you. Below, the 2 buffalo at the explorer level also shouted, Sister, kill him. That's too much. The 3 of us can't even compare to a human? Sister, cut it into minced meat. Han Fei suddenly remembered that he had got an ominous divination today. He didn't know why it was ominous, but it turned out that it was waiting for him here. Chapter 1529, Bull Demon King, the Maniac. Chapter 1529, Bull Demon King, the Maniac Translator, Henny Translations Editor, Henny Translations Bang. Han Fei didn't want to fight back. However, New Dolly roared and shook his soul. Immediately afterward, the sky-splitting axe fell from the sky and struck 100 times in an instant. Like a nuclear bomb, he crashed into the Great Splitting Canyon. This great splitting canyon had been swept by the gale for countless years. It was already extremely hard. However, at this moment, Han Fei had left a mark on it. This was the result of the passive defense of a body refiner. Han Fei opened his eyes, only to see a huge foot 100 meters long falling from the sky. Han Fei immediately bared his teeth. Woman, I won't fight you because I'm being kind. Don't go too far. I'll stomp you to death. Moo! He rose and punched horizontally. The scarlet fist mark, like a pillar of light that reached the sky, shot straight into the sky. Rumble, under the surprised gaze of all the venerables, Han Fei launched a terrifying attack and actually blasted New Dolly away. Crocodile Iron shouted, Brother Bull, is your strength so great? Can a junior peak level venerable surpass Dolly in strength? The old sheep said. Have you forgotten that the Bull Demon King said that he is a descendant of the heavenly flying divine bull? Although we haven't heard of the heavenly flying divine bull, we know it's extraordinary just by hearing its name. 1. The serpent woman also said, that's right, don't forget that the Bull Demon King has only cultivated for 3,000 years. Among them, he was trapped for more than 2,700 years. Otherwise, at this moment, he might have the strength of an advanced or even peak level venerable. Golden Tiger also twisted his head and said, interesting, he can even fight people above his level in the venerable realm. The Bull Demon King is indeed worthy of being a heavenly talent of the buffalo race. I really want to fight him right now. The old bear said, it's obvious from his physique. He seems to be fine after being struck 100 times by Dolly. This Bull Demon King's physique is definitely at the advanced venerable level. The silver wolf nodded. It seems that what he said about fighting every day in the demon-subduing tower is true. If it weren't for endless battles, how could he have acquired such a terrifying physique at the peak of the junior venerable? However, Elephant Dun Dun said, more than that. You heard the sound of the Bull Demon King being bombarded? The sound transmitted from his bones? If I've guessed correctly, it should be the golden body. Hiss! Many people who were watching the show gasped. Elephant Dun Dun's words caught their attention. All the venerables began to pay attention. Generally speaking, it was not impossible for a venerable to cultivate a golden body, but there were differences between golden bodies. If the golden body wasn't complete, it wasn't strong enough. But if it was the indestructible golden body, on the field, thousands of axe lights fell. Han Fei didn't want to expose all his strength at the first moment, so he just attacked with his strength. For a moment, golden fist marks spewed out, and the invincible will made Han Fei's body covered in a golden light. Huff. The absorption technique directly absorbs spiritual energy and energy from the violent spiritual energy sea in the Great Splitting Canyon. New Dali was an intermediate peak level venerable, a level higher than Han Fei. In fact, a small realm in the venerable realm was theoretically a very large difference. But now, Han Fei was attacking with his bare hands. The axe light that filled the sky exploded one after another, unable to shake Han Fei at all. Unable to shake Han Fei at all. Even New Dali could feel the powerful counterforce. Since Han Fei was no weaker than her in terms of strength, his soul shouldn't be stronger than her, right? After all, Han Fei was stunned by her roar just now. Moo! New Dali was humming. Han Fei sneered and let out a cry too. The void exploded, and a terrifying airwave shot out of the Great Splitting Canyon and straight into the sky. And this time, as if nothing happened, Han Fei turned his hand and grabbed 2 sledgehammers from the void. Boom, 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 Han Fei's figure was frantically flashing in the void. In an instant, hundreds of shadows waved their sledgehammers and struck the sky. This time, it was New Dali's turn to fail to react in time. New Dali blocked the 2 axes horizontally. Her body was steaming with spiritual energy, which seemed to be about to erupt. However, the terrifying power of the 100 War Divine Hammer suppressed her explosive power. Bang, bang, bang. The situation was suddenly reversed. New Dali was knocked crazily by Han Fei and left a long ravine on the wall of the Grand Splitting Canyon. Han Fei stood proudly and stared at the sky. I, the Bull Demon King, am a man of my word. Iron Fan may still be trapped in the demon-subduing tower. I'll focus on cultivation and reach the peak as soon as possible. Then I'll kill my way back. Don't hinder my path, the Serpent Woman said. All right, Dolly, there are some things that can't be rushed. Brother Bull seems to be a man with stories. Don't make things difficult for him for the time being. Humph, I'm not that easy to beat. All of a sudden, the void trembled, and Han Fei saw a primitive bull that was thousands of meters long. Its eyes were bloodshot as it mooed. The old sheep shouted, New Dolly, stop it. The Bull Demon King is only a junior peak level 1. Why are you using your primitive great Tao? At this moment, Han Fei looked slightly solemn. However, Han Fei felt a little excited. This was the feeling he wanted. There would always be something new when he fought these people. When he was invincible on the 10,000 Beast Island and had a solid foundation, he would probably be able to become an advanced venerable. Han Fei grinned. Interesting. Buzz. Han Fei stomped and a large array appeared. Immediately afterward, the law of gravity descended, and he planned to use the law to fight this primitive phantom. Ape Demon roared, Brother Bull, be careful. The law of gravity is useless. After that, Han Fei felt a quaint and boundless vibe descend on him. A shadow descended from the sky and stomped. In this blow, Han Fei felt that even his soul was trembling. Obviously, she was not just attacking, but contained a lot of elements of soul attacks. Swish! Han Fei extended his hand and drew out the embroidery needle. His body trembled and he brandished the embroidery needle. In the next moment, the embroidery needle attacked invisibly but left a hole in the huge phantom. As soon as the sea-quelling bizarre treasure was activated, the Heavenly God Stab was launched. In the void, New Dali's 7 orifices spurted blood, which splashed across the sky. Han Fei casually spun the embroidery needle a few times and put it into his body, looking absolutely fine. Sister, another buffalo said, Bull Demon King, we are all from the buffalo race. Why are you so brutal? Han Fei, cough, and New Dali coughed and her eyes glowed. Han Fei had surpassed his level and easily defeated her, What did this mean? It meant that Han Fei was indeed a peerless heavenly talent of the buffalo race. She had indeed never heard of the heavenly flying divine bull before, but he was indeed a bull. Anyway, the child she would have with him was very likely to be a buffalo too. As for when she could take down the Bull Demon King, Niu Dali felt that it was only a matter of time. Wasn't it just Princess Iron Fan? Let her be his fourth wife. Han Fei didn't know what Niu Dali was thinking, otherwise he would have vomited blood. Han Fei said leisurely, "As I said, I am a descendant of the heavenly flying divine bull. My strength is unparalleled. You are no match for me." On the grand splitting canyon, all the venerables were watching with relish. Those who were strong all noticed something. The big lion said, "Did you see that? That weapon of the Bull Demon King is a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, a real king-level weapon." The serpent woman said, "Fierce lion, I'm not surprised at his weapon. After all, the Bull Demon King is from the outside world, unlike in our cage where resources are scarce." The old sheep shook his head slightly. "Serpent Mingyu, have you noticed it? The attack of the Bull Demon King's spear just now has the power of destroying the soul. However, he hasn't completely mastered it yet. If he has mastered it, coupled with a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, there shouldn't be many intermediate venerables who can block his blow." Everybody was talking, except Golden Tiger, who said impatiently, "Brothers, what's the use of talking about it? You can't just talk about it. Let me try the body of the Bull Demon King and see if he has an incomplete golden body or an indestructible golden body." Swish. Roar. On this side, Han Fei had just repelled Niu Dali. The roar echoed throughout the canyon. Golden Tiger laughed. "Brother Bull, I'm told that you have been stuck at the peak of the Junior Venerable for a long time. Then let's see if we can help you." Han Fei grinned. Although this tiger was not the one he knew the characteristics of tigers. From their eyes to their steps, they were silently intimidating their opponents. Han Fei certainly wouldn't be intimidated. Although this tiger was definitely stronger than an advanced venerable, he wasn't afraid at all. Han Fei shouted, "Come on, let's fight! Swish the..." The two of them disappeared into the void at the same time. In the next second, he appeared in the depths of the great splitting canyon. They raised their hands tentatively, and a tiger claw hit Han Fei. Han Fei's fist mark also hit Golden Tiger. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them, like two nuclear bombs, smashed into the vast sea at the same time. Above the canyon, many people were still eating meat. At this moment, Niu Dali was also watching seriously. Beside him, two girls with bullhorns said, "Sister, are you okay?" Niu Dali shook her head. "It's okay. This Bull Demon King is not bad. He is more talented and stronger than me. Our chance to have children has finally come," one of the buffaloes said. "Sister, didn't he say that there was Princess Iron Fan?" Niu Dali snorted. "She's just a human woman. How can she compare to the prosperity of our race?" "He will find out eventually." 1 Chapter 1530. I Can Keep Fighting. Chapter 1530. I Can Keep Fighting Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. Han Fei's arrival added a lot of vitality to the 10,000 Beast Island. At this moment, a group of people were eating barbecue and clamoring above the grand splitting canyon. Han Fei's performance was not bad, and he was a newcomer. Most of the cheers were for Han Fei. Someone said, "Bull Demon King, beat it and smash its big eyes. That's the weakness of Golden Tiger." Someone laughed. "Brother Bull, tickle him." Golden Tiger is most afraid of tickling. Someone shouted, "Golden Tiger, don't cheat. There are so many pairs of eyes watching you." At this moment, Golden Tiger was lost for words. These bad friends of his were really annoying. However, this Bull Demon King was indeed powerful. He had tried so many times but failed to gain any advantage. Both of them used their bodies to resist the attacks and didn't use their great dows. In 1 second, the two of them attacked as many as 1,000 times. If it were someone with poor physique, he might have already been smashed. Even so, both of them looked energetic. The bottom of the grand splitting canyon was almost blown through by the two of them. Seeing this scene, Niu Dali and the other cows were dazzled, but their eyes glowed. Their thought was that the buffalo race was going to rise. With Han Fei's strength, he might even reach the peak in less than 1,000 years. Bang, bang, bang. After fighting for half an hour, Golden Tiger felt sore all over, but Han Fei seemed to be fine. Golden Tiger shouted, "It has been confirmed. Brother Bull, have you cultivated the indestructible body?" "What? Indestructible golden body?" "Hiss. Really? Oh my god, Brother Bull has only cultivated for 3,000 years. Indestructible golden body, doesn't that mean that with this single golden body he can shake a half-king?" For a moment, all kinds of cries rose and fell. Niu Dali's eyelids were also jumping. Indestructible golden body? The power of this Bull Demon King was beyond her expectations. Han Fei replied, "To be honest, in the Demon Subduing Tower, I only fight and eat every day. Give you 3,000 years like this, and you can also cultivate the indestructible golden body." Golden Tiger laughed. "I'm going to use my real strength. With the power of Dao runes, it won't be easy to resist." Han Fei nodded slightly. "That's good. Buzz." In the next moment, Han Fei discovered that Golden Tiger, which had suppressed its strength to that of an intermediate venerable, had suddenly become at least 30% stronger. Boom! The two exchanged hundreds of blows in an instant. Han Fei felt that every time, some of his strength was absorbed by Golden Tiger. In this way, in fact, Golden Tiger didn't just increase his strength, it was equivalent to Golden Tiger borrowing Han Fei's strength to fight Han Fei. Since this was the Great Tao of Great Tao, this kind of Tao was definitely not easy to be destroyed by ordinary opponents. At this moment, as Golden Tiger's opponent, to resist this kind of power, one had to show extraordinary strength or use sharp weapons to fight to prevent the power from dissipating. In an instant, Han Fei thought of many ways. In fact, Han Fei could totally imitate Golden Tiger, but he couldn't look too strong. He had to work out a way to defeat Golden Tiger with his current strength. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Han Fei was forced to retreat in defeat. Because he just resisted the attacks without attacking, Han Fei was blasted into the ground. As for Golden Tiger, it fought more and more valiantly. Golden Tiger roared, "Fight back! Only by fighting back can you squeeze out all your strength, which will be beneficial to your breakthrough." Han Fei shouted, "Of course I will fight back, but not now. The breakthrough in strength requires comprehension and epiphany. Only by accomplishing these two things can one's foundation be better polished, and success will follow." Han Fei, like a sandbag, was kicked around by Golden Tiger and endured it with his golden body. However, Han Fei's mind was racing. At this time, the old turtle said leisurely, "Why can't energy be controlled like spiritual energy? The difference is that spiritual energy is the most direct energy which you can see, and the energy you can't see is actually a wisp of the heavenly Tao. Where does the energy of food come from? It's from the nourishment of the world, isn't it? Therefore, this energy is everywhere." Han Fei was shocked. Yes. He had always used spiritual energy as a source of power, but spiritual energy was actually a kind of energy. Han Fei had never considered the relationship between spiritual energy and the energy that erupted in battle. It could be understood in another way. Spiritual energy could be used as food or as bullets. It was omnipotent. As for the energy in the air, it had to be circulated through the power of the body before it could be transformed into energy in combat. However, since it was originally a kind of energy that had been stolen, why couldn't he detonate it directly? Han Fei immediately issued an order in his heart, and golden fist marks blasted out frantically. The golden light filled the sky, and many people shook their heads slightly. Someone said, "It seems that Brother Bull hasn't grasped it yet." Someone said leisurely, "After all, this is the first time he has come into contact with the great Tao of Golden Tiger. It's normal that he can't think of a way to crack it." Serpent Meng Yu shook her head slightly. "I don't think so. Have you noticed that Golden Tiger's strength seems to be a bit unstable now? Bang, bang, bang!" Suddenly, everyone saw that Golden Tiger's attack was no longer steady, and an unknown power in his body was detonated. "Hiss!" many people gasped. "How did Han Fei do that?" The Thunder Panther said, "He deliberately set his power in a state of detonation, only to have it absorbed by Golden Tiger. Then, he somehow detonated the power absorbed by Golden Tiger." The old sheep nodded. "Yes, exactly. Golden Tiger, who was fighting Han Fei, sensed it the most. He clearly sensed that the spiritual energy that was detonated was absorbing the forces that were about to detonate. The explosion of spiritual energy affected the explosion of energy in his body. Once the energy exploded, the mobilization of his spiritual energy would no longer be precise, so his attacks would also become less precise. In a battle of venerables, it was extremely dangerous to strike with imprecision. For a moment, Golden Tiger withdrew the power of his great Tao, and the battle between the two returned to its normal state. However, in this way, it was difficult to decide the winner for a while unless Golden Tiger used all his strength. Therefore, Golden Tiger's strength gradually rose. When he reached the peak of the intermediate venerable, it became very difficult for Han Fei. However, this scene made everyone sigh. This meant that Han Fei's strength was actually an entire realm above what it was supposed to be. They didn't know that Han Fei simply used his own power and didn't use the power of his great Taos. Huff, Han Fei thought to himself. The peak of the intermediate venerable realm is already my limit. Of course, Golden Tiger is much stronger than ordinary intermediate venerables. For example, compared to New Dali, Golden Tiger might be relatively stronger. However, they were definitely both heavenly talents and very strong. Enough, enough, Golden Tiger roared. If you keep fighting like this, how long will it take? Hey, Brother Bull, did you really fight like this in the Demon Subduing Tower? Are there so many strong masters in the Demon Subduing Tower? Han Fei smiled and said, "Of course there aren't so many strong masters, but when I went in, I wasn't strong, I was just an explorer." Speaking of explorers, there were many more there. Golden Tiger flexed his muscles and looked at Ape Demon. Ape Demon grinned. "Brother Bull, can you still fight?" Han Fei grinned. "I can keep fighting." The battle with Ape Demon had no result. The strength of Ape Demon was about the same as Golden Tiger. Therefore, the final battle was reduced to comparing the size of fists. Both of them were beaten black and blue. Han Fei spent 10 days like this in a row. Every day, Han Fei made barbecue. After everyone was full, they began to fight, and the venerables watched the battle. Han Fei really didn't stop for a moment. He just kept fighting. On this day, after Han Fei and a deer venerable named Deer Han fought for 3,000 rounds, the 100 venerables who were on the 10,000 Beast Island had all fought Han Fei. Han Fei couldn't help but glance at New Dali, who rolled her eyes. No. Hanfei looked at Golden Tiger, who curled his lips and said, "Boring. I'm not going to fight you. You're simply a maniac. You fought more than 100 battles, but you haven't made a breakthrough yet." Seeing that nobody was going to fight him, Hanfei finally stopped. In the past 10 days, he had benefited a lot. He had been abused countless times and beaten back countless times. He had experienced different great Daos of the demonic beasts here. With this comparison, Hanfei was more certain that his great Dao was very strong, ridiculously strong. After landing, Hanfei picked up a piece of barbecue and asked, "Are you guys really not fighting me?" "Buzz." Everyone shook their heads. "Fight? You are just an undying cockroach. With your indestructible golden body, you can fight anyone. Even if a half-king suppresses his strength, you can still fight on par with him." Serpent Mengyu said, "Brother Bull, there are plenty of places for you to fight if you want to. Why don't you fight the sea demons or go to the Forest of Terror? With your strength, you can totally kill your opponent by surprise." Hanfei had been waiting for this. However, he still said, "That's great. However, I might need to cultivate in seclusion for a few months. I've gained too many insights recently. If I master all of them, I might really be able to break through to the peak of a junior venerable." Niu Dali said, "Go to my side." Hanfei was about to refuse when Niu Dali said, "You can just cultivate in seclusion there. Nobody will disturb you. Do you think I'll eat you?" Hanfei thought for a moment and agreed. Anyway, his identity as a water buffalo had been confirmed. Even if something was discovered, Niu Dali would reduce her suspicion on him for the sake of his identity. With this in mind, Hanfei immediately said, "Okay, thank you." Chapter 1531, Life and Death Gorge. Chapter 1531, Life and Death Gorge. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. When sparring with people of the same level or even higher than him, he could take advantage of others' strength and make up for his shortcomings. Hanfei's seclusion time had always been short. At Niu Dali's place, Hanfei set up a seal and cultivated in seclusion for a full month. Of course, Hanfei spent this month in Forge the Universe. In the previous dozens of days, Hanfei had absorbed too many things and needed to simulate them again and again to gain insights one by one. This month was extended to half a year by Hanfei in Forge the Universe. In the first 8 days, Hanfei made Little White spit out a wisp of chaotic chi. Then he upgraded the flow of time in Forge the Universe again, which was 8 times faster than in the outside world now. When the time flow in Forge the Universe became 8 times faster, he could grow much faster. If he wanted to continue to improve Forge the Universe, he would need 100 wisps of chaotic chi. The next upgrading would make the time flow here 16 times faster. What did that mean? It meant that 1 year of cultivation for Hanfei equaled 16 years for others. Perhaps for some powerhouses, 16 years had passed in a flash. For someone like the old turtle, it might not even be enough time for him to take a nap. However, for Hanfei, this was a very long time. It hadn't been 16 years since he had just arrived on the Scattered Stars Island, and he had already grown from a dangling fisher to a venerable. Of course, the reason why he grew so fast was related to Old Han and the others and what he had experienced. If he had been cultivating and forged the universe, he might not have grown so fast. However, the change in the flow of time was very beneficial to him. However, how did he get the 100 wisps of chaotic chi? Did he have to rely on Little White to spit out 1 wisp every month? Even if Little White completely turned into a machine that spewed out chaos energy, it would take more than 8 years. Even if Little White vomited it and forged the universe, he would have to wait a year outside. However, Hanfei didn't want to put all his hopes on Little White. Now that he had become a venerable, he didn't have the time to study how a venerable could absorb chaotic chi. At this moment, Hanfei only left 3 wisps of chaotic chi on him for emergencies. Before leaving Forge the Universe, Hanfei sat cross-legged on the ground only to see a wisp of chaotic energy in the shape of a hair dancing on Hanfei's fingertips, changing from his left hand to his right hand and then to his left hand. With a thought from Hanfei, Little Black and Little White fused, and he activated the yin-yang divine eyes, but he still couldn't see through the chaotic chi. Hanfei murmured, "This is the essence of natural energy." It's actually very similar to the invisible power of the great Tao contained in spiritual energy. Seeing that Hanfei was studying the chaotic chi, the old turtle said, "You're right, but if you want to see the chaotic chi through spiritual energy, you need to raise your disassembling degree of spiritual energy. You can feel the connection between the chaotic chi and spiritual energy because your spiritual energy disassembling degree has surpassed 70%. However, this is far from enough." Hanfei couldn't help but smile. "How much is it enough?" the old turtle said leisurely. "It won't be enough. As your spiritual energy disassembling degree becomes higher and higher, it becomes increasingly easier for you to absorb chaotic chi. Even if your spiritual energy disassembling degree surpasses 90%, it's impossible for a wisp of chaotic energy to gather in a few days." "What about a king?" the old turtle said. "I'm talking about venerables. The sea establishment realm is different. However, if you want to become a king, you still need a lot of chaotic chi. Otherwise, you won't have enough power to support you to become a king." According to what the old turtle said, Hanfei had a feeling that he would need a lot of chaotic chi in the future. However, the old turtle added, "It's useless to just stare at this wisp of chaotic chi now. Since you have the chaotic chi, you haven't studied it seriously once. In Chu Sect, you detonated 2 wisps, but that's not using it. You have to feel its power with your own body." Hanfei nodded slightly. Soon, Niu Dali's 2 sisters, one called Niu Kexin and the other called Niu Pan. At this moment, these 3 people were chatting outside the cave. Niu Pan said, "Sister, after all, this bull demon king has just come to our 10,000 beast island. Isn't it inappropriate for us to be too intimate with him?" Niu Kexin shouted angrily. "That's right, sister. That bull demon king is really annoying. We're willing to marry him, but he made it seem like he would suffer a huge loss if he married us." Niu Dali shook her head slightly and said, "For the rise of the buffalo race, it's acceptable no matter what. After all, so far we have only met one bull. We don't have a choice." Niu Kexin said in frustration, "Sister, are we really unable to get out of this cage? Since there is the bull demon king from the outside world, there must be other bulls, right?" Niu Pan nodded quickly. "Yes, sister, the bull demon king is too arrogant. Although he seems to have the bloodline of the so-called heavenly flying divine bull and seems to be very strong, he is too arrogant," Niu Dali said. "Okay, now is not the time to talk about this. The bull demon king has just come to the 10,000 beast island. I'm afraid he will be completely different after hundreds or even thousands of years. This person is extremely arrogant and conceited deep down. Even if we want to carry on the bloodline with him, it won't be in such a short time." Hanfei, who had just come out of seclusion, was dumbfounded at this moment. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have never chosen to transform into a water buffalo. Buzz. The seal was removed, and Hanfei walked out of it, only to see Niu Dali and the other 2 looking at him. Niu Dali asked in confusion, "So fast? You've defeated 100 venerables, but you digested all the experience in only a month?" Hanfei nodded slightly. "I digested the experience every day and have benefited a lot from it. Now I've got everything I need to know." Of course, Niu Dali knew why Hanfei wanted to fight the venerables one by one. In fact, who didn't know? However, this kind of improvement was limited. Hanfei had been imprisoned for so long. After he came out, it was completely possible for him to become a junior venerable through fighting with others. In the eyes of the venerables, it would only take Hanfei a moment to break through to the intermediate venerable level. Therefore, everyone was a little surprised that Hanfei hadn't made a breakthrough after fighting 100 venerables in a row. However, these venerables didn't know that if Hanfei really wanted to break through to the junior peak level, he could have done so long ago. However, Hanfei's path forbade him from breaking through so easily. If he really did that, Hanfei felt that one day he would fade away into the crowd and become an ordinary heavenly talent. But becoming a king? That would be even harder. In this seclusion, Hanfei only increased his strength by dozens of waves. As for the others, he didn't even break through a few points in spiritual power. However, Hanfei's comprehensive strength had been significantly reduced, which couldn't be expressed with data. Seeing that there seemed to be joy in Hanfei's eyes, Niu Dali held her head high and asked, "Why, do you still want to fight them?" Hanfei shook his head slightly and said, "No, the rest can't be brought to me by sparring. It needs to be tested in a life and death battle." A cold smile appeared at the corner of Hanfei's mouth. "Ordinary battles are already useless to me. A life and death battle will not erupt among our own people. Then, I have been suppressed by sea demons for more than 2,700 years. Now that I've finally come out, it's time to settle scores with them." At this moment, Hanfei's eyes were filled with zeal and excitement, which stunned Niu Dali. Niu Dali said, "Well, the sea demon who suppresses you may not be the same as the sea demon in the Black Blood City. In addition, although your strength is indeed not weak, your limit is only that of an intermediate peak-level venerable. Once you really start a life and death battle with an advanced venerable, it is very likely that you will die." Hanfei sneered. "Be it the White Shell Royal City or the Black Blood City, they are both sea demons. If they are sea demons, they are my enemies. Also, who told you that my real strength is only at the peak of the intermediate venerable level?" Niu Dali was stunned. What did Hanfei mean? It was only natural that he hated sea demons. If she had been trapped for thousands of years, she would definitely retaliate too. However, a month ago, Hanfei didn't seem to be holding back in combat. In those battles, except for showing that he was very good at fighting, he didn't show any strength that could match an advanced venerable. Could it be that in the battle a month ago, Hanfei suppressed his strength? Buzz. At this moment, the void trembled, and Crocodile Iron walked out of the void. Crocodile Iron smiled. "Brother Bull, it seems that the battles a month ago were not enough. You still didn't make a breakthrough." Hanfei smiled. "I've already benefited a lot." Niu Dali, on the other hand, asked, "Crocodile Iron, how come you know it so quickly that the Bull Demon King has come out of seclusion?" Crocodile Iron said with a smile, "I can't watch over you all the time." It was Old Sheep who knew that Brother Bull had finished his cultivation and asked me to ask you a question. "Oh?" Hanfei thought of Old Sheep. That guy's strength was unfathomable. He was probably at the level of a half-king. Hanfei couldn't help asking, "What question?" Crocodile Iron said, "Old Sheep asked, since you have human blood, do you want to go to the immortal city of the human race to take a look? I heard that the human race is not in a good situation now, and because they are mostly undead creatures, although they don't fight us, they are estranged from us." Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he shook his head decisively. No. Although I have interacted with humans in the Demon Subduing Tower, my top priority now is to improve my strength. Instead of going to the immortal city of the human race, I might as well fight. I want to experience the power of the sea demons in the Black Blood City. Ha ha ha, I knew it. Brother Bull, you definitely won't go to the immortal city. That place is creepy. It's really not a good place to go. With that said, Crocodile Iron turned his head and looked into the void. Old Sheep, do you see it? I said that Brother Bull is not interested in the human race, right? Old Sheep's voice came leisurely. I'm just asking. Bull Demon King, since you don't want to go to the human race to take a look, just follow your heart. You've seen the Venerables on the 10,000 Beast Island. You can go to the Life and Death Gorge to take a look. Perhaps it will help your breakthrough. Chapter 1532, Kill Several Venerables First. Chapter 1532, Kill Several Venerables First. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei left with Niu Dali and the other two. The others didn't follow them. As Yang Shenji had said, in addition to the two front lines, a large number of Venerables who stayed on the 10,000 Beast Island would go out from time to patrol the sea area. The patrolling area was much larger than Han Fei had imagined. Under normal circumstances, it would take half a month for a Venerable to patrol the sea area. In fact, Han Fei knew what they were patrolling for. After all, the territory under the jurisdiction of the Demon Beast Union was huge, and there were a large number of marine creatures in this area. It would be fine if these creatures were only explorers, but once they attempted to enter the Venerable realm, they would be listed as targets for killing. At least, if Han Fei were in power, he would do the same. As for this Life and Death Gorge, it was also the place where the Thousand Beast Island and the Black Blood City fought. Why was it called the Life and Death Gorge? Niu Dali explained. The Life and Death Gorge is the lowest level of the entire cage, with a width of less than 200,000 kilometers. There are cages and seals on both sides, so that place became the place where the Demon Beast Union and the Black Blood City fought. Is the Black Blood City very strong? How many Venerables have they arranged in the Life and Death Gorge? Niu Dali said softly. Don't underestimate the Black Blood City. The number of Venerables in the Black Blood City is second only to our 10,000 Beast Island. Including you, there are now 298 Venerables on our 10,000 Beast Island, and 287 in the Black Blood City. Han Fei thought to himself, it was 287 before, but now it may be less than 287 before, but now it may be less than 280. However, he still asked, why are you so sure how many Venerables there are? Niu Dali said, the old sheep calculated it. That's the old sheep's great Tao, the great Tao of divination. Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. Old Sheep could calculate how many Venerables the enemy had. If Old Yang could even calculate this, would he find out about his secret? Just as Han Fei thought so, the old turtle said, don't worry. You are a person with great luck, and there is something wrong with your destiny. Therefore, your destiny is in disorder and cannot be calculated. Hearing what the old turtle said, Han Fei remembered that his family background was too mysterious to be calculated. What old Han used to do to him was not to calculate, but to plan. He had planned everything, but not him. Therefore, when the old sheep asked Crocodile Iron to ask him that question just now, it was probably just a test to see how he would react to the human race. However, Han Fei knew very well that the conflict in the Wall of Death had been going on for tens of thousands of years, and the human race hadn't gone extinct, which meant that they could still persist. He alone couldn't help them much. Buzz. Han Fei and Niu Dali stepped into another teleportation array and flew forward. This was already the 8th teleportation array they had passed. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, how far is the Life and Death Gorge? Niu Dali said, we're halfway through. Han Fei secretly calculated. Every time he and Niu Dali left the teleportation array, the distance they flew was about 100,000 miles. And with his understanding of teleportation arrays, the teleportation array built by the Demon Beast Union only had a teleportation distance of 200,000 miles at most. After all, they were only demonic beasts and not as good at arrays as human spirit gatherers. Besides, along the way, he saw many abandoned teleportation arrays. In this way, according to the calculation of the 15 teleportation arrays, the distance of the teleportation array alone was about 3 million kilometers. In addition to the distance between the teleportation arrays, it meant that the distance from the 10,000 Beast Island to the Life and Death Gorge was about 4 million to 4.5 million kilometers. According to Niu Dali, there were cage seals on both sides of this road, especially on the Life and Death Gorge, which was only 200,000 kilometers wide. To Venerables, this wasn't a long distance at all. With the teleportation arrays, it wouldn't take much time. After about half an hour, Han Fei and Niu Dali had arrived at the so-called Life and Death Gorge ahead of them. As soon as he entered the Life and Death Gorge, Han Fei felt a large amount of death energy. The spiritual energy and energy here were even more violent. Han Fei could even feel the feeling of being attacked by weak water from this place. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as he came out of the teleportation array and flew forward about 50,000 kilometers, he was scanned by many perceptions. When these perceptions swept over, a voice came at the same time, hey, it's really the bull of the buffalo race. Brother Bull Demon King, I thought we would meet again a long time later. I didn't expect that we would meet again after only a month. One venerable after another walked out of the void. Their leader was a centaur? Yes, Han Fei was stunned. Why did this centaur come out with a death sickle in his hand? In addition to this, Brother Centaur, Han Fei also saw a creature with scales all over its body that looked a bit like an ass. Han Fei was dumbfounded. What kind of creature is this? A month ago, he fought a female Kylin on the 10,000 Beast Island. Now, looking at the horse and the ass, Han Fei had an incredible speculation. Seeing Han Fei's puzzled expression, the centaur immediately smiled and said, "Little brother Bull Demon King, I am the commander of the Life and Death Gorge, Ma Yuhun. Next to me is the most talented one of my children. Now he has already entered the venerable realm. His name is Ma Qilin." One Han Fei felt as if 10,000 iron-headed fish were galloping in his heart. Earlier, he was still thinking about why there were so many powerful creatures on the 10,000 Beast Island. Logically speaking, it was extremely difficult to become a venerable. If they wanted to maintain the rule of the beast race, they had to constantly reproduce. Han Fei had thought that they were making little beasts ceaselessly, but he didn't expect them to also produce hybrid children? Of course, although he was extremely surprised. On the surface, Han Fei grinned and said, "Oh, hi Commander Ma. Just now, I was wondering what kind of creature Brother Qilin is to be born so handsome and powerful." Ma Qilin seemed to be rarely praised. Hearing Han Fei's praise, his eyes lit up. "I'm flattered, Brother Bull," Han Fei said with a smile. "Not at all. In my inherited memories, Brother Qilin is so handsome. I'm so envious of you." Ma Yuhun and Niu Dali were both stunned. The others who had just arrived were also slightly stunned. What? Did the Bull Demon King and Ma Qilin hit it off at first sight? Of course, Han Fei didn't really like Ma Qilin as he showed. He was just being polite. However, there were still others. Therefore, Han Fei immediately turned his eyes to the others. Then, Han Fei saw a green fox and a rhinoceros, and most people appeared in human form. Han Fei speculated that there were probably wild boars and feline animals. Among them, there was a little girl who seemed to be only 7 or 8 years old. What kind of creature was she? There were 2 ears on her head, which didn't look like rabbit's ears. Han Fei cupped his hands. "Everyone, I am Bull Demon King, a peak-level junior venerable who is good at many combat skills. Nice to meet you." Immediately, the green fox replied, "Brother Bull, when lightning came to call for Dali this morning, he told us, 'Well, I'm Qingmu, an intermediate venerable, not yet a peak-level one.'" The 7 or 8-year-old girl immediately said, "Little Brother Bull, I'm Bai Diao, means white ferret, a peak-level advanced venerable." A fatty said, "Brother Bull, I, Fei Qi, am a peak-level junior venerable." For a moment, everyone was talking. However, what really shocked Han Fei was the little girl who looked only 7 or 8 years old. This little girl had the most thorough transformation among all of them. Except for 2 very cute ears, she had a perfect human shape in all other places. Unfortunately, this little girl called him Little Brother Bull. Who could handle this? Ma Yuhun said, "Okay, let's disperse for now. Don't let the sea demons find out anything. Bull Demon King, you've just come. Why don't you observe a few games and see the situation in the Life and Death Gorge first?" Han Fei immediately retorted, "Commander Ma, I think we can take this opportunity to kill a couple of sea demon venerables." "What do you think?" "Huh?" The venerables who were about to leave all looked back at Han Fei in surprise. The little white ferret girl tilted her head and looked at Han Fei. "Little Brother Bull, that's easy for you to say. Do you think it's so easy to beat venerables?" "Killed 3 or 5 of them?" Ma Qilin also said. "Brother Bull, don't joke around in the army." Swinging his hair, Ma Yuhun looked at Han Fei and said, "Bull Demon King, do you mean you'll fight him?" Han Fei nodded slightly. "I'm new here, so those sea demons definitely don't know me. I can take this opportunity to kill at least 3 of them." Everybody gasped. Niu Dali directly spoke to Han Fei via voice transmission, not afraid that Ma Yuhun would hear her. "Are you crazy? Do you think it's so easy to kill a venerable?" Ma Yuhun looked at Han Fei up and down again. "Well, in that case, you can have a try first. In the past 2 years, the Black Blood City hasn't fought much. Let's have a try. Let's see why they don't want to fight anymore." Han Fei and Ma Yuhun looked at each other, one suspicious and the other proud. The others seemed to notice something subtle. Bai Diao smiled. "Interesting. Chapter 1533, Fight at the Life and Death Gorge." Chapter 1533, Fight at the Life and Death Gorge. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. In the Venerable Realm, there were actually no weaklings. After all, everyone had cultivated to this realm step by step. The venerables of the yin-yang world that were Han Fei's enemies and could be killed by him were basically all killed by him. Only the ones from the Thousand Star City couldn't be destroyed yet. Han Fei couldn't touch the big clans yet. Before he came, when he met Old Han and Li Daxian in the Level 3 fishery, they bet where he would go. One of the options was the Waterwood world. Han Fei really wanted to go to the Waterwood world. After all, there were many venerables on the 4 battlefields of the Waterwood world. If he really went there, with his current strength, he would definitely be able to kill a few venerables. Perhaps he could even rob the Ice God Canyon. However, compared to the Waterwood world, the Wall of Death was new to Han Fei and was an extremely dangerous place. Han Fei felt that this danger must be relative. For example, when they were searching for the entrance to the Wall of Death, if they happened to find the area occupied by the Black Blood City, or to be exact, they found the area where the Forest of Terror was, then the danger level would be high. Of course, before entering, Han Fei didn't know the distribution of forces inside. At most, Han Fei knew that an island flew out from inside on which there were demonic beasts. That was all. At this moment, Han Fei wasn't too worried. The one who was most likely to be a threat to Han Fei was the fake king. Without the twin divine technique, he probably wouldn't be able to escape from the fake king. But he had forged the universe. What was there to be afraid of? In the outside world, if one failed to transcend the king-level tribulation, they might directly die. However, for some reason, many people who failed to transcend the king-level tribulation here could become so-called fake kings. At this moment, Han Fei came with a purpose. Most importantly, Han Fei had to repair the damage to his soul. After all, if he wanted to make a breakthrough, he had to have a full soul. Otherwise, if his soul was damaged at the peak of the junior level, it might affect his foundation when he was an intermediate venerable. The Life and Death Gorge. When Han Fei really stood on this super gorge, he realized how big this so-called Life and Death Gorge was. Ma Yuhan said, "Bull Demon King, the distance between the walls of the cage is the width of the Life and Death Gorge. Its length is also nearly 200,000 kilometers. You need to know that once you enter this gorge to fight, your life depends on you." For tens of thousands of years, we and the Black Blood City had a rule, which is that no one shall help those who participate in the battle unless they escape out by themselves. As soon as Ma Yuhan finished speaking, Bai Diao said, "Little brother Bull, is it safe for you to go alone? Do you want me to go with you?" Niu Dali also said, "Yes, it stretches for 200,000 kilometers. Such a big place is enough for more than a dozen venerables to fight at the same time. Ma Yuhan, you can choose to fight one-on-one in the first battle. I trust you. I don't recommend group battles. You need to consider it carefully." Everyone looked at Han Fei. However, Han Fei's lips curled. "Everyone, let me fight 2 battles alone first. Everyone?" Generally speaking, the Life and Death Gorge was a place for them to train soldiers. Such repeated training of soldiers was an important reason why so many venerables could be born in the Demon Beast Union and the Black Blood City. The Life and Death Gorge was the most important battlefield. There were often more than 50 venerables stationed here in order to prevent a sudden superwar. Such a superwar had happened several times. Once, because of the riot in the Forest of Terror, both parties sent out 100 venerables and fought a very bloody war. At that time, fewer than 50 people were stationed at the Life and Death Gorge. However, more than 200 venerables ambushed them and 13 venerables died on the spot, which shook the entire cage. Most of the explorer-level demonic beasts failed to escape. Since that battle, the Demon Beast Union had a rule: no matter what, the number of venerables in the Life and Death Gorge must not be less than 50. Even if something huge happened, this must be ensured. As for the 10,000 Beast Island, they just needed to maintain 100 venerables at any time. At this moment, there were as many as 80,000 explored demonic beasts cultivating in the Life and Death Gorge. Among the 80,000 explorers, there were 326 half-venerables. In theory, they had all cultivated to the level of a half-venerable, so the probability of reaching the venerable realm was not small. And these half-venerables were frequenters of the Life and Death Gorge. Die or become a venerable? Both parties were trying very hard. It was the same for the Black Blood City. They had even more half-venerable powerhouses than the Demon Beast Union. At this moment, Han Fei was standing on a towering mountain and looking at the Ice God Strait. Just 20,000 kilometers away, a great battle was going on. Beside Han Fei, more than a dozen venerables were watching the battle. Although there were many venerables in the Life and Death Gorge, the gorge extended more than 200,000 kilometers. Therefore, many venerables were patrolling the battlefield above the Life and Death Gorge. The venerables who hadn't entered the battlefield couldn't do anything, but they had to keep an eye on the situation. These venerables who were watching the battle were a bit like referees. If the other party played any dirty tricks on them, they could be noticed in time. Furthermore, they had to prevent the other party from suddenly attacking on a large scale and causing serious damage to their side. The Black Blood City had once done this kind of thing. At this moment, someone was watching the battle in the void. Suddenly, he saw a figure walking over. It was none other than Ma Yuhan, who had personally led Han Fei to challenge them. This was a tradition. With a big shot by his side, his words worked better. The two flew about 100,000 kilometers into the Life and Death Gorge. There was a mine here, which was quite high. In Han Fei's perception, there were at least 10 venerables respectively from the Demon Beast Union and the Black Blood City guarding here. Ma Yuhan looked at Han Fei. This is called the Spectating Cliff. If you have anything to say, just say it here. The venerables of the Demon Beast Union were stunned to see that Ma Yuhan had come in person, but then they saw Han Fei and realized that he must be the Bull Demon King. At this moment, Han Fei didn't transform perfectly but made 2 horns grow on his head. He did this mainly to bewilder his opponent. Otherwise, when the sea demons saw a demonic beast that looked no different from a human being appear, they would be vigilant. Niu Dali immediately complimented Han Fei for his meticulousness. Only a bull with horns looks like a bull. Han Fei was speechless. I'm confusing my opponent, understood? Seeing Han Fei come, many venerables seemed to realize something and took a deep breath. The venerable level battle was about to start. Han Fei stepped forward and shouted loudly, "You stinky fish and shrimp from the Black Blood City, listen to me. I am the Bull Demon King of the Buffalo race. I'm here to challenge you today. Who dares to come here and fight me to the death?" After Han Fei shouted, those who were still fighting in the Life and Death Gorge ended the battle and began to evacuate. Those who could fight in the Life and Death Gorge were all venerables. It had been nearly 3 years since a venerable level battle broke out in the Life and Death Gorge. Unexpectedly, the Demon Beast Union took the lead to challenge them. However, many sea demons were puzzled. Weren't there only Niu Dali, Niu Kexen, and Niu Pan Pan in the buffalo race? Why was there suddenly a Bull Demon King? Buzz? Instantly, the void trembled as one sea demon venerable after another appeared. The explorers quickly retreated and the venerables went on the field one after another. A shrimp soldier pointed his spear at Han Fei. "Bull Demon King, when did the buffalo race have a bull?" Han Fei sneered. "Who are you pointing at? Do you think you can point at your grandpa bull?" The lobster soldier's eyes turned cold. "Humph, be careful or I'll tear your mouth apart." "Moo!" Han Fei turned into a buffalo and mooed, shaking the void. Han Fei stomped in the air, white smoke billowing from his nostrils. "What can you do, you useless shrimp? Fight me if you got balls. I'm gonna tear off your shrimp bone to pick my teeth." Han Fei didn't conceal his strength as a peak junior venerable at all. Because he was the one who came to challenge, the people coming to fight him were naturally at the same level as Han Fei. The moment the shrimp soldier came out and spoke to Han Fei, he had already fallen into the trap. How could these sea demons clumsy in speaking be a match for Han Fei? No, to be precise, this was the daily routine of soldiers. After Han Fei had been in the Age of Doom, dirty talk had become one of his skills. Seeing the shrimp was furious, Han Fei continued to clamor, "Little shrimp, do you dare to attack me? If not, kneel on the ground and call me grandpa. Your grandpa has eaten shrimp, and more than one. Little shrimp, why aren't you talking? Are you deaf? Oh no, you are a shrimp. You must be blind." Ahead, Han Fei was shouting, and behind him, many venerables of the Demon Beast Union looked at each other in bewilderment. This Bull Demon King had just come to the 10,000 Beast Island, but why was he already so arrogant? Fat Seven also said leisurely, "If it were me, I wouldn't have been able to hold back." Machilin remarked, "Brother Bull, your eloquence is not bad. If I had such eloquence, I would have been able to scold all of them to death." A bobcat walked lightly beside Machilin and said disdainfully, "Then scold them." Machilin was speechless. Whether it was the Demon Beast Union or the Black Blood City, everyone knew that those who dared to call for a battle dared to fight. Usually, both parties would send out the strongest people to call for a battle. The sea demons of the Black Blood City were looking Han Fei up and down. Someone said, "This person is indeed from the buffalo race. His aura and realm can't fool people. The buffalo race is extremely strong in physique and has a soul attack technique. However, this person has never appeared. We don't know what his grade Dao is. Wensi, he came out at this time probably to break through the realm of the peak level junior venerable. Are you confident you can beat him?" Being scolded harshly by Han Fei for a long time, the shrimp soldier certainly couldn't flinch. In any case, he was a peak level junior venerable. "Your physique is strong, but my attack is strong. Why should I be afraid of you? Fight." While Han Fei was still cursing, the shrimp soldier suddenly stepped forward. "The only bull in the buffalo race? Humph. After today, the buffalo race will only have cows." Chapter 1534, Slay a Venerable. Chapter 1534, Slay a Venerable Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations one-on-one battles were different from group battles. In this Life and Death Gorge, 2 people could just choose a random place to fight and decide the winner. During this period, no one else could intervene. In fact, the confrontation between the demon beasts and the sea demons had been going on for a long time and had already formed a set of routines. In order to show their strength and encourage their own explorers, when Han Fei and the shrimp soldiers decided to fight, the commanders of both sides shouted, "Open the array." Han Fei was briefly stunned. "What kind of array?" Niu Dali said via voice transmission. "In the Battle of the Venerables, due to the power being too great, in order to prevent any accidents, the Life and Death Gorge shall be sealed. Once it's sealed, if you want to leave the battlefield, you have to return to within 20,000 kilometers of our camp to avoid fighting and admit defeat." Han Fei smiled. "Admit defeat? That's impossible." "What if I can't return within 20,000 kilometers?" Niu Dali said. "Then you'll have to continue to fight. Admitting defeat is not a glorious thing in the first place. Therefore, if you can't even admit defeat in time, it means that the gap between the two sides is too big. The life of the challenger is not that important." After Niu Dali finished speaking, Ma Yuhun said, "There's another purpose to seal the battlefield. Your venerable level battle will be under the watch of hundreds of thousands of people, which can be studied by the explorers on both sides." Han Fei's eyelids twitched. "Really?" Bai Diao said. "Yes. When venerables fight, they usually use all their strength. Your image represents the image of the 10,000 Beast Island. Most of the time, the 2 parties are of the same realm, and usually neither of them can defeat the other in the end. This will result in a tie. In this way, neither party will lose face. Ma Yuhan said, Bull Demon King, my only requirement for you in this battle is that you don't admit defeat. That shrimp Wensi has extraordinary strength. His original body is an ancient exotic creature with an amazing shrimp bloodline. His attacking technique is amazing. Don't underestimate him. Han Fei hummed and stepped into the void, standing in the life and death gorge full of broken stones. After all, this place was full of battles, so there couldn't be many buildings here. Many mines had long collapsed because of the fighting. In the life and death gorge, the demon beasts at the explorer level had basically retreated. At this moment, the life and death gorge had been sealed, and these explorers could only see a large cloud of smoke. And in the smoke, there was a picture which showed the scene of Han Fei and Shrimp Wensi confronting each other. Han Fei's demon purification pot usually didn't show any information when facing highly intelligent creatures, especially those in human form. This Shrimp Wensi claimed to be of an ancient exotic bloodline and should not be weak. However, how could Han Fei allow him to brag in front of him? With a thought, the invincible will condensed in Han Fei's body, and a huge golden bull shadow enveloped Han Fei. On the Demon Beast Union side, many people looked at New Dali. Someone said, Dali, this Bull Demon King's technique seems to be different from yours. Someone praised, this technique looks quite extraordinary. It can't be weak. New Dali was also stunned. Han Fei had never used this combat skill on the 10,000 Beast Island. It seemed that this was his specialty. New Dali said, Don't worry. The Bull Demon King will only be stronger than me, no weaker than me. Oh? Bai Diao couldn't help tilting her head and looking at New Dali. You said they're in the same realm. New Dali, I'm talking about jumping levels. All the beasts. Ma Yuhan's eyes glittered. No wonder this Bull Demon King wanted to fight the moment he came. So, he was trying to trick the sea demons. However, could he jump realms to defeat New Dali? This Bull Demon King's talent and strength were probably more powerful than they had imagined. In the field, Han Fei's invincible will condensed into a buffalo shadow. Han Fei charged like a mad bull in the void. As Han Fei extended his hand, beads of water condensed in the void. It was the infinity water. However, what the infinity water condensed at this moment was not a drop of water, but a harpoon, a bit like a sea demon's weapon. But on closer inspection, it looked more like an ordinary harpoon. Mua Han Fei roared, his voice containing the power of soul attack. The roar shook the entire life and death gorge, and almost everyone panicked. Han Fei's speed became faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a golden pillar of light, looking extremely domineering. Seeing this, Shrimp Wensi knew that Han Fei was extraordinary. However, how could he be an ordinary shrimp? Shrimp Wensi arched its body and summoned a phantom 100 meters long. All of a sudden, a weird shrimp with an octopus head and a scorpion body appeared. Shrimp Wensi's two tentacles swished and turned into two star wheels. As soon as the wheels appeared, starlight specks rushed at Han Fei. The speed was so fast that in the blink of an eye, they revolved hundreds of thousands of times, as if they wanted to cut Han Fei to death. On the sea demon's side, someone laughed. The buffaloes are just brutes. No matter how powerful his impact is, how can he resist Wensi's teeth that can resist an ultra-quality divine weapon? On the Demon Beast Union side, many people frowned. Fat Seven trembled all over. Although Brother Bull's strength is extraordinary, isn't he underestimating Shrimp Wensi too much? Is he going to resist the spiked wheels of Shrimp Wensi with his body? New Dali wasn't too worried because she already knew that Han Fei had the indestructible golden body. The Venerable looked quite calm, but the explorer-level demonic beasts were dumbfounded. Someone exclaimed, Is the new Venerable of the buffalo race so violent? Is this a bull sprint? Can't he play some tricks? Someone said, Don't worry. The buffaloes have unparalleled horns. They are definitely not afraid of the spiked wheels of the shrimp. The two sides were getting closer and closer. Han Fei was still in midair, and Shrimp Wensi had already turned into a human shape. Its crimson armor was shining, and its body trembled, and 18 pairs of deformed blades floated out of its back, turning into a shadow and attacking again. In Shrimp Wensi's hand was a spear. He didn't believe that Han Fei's physique was so strong that he could block his spiked tooth wheel and 36-blade head-on. Chila. Han Fei was about to collide with the spiked wheel. Han Fei suddenly extended his left hand and casually waved it in the air, and a silver light illuminated the world. At the moment the silver light appeared, Han Fei stomped, and the lines of the Tao patterns instantly condensed into a coiled turtle array. Clank, 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 clang, boom. In the Life and Death Gorge, a golden ripple spread out at an incredible speed. Outside the Life and Death Gorge, a demon beast pointed at the figure in the mist and said, Look, the Bull Demon King has rushed over and knocked away the spiked wheel. Someone gasped, Hiss, he only used his body to break through the wheel? Someone sighed, Is he crazy? Among the venerables, Ma Qilin was excited. Brother Bull is really awesome. He can resist the spiked wheels with his body alone. I'm afraid his physique is extraordinary. However, at the next moment, the bobcat said, However, its golden phantom was shattered. Just now, he used an array. I'd like to see how he is going to block the 36 blade. Knock on the heavenly gate. However, as soon as the bobcat said so, Han Fei thrust his spear at Ch1501 from 500 kilometers away. Qing Mu was puzzled. How much power is consumed attacking from so far away? Many people exclaimed. Why are they fighting so far away? Ch1501 sneered. Do you think you're a peak-level venerable? You're so far away from me. What can you do? However, in the next second, everyone's faces froze. The 500-kilometer void suddenly shortened, and Ch1501 appeared only 5 kilometers away from Han Fei. Not good, the great Tao of space. A sea demon shouted, Wensi, attack with all your strength. Ma Yuyun's eyes lit up. Great, the great Tao of space, near-at-hand technique. The Bull Demon King is indeed extraordinary. Niu Dali was excited. Han Fei didn't show this great Tao of space to her. Han Fei seemed to have shown the law of gravity before. Did he take 2 great Taos at the same time? Pfft. Ch1501 wanted to see how this demonic Bull Demon King could block his 36 blades. However, the distance was shortened in an instant, and his body was directly penetrated before he had a chance to run. Whoosh! Not only was his body pierced through, but Han Fei's blow was so terrifying that it left a hole in the void. In an instant, thousands of space cracks appeared, and Ch1501 was covered in wounds. In a moment of desperation, Ch1501 issued an order in his heart, and the 36 blades returned to his body like 36 rays of light. However, when he did this, he saw a smile on Han Fei's face. In the next moment, the expression of Ch1501 suddenly changed. He felt that his soul was clasped by something that wanted to drill into his soul. Moo. At this moment, the 100-beast soul devouring was launched and a terrifying bull roar appeared in the mind of Ch1501. Bam! 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 Under everyone's watch, Ch1501 vomited blood and was attacked by Han Fei with the soul technique. Die! Under the horrified gaze of hundreds of thousands of people, Han Fei punched down, directly blasting the body of Ch1501 into pieces. At this moment, although Ch1501 was not dead, his soul had been controlled by Han Fei. Han Fei opened his mouth and spat out, Explode! Rumble, a huge mushroom cloud rose to the entire life and death gorge. Crack. In the sky, a red crack rumbled like thunder. At that moment, a rain of blood fell. A venerable died. This battle lasted less than 3 minutes. A peak-level junior venerable died so easily. Most of the time, Han Fei was running wildly. At this moment, the audience was silent, and countless people gasped. Fat Seven gasped. Damn, Ma Keelan was dumbfounded. Is Ch1501 dead? Niu Dali swallowed. She looked at the proud figure in the surging tide, and her heart pounded. Outside the life and death gorge, Niu Kexin and Niu Pan looked at each other in shock. Niu Pan's body trembled. Is a bull so powerful? Chapter 1535, First Use of Chaotic Qi. Chapter 1535, First Use of Chaotic Qi Mu. In the field, the Bull Demon King roared, The venerables of the Black Blood City are too weak. How dare you come out to fight me? Let me ask you, is there only such a waste in the Black Blood City? As Han Fei stood proudly, he puffed out a cloud of smoke and pointed at the venerables of the Black Blood City ferociously. In fact, not only was the Demon Beast Union shocked by Han Fei, but the Black Blood City was also shocked. Everybody knew how strong Ch1501 was. He was definitely among the top few junior venerables. Few people in the Demon Beast Union or the Black Blood City could defeat him. But even such a heavenly talent was killed by someone in only 30 seconds without any chance to escape. From the moment Han Fei used the world's near-at-hand technique, to when Ch1501 was pierced, to when his soul was shackled, to when the 100-beast soul devouring technique swallowed his soul, during this period of time, Han Fei's movements were smooth, giving Ninetails no chance to escape at all. On the other side of the Black Blood City, countless venerables stood outside the Life and Death Gorge with a serious look. At the same time, they were all furious. Someone guessed, this Bull Demon King might be a hidden heavenly talent of the Demon Beast Union. He didn't reveal himself until he reached the Venerable Realm. He must have been stuck at the peak of the Junior Venerable because his path was too difficult. Someone nodded. This person can kill Ch1501 within 30 seconds. He's definitely not an ordinary person. His physique, soul, combat skills, and soul attack techniques are almost flawless. I'm afraid he has reached the peak of the Junior Venerable Realm. Although the sea demons were shocked by the death of Ch1501, this didn't seem to be the first time. Therefore, they didn't have any special thoughts of rioting or breaking the rules. Instead, these people were looking for excuses. Although what they said might be true, in the ears of the demonic beasts, it sounded more like an excuse for their defeat. A faint smile appeared on Ma Yuhan's face, and he immediately looked back. Lei Xiao, report the good news to the 10,000 Beast Island. Yes, crack. A black panther suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning and ran out. In fact, the purpose of reporting the good news was not only to inform, but also to boost morale. Slaying a venerable was a major event no matter where. How difficult was it to become a venerable? As venerables, no one knew it better than them. In this cage, everyone was fighting to become a venerable. Even so, many people didn't touch the threshold of the venerable realm even when they died. But what did they see now? In the hands of the Bull Demon King, the Sea Demon Venerable from the Black Blood City couldn't even hold on for 3 minutes. Han Fei looked back at the Life and Death Gorge and put on a cold smile. Seeing that creepy smile, Niu Dali suddenly felt that something was wrong. Han Fei showed the same expression when he just came out of seclusion today. Han Fei suddenly turned his head. You stinky fish and shrimp from the Black Blood City, am I so brave that you're afraid of me? Is there any junior venerable who dares to challenge me? Well, if not, I can even fight an intermediate venerable heavenly talent. Hiss, is he crazy? Even Bai Diao couldn't help retracting her casual look. She couldn't help looking at Niu Dali and said, Little Li, can this guy really cross realms to fight? Qingmu said, Dali, this is not a joke. Don't brag just because he is from the buffalo race. Niu Dali didn't know how to answer her. She said, Bullshit, do I have to lie to you? I really can't beat him. All the venerables took a slight breath. Even Niu Dali couldn't beat the Bull Demon King. Niu Dali was an intermediate peak-level venerable. If she fully unleashed her strength was extremely terrifying. She had fought more than 30 times in the Life and Death Gorge. With her physique and strength, no one could easily kill her. On the Sea Demon's side, he's too much. Does he know what he's doing? Let me beat him up. Damn it, this bull must be killed by me. Get out of the way, let me. Wensi is my best friend. I, Crab Qianlong, am only half a step away from the peak of the intermediate venerable. If necessary, I can forcibly break through. Today, I must kill this bull. In an instant, the Demon Beast Union and the Black Blood City were both in an uproar. Han Fei was too arrogant. The venerable realm was not the Hidden Fisher or the Law Enforcer realm. How could it be possible for him to cross realms? However, the leader of the Black Blood City team, a merman with a colorful tail, said, Crab Qianlong, don't underestimate your enemy. From what I see, this person is indeed a peak-level junior venerable. Since he dares to challenge an intermediate venerable, it means that his strength has been suppressed at the peak of the junior venerable for a long time, so that he can fight an intermediate venerable head-on. The big red crab with half of its body human and half crabs. On the upper half of its body, there were a pair of crab claws, as well as 2 weird chain-like claws. At the end of each of the chains, there was a huge axe. At this moment, it shouted, Although the space-tide Great Tao is powerful, it's not invincible. My soul-locking Tao is not afraid of any Great Tao. Hey! Han Fei was about to continue clamoring when he saw an ugly big crab suddenly drill through the void. In Han Fei's eyes, this crab seemed to be covered all over with weapons. Han Fei smiled coldly. Sure enough, as long as he crossed realms to fight, these people would voluntarily jump out. At that time, in this battle, Han Fei couldn't fight as fiercely as before. In the battle just now, he had only absorbed more than 900 points of soul power. He had to kill 3 more enemies of the same level to repair his damaged soul. Therefore, even if he killed this crab, he definitely couldn't repair his damaged soul. Therefore, he had to fight this battle with difficulty. Only with difficulty could he trigger the next battle and give the opponent some hope. Only by triggering the next battle could he completely repair his soul. Buzz, Han Fei's invincible will turned into a golden bull shadow again, enveloping him. Han Fei pointed at the crab and shouted, I've eaten countless crabs in my life, and I'm known as the crab-eating demon. Someone like you is only worthy of being my food. Outside the Life and Death Gorge, Ma Keelan said enviously, I wonder if what Brother Bull said is true or not. His eloquence is truly remarkable. Niu Dali also got to know Han Fei again. The Bull Demon King who fought with his own people was definitely modest. However, when fighting with his enemy, he was domineering and arrogant. At this moment, Niu Dali was thinking about the difference between bulls and cows. Is this the power of bulls? Hearing Han Fei's words, all the venerables immediately felt that he seemed to be sure to win, so they also relaxed. Crab Qianlong roared, Go to hell, I'm going to kill you. Swish. The 2 chains on Crab Qianlong's body wriggled out. The chains seemed to draw the power of the void, like 2 black dragons, and the huge axes above their heads whistled. He crossed his axes and slashed at Han Fei. Huh? A locking technique? Han Fei immediately realized that something was wrong. These giant axes seemed to have locked onto his soul. Han Fei immediately realized that this move hurt both the body and the soul. It was definitely not an ordinary combat skill. The venerables of the Demon Beast Union all looked solemn. Han Fei raised his left hand and a strand of visible power appeared in the air. Hiss, chaotic chi. This Bull Demon King wants to use chaotic chi. A sea demon shouted, Chaotic chi, don't be stingy with the chaotic chi. Use it. When the others saw Han Fei use the chaotic chi, they frowned. Although the chaotic chi was used as a trump card power, the amount of chaotic chi obtained after a person became a venerable was at most 3 wisps. Most people only had 2. After that, to obtain more chaotic chi, one needed to constantly improve their understanding of spiritual energy and the Great Tao. Usually, many people in the junior venerable realm couldn't condense the first wisp of chaotic chi alone. It was difficult even for an intermediate venerable. Only advanced venerables and peak venerables could slowly grasp the ability to condense chaotic chi. The main reason was that when one reached the advanced or peak level, his strength was already extremely strong. He had to work really hard to gain the slightest progress in strength. In order to reach the peak, cultivators had to increase the disassembling degree of spiritual energy and improve their understanding of the power of the Great Tao. and this problem could be ignored by junior venerables and intermediate venerables. Therefore, the growth of these two realms was relatively fast. At this moment, when Hanfei used the chaotic chi, Crab Qianlong just wanted to curse. How could this guy just use up such a precious power? It seemed that the Bull Demon King was indeed stuck at the bottleneck of the junior venerable. Once he won again, this person would definitely have a chance to make a breakthrough. With this in mind, Crab Qianlong gritted his teeth, and a wisp of chaotic chi appeared in front of him. Immediately afterward, the chaotic chi dispersed and was absorbed into his body. This was the first time Hanfei used chaotic chi. When this power completely dissipated in his body, Hanfei immediately felt that his flesh and blood suddenly inflated. Every inch of his muscles seemed to be full of power as if they were injected with stimulants. Moo! Hanfei roared and suddenly thrust his fists down. As his fists trembled, a huge vortex appeared behind him, and his fists were shining with golden and red light. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, two huge fist marks broke through the void and blasted at Crab Qianlong. However, the sacrificing punch wasn't meant to blow up the opponent's black dragon axe, but to kill Crab Qianlong. Activating the sacrificing punch with both hands at the same time was the first time Hanfei had done this. He didn't expect it to be so handy. He even felt that he seemed to have inexhaustible strength. At this moment, neither Hanfei nor Crab Qianlong dodged. After all, both parties had used locking techniques. Chapter 1536, Another Venerable Died. Chapter 1536, Another Venerable Died. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. What would it feel like to use chaotic chi? Hanfei felt that it was like smoking weed. It was like a racing car turning on the nitro booster. It was a soul satisfaction that was so cool. All in all, the moment Hanfei punched out, he felt that there seemed to be more power erupting in his body. Going berserk? This feeling was like a berserk combat skill, a little like Li Renkuang's violent war body, and also like when the mad bloodworms erupted. Looking at the two dragons darting at him, Hanfei smiled and suddenly punched out a series of golden fist marks. This scene was comparable to countless shooting stars piercing the night sky. Hanfei discovered that when he used a wisp of chaotic chi, all the energy in his body was inexhaustible. Once the energy left his body, he could achieve a high degree of uniformity between his body and soul. In addition, Hanfei had a strange feeling. When he used the chaotic chi, it seemed that the chaotic chi could absorb the spiritual energy contained in his body. Therefore, when the chaotic chi played a role, the spiritual energy was also consumed. The power in the spiritual energy was also extracted by the chaotic chi. At this moment, Hanfei realized why he had to understand the chaotic chi first if he wanted to absorb it. In fact, the chaotic chi was extracted from spiritual energy in the first place. Just like what he felt when he just became a venerable, the spiritual energy transformed into chaotic chi. After the transformation, the spiritual energy lost its power and naturally dissipated. Boom boom boom, there was not much time for Hanfei to think. While he was thinking, the opponent's black dragon axes had already slashed over. They crushed hundreds of invincible fist marks along the way, but when they came to Hanfei, their power was already exhausted. However, although their power was exhausted, it was still quite strong. Hanfei had the opportunity to crush the two axes. However, with a thought, Hanfei gave up. He let the two dragon axes hit him, let the axe light envelop him, and let his body fly hundreds of miles in the sea. Compared to Hanfei's acting, Crab Qianlong was also shocked. He was planning to find an opportunity to pinch Hanfei to death with his pincers. However, Crab Qianlong discovered that Hanfei's two fist marks became stronger and stronger in the void, not at all weaker than his own dragon axe. Bang, 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 the giant hammer was also hammering in the air. In the end, after hundreds of hammers were shattered, Crab Qianlong smashed the two sledgehammers in his hand with all his strength. Only then did he manage to shatter the power of the sacrificing punch. However, he was also shaken dozens of kilometers away by the power. Everything happened too fast. Therefore, Crab Qianlong wasn't surprised at all when Hanfei was blown back hundreds of kilometers. After all, he was one level higher than this Bull Demon King. Besides, he had also used chaotic chi. If even this couldn't suppress him, how could he be considered an intermediate peak-level venerable? Bull Demon King, Brother Bull, Ma Keelan, and Fat Seven shouted at the same time nervously. Fat Seven said, "Hey, why are you not nervous at all? Obviously, Brother Bull is not as good as Crab Qianlong." Ma Keelan also said, "Dad, should we remind Brother Bull? It's too risky to jump levels to fight." However, at this moment, Bai Diao said casually, "Two idiots. Ma Keelan, 1, Fat 7, 1. Bai Diao said, "Didn't you see that Little Li didn't panic at all? Just now, Little Li said that the Bull Demon King was stronger than her. How could he lose to Crab Qianshu in strength or attack?" Ma Keelan exclaimed. "Are you saying that Brother Bull did it on purpose?" Fat 7 was also dumbfounded. "On purpose?" Fat 7 was also dumbfounded. "Why is he deliberately giving in to them?" At this moment, the Bobcat said, "Have you forgotten what the Bull Demon King said before he went to the battle? He said to kill 3 or 5 venerables first. This guy is quite greedy. This is only the second one. He obviously doesn't want to stop now. If we crush Crab Thousand Dragon again, do you want him to fight an advanced venerable?" Ma Yuyun smiled. That's right, this Bull Demon King is brave and smart. I wonder how he's going to fight in the next round. Ma Qilin was stunned. Huh, father, do you mean that Brother Bull has already won this round? Ma Yuhun glanced at his son and said leisurely, to observe the battle, you have to think carefully. Sometimes, in addition to fighting itself, you also have to consider the human heart. Of course, Bai Diao and the others could find out about it because Niu Dali said that Han Fei was stronger than her. Of course, Niu Dali would not lie to them, so they could tell that Han Fei was deceiving them. As they expected, when Han Fei left a long ravine on the bottom of the sea, he was bleeding from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Half of his bullhorn was broken, and many parts of his body began to crack. Moo, Han Fei stopped and stood in the air again. He waved his hand, and the awesome power of the infinity water returned. Han Fei's body suddenly changed, turning into a mad bull more than 30 meters long. The old turtle in Han Fei's body was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. He felt that Han Fei was crazy. Becoming so big, he was deliberately consuming chaotic chi. Besides, what's the use of being a bull? Do you want to ram your enemy with your head? The problem is that you are a fucking fake bull. However, at the next moment, Han Fei began to paw the ground. Every time Han Fei pawed the ground, huge waves surged in the water. Han Fei shouted, "Fury of the God of War. Mua." At that moment, a deafening sound rumbled. Within 100 kilometers, waves were surging. As Han Fei took a step forward, the sea was rolling like a sea of knives, setting off a huge tide. The surging waves rushed at Crab Qianlong almost at the same time as Han Fei. On the demon beast's side, countless explorer-level demonic beasts all held their breath. This is too strong. This move of the Bull Demon King is too strong. With such a terrifying torrent of blades, if they were hit by it, they would probably be torn into pieces in an instant. Crab Qianlong's face was also solemn. However, he didn't panic much in his heart. It turned out that this Bull Demon King was indeed very strong. If it were someone else, he might not be able to withstand a single blow from him. However, a series of bubbles spurted out of Crab Qianlong's mouth. These bubbles quickly condensed, sealing him inside like pieces of ice. And this was only passive defense. He, an intermediate venerable, was already close to the peak. How could he only defend passively against a water buffalo at the peak of a junior venerable? Crab Qianlong adjusted his posture and ran towards Han Fei. As Crab Qianlong ran out, the two chains followed behind him like two long ribbons. However, the ribbons were entwined quickly like fried dough twists. The two axes on the chains dragged the seawater behind him. From the outside, it looked like Crab Qianlong was running wildly, dragging a super water ball countless times larger than his body behind him. In the ball, there were two big axes. On the sea demon's side, someone grinned. Qianlong's great axe technique is among the top 10 of the Black Blood City and the Demon Beast Union in the intermediate venerable realm. This Bull Demon King is bound to lose. Someone sneered. I'm afraid his technique only looks powerful, but in fact, it's just that the chaotic chi provides him too much power and makes him too confident. He doesn't know that when the energy disperses, he won't be able to block Qianlong's strike. On the Demon Beast Union side, everyone looked puzzled. The Bobcat looked at Niu Dali and asked in confusion, Dali, is he much stronger than you? Are you sure he can handle Crab Qianlong's ferocious attack? Niu Dali also frowned and said, his strength is indeed much stronger than mine. However, he hasn't used the combat skills and techniques he used before, and they don't seem to be weak. While everybody was talking, Han Fei had already collided with Crab Qianlong. Crab Qianlong was instantly tied up by the billions of knife lights. However, any water blades that approached would be shattered. The big ball behind him also rose into the air. The sphere had a diameter of 1,000 meters. At this moment, Han Fei was facing the sky with two sledgehammers in his hands. Bang, 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 Han Fei shouted coldly. Do you think you are the only one who knows how to use hammers? The sky was full of hammer shadows, and they began to collide with each other crazily. Seeing this, Niu Dali immediately said, I know this technique. He has used it before. It's very powerful and can completely suppress me. As soon as Niu Dali finished speaking, he saw that Han Fei was hammered into the ground. Everyone looked at Niu Dali, then at the field, and nodded slightly. It seemed that Han Fei was pretending again. Rumble. From the spot the sledgehammer hit, a visible ripple rolled nearly 1,000 kilometers away. The sea demons were already cheering. Someone shouted, how dare he be so arrogant? With such a strike, even a venerable will be reduced to dust. Someone grinned ferociously. He deserves to die. Someone said casually, it's only natural that Qianlong can win. Does the Bull Demon King really think it's so simple to jump levels to fight? However, as time passed, these kinds of bragging became less and less. This was because they saw that the blades didn't stop, but instead were getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, Crab Qianlong was still being swept by the infinite saber beams. All of a sudden, he saw a red light on the ground bombarding the sky. A huge fist mark blasted Crab Qianlong into the sky. At the next moment, a figure appeared above the crab. In the blink of an eye, Crab Qianlong's eyes erected. Han Fei found that he was completely imprisoned. Crab Qianlong laughed. Water Buffalo, do you really think you can beat me? I'd like to see how you can break the eyes of confinement. At this moment, Han Fei was enshrouded by a blue pillar of light and couldn't move at all. However, Han Fei didn't panic at all. His lips cracked slightly. Explode, the infinity water exploded, but because it didn't enter his body, Crab Qianlong didn't notice it at all. At this moment, it suddenly exploded, shattering his carapace. Then, the other infinity water also exploded. Mu 100 Beast Soul Devouring was activated. Han Fei walked out of the void confinement easily. As he waved his hand, he drew a knife from the void and slashed at a drop of blood in the void. The void lines all shot out. In Forge the Universe, the vast ocean navigator stopped spinning, and the knife beams stopped. In the sky, a red crack appeared again, and a rain of blood poured down. Another venerable died. Chapter 1537, Ask for a Group Fight. Chapter 1537, Ask for a Group Fight. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Under the public gaze, Han Fei created a miracle. Being hit by the terrifying attack of Crab Qianlong, theoretically speaking, even if he didn't die, he should at least be reborn with his blood. However, Han Fei punched back. Then, he used some unknown method to blow up Crab Qianlong. The problem was that Han Fei actually stopped Crab Qianlong from blood rebirth, which was amazing. Seeing this, Ma Yuhun said to a person next to him, "Go back and tell the good news." Cough, cough. When Han Fei stood still, everyone discovered that one of this guy's arms was drooping and his body was full of cracks. His battlesuit was mostly broken, revealing the explosive muscles on his body. Besides, Han Fei's aura was very unstable at this moment. After a full 2 or 3 minutes, the vibe finally stabilized. Many people's first reaction was that Han Fei was either crippled or had reached the critical point of breakthrough. That blow just now looked like a perfect counterattack in desperation. What did this mean? It was often a sign of a breakthrough. There were a lot of strong masters in the Life and Death Gorge. Among them, there were several half-kings. On the Demon Beast Union side, in addition to Ma Yuhun, there were 2 other half-kings who were near the cage wall on both sides of the Life and Death Gorge. It seemed that Han Fei had already tried his best to control the fluctuations of his spiritual energy, but they were still detected. Obviously, Han Fei's every move couldn't escape the eyes of these half-kings. Immediately, someone's expression changed. Not good. Brother Bull fails to make a breakthrough. Should he leave at this time? Someone said solemnly. Now is the best time to make a breakthrough. If Crab Qianlong can last longer, Brother Bull will definitely make a breakthrough. If he leaves now, he may have to wait a few years. Ma Yuhun shouted, "Bull Demon King, come back." He was a bit worried. Even he felt that something was wrong with Han Fei's current aura. Crab Qianlong wasn't the strongest among the intermediate venerables in the first place. If Han Fei challenged the sea demons again, the opponent that would come out was probably the strongest intermediate venerable. Han Fei gritted his teeth and the white gas spurted out of his nose. He seemed to be very reluctant to leave. On the other side, on the sea demon side, countless people were shocked. Han Fei could cross realms to kill enemies? This person's talent was really terrifying. If he broke through to the intermediate venerable realm, then in a few hundred years, with this person's strength, he might become the strongest intermediate venerable in the cage. The moment Ma Yuhun shouted, the mermen glanced at him, and someone immediately shouted, "Hey, Bull Demon King, are you going to leave? You must be very upset not passing the critical moment of the breakthrough, right? If you have the guts, let's fight, okay?" Someone shouted. "Bull Demon King, as long as you admit defeat today, we will let you go. However, then you are just a coward. A real powerhouse dares to face all the challenges in front of him." Someone yelled, "Bull Demon King, if you got balls, stay in the arena and don't leave. If you flinch, how can you be qualified to be a powerhouse?" For a moment, the people from the Black Blood City kept clamoring, forcing Han Fei to stay and not leave. Behind Han Fei, someone was shouting too. "Brother Bull, don't be fooled. You've already earned enough by killing 2 venerables today. Brother Bull, don't listen to these sea demons' nonsense. They just intend to bully you with numbers. Bull Demon King, you can come back now. You've had enough battles today." Han Fei finished absorbing the last wisp of soul power. His soul power had recovered to 78,673 points, only more than 1,000 points away from his current soul limit. As long as he killed an intermediate peak-level venerable, his soul power might be restored. How could he retreat at a time like this? He would rather die than retreat. Han Fei took a breath, and the violent energy and spiritual energy around surged into his body. In the eyes of outsiders, the cracks on Han Fei's body were recovering at a visible speed. After only a moment, Han Fei seemed to have recovered. However, no one thought that Han Fei had really recovered. The injuries caused by the Battle of the Venerables were not as simple as the recovery of external wounds. However, Han Fei's action made many sea demons' eyes light up. Someone said, "The water buffaloes are stupid. If we provoke him again, he will definitely stay." Someone cursed, "Bull Demon King, stupid bull, don't run if you've got balls. I'll chop you into pieces with 3 blows." Someone sneered, "Bull Demon King, let's fight 1-on-1. I'll turn you into a cow easily." Han Fei looked at the sea demons who were cursing and felt that they were really clumsy in speech. They just kept repeating the same words. Although there was no emotion in Han Fei's heart, on the surface, his face was flushed and his nostrils were spewing out white gas. Han Fei suddenly turned his head. "I want to fight a group battle." Hiss! Ma Yuhun was briefly stunned. Bai Diao, the Bobcat, Qingmu, Fat 7, Ma Qilan, and Niu Dali were all stunned. A group battle? Group battles were much more difficult than one-on-one battles. If it was a one-on-one fight, Han Fei only needed to fight one person. However, if he was to fight a group battle, it would be easy for him to be tricked. Besides Ma Yuhun, the other two half-kings said, "Bull Demon King, don't do anything rash. Group battles are not easy to fight. You may lose more than you gain." However, Han Fei looked straight at Niu Dali. Niu Dali's heart did a flip when he saw Han Fei's cold expression. Did he do it on purpose? Did he want me to persuade Ma Yuhun? Han Fei, I want to fight a group battle. Han Fei said this to Niu Dali. Niu Dali immediately understood and hurriedly said to Ma Yuhun via voice transmission, "Commander Ma, I think he can do it. The Bull Demon King has shown the power of an intermediate venerable. The other party will definitely use this as an excuse to send intermediate venerables over. If the Bull Demon King had to fight several intermediate venerables at the same time, it would be extremely disadvantageous for him." Niu Dali couldn't help but remember what Han Fei said when he came today. He said, "Who said that his combat power stopped at the peak of the intermediate venerable realm?" Now, since he wanted her to convince Ma Yuhun, he must be very confident about himself. Therefore, Niu Dali took a breath and said firmly, "I believe him." Ma Yuhun looked at Niu Dali. "Are you sure?" Niu Dali nodded. Yes. Although for some reason Ma Yuhun felt that this Bull Demon King might not be simple, he still said, "Okay." Then Ma Yuhun looked at the sea demons and shouted, "Do you dare to fight a group battle, or not? If not, today's battle is over." Sea Spirit was the commander of the sea demons team. When Han Fei said that he wanted to fight a group battle, he was thinking about Han Fei's purpose. Although he knew that the Bull Demon King was extraordinary and might still have the strength to fight, it was impossible for him to win a group battle, so he must have a purpose. The first thought in his mind was that Han Fei wanted to make a breakthrough in combat with the help of his team members. All those who could make a breakthrough in battle were extraordinary. To make a breakthrough in battle, one needed extremely strong control. On the one hand, he had to withstand the pressure of the breakthrough, and on the other hand, he had to fight. If he was distracted, the breakthrough might be interrupted. However, there were also benefits. If one made a breakthrough in battle and succeeded, he could change the situation of the battle. Especially for a genius like Han Fei, once he stepped into the intermediate venerable realm, his strength would definitely be comparable to that of an intermediate peak venerable. Coupled with his great Tao of space, ordinary people would be no match for him. However, as a half-king, he certainly wouldn't be afraid of this. Soon, he had an idea. Spirit Merman shouted, "Why not? However, we want to join an advanced venerable in this battle." When Ma Yuhun heard that, he immediately shouted, "That's bullshit it. This is a battle of intermediate venerables. Why would an advanced venerable join?" Spirit Merman said, "You were the one who proposed the group battle. Besides, I didn't say that the Demon Beast Union can't add an advanced venerable. Since we haven't had any major battles in the past few years, let's check if the Demon Beast Union has really been strengthened in the past 2 years. Spirit Merman deliberately said that he wanted to cross 3 realms to test the other party's strength. In fact, it was just because he had already got a plan. Just as Ma Yuhun was about to respond, Bai Diao smiled and said, "Let me." As soon as Bai Diao said so, the Bobcat took a step forward. "Let me do it. I'm afraid they want to test your strength to see if you have reached the peak." "Let me," Bai Diao shrugged. "Okay, you do it." The Bobcat stepped out and meowed, and its voice resounded throughout the Life and Death Gorge. The Bobcat said, "I want to eat fish." "You'd better send a fish up." As soon as Niu Dali saw the Bobcat stepping out, she knew that she definitely needed to join in too. She had already reached the peak of the intermediate venerable level and had fought more than 30 battles and was very experienced. Niu Dali stepped out. Me too. Han Fei had been considering whether he should unleash his real strength if the other party sent an advanced venerable. At this moment, Niu Dali suddenly joined in, which meant that the other party could send out 2 intermediate venerables. Han Fei hurriedly shouted, "No more intermediate venerables. Brother Qilin, Brother Fat 7, do you dare to join me?" Han Fei had planned to summon another 3 junior venerables. In this way, he could kill at least 1 or 2 people instantly. However, Niu Dali came, but it didn't matter. Anyway, as long as the opponent sent junior venerables over, they were dead meat. When Ma Qilin and Fat 7 heard Han Fei's summoning, they were stunned. Fuck, we've only met him for the first time. Besides, there are only advanced venerables in the arena. If we go up, will we really not be killed in minutes? However, as a venerable, neither Ma Qilin nor Fat 7 would flinch in battle. Besides, with the Bobcat here, the 2 of them were confident. On the Sea Demon side, Spirit Merman said indifferently, "Yu Menglong, Yu Kang, Hylian Sheng, Bai Yuhua, the 4 of you will fight them. As for the last one, Zhongwandian, come out." As Spirit Merman spoke, the people who were called out stepped out. When the name Zhongwandian was called, 3,000 kilometers away, a mountain cracked and a long tentacle was pulled away from the belly of the mountain. A weird, huge black octopus was approaching. Chapter 1538, Try My Blade Inferno. Chapter 1538, Try My Blade Inferno Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. A group battle between venerables was a major event no matter where it was. It had been decades since there was such a battle in the Wall of Death. When Han Fei heard the word decades just now, he felt terrible. If you knew that there might not be a single large-scale group battle in the outside world for hundreds of years, what would you think? The bobcat walked beside Han Fei. He liked other people to describe him as a mountain cat. Among all the cats on the 10,000 Beast Island, only he had reached the advanced venerable realm. Of course, although creatures such as tigers and thunder leopards were also cat species, their varieties were too different. However, perhaps because it had been with these creatures for a long time, the bobcat didn't feel that its momentum was weaker than any of them. At this moment, the mountain cat looked at Han Fei and said, "That Bai Yuhua on the opposite side is an advanced venerable. Leave it to me. However, you have to know his great Tao. His original form is a sea pen. With his strength, he can draw a venerable level combat power at one time, or bind a space and draw you into the painting." This was the first time Han Fei had heard of such a great Tao, drawing people into a painting. Han Fei asked, "Can it trap people like rays or seals?" The mountain cat nodded. "You shouldn't have asked Ma Qilin and Fat 7 to come together. That way, it wouldn't be a problem for us to fight 3 against 3. However, not everyone in the junior venerable level is as strong as you. Once someone bypasses you, their safety will be hard to guarantee." Niu Dali looked at Ma Qilin and Fat 7. "You two, after the battle, try to lead your opponents to the sides and leave our battlefield." "Wait a minute." Han Fei smiled and said, no matter how strong the other party is, he is only an advanced venerable. If we lack top strength, lead the other party's junior venerable to me, huh? Han Fei smiled mysteriously. "If you trust me, why not have a try? I can eat the 5 of them in one bite." After a while, Han Fei learned from the mountain cat that in addition to the one called Bai Yuhua, Yu Menglong was an intermediate venerable who was good at illusions and dreams. As for Yu Keng and Hai Lian Sheng, they were both junior venerables and were obviously prepared for Ma Qilin and Fei Qi. As for the last one, the guy named xuanhuan, although he sounded like an octopus, he was a guy that even the mountain cat didn't know. According to the mountain cat, this person might have been in the Immortal City all the time, and for some reason, he came to the Life and Death Gorge. The reason he was so sure was that xuanhuan had never fought in the Life and Death Gorge. However, it was impossible for a guy who had cultivated to the peak of an intermediate venerable to not have any battle records. If this battle result wasn't in the Life and Death Gorge, it must be in the Immortal City of the human race. According to the Wildcat, the Black Blood City and the Forest of Terror should be allies. The layout of the Black Blood City and the Demon Beast Union was similar. The Demon Beast Union had 2 enemies. One was the Black Blood City, and the other was the Forest of Terror. The Black Blood City also had 2 enemies, the Demon Beast Union and the Immortal City of the human race. Generally speaking, they didn't have much contact with humans and the Forest of Terror. This made Han Fei even more certain that this so-called cage should be a stud link layout. Since xuanhuan often fought humans, Han Fei thought that he might be more familiar with the means of humans. In any case, the other party's lineup was identical to his. Both parties sent over an advanced venerable, 2 intermediate venerables, and 2 junior venerables. However, Han Fei didn't care about this lineup. After all, in his eyes, these people were all resources. Han Fei's goal was to kill at least 3 of them. Group battles were usually carried out when the strength was the same. This was because when the strength was the same, the combatants could cooperate to fight. However, compared to the 5 major human professions, this kind of team battle clearly didn't have much cooperation. Now there were 3 levels, junior, intermediate, and advanced. It was obviously difficult to fight together. After all, the weak needed the care of the strong. If the weak were eliminated, the other party's weaklings would be freed up and surround the strong masters on their side, which would be extremely unfavorable for them. Therefore, the current solution was, the junior venerable would fight the junior venerable away, and the advanced venerable would fight the advanced venerable. Han Fei made up his mind. Why don't I cooperate with Niu Dali and kill these 2 intermediate venerables first? However, if he did this, once he and Niu Dali killed 2 intermediate venerables, the other 3 venerables must immediately run away. After all, 5 against 3, it was impossible for them to survive. Immediately, Han Fei winked at Ma Qilin. "Ow, ow, ow!" Ma Qilin shouted at the opposite side, which was clearly the sound of a donkey. Fat 7 rolled his eyes at him. "Stop screaming. Just watch me." Fat 7 shouted, "Yu Keng, Hai Lian Sheng, you 2 salted fish, come and fight me." Originally, this level of combat had been upgraded to the level of intermediate venerable. God knew why Han Fei had called for Ma Qilin and Fat 7. More surprisingly, Ma Yuhan had actually agreed. At this moment, Yu Kang and Hai Lian Sheng were wondering how to take away Ma Qilin and Fat 7. However, the other party had called for reinforcements first. This was certainly a good thing. Swish! The 4 of them fled and rushed to the left side of the battlefield. As for the others, they didn't even take a look at them. After all, a junior venerable was still far away from them. With a meow, the mountain cat hooked its finger at Bai Yuhua and said, "Hey painter, come and fight with me." The mountain cat said to Han Fei and Niu Dali, "Wait for me for half an hour." Bai Yuhua sneered. Mystifying shadow. Do you think you can escape from my pen just because your Tao is like a shadow? Half an hour? I can solve you in 3 minutes. Bai Hua seemed to be very familiar with the mountain cat, calling it by its real name and ridiculing it. The mountain cat strode gracefully, extended its claws, and tore open the void on the right. You'll know after we fight. At this time, only Han Fei and Niu Dali were left, facing Zhang Wandian and Yu Menglong. Han Fei was about to fight Yu Menglong because he should be able to easily break illusions and dreams. He had experienced this weird situation more than once, for example, when he was in the sea-quelling painting and when he was crossing the river of time. With his yin-yang divine eyes, he should be able to break it easily. However, at this moment, the old turtle's voice suddenly sounded in Han Fei's heart. There's an unknown power in that octopus, a very powerful force. It seems to be some kind of exotic treasure. I'm afraid his strength is more than he showed. Han Fei's face immediately changed slightly. Zhang Wandian was already an intermediate peak-level venerable. Did it mean that his strength had actually reached the advanced venerable realm? Immediately, Han Fei said to Niu Dali, "Help me hold off Yu Menglong for a while. Remember, once you reach a point where you can't resist him, tell me immediately and I'll solve the battle." Han Fei's face turned dark. He had thought that the other party only had one advanced venerable, but now it seemed that there might be more than one. Then, the other party's camp had become similar to his. If Zhang Wanfeng had the combat power of an advanced venerable, he could still deal with him. However, he didn't know if Zhang Wanfeng was just an advanced venerable. If he was, he could still kill him. After all, in terms of means, as long as the other party wasn't a peak-level venerable or had some special secret techniques, it was impossible for him to be a match for him. Niu Dali glanced at Han Fei. No problem. I had fought Yu Menglong before. His illusion array can't kill me. Han Fei grinned and suddenly frowned. Kill. This time, Han Fei was very greedy. He gave up the embroidery needle and snowmorn and put away the infinity water. In the battle just now, the infinity water had already exploded. If it exploded again, its power would be greatly reduced. Perhaps it could hurt an intermediate venerable, but to hurt an advanced one, it was quite difficult. Swish. Han Fei casually waved his hand, and a 100-meter-long water blade slashed at Zhang Wandian. In this blow, Han Fei could be said to have used all the strength he could have. Humph, you seem to know a lot of combat skills. Zhang Wandian nodded slightly. At the moment Han Fei attacked, 9 tentacles drilled into the void. After Han Fei slashed out, he suddenly discovered that the surrounding 500 kilometers were trapped by an array. The 9 big tentacles had turned into a void shadow, directly surrounding him. At that moment, Han Fei still wanted to use the star teleportation technique, however. On those tentacles, countless pairs of big eyes opened. When those big eyes opened, this space suddenly seemed to be imprisoned. Fuse. When he saw eyes appear in all directions, Han Fei fused with Little Black and Little White without hesitation. At that moment, he activated the yin-yang divine eyes, twisted his body, and threw out a sacrificing punch, blasting an eye in the void with terrifying strength and speed. Outside, many people were surprised. Pupil spell? How can the Bull Demon King even know pupil spell? Even the others were asking the same question. Could a person master so many messy combat skills? Someone said, I heard that this Bull Demon King had been sealed in the demon-subduing tower for more than 2,700 years. He fought with various creatures every day. Maybe he learned it from them? Zhang Wandian was also slightly surprised. He had thought that his Thousand Eyes illusion array might not be able to resist Han Fei, but he didn't expect it to be broken so quickly. It was almost broken in a second. As soon as the array eye was broken, a shocking saber shadow cut out. The saber beam tore through the air and was thousands of kilometers away. Ignoring the spatial barrier, it charged at Zhang Wandian. This attack was fierce enough. The octopus extended its claws in the air, and Han Fei's knife light seemed to be frozen in mid-air. Zhang Wandian said, Interesting. Just because you can break my illusion doesn't mean you can block my soul annihilation eye. On the tentacles, thousands of eyes spewed out red laser beams, which swept more than 30 times and directly broke Han Fei's draw technique. Han Fei grinned. When did an octopus dare to be so arrogant to him? Swish, 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 swish. Within 500 kilometers, the entire sea area turned into knives. Even the plankton in the sea turned into knives, the spiritual energy turned into knives, and the seawater turned into knives. Han Fei grinned ferociously. Try My Blade Inferno, Chapter 1539, Shocking 5 Kill T 2039, Shocking 5 Kill T 2039, Shocking 5 Kill T 2039, Shanyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The core of the Great Tao was its use of the Tao runes. The Great Tao was different from the law. By using the Great Tao, one could greatly increase his strength. Zhang Wandian's Great Tao seemed to be related to his eyes, which were equivalent to human pupil spells. At this moment, 1,000 red laser beams were shot at him. Even with the yin-yang divine eyes, Han Fei could only tell the landing points of the laser beams in advance and dodge them repeatedly. However, dodging alone was clearly not enough. With thuds, Han Fei's body was riddled with holes. To Han Fei, this was not a big injury. However, since it could penetrate his skin and flesh, the power of the other party's eyes couldn't be underestimated. Buzz. Han Fei extended his hand and clenched it. The surrounding seawater turned into a water-shaped blade, which was extremely smooth and looked like a mirror. Swish, swish, swish. Countless laser beams were rolling, and Han Fei's speed suddenly doubled. In the face of such a long-distance attack, remote combat was not good for Han Fei. However, once he got close, it was no longer up to the octopus. In the Life and Death Gorge, the fighting scene was quite magnificent. Dense red laser beams filled the sky because of the mirror effect. It was like a dense bombardment. On the side of the Black Blood City, many people had never seen xuanhuan fight before. This kind of terrifying bombardment was indeed very strong, but even so, he still failed to kill Han Fei. The distance between Han Fei and xuanhuan was shortened rapidly. In order to show his strength, Han Fei turned into a golden bull and sprinted again. The bull was wrapped by thousands of mirrors. After only 3 or 5 minutes, xuanhuan found that Han Fei's speed was much faster than his. He certainly couldn't fight a war of attrition. Buzz. Xuanhuan quickly turned into a human, but he still kept his 9 tentacles. Xuanhuan sneered in his heart. In the next moment, the 9 tentacles tore out a big eye in the void. At this moment, a mysterious power was surging in Xuanhuan's body, and his aura was soaring frantically. In the blink of an eye, his aura had reached the advanced venerable realm. In the outside world, Ma Yuhan's face changed drastically, and he immediately shouted, "Spirit Merman, you fucking cheated." Spirit Merman sneered. "Don't talk nonsense. Take a closer look. Xuanhuan's strength is indeed only at the peak of an intermediate venerable. Can't we use our secret techniques? If you have the ability, you can use it too." With an awful look on his face, Ma Yuhan immediately shouted, "Bull Demon King, if you can't resist him, you can retreat." At this moment, Niu Dali seemed to have just broken through an invisible illusory array. Seeing the terrifying aura on Xuanhuan's side, she immediately shouted, "Bull Demon King, be careful, swish." However, at the moment when Niu Dali shouted, the terrifying pillar of light had already shot out and instantly enveloped Han Fei. For a moment, everyone was looking at the faint blue pillar of light. Xuanhuan sneered. "How can you, a junior venerable, resist my soul-destroying great Tao?" Bang! A splash suddenly appeared in the pillar of light. The sacrificing punch blasted out in the laser, but it was completely destroyed after only blasting out for more than 10 kilometers. Crack! Outside of Han Fei, the golden bull phantom began to collapse. At this moment, Niu Dali ignored Yu Menglong and rushed over. On the other side, the mountain cat that had just flown out saw that something happened to Han Fei. Xuanhuan could actually use the power of an advanced venerable to launch a soul attack. How could this be possible? Meow, Bai Yuhua chuckled. You think I don't exist? As soon as the mountain cat tore open the void, he saw that the void was refilled as if it never existed. Bo, 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 bo. The mountain cat instantly transformed into millions of clones, tearing apart the void. The mountain cat, you only have 1 brush. Let's see how many you can draw. Bai Yuhua chuckled. Then let's see who will arrive there first. After that, Bai Yuhua drew a circle with his brush and a large circular hole appeared. However, this was definitely not a teleportation array, but a door. The mountain cat's pupils constricted. At this time, it was too late to stop it. Although he was not far away from the Bull Demon King, his speed was definitely not as fast as Bai Yuhua's. There was at least a 5-second gap between them. This meant that Niu Dali and the Bull Demon King had to face 2 advanced venerables and 1 intermediate peak-level venerable for a full 5 seconds. The consequences could be imagined. Niu Dali, run. In the mountain cat's view, the Bull Demon King was being bombarded at this moment. Xuanhuan's blow hadn't finished yet. The Bull Demon King seemed to be still resisting because Xuanhuan's strength was still a little lacking. If it were a real advanced venerable, at this moment, Han Fei would have been blasted to pieces, waiting to be reborn with blood. When the mountain cat's voice was heard, Niu Dali was in trouble too. She was about to rush over to help Han Fei when she heard Yu Menglong suddenly laugh ferociously. You want to run away? Have you got my permission? Enter the dream. Moo. Ah. At this moment, Han Fei let out a shrill scream and his body expanded by 100 meters. In the Blade Inferno, it seemed that the Infinity Knife Art was about to hit Xuanhuan. However, on Xuanhuan's tentacles, thousands of eyes and laser beams were shooting out. He intended to end the battle as soon as possible. As long as he could hold on for another 3 seconds and crush the soul of the Bull Demon King, the latter would definitely die. The half-king of the Black Blood City, Spirit Merman, smiled. We finally made a comeback. It's not bad to kill 2 bulls. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. 3 seconds later, a door in the void was opened, and Bai Yuhua walked out. At this moment, Niu Dali also rushed out of the dream space, turned into a black light, and rushed over. Xuanhuan smiled. After killing Niu Dali, the Bull Demon King will be doomed. Bai Yuhua smiled and began to draw. If we can make it in time, let's kill this bull first. Void freeze, void shatter. Oh, we shatter, 40x, and anything in time. Let's kill this bull. You're all here? Although it's a little different from the plan, it's still interesting. Hearing this calm and arrogant voice, Zhang Wandian's expression suddenly changed. He felt that a terrifying power was gathering in his soul-destroying pillar of light, Mua. At that moment, he saw a stick shadow. In the blink of an eye, it had penetrated his soul-extinguishing eye. The stick shadow came too fast, and the power exceeded his expectations. Advanced Venerable? Outside, the smile on Spirit Merman's face froze. At this moment, he looked angrily at Ma Yuhun and shouted angrily, "You're the ones who cheated." Although Ma Yuhun was also shocked, he replied contemptuously, "Open your eyes wide and see that the Bull Demon King is a real peak-level junior venerable. Who doesn't have a powerful secret method these days? How can a primitive divine bull be as weak as you think?" In fact, as Ma Yuhun shouted, he was extremely nervous. This was fucking exciting. Just a second ago, the Bull Demon King seemed to be about to be killed at any time. However, in the next second, he made a comeback, Zhang Wandian exclaimed. His 1,000 eyes fused, and the pillar of light appeared again, intending to block Han Fei's sacrificing punch. However, while everyone was shocked, Bai Yuhua suddenly shouted, "Why is my painting ineffective?" However, at this moment, Han Fei had already disappeared. Zhang Wandian's heart trembled. A life and death crisis was coming. Chila. The void was torn apart, and 2 silver flashes erupted, cutting Zhang Wandian into 4 pieces. At this moment, Zhang Wandian was certainly not dead, otherwise it would be underestimating him who had a few brains. He shouted, "Soul explosion." However, in the next moment, nothing happened. Instead, he felt that something had invaded his surging soul. Rumble. In the next moment, Zhang Wandian exploded uncontrollably. Han Fei smiled. "I forgot to tell you that all laws are forbidden in this space." Crack. In the sky, a red crack appeared again. In just a few seconds, the situation was reversed. An intermediate peak-level venerable had died so easily. Han Fei hadn't finished absorbing the soul feedback from Zhang Wandian. A large brush appeared in Bai Yuhua's hand, and he drew a circle under him. Han Fei immediately knew that something was wrong. His law-forbidden space had been broken? Swish! Han Fei moved 100 kilometers with a single step and shot out the embroidery needle in his hand. Knock on the heavenly gate. Puff Bai Yuhua's body was penetrated, but at the next moment, this person turned into a painting with him, and his body had already appeared thousands of kilometers away. Roar. At this moment, Han Fei couldn't care less. In a step, he shortened the distance between the two sides, and the 100-beast soul devouring directly blasted into Bai Yuhua's mind. The latter only wanted to escape at this moment. Zhang Wandian died too quickly. The Bull Demon King hid his strength, but in fact he was an existence that could easily kill an advanced venerable. Besides, the mountain cat was still on its way and would arrive in 3 seconds at most. He had to escape in 3 seconds. However, Han Fei shouted again, "All laws forbidden in this space." However, after experiencing Han Fei's technique once, Bai Yuhua sneered, "Don't waste your effort. You haven't completely mastered the power of this great Tao. You may be able to trap others, but you can't trap me." Bai Yuhua raised his hand and drew a still blue picture. Bai Yuhua, time freeze. Freeze my ass, momentary time. At that moment, in the eyes of the outside world, the space, including Han Fei and Bai Yuhua and even the seawater, was freezing. However, in the frozen time, a spear beam instantly penetrated Bai Yuhua's body. Bai Yuhua's body had a big hole pierced through, but this didn't hurt his foundation. His paintbrush was not affected by space and was about to draw him out of the battlefield. However, Han Fei did do something. With a thought from Han Fei, in this short frozen moment, the void lines actually swallowed all of Zhang Wandian's soul. Han Fei felt refreshed. He turned his head, only to see that there were still more than 200 points left before his soul power was completely restored. Immediately, an invincible will emerged on Han Fei's body. His willpower was not affected by the time freeze. It twitched in the air and grabbed a weird blue light. Hiss! In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle asked in shock, "What technique is that? It can even grasp time." Chapter 1540, Shocking 5 Kill 2. Chapter 1540, Shocking 5 Kill Twans. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Chila. Han Fei's time blade cut Bai Yuhua's body in an instant, and Bai Yuhua's body aged at a visible speed. His body and his brush both rotted. Han Fei didn't know that the Hinayana saber was so powerful. There was only one move in the whole book, which was to draw the saber. Although the combat skill said that anything could become a knife with this technique, Han Fei had never thought that it could even turn time into a knife. Even when he tried to stop Bai Yuhua with his invincible will just now, he only wanted to draw a space crack. Who the fuck knew that he had taken out a time blade by mistake? Boom. In the sky, another red crack appeared, and another venerable died. Han Fei hurriedly grabbed Bai Yuhua's soul with the void lines. But he discovered, to his surprise, that Bai Yuhua's soul had decayed, probably because of the power of time. His soul power was even weaker than that of a junior, venerable. If he guessed right, he had only absorbed less than 500 points of soul power, but even if he only absorbed 500 points of soul power, his soul power had been restored. At this moment, Han Fei was truly a peak-level junior venerable. Han Fei felt refreshed. In an instant, he sensed signs of a breakthrough. When the power of the soul and physique had reached the limit, if he couldn't continue to squeeze his potential, he could only make a breakthrough. However, Han Fei felt that he still had room for growth and could continue to become stronger, so he directly suppressed this desire to make a breakthrough. Chila. The mountain cat tore through the void. The mountain cat was extremely angry. Who could have expected the battle to evolve so quickly? Sure enough, the Bull Demon King failed to hold on for 3 seconds. When the crack appeared in the sky again and the mountain cat even came burning his blood, he knew that at most one of them had died. There was still another one waiting for him to save. However, when the mountain cat returned from the void, he happened to see that the Bull Demon King abandoned a rotten skeleton. The mountain cat was stunned. "You're not dead?" The mountain cat turned around only to see Yu Menglong, who had given up chasing Niu Dali and was running at full speed. Looking at Han Fei again, the mountain cat discovered that although Han Fei was still a junior peak level venerable, his aura was already comparable to his own. For a moment, the mountain cat couldn't have felt more awful. Did he see it right? Han Fei shouted, "Kill them all!" Kill them all. Then, under the shocked gaze of the mountain cat and Niu Dali, Han Fei turned into a golden light and rushed at Yu Menglong. Although the mountain cat couldn't quite accept this fact, if the Bull Demon King wasn't dead, then who was? The mountain cat immediately looked at the completely decayed feather-like creature. If that wasn't fucking Bai Yuhua, who was it? Hiss, the mountain cat said in shock. He killed Zhang Wandian and Bai Yuhua? Niu Dali was stunned too. She knew that Han Fei was strong, but she didn't know that Han Fei was so strong. Not only did he kill an enemy 1 realm above him, but he had also jumped 2 realms to kill an enemy. Niu Dali swallowed. "I think so." The mountain cat's face suddenly changed. "I'll intercept Yukong and Hailian Sheng, and you chase the Bull Demon King." At this moment, the mountain cat was excited. In this battle, 2 advanced venerables had died. Then, since he had joined in, they must kill at least 2 venerables more. Since Han Fei could kill 2 advanced venerables, it was impossible for Yu Menglong to escape. Therefore, as long as he stopped Yu Kang and Hailian Sheng, the 5 venerables of the Black Blood City would all be annihilated. At this moment, almost all the venerables who were watching the battle, including the explorers, realized this problem. As long as the Black Blood City didn't send reinforcements, none of the 3 venerables left in the Life and Death Gorge could survive. This was the disadvantage of having combat power spanning 3 realms. Most importantly, it was Spirit Merman who proposed the entry of the advanced venerables. 7 venerables had died in a day. Even the Black Blood City couldn't stand such a blow. Instantly, Spirit Merman led the crowd to fly to the Life and Death Gorge and shouted at the same time, "We admit defeat in this battle. This battle is over." Ma Yuhun also flew out. "That's bullshit. Does the Black Blood City intend to break the rules of the Life and Death Gorge? If you want to break the rules, don't blame me for causing another great war." Bai Diao shouted, "Humph, Black Blood City, are you a sore loser? If you want to fight, I'll entertain you." Qing Mu sneered. "It's been a long time since a large-scale group battle was launched. Let's see if the Black Blood City still has the confidence to launch a large-scale battle after losing 7 venerables." Outside, the speed of the half-kings and peak-level venerables was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they collided. Those below the peak level were still on their way. They were not so fast and needed time. And this time was enough for Han Fei. When he unleashed the combat power of an advanced venerable, Han Fei knew that it wouldn't be easy for him to fight the venerables from the Black Blood City next time. They could be tricked once, but not again, right? Han Fei's original plan was, anyway, the Demon Beast Union still had the front line of the Forest of Terror. When the time came, he would go to the Forest of Terror. In the end, if he really had no place to go, he would go to the immortal city of the human race and take a tour there. In the end, when no one fought with him, he could tentatively cross the so-called front line and secretly enter the territory of the Black Blood City to do something. Of course, these were all Han Fei's previous thoughts. But at this moment, Han Fei felt that he could actually spend some time making a breakthrough in the Demon Beast Union. At that time, his strength would reach the peak of the Intermediate Venerable. With the trace of power of faith he had accumulated and the acceleration of time in Forge the Universe, it would only take 2 or 3 years for him to consolidate the realm of intermediate peak-level venerables. At this moment, the speed of Yu Menglong was naturally incomparable to Han Fei's. In only 3 seconds, Han Fei had caught up with him. After all, he didn't practice the near-at-hand technique for nothing. The moment Yu Menglong appeared in his sight, Han Fei immediately felt that there seemed to be a mist in front of his eyes, with a vague power that seemed to be trying to bewilder his consciousness. However, with the yin-yang divine eyes, he could easily see Yu Menglong in the mist. At that moment, Han Fei chased all the way, but Zhang Xuanyu, Sha Shan, Loren Kuang, the Thug Academy, the Thousand Star City, the Age of Doom, all kinds of time and characters appeared around Han Fei. Although Han Fei's will was firm and he had the yin-yang divine eyes to see through everything, he was still distracted by the so-called Great Tao of Soul Confusion. Swish, the Han Fei stomped extremely fast and surpassed Yu Menglong in an instant. When the two were only a few hundred kilometers away, Han Fei issued an order in his heart, and the space 100 kilometers long was directly shortened. Yu Menglong couldn't have felt worse. He hurriedly triggered the stories and figures in Han Fei's memory and bombarded Han Fei's soul. All laws forbidden in this space, sacrificing punch. In terms of physique, strength, and technique, Yu Menglong was no match for Han Fei. Under Han Fei's punch, his bones were crushed and the void lines caught him. At this moment, Han Fei cut apart more than 1,000 points of soul power, dispersed them, and melted them into his limbs. Snowmorn appeared in his hand, and he nailed Yu Menglong with a sword, freezing him into an ice cube. Seeing that Yu Menglong was still alive, Han Fei activated the vast ocean navigator. Then he extended his hand and extracted a void dozens of kilometers away. The void saber twisted, and with a crack, another crack appeared in the sky. After only 5 seconds, Spirit Merman and Ma Yuyun had just started fighting, and Yu Menglong had already died. Han Fei stored Yu Menglong's corpse and his shattered soul into Forge the Universe to absorb his soul later. Now, there were still 2 venerables waiting to be harvested. For Han Fei, it was both vitality and soul power. By the time New Dali arrived, Han Fei was nowhere to be found. There were only traces of battle here, as well as some broken limbs. It was needless to say that Han Fei had already killed Yu Menglong in the few seconds she tracked him down. New Dali felt a chill down her spine. In her life, she had never felt the buffalo race could be so ferocious. A peak-level junior venerable killed an intermediate peak-level venerable. Furthermore, it only took a few minutes. This had completely subverted her worldview. Ma Keelan and Fat Seven felt their scalps tingle. They were shocked. How long had the battle been going on? 3 venerables had already died? If it weren't for someone saying it were the people from the Black Blood City who died, Ma Keelan and Fat Seven would have already run away. This kind of battle that spanned 3 realms was scary enough in itself. The plan Han Fei had mentioned about leading the enemies to him hadn't been carried out yet, but 3 venerables had already died. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky. Keelan, Fat Seven, hold off Yu Kang and Lian Haisheng. The other 3 venerables of the Black Blood City have died. These 2 people will be dead for sure. Hiss. Hearing his father's order, Ma Keelan's blood surged, and when he stomped, huge waves surged. "Oha! Oha! Oha!" the donkey roared. "Oh no!" the Kylan roared, and the seawater flowed back. One Fat Seven was even more ferocious. Tens of thousands of big spikes erupted from his body, sealing the void. Even if he had to burn his essence blood, he had to keep the 2 of them. Yu Kang and Hai Lian Sheng were already fighting frantically. Seeing that Ma Keelan and Fat Seven refused to let them go, the 2 immediately exchanged a glance. Yu Kang suddenly rushed at the 2 of them. His body expanded and his strength collapsed. Ma Keelan exclaimed, "Is he going to blow himself up?" Fat Seven roared, "Roar, even if he detonates himself, we can't let them go." The 2 looked at each other and together they charged at Yu Kang. Rumble, generally speaking, it wasn't difficult to escape from an enemy in the same realm. Under the entanglement of Ma Keelan and Fat Seven, Yu Kang detonated himself, and Hai Lian Sheng grabbed a fish scale and escaped. However, as soon as the 2 of them traveled tens of thousands of kilometers, they saw the void torn open and the mountain cat had already arrived. The mountain cat was about to take action when he felt the void tremble. A figure was rushing over. In the next moment, the void tore, and Han Fei had already appeared here. The mountain cat couldn't help grinning. "You're really fast. This is your first battle, and I'll leave these 2 venerables to you. However, leave their bodies for me." "I really want to eat fish." Han Fei grinned. "Okay. Chapter 1541, News of Victory. Chapter 1541, News of Victory. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. If 2 advanced venerables were hunting 2 peak-level junior venerables, the latter almost had no chance to survive unless they had Han Fei's resources and opportunities. Without any suspense, Yu Kang and Hai Lian Sheng were killed by Han Fei, although Yu Kang was reborn. When Ma Chilin and Fat Seven arrived and saw this scene, they couldn't help but swallow. When Han Fei just came to the Life and Death Gorge, they were only surprised because a bull of the buffalo race came. But now, they had long forgotten Han Fei's race and realm. As the saying went, seeing was believing. Han Fei had personally crushed a venerable in the same realm as him in front of them. Wasn't it shocking enough? When Yu Kang died, Hai Lian Sheng chose to blow himself up immediately. Unfortunately, with Han Fei and the mountain cat here, how could they give him a chance to blow himself up? Hai Lian Sheng was instantly shrouded in shadow and his body stiffened. Without hesitation, Han Fei slashed and killed Hai Lian Sheng. In the sky, rumble, rumble, in less than an hour, 7 venerables had died, which shocked everyone inside and outside the Life and Death Gorge. Outside the Life and Death Gorge, the demon beasts of the Explorer realm who had been watching the whole time had already begun to roar crazily. Their roars were like a tsunami that shook the world, and billowing ripples spread tens of thousands of miles. Someone was excited. "Too strong. The Bull Demon King is too strong. He's the first person in the history of the cage to kill 7 venerables in 3 battles." Someone's face flushed, and his eyes were full of admiration. "The Bull Demon King told us that it's also possible to cross realms to fight. We demonic beasts' physique is tough. Why can't we cross realms to fight?" Crack. Some people were so excited that their chi and blood surged, and spiritual energy erupted all over their bodies, and they actually made a breakthrough. For a moment, the members of the Demon Beast Union were yelling like crazy. There was no need for anyone to give an order. As a messenger, a swift white wolf had already rushed to the teleportation array behind to return to report the good news. In fact, the Thousand Beast Island had long been in an uproar. Ma Yuhan was the first to ask Lei Xiao to report to the 10,000 Beast Island. It only took him less than half an hour to arrive. Lei Xiao, passing one teleportation array after another, was running wildly. When he was 200,000 kilometers away from the 10,000 Beast Island, he had already shouted because he knew that someone could hear him. A great victory in the Life and Death Gorge. In 30 seconds, the Bull Demon King killed Shrimp-Wensi, showing the dominance of the Demon Beast Union. When Lei Xiao was about to rush into the 10,000 Beast Island, he shouted again, good news, the Bull Demon King killed the Venerable. He killed Shrimp-Wensi in 30 seconds. Roar. As soon as Lei Xiao's voice sounded, the entire 10,000 Beast Island began to roar. These days, they also knew who the Bull Demon King was, the new Bull Venerable. A giant wolf roared at the sky, good news. The Bull Demon King killed Shrimp-Wensi in 30 seconds. Bang, bang, bang. A fat creature was beating a drum, and its body was trembling. Good news. While everyone was cheering crazily in the valley, dozens of venerables had gathered on the Grand Splitting Canyon. These people had already seen the weather change. In fact, although the red marks in the sky were slight, the weather had changed. Many demonic beasts, who were not venerables, were looking up at the sky, wondering if this was a sign of the death of venerables. Someone sighed. What? The Bull Demon King has only been to the Life and Death Gorge for less than 4 hours, but he has already killed a venerable? Someone said in surprise. As far as I know, the strength of Shrimp-Wensi is quite extraordinary. He's a peak-level junior venerable. There are some who can beat him, but those who can kill him, Crocodile Iron shouted. Stupid. Is Brother Bull an ordinary peak-level junior venerable? Even Niudali was easily knocked out by him. Wouldn't it be easy for you to kill Shrimp-Wensi? Bear Handsome, carrying a piece of dried fish, walked over. What the old crocodile said makes sense. If we let the Bull Demon King fight junior venerables, he can sweep across them. This is a foregone conclusion. Killing one venerable will be enough to make the Black Blood City vomit blood. The ape demon and the old sheep also came over leisurely. Hey, would you like to gather and barbecue? I've got a lot of seasonings for the Bull Demon King. I've already planted a large area of them. Those things are easy to plant. Roar, a lion roared. Count me in. I'll bring wine. The old sheep said leisurely, I knew the Bull Demon King could kill a venerable. It would be strange if he didn't. These people knew Han Fei's strength well. After all, the 100 battles weren't for nothing. Basically, Han Fei had used all the techniques except for some that needed to be kept a secret. So, these people began to barbecue slowly. For them, they were not in a hurry to eat. They really loved the overwhelming fragrance, so they didn't mind barbecuing slowly. However, the ape demons had just sprinkled all kinds of garlic spices. The old sheep's heart suddenly stirred and he smiled faintly. Another venerable? Serpent Mingyu suddenly said, look, there is another slight crack in the sky and the weather has changed. This should be the sign that the second venerable in the Life and Death Gorge has died, right? When Shrimp-Wensi died, because his realm was not high and the distance was relatively far, although the weather changed slightly, it wasn't that obvious. However, this time, without anyone reporting, everyone knew that another venerable had died. Everybody became solemn. They didn't know if the dead venerable was a sea demon or a demon beast, so they were certainly worried. Immediately, everyone looked at the old sheep, who smiled. Let's continue the barbecue. Bear Handsome laughed. You almost scared me. It seems that the Bull Demon King has killed another venerable. 2 venerables have died in a row, which is a great loss for the Black Blood City. How many years will it take for them to cultivate 2 venerables? Golden Tiger strode over. Oh, I'm not bragging, but the Bull Demon King can't die easily. Indestructible golden body, everyone. How can the indestructible golden body be broken easily? Yin Kang nodded. Indeed. However, I'm afraid that he will be exposed if he kills 2 venerables. They had just chatted for a moment when another voice sounded in the sky above the 10,000 Beast Island. The Bull Demon King slayed the intermediate venerable, Crab Qianlong. The Bull Demon King slayed the intermediate venerable, Crab Qianlong. The Bull Demon King slayed the intermediate venerable, Crab Qianlong. In the valley, many demonic beasts were stunned. Slaying 2 venerables in a row? Wasn't it too fast? However, he did it so quickly. This could only prove that the Bull Demon King was very powerful. All the beasts cheered again. Whether they knew the Bull Demon King or not, it was fine as long as he was a demonic beast. However, when the sky cracked again, a rain of blood began to fall. This time, even the old sheep became solemn. Ape Demon and the others who were having barbecue were all puzzled. Did he slaughter a venerable again? Everyone looked at the old sheep, who pinched his fingers and began to calculate. The Life and Death Gorge is in turmoil, but it seems that everything happened in an instant. I can't calculate it immediately. It's very likely that they are still in a life and death situation. Rumble. Another red crack appeared in the sky. Only 3 or 5 seconds had passed. In such a short period of time, another 2 venerables had died, and the weather change was so obvious. This time, even Sheep Shenji wasn't sure. At this moment, all the venerables, including the old sheep, looked at the sky. They had expected that Han Fei would slaughter a venerable in the Life and Death Gorge, but most people thought that Han Fei could at most kill one. Even if some people joked that Han Fei might kill 2 venerables, they didn't take it to heart. It was just a joke. But now, this was already the 4th. Gulp. Crocodile Iron swallowed and said, "Is a war breaking out in the Life and Death Gorge?" Sheep Shenji quickly calculated and then frowned. "No, even if there is a big battle over there, we don't need to be afraid. With 3 half-kings and 67 venerables guarding there, unless the Black Blood City wants to launch a devastating war, but you and I both know that it's impossible." Boom! After only 20 seconds, another red crack appeared in the sky, and a rain of blood had already poured down. The entire 10,000 Beast Island fell silent. They were waiting. Clearly, something big had happened at the Life and Death Gorge. Sheep Shenji pinched his fingers and performed divination, but soon he frowned. "It's really strange. Why did my divination technique detect a piece of chaos? Serpent Mengyu, Bear Handsome, Golden Tiger, Yin Kang, you go to the Life and Death Gorge to hold the line. I'll wait for half an hour. If I still can't figure it out, I'll send more people over there." Yes, at this moment, there was no such thing as barbecue or not. They didn't dare to neglect such a big thing as what happened in the Life and Death Gorge. The 4 of them stepped through the void, but before they reached the first teleportation array. Rumble, rumble, Serpent Menyu's face changed greatly. "Hurry up! Something may have happened over there." Although Serpent Mengyu and the others hadn't communicated with Han Fei about their realms, Han Fei already knew them. Serpent Mengyu and Golden Tiger were peak-level venerables. Bear Handsome was a hidden advanced venerable. The strength of these people was enough to shake a half-king. They were extremely fast. After passing 8 teleportation arrays in a row, they saw a white wolf dashing at them. Seeing that this wolf was from his same clan, Yin Kang immediately shouted, "Little wolf, what happened in the Life and Death Gorge?" The little white wolf, seeing that it was the 4 venerables, and one of them was actually Grand Venerable Yin Kang, immediately said excitedly, "Grand Venerable Yin Kang, the Bull Demon King killed 5 venerables in a row in a group battle, including 1 advanced venerable, 2 intermediate venerables, and 2 junior venerables." Huh? Chapter 1542, Bottleneck, Chapter 1542, Bottleneck Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Yin Kang, and the other 4 were dumbfounded. The Bull Demon King killed 5 more venerables? Why did it not sound reliable at all? It was not surprising that he could kill a junior venerable. Although it was not expected that he could kill an intermediate peak-level venerable, everyone could accept it. After all, everyone could unleash their strength. However, you even killed an advanced venerable. What's going on? Can a junior venerable kill an enemy 2 levels above him? Bear Handsome roared. "Little wolf, do you know? What are you talking about?" the little white wolf said excitedly. 4 venerables, Grand Venerable Bull Demon, killed 7 venerables in a row. We all saw it with our own eyes. It can't be fake. The 4 of them looked at each other in bewilderment. It seemed that the Bull Demon King was truly well hidden. Yin Kang said, "Okay, tell the news to the others. We are going to the Life and Death Gorge." When Yin Kang and the others arrived at the Life and Death Gorge, there were 7 or 8 venerables fighting on the Life and Death Gorge. Ma Yuhun and Spirit Merman were fighting, and the remaining peak-level venerables were fighting each other. Spirit Merman didn't start a war in the end. He knew that these demon beasts were not afraid of fighting in the first place. If he started a war rashly, he would be in trouble. Besides, when Bai Yuhua and Zhang Wandian died, the other 3 venerables would have little chance of survival. This wasn't unexpected. However, Spirit Merman never expected that the Bull Demon King would be such a big variable. Was the Mountain Cat a match for Bai Yuhua? Zhang Wandian's great Tao was easily broken by this person. How could there be such a strong demonic beast who was only a junior peak level venerable? Spirit Merman knew that this time he had been tricked. 7 venerables had died in a day, which must be a heavy blow to the momentum of the Black Blood City. More importantly, Spirit Merman dare not fight now. On the Demon Beast Union side, they didn't know that he had once escaped the cage, and more than 10 venerables had died outside. Even their king was now injured. Counting the situation today, nearly 20 people from the Black Blood City had died in 2 or 3 years. That was too much. Having no choice, Spirit Merman could only fight Ma Yuhun to vent his anger. In the end, Spirit Merman shouted, "What a great Demon Beast Union, and what a great Demon King. The Black Blood City will remember what happened today. We will definitely pay you back double in the future." Han Fei sneered in his heart. "Others don't know the situation of your Black Blood City, but how can I not know it? In order to take down Waterwood World, the Black Evil Conch King had lost a sage and a dozen venerables. Today, the death of these 7 venerables was definitely another heavy loss of them. Besides, in order to break out of the cage and enter the Yin-Yang world, it was impossible for the Black Blood City to not pay any price." Therefore, Han Fei was full of disdain after hearing that. Anyway, he had achieved his goal this time, and his soul was completely repaired. He even separated more than 2,000 points of souls and prepared to fuse them into his golden body. At this moment, after the battle, Ma Yuhun and Spirit Merman had returned to their respective camp. In the Life and Death Gorge, the killing intent was too strong, so it was not suitable for cultivation for the time being. Therefore, whether it was the Demon Beast Union or the Black Blood City, neither would send people in for training in a short period of time. When Han Fei and the others returned, they immediately caused cheers. Qingmu narrowed his eyes and smiled. Good lord, you hid your strength so well. You have the strength of an advanced venerable, but you showed your strength as a junior venerable. Spirit Merman must be infuriated this time. The white ferret said leisurely, That's right, little brother Bull is awesome. You killed 7 venerables in 3 battles. You are the first in the history of the cage. Roar. In the distance, Golden Tiger roared, Did we miss something? Brother Bull, did you really slaughter 7 venerables? Serpent Mengyu said, How many times do you want to ask? Countless people have said that. How can it be fake? Bear Handsome laughed. Haha, although I didn't see this scene with my own eyes, the death of 7 venerables from the Black Blood City is such a big event, I have to celebrate. Yin Kang looked at Ma Yuhun and said, Old Ma, the old sheep asked us to take a look. It's just that the weather changed too fast just now. We thought that something had happened here, so we came to help. Ma Yuhun grinned and said, Haha, great things have indeed happened. It's a pity that the old sheep can only calculate but can't see. What a pity. Ma Yuhun's voice resounded throughout the entire Life and Death Gorge. Brothers, soldiers, with this great victory, let's hold a feast for 3 days and eat as much as we can. Roar, roar, amidst the cheers, everyone turned their eyes to Han Fei. At this moment, Han Fei was pretending to be weak, and his aura had dropped again. Ma Keelan, Fat 7, and Niu Dali were following him. Niu Dali asked, Have you consumed too much energy? Ma Keelan, that's for sure. Brother Bull's secret method can even surpass 2 realms to fight. I'm afraid he's suffering serious side effects. Ma Yuhun asked, How is it? What are the side effects? Serpent Mengyu was confused. Did he use a secret method? Everyone nodded. Of course, you didn't even see it. His fists were so powerful, Han Fei pretended to be pale and dropped the body of a big dragonfish, which was Hai Liansheng's corpse. Han Fei said, This is one of my trophies. Take it and cook it. I'm afraid I'll have to rest for a while. The mountain cat couldn't help tilting its head and looking at Han Fei. Are you okay? I have some precious medicines here, which are great tonics. The white ferret also said, Secret techniques can hurt your body. Don't let it damage your foundation. I have a blood pearl here that can nurture your energy and revive your vitality. Han Fei thought of something and suddenly said, Well, I don't lack these resources. However, if you have fish or shrimp tendons at the venerable level, can you give me a few? Everybody was confused. Why do you need that? However, Ma Yuhun remembered the sudden pause of the killed venerables in the battle. At that time, he felt a little strange. Perhaps this was a secret technique of Han Fei. He said, Well, this is simple. I do have some of them. How much do you need? Han Fei's eyes glittered. Haha, the more, the better. Such resources were generally useless, except for making bows. Han Fei had just slaughtered 7 venerables. Compared to this magnificent feat, these tendons were nothing. However, not every venerable he killed had a large tendon. Therefore, a moment later, there were only 3 of them in the entire Life and Death Gorge. Serpent Mengyue said, We'll find at least 5 or 6 more when we return to the 10,000 Beast Island. Han Fei was overjoyed. Great. Cough, cough, well, everyone, let me cultivate in seclusion for a while. Everyone understood why Han Fei needed to rest in seclusion. After all, Han Fei was only a peak-level junior venerable. It couldn't be easy for him to use the combat power of an advanced venerable. Everybody thought that the price would be huge. Therefore, while the hundreds of thousands of beasts in the Life and Death Gorge were cheering, Han Fei chose to immediately cultivate in seclusion, and Niu Dali and the others personally guarded outside. In fact, Han Fei set up an array and left a trace of aura outside. After letting Old Yuan guard him, he directly entered Forge the Universe. Huff! In Forge the Universe, Han Fei warmed up his body and his face turned from pale to ruddy. He grabbed the 3 large veins. This was a good harvest. The void lines could be temporarily upgraded. Now, 1 day in the outside world equaled 8 days in Forge the Universe. Han Fei thought that since he was so badly injured, he should take at least a month to recover. In this way, he would have 8 months to digest the benefits he had just obtained. After quickly upgrading the void lines, Han Fei spent 3 to 5 days to completely fuse the harvested soul power into his golden body. However, the amount of soul power this time was not much, so the benefits it could bring to Han Fei were relatively weak. Since then, Han Fei began to practice the Grand Desolate Body. This was the physical technique that Han Fei used to supplement the indestructible Overlord body, which was also an advanced version of the Desolate God body. 3 months later, Han Fei had reached a bottleneck. He glanced at the specific information. Owner, Han Fei level, 83 peak level junior venerable. Chaotic Chi, 2 wisps, spiritual power, 79999 C79999 799. Perception range, 25,000 kilometers. Strength, 3,999. Waves first spiritual heritage, unknown second spiritual heritage, unknown first spiritual beast, twin yin yang, spirit swallowing fish, level 73. Second spiritual beast, Emperor Sparrow, level 21. Main art, sky stealing technique, level 6 of void fishing. Venerable level, divine quality. His soul power had been damaged since he became a venerable. Even if it had fully recovered, it didn't increase in the level of a junior venerable but was stuck. and his strength had increased by more than 100 waves after he practiced the Grand Desolate Body Art, which seemed to have reached a bottleneck too. With these two bottlenecks, no matter how he cultivated, it was useless. It seemed that other than an epiphany, only a breakthrough could help. Han Fei felt that he had reached the bottleneck and could make a breakthrough. However, Han Fei couldn't make up his mind. This was because this bottleneck didn't seem to be his true limit. Even if there was only the slightest additional increase in his soul power and strength when he made the breakthrough, the result would be completely different. With this in mind, since there were still 5 months left, he used the power of faith he had saved up earlier to help disassemble spiritual energy. At the same time, he asked Little White to refill 5 wisps of chaotic chi for him. After all, the chaotic chi was really useful. It could be said that once he used this thing, his combat power would soar. He needed to save more for emergencies. 5 months later, Han Fei's disassembling degree was increased to 77%, which increased by 2%. Among them, the power of faith had boosted it by more than 1%. If it weren't for the power of faith, it couldn't even increase 1%. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. Long, long had been my road, and far, far was the journey. Hearing this, the old turtle just wanted to vomit blood. Buzz. When Han Fei appeared outside and walked out of the seal, he was surprised to see that there was only Niu Dali left here. As soon as Han Fei saw the girl, he just wanted to sigh. However, his expression remained the same. Han Fei, thank you. Niu Dali looked at Han Fei strangely and shook his head. Sure enough, you haven't made a breakthrough yet. That's great. If you hadn't come out, I would have called you out in 3 days. Oh? Why? Niu Dali said. I'll take you to the Demon Beast Holy Land to pay respects. Maybe you can get an opportunity, which can help you make a breakthrough in one fell swoop. Chapter 1543, Wise Old Sheep. Chapter 1543, Wise Old Sheep. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The battle at the Life and Death Gorge finally stopped. Although the Blackblood City had lost 7 venerables in one day, which shocked the entire Wall of Death, the Blackblood City had indeed swallowed their anger and didn't dare to say anything. The demon beasts only felt that the loss of the Blackblood City was too great and didn't dare to launch a large-scale attack in the short term. However, Han Fei knew that this was definitely not the only reason why the Blackblood City didn't take action. Han Fei knew a thing or two about the characteristics of sea demons. Many of them were actually quite smart. For example, the Half-King Spirit Merman required a group battle method. If it weren't for him, a variable, and if he was really only an intermediate venerable, then the scales of victory might fall directly to the Blackblood City. However, when Han Fei heard that the Demon Beast Holy Land, his first reaction was, what about the Life and Death Gorge? Aren't you afraid that the Blackblood City will retaliate? Niu Dali said. Don't worry about that. We'll visit the Holy Land once every 5 years, and many people have been there countless times. Therefore, it doesn't matter if they go or not. This time, you slaughtered 7 venerables in a row. Even the old sheep can't be sure if the Blackblood City will take the opportunity to come back. Therefore, another half-king came from the 10,000 Beast Island. In addition to Serpent Mengyu and Golden Tiger, it was equivalent to 5 half-kings guarding this place, along with other 52 venerables. Besides, most explorer-level demonic beasts have returned to the island. Nothing will happen to them. Hearing this, Han Fei couldn't help but click his tongue. 5 half-kings guarding the place? Son of a Beta Chi. With this strength, he could easily sweep across the big clans in the Thousand-Star City. Han Fei couldn't help but yearn for it. He said leisurely, Half-king, I wonder how long it will take for me to become a half-king. The old turtle immediately complained. Why? Do you think it's slow? Even for ancient heavenly talents or exotic divine beasts, there aren't many who can reach the venerable realm in 100 years. You're already so fast. What else do you want? When Niu Dali heard Han Fei's words, she couldn't help but imagine how strong Han Fei would be if he became a half-king. It was said that the fake king of the Blackblood City was much stronger than a half-king and had almost become a king. But could the fake king kill an advanced venerable when he was only a junior venerable? Niu Dali didn't believe it at all. Niu Dali said, if you can enter the depths of the Holy Land, it's possible. Huh, Han Fei was stunned. Is there such a great opportunity in the Holy Land? Niu Dali put her hands on her hips and smiled. It is said that there is a divine inheritance there. However, for hundreds of thousands of years, no one has been able to enter the depths of the Holy Realm. As he talked, Niu Dali stared at Han Fei. As experienced venerables, they basically had no hope of obtaining the inheritance in the Holy Land. However, the Holy Land wasn't just limited to the venerable realm. Explorers and law enforcers could also enter it. Therefore, it was opened every 5 years to see if there was anyone among the younger generation who could enter the depths of the Holy Land to obtain the legendary inheritance. However, as a new venerable, Han Fei had given Niu Dali some hope. At least, in her opinion, Han Fei was different. He was the one and only bull in this world, as if he had fallen from the sky. Han Fei was excited to hear that. It sounded awesome. Only after reaching the venerable realm did Han Fei learn why there were still so many secret realms in the world. This was because ordinary secret realms were not enough to arouse the interest of venerables. For most secret realms, they only needed a glance to know what level these secret realms were. Basically, all high-level secret realms had been dug and explored. As for Han Fei, God knew he had obtained the embroidery needle in Snowmorn because of a coincidence, or for some other reason. Therefore, when New Dali mentioned the Demon Beast Holy Land, Han Fei knew that his opportunity had come, on the 10,000 Beast Island. When Han Fei returned, he found that the number of demonic beasts on the 10,000 Beast Island had increased a lot. Among them, most were at the Explorer level. Han Fei and New Dali came directly to the Grand Splitting Canyon. This was the place where Venerables lived. Ordinary Explorer-level demonic beasts had no chance to come here. At this moment, a barbecue party was going on in the Grand Splitting Canyon. Since Han Fei gave these demonic beasts a taste of the wonderful barbecue, basically, there was a barbecue here every day. When Han Fei and New Dali returned, someone immediately shouted, "Hey, Brother Bull, you're back? Oha, oha!" Ma Keelan jumped over and warmly invited him. "Brother Bull, have you recovered from your injuries?" Fat Seven said. "Shut up, look at Brother Bull's aura. Does he look like he hasn't recovered yet?" Han Fei slightly cupped his hands. "Thank you for your concern. Some of the sequelae have been solved and have had no effect on me. Someone seemed to have returned from the Forest of Terror and couldn't help but laugh. Are you, Brother Bull Demon King? Your deed of killing 7 Venerables in 3 battles has spread throughout the Forest of Terror. Many people want to come back to meet you, but it happens to be the worship period of our Holy Land. Therefore, most of them have stayed behind." Han Fei said, "You've worked hard day and night to resist our enemies. Thanks for your hard work." Fierce Lion laughed. "No matter how hard we work, no one has ever achieved as greatly as you." Lightning said, "Brother Bull, come on, eat it while it's hot." Then Lightning shouted, "Where is the wine? Give Brother Bull a few jars of wine." "Coming," Han Fei smiled. "Since you've invited me, let's get hammered." Han Fei, Ma Keelan, Fat Seven, Crocodile Iron, and that brawny woman, Elephant Dun Dun, all gobbled up the food. In fact, it wasn't until just now that Han Fei realized that Elephant Dun Dun was also a half-king, but just now she was playing a finger-guessing game with him. It could only be said that on the 10,000 Beast Island, the Cultivation realm didn't quite affect their friendship. Of course, the premise was that you had to be in the Venerable realm. If you were only an explorer, you definitely couldn't participate in such gatherings. When one reached the Venerable realm, there was usually no such thing as age, so everyone got along well. The only exceptions were those who were of high prestige, such as the old sheep, who didn't play with others much. After half a day, Han Fei suddenly felt that a perception fell on him. He turned his head and found that 3,000 kilometers away, the old sheep was standing on the other side of the canyon in his sheep form, looking at him. Han Fei's heart stirred, and he patted Ma Keelan's shoulder and said, "You guys drink up." Following Han Fei's gaze, these people knew that the old sheep must have something to say to Han Fei, so no one stopped him. A moment later, when Han Fei came to the cliff, he couldn't help but ask, "Old sheep, why don't you eat some?" The old sheep smiled and said, "Generally speaking, sheep like to eat grass. Those guys eat fish and meat every day. The food is really not to my liking." Then, the old sheep glanced at Han Fei. "Bull Demon King, how long do you think it will take us to get out of here?" "Huh?" Han Fei paused and couldn't help looking at the old sheep. "Get out? Where to?" The old sheep smiled and said, "To a world where humans live in the sky and travel by boat every day, or what do you think?" Han Fei's eyelids twitched. What does old sheep mean? Fuck, did he know these with divination? Seeing Han Fei's expression, the old sheep smiled. "There's nothing to be surprised about. Just because we were born in the cage doesn't mean we can only stay in the cage forever. It's like you're still closer to the beast race after 100,000 years. Han Fei's lips twitched slightly. "What do you mean?" Old Sheep chuckled. 100,000 years. My ancestor of that generation has long died. However, some deeds will be passed down. After all, this place is very small, right? Wang Han. Hiss. Han Fei narrowed his eyes, put away the smile on his face, and looked at the old sheep solemnly. "Who are you?" The old sheep's head was still facing the great splitting canyon, and he said leisurely, "Well, I don't know if I'm your senior or your junior. However, my ancestor was born in the Grand Myriad Mountains." Han Fei's eyelids twitched. "Sheep Chiangui?" Old Sheep looked at Han Fei for several seconds, and then sighed slightly. "So, my ancestor of that generation was called Sheep Chiangui. Back in the Grand Myriad Mountains, Han Fei had indeed met a goat. It was the first goat he and Jimin Linglan had met. However, he didn't know his strength or name back then. Later, when he was studying in the Grand Myriad Mountains, he also learned about that goat. However, he was a loner, lived in a cave on the rock wall of the mountain, and didn't come out all year round. It seemed that he was studying drawing techniques and recording something. Han Fei couldn't help asking, "How did you recognize me?" Sheep Shenji smiled and said, "You finally admit it. Actually, as early as when you used the 100 War Divine Hammer, I vaguely discovered, I have seen every battle of yours. You know War Body, Heavenly Void Divine Movement, and Star Teleportation Technique?" Sheep Shenji looked at Han Fei. "You know both the secret techniques of the War Giants and Tianxing? Then you should also know the Beast King technique of our Beast Race, right? Oh, also, although you haven't used it, you should also know the Monkey King's 3,000 Stick and 100 Beast Soul-Subduing Roar, right?" Han Fei put on a bitter smile. "I have to use some combat skills anyway. Have you all recognized me? Ch1501 shook his head. Of course not, but if you use the Monkey King's 3,000 sticks, the ape demon should be able to recognize you. As he said this, Ch1501 continued, after you finished the 100 battles, I knew that you were that legendary xuanhuan, but I didn't expect that you would be born in this era 100,000 years later. Han Fei shrugged. In which era I was born is not up to me, okay? Ch1501 said. Therefore, you are not from the demon-subduing tower, nor are you from the buffalo race. You are a human, and you came from the outside world. Since you can come in, you'll definitely have a way to get out. After that, Ch1501 stared at Han Fei, waiting for his answer. Chapter 1544, Demon Beast Holy Land. Chapter 1544, Demon Beast Holy Land Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei had thought that his disguise was flawless. Little did he expect that he had been exposed a long time ago. He even thought that no one knew his real identity. Faced with Ch1501's question, Han Fei said casually, if you'll have to go out, I can only take a few of you out temporarily. However, their realm can't be too high. Han Fei raised his head, looked at the sky, and then looked around. Old sheep in the outside world, this place is called the Wall of Death. Everyone thinks that there are countless dangers hidden here. In fact, this place is indeed dangerous. I was just lucky and accidentally appeared in the territory of the Demon Beast Union. This means that even a venerable comes in. If he is unlucky and appears in a place like the Black Blood City or the Forest of Terror, it's very difficult for him to survive. The old sheep was listening to Han Fei quietly. Han Fei continued, about hundreds of years ago, the Black Blood City discovered that the seals in some places in the Wall of Death became fragile. Therefore, the Black Evil Conch King began to prepare. Until 3 years ago, or even earlier, they cleared the first way out. Hiss, the old sheep was shocked. Can the people from the Black Blood City go out now? Han Fei shook his head. It's very difficult. With the strength of the Black Blood City, they must have consumed a lot of resources in the past few years, but they only sent a dozen venerables over, not even a half-king. The strongest one is a peak-level venerable named xuanhuan. You should know him, right? The old sheep took a breath. No wonder a few years ago, when I calculated xuanhuan, I found that I couldn't sense this person. I thought that his strength had reached the half-king realm and avoided my prediction. What else? Han Fei said. Later, I waged a war with the human venerables outside and killed the venerables from the Black Blood City. Only at this time did the Wall of Death catch my attention. So, I searched thousands of kilometers of the Wall of Death and finally found a weak spot in the seal. The old sheep immediately asked, where is it? Han Fei smiled and said, well, it's just a crack. It's difficult for me to come over. You and most people on the 10,000 Beast Island can forget about it for the time being. Han Fei said leisurely, this time I can come in, which means that the seal of the Wall of Death is weakening. The old sheep said, I don't want us beasts and the sea demons to wait for this cage to weaken and collapse. Han Fei smiled and said, believe me, it won't be long. I guess that even now, strong masters should be able to tear a corner of the cage. However, we can't do that. Why? Han Fei said. Old sheep, if you are proficient in arrays, you should know that if there is a problem in one place in arrays, it will immediately accelerate the problems in other places. If there are too many problems, this array will naturally collapse. If we tear a corner of the cage now, the consequences will be unpredictable. At that time, once the people of the Black Blood City and the Forest of Terror go out, have you thought of the consequences? The old sheep was silent for a moment. When do you think we can go out? Han Fei was silent for a long time before he said leisurely, wait for me. Huh? Han Fei, wait for me to grow up. Wait for me to become a half-king, or wait for me to become a king. The old sheep was about to speak when Han Fei added, at most 100 years. 100 years? 100 years? The old sheep was dumbfounded. What a braggart. You are only a peak-level junior venerable now. Even if you have the power to cross realms to fight, it's not easy to become a king. Even if you are a peerless genius, you may not even be able to reach the peak of the intermediate venerable realm in 100 years. As if knowing that old sheep didn't believe him, Han Fei smiled. Old sheep, I'm only 28 years old this year. Puff. At that time, the old sheep's legs went limp and he almost fell to the ground. The old sheep looked at Han Fei in shock. Say it again? Han Fei sighed. In the blink of an eye, I'm no longer young. I'm almost 30. Bang. In the next second, Han Fei was kicked hundreds of kilometers away. On the other side of the Grand Splitting Canyon, a group of venerables who were still stuffing food into their mouths were stunned, and the laughter and conversation stopped abruptly. The old sheep said, continue to eat your food. I tried to matchmake him, but he was reluctant. When Niu Dali heard this, she frowned. Seriously, old sheep, I'm not in such a hurry now. It's not good to push him too hard, okay? Ma Keelan said leisurely. Tisk. Brother Bull doesn't count his blessings. Slap. Crocodile Iron slapped him. What do you know? You should think about which wife you should find now. How about Shui Linger? As soon as he said so, an ice spear stabbed into his butt and a water Kylan tilted her head and said, Crocodile Iron, is your skin itchy? On this side, there was another uproar. Everyone had forgotten that Han Fei was kicked away by the old sheep. At this moment, Han Fei had already flown back with a bitter look. Why did you kick me? The old sheep said angrily. Let's talk nicely next time. Are you sure you are 28 this year? As I know, you stayed long in the Age of Doom, right? Han Fei was stunned for a moment. Does that count? If that does count, then this year I'm already 77. I'm an old man now? Boom. On the opposite side, the noise quieted down again because Han Fei was sent flying again. Fierce Lion sighed. It seems that the old sheep is very persistent, Lightning said leisurely. It seems that Brother Bull is quite unyielding. He just didn't agree. Niu Dali blushed and said to Niu Kexin and Niu Pan angrily, let's go home and cultivate. Be venerable within 100 years or I'll break your legs. Niu Kexin and Niu Pan were speechless. Wait, what does this have to do with us? On the other side of the canyon, Han Fei flew back. Hey, old sheep, let's talk nicely. Don't hit me again, okay? The old sheep said, okay, let's make it 100 years. Since you can make the people of the Grand Myriad Mountains all teach you their ultimate techniques, I don't think you'll disappoint us. Han Fei smiled. Sure, but I have a question. The old sheep? The old sheep? Han Fei's expression changed slightly. Are there any war giants left? The beast race, sky race, and demonic plants all had offspring. Except for the war giants, Han Fei hadn't seen any traces of their existence in any place until now. Hearing Han Fei's question, the old sheep shook his head slightly. In the battles of the later generations, because of the death of the giant king, many war giants died in the subsequent battles. Later, they followed the divine boat to the east and disappeared without a trace. At least, in this cage, there are no war giants. I am certain of this. Went to the east? Han Fei let out a long sigh of relief. It was good that they weren't all wiped out. At least, there were some war giants left. He just wondered what happened to the people going to the east. Confirming the period of 100 years, the old sheep was much more relaxed. He saw hope of getting out. Although the cage was big, it was still a cage. Besides, the environment here was quite harsh. No one would like it here. Most of the old sheep's knowledge was from the ancient jade inheritance left behind from the Age of Doom. Besides, the 10,000 Beast Island was only this big, and generations of demonic beasts lived there. The older demonic beasts would tell stories to the young demonic beasts year after year. In fact, the old sheep didn't know much. However, the records about the Grand Myriad Mountains were passed down by chance. Han Fei couldn't talk much with old sheep because he knew almost everything that old sheep knew. When he asked him who Zeman Linglin was, this guy only knew that Zeman Linglin was the mayor of the City of Justice. He didn't know anything else. After the topic was over, the old sheep said, I was going to ask Niu Dali to call you out. However, since you came out of seclusion, it's perfect. You have to take a look at the Holy Land. That place has existed for too long. My grandfather's grandfather, anyway. It's recorded a long time ago that no one has been able to enter the depths of the Holy Land. No one knows what's hidden inside. However, you are different. You might have experienced that era and affected that era. Oh, Han Fei was quite confused about the so-called Holy Land. At least, when he was in the Grand Myriad Mountains, he had never heard of any Holy Land. It was also possible that someone created this place later. The old sheep certainly wouldn't tell others Han Fei's identity now. After all, this was too bizarre and too hurtful to Niu Dali. She finally met a bull and was so full of hope. The old sheep thought, so what if Han Fei is a human being? So what if Niu Dali is a cow? It's not like Niu Dali can't transform into a human. In terms of appearance, Niu Dali is not much worse than a human woman. In fact, she is quite beautiful. 3 days passed. On the 10,000 Beast Island, roars were ceaseless. Han Fei had practiced the Grand Desolate Body for 3 days. Although it was useless and he couldn't break through the current bottleneck, it was at least an attempt. This morning, Niu Dali woke Han Fei up and led Niu Kexin and Niu Pan to set off to the Holy Land. Niu Dali said, the Demon Beast Holy Land is not dangerous at all. Occasionally, someone will encounter some small opportunities inside. However, those opportunities are irregular and only occasionally appear. Me, Keishin, and Pan have entered it many times, but we haven't encountered anything. It's up to you, perhaps. There will be the inheritance of our ancestors there. Han Fei thought to himself, the patriarch of the buffalo race? He helped me fight before. Just because of this relationship, I can't seduce you. How many generations have passed? Han Fei nodded. If there's a chance, I'll definitely pay attention. Chapter 1545, Hope. Chapter 1545, Hope Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The so-called Demon Beast Holy Land was actually located on the 10,000 Beast Island. Although Han Fei hadn't completely explored the 10,000 Beast Island, he had also used his soul to perceive it. Before, he didn't find anything unusual, but today Han Fei found that on the 10,000 Beast Island, in an empty space in front of a very flat cliff, a dense crowd of various demon beasts had already gathered here. Among them, there were many demon beasts that Han Fei couldn't recognize. There were leopards that emitted blue and white flames all over their bodies, foxes with wings, pythons with fluff, and boars with long feathers and horns. Han Fei examined them one by one and couldn't recognize many of them. This was very different from the beasts Han Fei had seen in the Age of Doom. Perhaps this was the result of the evolution of the era. New species were born, and the old species died in the long river of history. When Han Fei and Niu Dali arrived, the venerables on the island were already in position. There were 88 of them. Han Fei's heart stirred. There were still a dozen venerables missing. Since these venerables weren't going to the Life and Death Gorge, they should be going to the Forest of Terror. Han Fei didn't consider it a big deal. However, when he and Niu Dali appeared, a tsunami burst out among the beast tide. Look, the one next to Venerable Dali must be Grand Venerable Bull Demon King. Hiss, I heard that the bloodline of Grand Venerable Bull Demon King is magical and he can perfectly transform into a human. It seems that he deserves his fame, slaying 7 venerables in 3 battles. Grand Venerable Bull Demon King has established his status as the strongest junior venerable. Once he makes a breakthrough, his strength will probably increase greatly. Han Fei immediately attracted the attention of countless demonic beasts. Many people's faces were full of admiration. Out of Han Fei's expectation, he felt a trace of power of faith. Han Fei trembled. What was going on? When he was on the Scattered Stars Island, he wouldn't feel the supply of the power of faith when there weren't many people there. However, on the 10,000 Beast Island, there were only 1,000,000 demon beasts who could see him. Most of these demon beasts definitely didn't believe in him, so where did this power of faith come from? For a moment, Han Fei was a little puzzled. Niu Dali asked, "What's wrong?" Han Fei landed and said leisurely, "I've just never seen so many demonic beasts gathering. I'm a little sentimental." The old sheep looked at Han Fei casually, thinking that Han Fei was really a great liar. The few people who knew Han Fei immediately approached him. Ma Qilin said, "Brother Bull, this is the first time you've come to pay respects to the Holy Land. Maybe you can have an opportunity." Crocodile Iron said, "Hey, there's no need to take opportunities too seriously. After entering the 10,000 Beast Tomb, don't keep going deep unless you feel a summoning in your heart." The 10,000 Beast Tomb? Han Fei frowned slightly. This sounded like a graveyard. Why was it called Holy Land? Seeing Han Fei's expression, Crocodile Iron immediately explained, "Well, when the strong masters of the past knew that they were bound to die, most of them would go there, hoping to pass on their skills. Later, many juniors obtained legacies inside. However, in the history of the Demon Beast Union, the 10,000 Beast Tomb was not used for passing on inheritance at first. It was said that there were secrets hidden inside, saved for the person who could enter the depths of the 10,000 Beast Tomb." Ma Qilin said, "Unfortunately, this person has never appeared. When we venerables enter, we generally don't get any opportunities. But even so, our exploration of the depths of the 10,000 Beast Tomb has never stopped." Han Fei nodded slightly. It was precisely because of its mysteriousness that he was interested. Different from others, he had the vast ocean navigator in hand, so he could find a way out even if there was no road. If it really didn't work, he could use the 9-palace luck ruler to change his luck. At this moment, Old Sheep's voice echoed in the sky. "Everybody, be quiet." When the buzzing sound gradually weakened and disappeared, the Old Sheep said, "All compatriots of the beast race, the worship ceremony that is held once every 5 years comes again. The Holy Land will be reopened, some people will obtain opportunities from it, and some are destined to not obtain anything. But these are not important. What is important is that when I made divination today, a mysterious premonition appeared in my subconscious." As he spoke, the Old Sheep glanced at Han Fei and the other venerables, but it didn't deliberately look at a certain person. However, Han Fei knew that the Old Sheep was looking at him. Everyone knew that Old Sheep was a diviner. Was it normal for him to foresee something? However, the Old Sheep said, "I have a feeling that within 100 years we may find a way to leave the cage." Hiss! What? Leave the cage? Instantly, the audience boiled. All the venerables and explorers were in an uproar. Next to Han Fei, Crocodile Iron, Ma Qilin, Niu Dali, everyone exclaimed. Fierce Lion was shocked. "Old Sheep, don't lie to me." "Do you really have such a feeling?" Elephant Dun Dun roared. "Old Sheep, are you sure it's within 100 years? Crocodile Iron shouted in shock. "Is there finally a chance to leave?" "Be quiet," the Old Sheep shouted several times, and when the beasts finally quieted down, he said leisurely, "I'm talking about a hunch. It's just a possibility, but not absolute. My hunch is that in the next 100 years, some changes may happen to the cage. Or a demonic star may appear out of thin air to save us beasts from the sea of misery, but it doesn't mean we can definitely get out." A demonic star? Many people began to speculate what the Old Sheep meant. However, most of them were just happy. Something called hope that had been sealed in their hearts for a long time was ignited again. When he saw the excited demon beasts, Han Fei knew why the Old Sheep said this. After all, these beasts had been imprisoned for too long and needed hope too much. The environment in the cage was extremely poor, and the living space was limited. Countless demon beasts lived here just to continue their race. Every day, except for cultivation and fighting, there was nothing else to do. Now, the Old Sheep brought hope to everyone. Whether this hope was true or not, they only needed to wait for 100 years. Everyone could wait and see. However, when Old Sheep told them about it, Han Fei felt great pressure. He said that within 100 years, it was because Han Fei felt that he could grow up within 100 years. But in fact, Han Fei knew that it wasn't easy to make further progress in the Venerable Realm. He had already discovered it when he stepped into the Venerable Realm. Take the 10,000 Beast Island, for example. He had fought 100 venerables in a row, slaughtered many venerables, and fought a life-and-death battle many times. Although he seemed to have reached the bottleneck of strength, Han Fei firmly believed that there was still room for growth in this realm. His few years of growth was actually comparable to the hundreds of years of growth of most venerables. After all, how many venerables had a treasure like the demon purification pot? How many venerables could change the flow of time? How many venerables could find hundreds of venerables as sparring partners at any time? In fact, Han Fei was confident because of Forge the Universe. Although he said it would take him 100 years, after the time change in Forge the Universe, he could have more time to grow. Watching the demonic beasts vent their emotions, the old sheep smiled and said leisurely, "You just need to wait. What's coming will come eventually. Now, let's enter the Holy Land in order. Venerables go first, explorers go second, and then the rest. If you don't find an opportunity within an hour, come out immediately. Otherwise, you will get lost." When Old Sheep said this, Crocodile Iron also said to Han Fei, "By the way, you have to remember this. After entering the Holy Land, if you don't feel any summoning or other opportunities within an hour, you have to leave. If you come out at this time, you can still find your way back. But if you don't come back after an hour, you might get lost." Han Fei was puzzled. "Will there be danger?" Niu Dali said. "It's not dangerous, but you'll get lost in an unknown barrier. Many venerables have tried to stay inside, but they can still come out the next time the Holy Land is opened." Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Even venerables can't find out about the secrets of this place?" Ma Chilin shook his head. "I don't know. My father once did this. He was already a half-king and stayed in it for 5 years. When he came out, he said that he was completely lost in it these 5 years. It was as if he walked into a world of nothingness and didn't even see a beast tomb." Han Fei's eyelids twitched. A place where even half-kings would be lost. Didn't it mean that the 10,000 Beast Tomb was at the level of a king? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Well, let me ask you, how long will this Holy Land be open?" Niu Dali said, "The passage will only be open for 3 days, and if you don't come out within 3 days, the Holy Land will close. But generally, if you don't come out in an hour, you won't be able to come out in the next 3 days. However, you don't have to worry too much about the danger inside. Although some people have encountered danger, it's usually not fatal. Therefore, even if they can't come out, don't panic. Just wait for 5 years. Han Fei thought to himself, 5 years? How can I delay such a long time? He could leave the Scattered Stars Island for a year or two, but if he left for 5 or 10 years at once, many people on the Scattered Stars Island would forget him. After the old sheep finished speaking, the mountain began to shake. The huge rock wall began to twist, and a watermark-like film seemed to be reflected on it, as if it could be pierced through with a poke. Ma Chilin said, "Brother Bull, go." Chapter 1546, 10,000 Beast Tomb. Chapter 1546, 10,000 Beast Tomb. Translator, Heine Translations Editor, Heine Translations. Han Fei had explored many secret realms. However, this time it seemed to be the strongest. After all, he hadn't encountered a place that could make a half-king lose his way before. Many venerables swaggered in and disappeared into the seal on the wall. Just now, after hearing what the old sheep said, many people were excited. Therefore, when these demon beasts walked in, they looked quite valiant and energetic. It seemed that the opening of the Sage Realm this time was different from before. When Han Fei walked into the cliff, what he saw suddenly became very vast. There was a shallow white mist here, but the visibility wasn't very low. At least, with a venerable's vision, he could see very far. However, even so, Han Fei discovered that his perception was blocked. After all, his vision was limited. How could his vision reach as far as his perception? In the Holy Land, apart from the vastness, there was also a strong death aura. Han Fei knew that there must be a tomb on the left ahead of him. Han Fei said, "Old Yuan, with your soul power, can you see this place clearly?" The old turtle said leisurely, "No, I only have a high soul realm." However, a high soul realm doesn't mean I can ignore others' soul restriction domain. Before you came in, you should have guessed that this secret realm's level isn't low, right? Han Fei chuckled. "Old Yuan, as I become stronger, you don't seem strong enough." The old turtle, Han Fei, traveled dozens of kilometers with each step. He wasn't fast. He could perceive that other venerables had appeared around him. It could be seen that they all appeared nearby when they came in through the entrance on the cliff. Fat Seven happened to see Han Fei and waved at him. "Brother Bull, do you want to go with me? Let me tell you about the Holy Land." Han Fei shook his head slightly. "No, Old Sheep said that I should take a look at this place as a newcomer. In fact, Old Sheep certainly didn't say that. This was just an excuse that Han Fei didn't want to walk with others. Generally speaking, no one would ask Old Sheep about it. Even if they did, Old Sheep would cover up for Han Fei. Sure enough, when Fat Seven heard this, he immediately said seriously, "Then leave by yourself." At the same time, Fat Seven shouted, "Everyone, don't give Brother Bull any guidance. Let Brother Bull take a look at the Holy Land as a newcomer." As Fat Seven roared, the sound waves broke through some mist, emitting some light blue light. Immediately afterward, Han Fei heard an "Oha." Ma Chilin responded first. Then, many voices sounded. "Got it. Okay, got it," Han Fei thought to himself. "This pig is really sensible." Han Fei was also surprised. There were so many venerables in the mist nearby, so perception didn't work here, Fat Seven said. "By the way, Brother Bull, if you need help here, remember to shout. Otherwise, if your voice is too small, it will be absorbed by the mist here." Once you are a little far away, we may not be able to hear you. Han Fei smiled. Okay. Separating from Fat 7, Han Fei quickly walked towards the tomb on the left. Sure enough, a moment later he saw many mounds. However, apart from the mounds, there were still many corpses, most of which were just bones. According to their bones, Han Fei could tell that those creatures who hadn't been buried wouldn't be very strong. The strongest ones were only explorers, and not even a half venerable. Many of them looked like beginner explorers. Roar, wooa. Here, mist was surging, and there was wind. In the wind, there were beast roars from time to time. They didn't sound real, but like they came from another world. Han Fei frowned slightly. There seemed to be some souls here, but these souls were far from the level of undying souls. It seemed that a thought was drifting in this world, resounding occasionally in the wind. Without undying souls, there was naturally no danger. Han Fei walked forward for at least 2,000 or 3,000 kilometers, only to find that there were tombs and corpses everywhere. Han Fei was very sure that he didn't get lost. He could clearly remember that the skeletons on the way here were different. Han Fei even walked back for a while and found that he could go back here. Therefore, there was no such thing as getting lost. 100 seconds later, Han Fei saw thousands of explorer-level demonic beasts running wildly in the wilderness filled with lonely tombs. When these demonic beasts saw Han Fei, they would basically shout, "Venerable Bull!" Seeing the waves of demonic beasts behind rush in, Han Fei realized that he was actually slow. In fact, it was already very fast for him to walk more than 3,000 kilometers in 100 seconds. However, it was obvious that this place was still far away from the so-called depths of the Holy Land. Therefore, Han Fei also ran quickly. After about 10 seconds, Han Fei walked about 8,000 kilometers, and the environment began to change. Suddenly, a suppressing pressure began to appear between the heavens and earth, and it was the suppressing pressure of the Venerable Realm. At first, the pressure was not very strong. However, after walking another 2,000 kilometers, Han Fei knew that the explorer-level demonic beasts, except for a few talented ones, were basically unable to enter. It was not until this moment that Han Fei realized why most of the demonic beasts he saw outside were only explorers. There were few demonic beasts below the explorer level. It must be because of this suppressing pressure. When Han Fei saw a deserted tomb, he found a wolf shadow sitting on it. When Han Fei came over, the wolf shadow even glanced at him. Han Fei frowned. "Old Yuan, is this also a soul body? Why don't I feel any soul power?" the old turtle said. "You can understand it as the residue of consciousness born from the fusion of soul and will. Generally speaking, these residual consciousnesses don't have any memories. Most of the time, they will be very blank. After a certain period of time, they will gradually dissipate into the world. Now that you can see him, it means that this guy might not have died for long." Han Fei hummed and said leisurely, "I have a feeling that they died too easily. As a venerable, they should have left endless treasures scattered in this world." The old turtle said, "Every race has their dying wish. For example, many of our turtle race sleep and die. This method of perishing is actually not bad." Han Fei saw a couple of wolf shadows. However, the deeper he went, the hotter he felt. The environment was exactly the same as when he first came in, but why did he feel hot? Han Fei examined himself and found nothing wrong with his body. Suddenly, Han Fei felt a tomb not far away from him tremble. Han Fei walked over curiously. However, when Han Fei stood before the tomb began to shake. If he remembered correctly, Niu Dali and the others had said that venerables generally didn't have many opportunities in the Holy Land, right? His heart stirred and the 9-palace luck ruler appeared in his hand. With Han Fei's thought, the luck scale appeared and began to quickly fluctuate. When the 9-palace luck ruler fell on the mark, auspicious, Han Fei smiled. It seemed that a good thing was going to happen. Could it be this tomb? In this case, Han Fei was unhappy. The tombs here were everywhere. The depths of the Holy Land that old sheep mentioned was clearly not here, right? There must be someone who could walk here. Therefore, Han Fei extended his hand and a wisp of chaotic chi fell on the 9-palace luck ruler. Han Fei grinned. "Change my luck." The 9-palace luck ruler could turn or change one's luck. To turn luck was to change the current luck, and to change luck was to forcibly change luck. Faced with such a secret realm, Han Fei certainly paid to forcibly change his luck. The scale of the 9-palace luck ruler floated for a moment and then stopped at the mark, greatly auspicious. As soon as his luck changed, Han Fei felt a vague summoning in his heart. The summoning sound was still deep inside. This time, Han Fei had no scruples. In a minute, Han Fei had traveled more than 6,000 kilometers. The pressure on him had reached the peak of the Venerable Realm. However, suppressing pressure was of no use to Han Fei's half-king body, and he was just a bit suppressed in soul. However, this didn't matter. Han Fei suddenly stopped, not because he had arrived, but because it was raining in front of him. In the rain, there was wind whistling. However, the weird thing was that he was only 1 meter away from the curtain of rain, but he couldn't feel anything. There was no rain at all. Fuse, the yin-yang divine eyes appeared. Han Fei saw that there was a mysterious mist among the raindrops. A barrier? Han Fei extended his hand in, only to feel the raindrops falling. Immediately, Han Fei activated the twin divine technique and his white mist body stepped into the rain. But at the next moment, in the eyes of the black mist body, the white mist body went in from somewhere and came out. Heh, it's just an array. Han Fei activated the star teleportation technique. In the next moment, Han Fei had entered the array and didn't walk out of the spiritual barrier like he did the last time. Huff, Han Fei took a deep breath. Although the power contained in the rain barrier was gathering in his body, the raindrops dripped naturally without any change. Han Fei cancelled the twin divine technique and activated the yin-yang divine eyes, only to find that there was no way out. All of a sudden, Han Fei realized that most venerables were stuck in this place and couldn't enter. The mist might be enchanting, but this rain curtain barrier was the real obstacle. There didn't seem to be any concept of distance or land here. Even Han Fei couldn't feel the passage of time. All Han Fei could feel was wind and rain. However, Han Fei found that his body was hotter and the calling in his heart was stronger. When Han Fei looked inside again, he found that there seemed to be a mysterious power overflowing in his blood. That was the aura of the essence blood of the god of war. The essence blood of the god of war? Could it be that the thing inside is related to the god of war? Chapter 1547, An Altar Deep in the Ancient Graveyard. Chapter 1547, An Altar Deep in the Ancient Graveyard. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei didn't even know that the essence blood of the god of war hadn't been completely absorbed and dissolved by him. In his essence blood, there was still a trace of the essence blood of the god of war. If he hadn't entered this holy land, Han Fei wouldn't have discovered this problem. Who knew if it was a hidden danger? Han Fei asked. Old Yuan, is there something wrong with my essence blood? The old turtle said, there shouldn't be a problem. The reason you didn't refine it completely should be because of your realm and strength. Your strength is not enough to digest the power of this essence blood. After all, this is imperial blood. Only by constantly becoming stronger and constantly changing the strength of your bloodline can you completely absorb the imperial blood. Han Fei's lips curled. Now, something is wrong with the imperial blood. Although there was a problem with the essence blood of the god of war, Han Fei wasn't too worried. After all, the 9-palace luck ruler showed greatly auspicious. This was his current luck. Since he couldn't find the way or see the array, there were only two ways. Han Fei canceled the fusion and let Little Black and Little White appear. Han Fei said to Little White, girl, see if there are any great benefits here. Help me find a way out. Xiaobai blinked her big eyes and spun several times. Daddy, I can't feel it. Han Fei frowned slightly. He didn't immediately use the vast ocean navigator. After all, there were many things that the vast ocean navigator could do. He only had 2 hours. If he could reach the depths of the Holy Land, the vast ocean navigator might play a great role. But now, Han Fei had to use it. Putting away Little Black and Little White, Han Fei extended his hand and grabbed, and the vast ocean navigator appeared in his hand. Soon, the vast ocean navigator pointed in a direction which was constantly changing. An invisible array? Han Fei was surprised. Since this walking method was rhythmic and regular, this spiritual barrier still couldn't escape the concept of an array. However, the realm of this array was so high that he couldn't see, touch, or even estimate it. Han Fei secretly remembered that in this demon beast holy land, this spiritual barrier itself was a treasure. If he was strong enough in the future, he could come again and see if he could walk out of the spiritual barrier with his own strength. At this moment, Han Fei's speed became extremely fast. The vast ocean navigator kept changing. After it pointed to more than 300 points, Han Fei finally walked out of the rain curtain barrier after walking less than 100 kilometers. At this moment, in Han Fei's eyes, there was no mist or rain, but a grassland. However, on the grassland, an altar attracted Han Fei's attention. Han Fei was stunned to see the altar. Is this the altar of the god of war? Feeling his blood boiling, Han Fei already knew what this place was. The altar of the war giants? Could it be that this secret realm was once the territory of the war giants? Han Fei stepped into the air and looked around, but he didn't see the royal city of the war giants. This made Han Fei a little unsure. Perhaps this was just an altar built by future generations. After all, the Grand Myriad Mountains had fought too many battles. Perhaps the royal city of the giants had long been destroyed in the flames of war. At the 4 corners of the god of war's altar, there were a few piles of campfire wood, but no flames were lit. Han Fei scratched his head. Do I have to make offerings? Clearly, the purpose of this altar was to make people offer sacrifices. On the altar, there were 2 square bronze tripods with nothing inside. Han Fei remembered that flames were supposed to be burning there. When the flames formed a curtain, an oracle would appear. The old turtle couldn't help but ask, huh? An altar? Han Fei suddenly chuckled. Old Yuan, do you believe that the gods are still alive? In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle's body trembled. Impossible. The age of the gods has ended, and the gods have died. Gone? Really? Clatter. Han Fei snapped his fingers, and 4 campfires were ignited. So were the 2 bronze tripods on the altar. Since there was campfire wood, he couldn't just sit by and do nothing, could he? Therefore, Han Fei set up a grill next to the fire. There were roasted fish, old lobsters, clams, sea cucumbers. Anyway, he roasted a lot of food. Then Han Fei stood on the altar and recalled. Then he put a finger between his eyebrows, leaned forward, raised his neck, and murmured, The great god of war, grand myriad mountains, eyes of the earth, the sound of the ancient waves, in the distant gaze of Blackstone City beneath the holy city of giants, pray for triumph in the war. Pray for the peace of my king. Pray for the safe return of soldiers. Pray for the eternal existence of the mountains. May you listen to the pious prayers of your people. May your light be eternal. Please give us your oracle. Although there were no longer grand myriad mountains, Blackstone City, Giant City, or anything else, and even this kind of wish didn't seem to exist. However, Han Fei felt that this might let the god of war know that someone was calling him. However, Han Fei waited for a long time. From time to time, Han Fei looked back and found that no pillars of fire rose at all. Is it wrong? Are the words wrong? Or is the ritual wrong? Thinking about it again, Han Fei waved his hand and placed a few half-venerable corpse puppets at the 4 campfires, helping them put their fingers between their eyebrows, lean forward, and raise necks. Then, Han Fei threw out more than 1,000 corpses of explorers and made them sit cross-legged under the altar. Then, Han Fei pondered for a long time before he shouted again, "The great god of war, faith of the war giants, eyes of the earth, the sound of the ancient waves." In the cage that was sealed forever under the sincere expectations of the countless beasts of the 10,000 Beast Island, pray for the eternal continuation of the giant race. Pray for the peace and happiness of the beast race. Pray for the extinction of the sea demons. Pray for me becoming a king. May you listen to the pious prayers of your people. May your light be eternal. Please give us your oracle, Han Fei thought to himself. These words should be able to be changed. After all, the giants used to sacrifice in this way. At that time, they were still at war. Therefore, the praying words were based on that war. Han Fei thought that if it still didn't work, I'd have to dig the altar. After 2 or 3 seconds, Han Fei turned his head back, only to hear a whoosh, and the flames behind him soared high. On the curtain of flames, a few words were written awkwardly. "You are really shameless. Han Fei, Wan Fei, Wan Fei, Wan Fei?" Han Fei gasped. "Shoot, are you still here?" Han Fei thought to himself. Fuck, it's been 100,000 years. Why can't the god of war be old? Maybe he died of old age too. However, his random praying words got a reaction. On the flame curtain, a line of words quickly appeared. "I am not the faith of the beast race." Han Fei was stunned when he saw the words. Han Fei remembered what the giant king once said. He said that if the god of war was in a good state, he could even chat with the god of war. Before, Han Fei had thought that it was nonsense. Now seeing the god of war's writing speed, Han Fei completely believed it. Han Fei hurriedly said, "Senior god of war, I, Han Fei, am Wang Han. In the Age of Doom, when I was in the Grand Myriad Mountains, you gave me a divination. Now, after hundreds of thousands of years, the war giants are already gone, and the beast race is trapped in the cage and devastated. Sea demons are rampant and harming all other races. Senior, is there any way to solve this?" The flame curtain quickly replied, "It's better to rely on you than on me." Han Fei was speechless. "Hey, no, if it's up to me, why is your altar still here? The flame curtain? I don't know who set it up." Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. "Fuck, are you kidding me? So, after all this trouble, I just found a useless altar?" Han Fei immediately said, "Senior god of war, why don't you give me some hints, or at least some benefits? The beast race has been struggling for 100,000 years to enter this secret realm to find this altar, but they couldn't find it. Now, I've found it. If I go out, I can't just tell them that I came over to chat with you for a while, right? How about improving my strength a little bit? For example, upgrade my strength to the half-king realm? The flame curtain? Fuck off. There's no free lunch in the world." Han Fei wasn't annoyed. He shrugged. "Okay. However, Senior God of War, have all the gods really died? Why did everyone go east? What's in the east? Should we go east in the future?" Before Han Fei finished speaking, the words on the curtain of flames read, "Stop. Don't come to the east before you become an emperor. Otherwise, you will die. And everything else is none of your business." Han Fei's heart trembled. Is it so dangerous? It seems that I have to be careful in the future. I'd better make do with the yin-yang world and the waterwood world first. Then I'll deal with the matter of the 36 mystic worlds and the merman clan first before thinking about other things. Han Fei thought again. I got a greatly auspicious divination result. How can't I get anything? Han Fei said, "Senior God of War. Well, it's okay if you don't improve my strength. However, since you appear once in 100,000 years, at least leave some benefits for me. It's very tiring for me to save the beast race, human race, sky god race, insect race, and demonic plant alone. I'm under a lot of pressure." Han Fei talked without stopping. It wasn't easy to have a chance to chat with the legendary god of war. He should get some benefits anyway. Perhaps the god of war felt that what Han Fei said might really make a little bit of sense. The flame curtain suddenly surged and wrapped Han Fei frantically. At that moment, Han Fei's body stiffened, and he seemed to see thousands of pictures in his mind. It said that all the power he had once learned, studied, and comprehended was rapidly absorbed by him. When all of this disappeared, Han Fei stood on the altar like an old monk in meditation, motionless. Under the altar, the 1,000 corpses kept a finger between their eyebrows, leaning forward and craning their neck as if they were bowing to Han Fei. And in Han Fei's heart, there seemed to be a line of words. The darkness is about to come, the ominous shrouds over, the imperial road has no return, and all races are going to disappear. Go find your way. Chapter 1548, Benefits Given by the God of War. Chapter 1548, Benefits Given by the God of War Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations outside the 10,000 Beast Tomb. There were only 100 seconds left of the 2 hours. Too many people had entered before, but now they had all come out. Niu Dali, Crocodile Iron, Ma Keelan, and the others were already waiting outside. At this moment, all these people were staring at the cliff. Ma Keelan said, "Not good. Has Brother Bull forgotten the time, Crocodile Iron, or has Brother Bull discovered the opportunity here?" At this moment, Niu Dali had already found Old Sheep. "The Bull Demon King hasn't come out yet. Is there something wrong?" The Old Sheep shook his head slightly. "What problem can there be? At most, he'll stay inside for 5 years. That's a very short time." Elephant Dun Dun also said, "He certainly won't forget time." However, he didn't choose to come out either because he encountered something or wanted to spend 5 years studying some conjectures. 5 years, in fact, is not long. These venerables weren't very anxious that Han Fei didn't come out. In fact, after they became venerables, when they entered this place, many people chose to stay there for 5 years. After all, those who could become venerables were all talented and thought that they might become the chosen one. If they got a great opportunity or something, spending 5 years would definitely be worthwhile. When Han Fei woke up from the chaos, he felt that he had an epiphany. He seemed to have gained countless combat experiences. Almost all the techniques he had learned had been forgotten at this moment. However, they had become his instinctive reaction. However, Han Fei was not delighted by this understanding. At this moment, he looked quite solemn. The last words of the God of War seemed to be full of helplessness. What kind of thing would an emperor feel so helpless about? Dark? Inauspicious? What was that? Huh? Han Fei was suddenly stunned. He saw faint blue soul particles floating all over the grassland. Fuck! Immediately, a brilliant smile appeared on Han Fei's face. It seemed that the God of War had left him a lot of ownerless souls on the grassland. Wait, sensing that something was wrong, Han Fei shouted, "Fuse." When the yin-yang divine eyes appeared, Han Fei looked at this world again and saw terrifying energy in the void. It felt like chaos chi. When Han Fei took a closer look, his face changed drastically and he shouted angrily, "Old Yuan, stop it. If you dare to absorb a trace of chaotic chi again, I'll kill you." The old turtle said leisurely, "Logically speaking, you can't absorb so much chaotic chi." Han Fei snorted. "Even if I can't, it's still mine. You want to absorb it? Then wait until I'm done." Han Fei secretly activated the demon purification pot, which shook above the old turtle's head. Immediately, the old turtle shouted, Okay, go ahead." The old turtle heaved a sigh. "I didn't expect that this emperor was still alive." Han Fei sat cross-legged, split out hundreds of soul fires, and absorbed the ownerless souls drifting in all directions. Then, Han Fei chuckled. "His realm is higher than yours. If you can survive, why can't he survive?" The old turtle said, "That's not true. The gods all died in the battle of the gods. There's still someone alive?" Then Han Fei was puzzled. Then what? The old turtle shook his head. "Nothing, by the way. In fact, these ownerless souls and the chaos energy are not given to you by the God of War. They are here in this 1,000-beast tomb in the first place." Han Fei was puzzled. "I believe that there are ownerless souls here, but where did so much pure energy come from?" As a spirit gatherer, Han Fei keenly discovered that the power of the great Tao contained in the spiritual energy here seemed to have increased. However, even though Han Fei knew that he had to slowly refine and absorb the chaotic chi, he didn't want to give all the chaotic chi to the old turtle. The ownerless souls were swallowed and assimilated very quickly. In less than a day, Han Fei had swallowed nearly 30,000 points of ownerless souls. However, his soul power seemed to have reached its limit. However, when Han Fei looked at his personal information, he was stunned. Information popped up in his eyes. Owner, Han Fei level, 83 peak level junior venerable, chaotic chi, 6 wisps spiritual power, 99,999,999,999, upper 999, upper 999, upper limit of Tao heart perception range, 36,000 kilometers, strength, 401, waves first spiritual heritage, unknown second spiritual heritage, unknown first spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, level 73, second spiritual beast, Emperor Sparrow, level 73, second spiritual beast, Emperor Sparrow, level 39. 1 main art, sky stealing technique, level 6 of void fishing, venerable level, divine quality. Han Fei was dumbfounded when he saw the information. It took him a long time to realize that the limits of his soul and strength had been broken. God of War? Han Fei suddenly realized something. When he woke up just now, he felt that he had suddenly understood a lot of things. At this moment, when Han Fei checked his techniques one by one, he discovered that all the things he had learned in his life had reached the point of returning to originality. This was a very strange feeling. Han Fei didn't even need to think about how to exercise every muscle in his body, how to arrange every bit of spiritual energy, and how to breathe. Han Fei immediately extracted a wisp of his essence blood. Instead of disassembling the spiritual energy, he began to disassemble the blood. Seeing this, the old turtle couldn't help asking, "What are you doing?" Hanfei said. "Old Yuan, believe it or not, I feel that every drop of my essence blood contains something similar to Dao runes." The old turtle pondered for a long time. "That's not Dao runes." Hanfei's eyes glittered. "What's that?" the old turtle explained. "It's a bloodline talent. The things that can pass on a bloodline are usually when a person uses a certain power to the extreme, and then they will reflect or store this power or technique in their bloodline. If you have a son, then the son can inherit it, or it may be passed on from generation to generation. However, the requirements to form a bloodline inheritance are very high, which is that your comprehension of a certain great technique has to reach the extreme, or to put it another way, this kind of technique has already become a part of your body." Hanfei wondered, "It's like a combat skill inheritance for spiritual beasts or contractual spiritual beasts." The old turtle said, "It's different. Their heritage is a race's heritage, which is in their bloodline. Of course, it's also because their first ancestor grasped some of the peak powers that their offspring can inherit. Without a powerful ancestor, there wouldn't be a powerful race's heritage." Hanfei thought to himself, "Isn't it just genetics? It seems that what I have mastered has been integrated into my genes." The old turtle continued, "Humans are different. Humans are too many. Besides, after endless years, there are too many mysterious legacies in their bloodlines. However, the probability of success is very small. In fact, it's precisely because of such legacies that some people are talented and some have extraordinary spiritual heritage. However, because there are too many human beings, their legacies are different. Some powerful human powerhouses often pursue to create their own unique bloodlines. In this way, when their bloodlines are purified, their bloodlines will have inherited characteristics." Hearing the old turtle's explanation, Hanfei asked again, "What's the benefit of purifying bloodline?" The old turtle said, "It's hard to tell the specific benefits. In short, some people who pursue the ultimate goal will constantly purify their bloodline. In this way, at least they can thoroughly master everything they've learned. Their combat power will also increase. In fact, the main benefit of doing this is to polish their foundation. As for the inheritance, it's actually secondary. Polish foundation?" Hanfei didn't know that the foundation could be polished like this. The old turtle said, "I know that you must have had an epiphany just now, or you wouldn't have asked such a question. Starting from an ordinary person to now, you can't make each breakthrough in the most perfect state, can you? Even if you think it's perfect, there are still some flaws. Therefore, the God of War probably reflected everything you experienced into your soul, so that you can master it, repair your former defects, and polish your foundation with this method." Hanfei narrowed his eyes. "So, something went wrong with my essence blood, and my bloodline became purer?" The old turtle nodded. "It's not pure enough. When you can completely digest the essence blood of the God of War, your bloodline can become truly pure." Hearing the old turtle's explanation, Hanfei immediately understood why the upper limit of his soul power had soared to 9,999 points. It seemed that the God of War had used his way to polish his foundation. However, why did his soul power increase so much, but his strength only increased slightly? Hanfei looked at the words, "upper limit of the Dao heart," thought for a while, and continued to ask, "Old Yuan, is there a limit to the Dao heart?" "Of course." The old turtle said, "The Dao heart usually determines a person's room for growth, which is the range of his great Dao's growth. A person with an incomplete Dao heart has a limit. As long as he doesn't comprehend his own true Dao, his Dao heart will have a limit. No matter what, he can't cross this limit." Hanfei's heart did a flip. In theory, if he knew the direction of the great Dao and had a firm Dao heart, there should be no limit to his soul power. However, now his Dao heart had a limit, it seemed that he had to comprehend his great Dao. After thinking about it, Hanfei keenly realized that the old turtle was talking about the growth range of the great Dao. "What did he mean?" Hanfei said. "Old Yuan, the great Dao, does it have a range?" The old turtle said, "You'll find out when you reach the sea establishment realm. If I have to tell you now, I can only say that everyone has their own sea, which is called the origin sea. The origin sea provides power for you, and the size of the origin sea is the range of your great Dao. Such an explanation is useless because you won't understand it until you get there." Hanfei snorted. "This won't do. Now, my Dao heart seems to have begun to limit my growth. It seemed that he should study the so-called Dao heart." Chapter 1549, Successful Breakthrough Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. There was still a long way to go before he could figure out his Dao heart. However, what made Hanfei overjoyed was that his soul power had reached an unprecedented height. It was only one step away from 100,000 points. However, Hanfei also knew that he had dug out the limits of his Dao heart in advance. It wouldn't be easy for him to continue to grow in the future. Even so, Hanfei wasn't worried at all. After all, having a limit was better than having no way to improve, right? The only problem he faced now was to break through this limit. In this way, his goal was even clearer. Hanfei looked at his perception range again. It was definitely not small. Xinger had once told him that when she reached her peak, her perception range was only 20,000 kilometers, and her premonition range was 50,000 kilometers. This could at least mean one thing: his soul power was definitely not low. Of course, the 20,000 kilometers Xinger mentioned was when she had just reached her peak. After day and night of cultivation and visualization, this number should continue to increase. At this moment, could it be said that his perception range had exceeded most peak-level venerables? After all, not everyone was as talented as Xinger. It took Han Fei a day to collect the ownerless souls here. Han Fei was still wondering if he should go out now. The ownerless soul was easy to absorb, but the absorption of the chaos energy was definitely not something that could be done overnight. Forget it. I can't let the meat in my mouth fly away. Uncle God of War finally gave me some benefits. I can't waste them. Anyway, I have the vast ocean navigator, so I should be able to go out. Han Fei immediately made a decision. He opened his mouth and filtered out a large amount of void impurities with the absorption technique, absorbing the pure energy into his body. At the same time, Han Fei waved his hand, and spiritual energy gathered from all directions. Han Fei stomped, and with bangs, small spirit-gathering arrays appeared one after another. Immediately afterward, the spirit-gathering arrays became more and more strange, and Han Fei used the Tao patterns he had just learned. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei was wrapped in a spiritual energy sac. This was the first time Han Fei had tried to absorb chaotic qi. Han Fei directly sent a large amount of power with chaotic qi into Forge the Universe. After only half a day, around the altar where Han Fei was, he had carved a super spirit-gathering array with Tao patterns. Spiritual energy surged from all directions, forming multiple spiritual vortexes. It only took Han Fei 3 days to absorb the spiritual energy in the 10,000 Beast Tomb. The amount of spiritual energy here was limited. It was precisely because of this limitation that the power of the Great Tao was infused into it, so the spiritual energy here clearly made Han Fei feel that there was a problem. 3 days later, Han Fei canceled the Great Spirit Gathering Array and entered Forge the Universe. In Forge the Universe at this moment, all the spiritual plants were about to grow into demons. Take the garlic as an example. People would think this was some kind of watermelon. Ever since the flow of time in Forge the Universe changed, Little Black and Little White had basically never been to the Soul Sea but lived in Forge the Universe. In order to feed them, Han Fei deliberately opened a big river here and let them do whatever they wanted inside. At this moment, Han Fei wasn't the only one absorbing the spiritual energy. Little Black, Little White, Nine Tails, Little Fatty, Little Gold, and the Heavenly Dog were all here. Of course, it also included the Emperor Sparrow. However, the Emperor Sparrow was too arrogant. Whether it was Nine Tails, Little Fatty, or the Heavenly Dog, none of them wanted to stay with him. As for the Emperor Sparrow, he usually stayed in 3 places. One was the Spirit Awakening fluid pool that Han Fei specially created for him. Another was the place where Han Fei stored the food. However, now 1/5 of the food had already been eaten. It could be seen that the appetite of the Emperor Sparrow was even comparable to that bottomless stomach of Little Black. And the third place was Little Black's head. The Emperor Sparrow was quite close to Little Black. When Little Black swam in the water, the Emperor Sparrow often stood on Little Black's head. At this moment, the Emperor Sparrow had reached level 39, and he did it just by eating. The problem was that this guy hadn't shown any special combat skills up to this point except for the Eye of Disaster. At this moment, Han Fei came in and found that everyone, including the Emperor Sparrow, was swallowing the energy in Forge the Universe. Han Fei sighed. He just hoped there could be as many of such secret realms as possible. If he just cultivated at home all day long, how could he get these benefits? Han Fei said to Little White, "Daughter, let's try our best to create chaotic qi this year." Bo, 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 bo. Han Fei saw Little White roll her belly to the surface of the water and say, "Dad, can I not do it? It's too tiring." The old turtle also said, "Han Fei, your spiritual beast really shouldn't keep creating chaotic qi at this time. This is meaningless to its growth. Since it can spit out chaotic qi, why not let it become venerable first?" At that time, the effect might be much better than now. If you make it create chaotic qi all the time, it will completely deprive it of the space for growth. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. "Oh, good girl. Then let's not do it." Han Fei sighed inwardly. Even the obedient Little White began to protest. It seemed that it was indeed inhuman to make her create chaotic qi all the time, but Little White was too efficient. She could spit out 12 wisps in a year, and 1 year in the outside world equaled 8 years in the Forge the Universe, so she could spit out 96 wisps in a year. At this speed, it would only take him 1 year to complete the time acceleration plan of Forge the Universe. However, it seemed that he could only count on himself now. Han Fei set up a spirit gathering array again. When his body was wrapped in the spiritual energy sac again, Han Fei began to disassemble the spiritual energy on a large scale. This was because his disassembling degree had reached 77%. When the amount of spiritual energy increased, more power of the Great Tao gathered. It only took 3 hours for Han Fei to feel the chaotic qi in the spiritual energy. However, to remove it from the spiritual energy required time. Huff. 3 hours later, Han Fei felt that his head was swelling. It was not a simple task to disassemble spiritual energy and absorb the chaotic qi. 3 hours was Han Fei's daily limit. At this time, Han Fei felt a little tired and needed to rest and recover. Han Fei was also anxious. Time was of paramount importance to him. However, no matter what, the effect was the most important. Day after day, Han Fei didn't absorb the chaotic chi for long, at most 6 hours a day. Han Fei thought to himself, I can't just do nothing for the rest of the time, right? Therefore, in the remaining time, Han Fei began to fuse the remaining 10,000 points of soul power into his golden body. Han Fei had planned to put them on the puppets, but he didn't need to use those puppets now. It would be a waste to put them on them. The process of refining his golden body was still very painful. Every day, everyone, including the Emperor Sparrow, curiously watched Han Fei crying and rolling on the ground. Hearing Han Fei's cry, these guys were a little frightened, thinking, what is this stupid master doing? Why does he have to torture himself? Half a year passed. When Han Fei's strength reached 4401 waves, the soul power was completely exhausted. And Han Fei was about 1/10 away from obtaining the first trace of chaotic chi. Without the excess soul power, Han Fei could only practice the Grand Desolate Body. Coincidentally, the Grand Desolate Body technique could swallow demonic energy, savage demonic energy, poisonous barriers, and even the energy that contained the chaotic chi in Forge the Universe, which could be transformed into power to nurture the body. Therefore, after 20 days, Han Fei got the first wisp of chaotic chi from the spiritual energy through his own efforts. When Han Fei saw this wisp of chaotic chi, he was overjoyed. It's too difficult. This thing is too difficult to extract. Old Yuan, how's my speed? Is it fast? The old turtle said leisurely. Do you know how rich the spiritual energy here is? A person who is truly proficient in absorbing the chaos energy can absorb a wisp of it at most in such an environment in 3 or even 2 months. Han Fei grinned. Hee, this is my first time after all. I'll speed up gradually. A year later, Han Fei's strength reached 4,486 waves, and it took him more than 5 months to absorb the second wisp of chaotic chi. 2 years later, Han Fei's strength reached 4,564 waves. In this year, he absorbed 3 wisps of chaotic chi. 8 years later, in the outside world, the demonic beasts were still barbecuing in the Grand Splitting Canyon every day as if they couldn't get enough of it. The old sheep habitually stood on the top of the cliff on the other side of the Grand Splitting Canyon. However, unlike before, in the past, the old sheep didn't eat barbecue much, nor did he eat other things. But now, the old sheep was eating demonic plants, which he hunted from the Forest of Terror and were quite to his taste. On this day, the old sheep was chewing demonic plants while waiting. He muttered to himself in a voice that only he himself could hear. Sure enough, I knew that he would get what was there in the end. Roar! At this moment, Han Fei's body was shining with golden light. Han Fei pointed at the ground with one finger and stood upside down for a long time. Inside Han Fei's body, it was rumbling like thunder. Crack-a with a crisp crack, Nine Tails and the others all looked over only to see Han Fei's aura surged and the surrounding spiritual energy and energy all surged towards Han Fei. 2 hours passed. Wonder. When a wisp of turbid air was spat out, Han Fei smiled. He was right. Before, when he reached the peak of the Junior Venerable, he felt strange and felt that it was too easy for him to become a Junior Venerable. Now, when he had made a breakthrough in all aspects and reached the limit again, Han Fei felt the opportunity for a real breakthrough. Owner, Han Fei level 84 Intermediate Venerable Chaotic Chi, 36 Wisps or Spiritual Power, 99,999,999,999,999 Upper Limit of Tao Heart. Perception Range, 36,000 kilometers. Strength, 5,402 Waves First Spiritual Heritage, Unknown Second Spiritual Heritage, Unknown First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin Yang, Spirit Swallowing Fish, level 73, Second Spiritual Beast, Emperor Sparrow, level 49, Main Art, Sky Stealing Technique, level 6 of Void Fishing, Venerable Level, Divine Quality. Han Fei's heart did a flip when he saw the message. This is the strength I should have. With his current strength, he could easily win against most advanced Venerables. Of course, it wasn't enough yet. According to Han Fei's estimation, the power limit of an advanced Venerable should be about 6,000 waves. An ordinary advanced Venerable might only have a power limit of about 5,000 waves. However, Han Fei didn't panic at all. After all, he had just made a breakthrough. If he used the power of faith at this time, his strength would probably soar again. However, Han Fei didn't plan to use the power of faith to improve his strength. After all, it was more appropriate to use the power of faith to improve the disassembling degree of spiritual energy. In the past 8 years, starting from the 3rd year, Han Fei could only absorb 4 wisps of chaotic chi every year. In the 8th year, Han Fei made a breakthrough in the disassembling degree of spiritual energy, which increased by 1%. Therefore, Han Fei's absorption of chaotic chi reached 5 wisps. It could be seen that as the disassembling degree increased, the absorption speed of chaotic chi would only become faster. However, in the old turtle's words, he could absorb it so quickly because the god of war had absorbed the residual chaotic chi of the dead creatures in the 10,000 beast tomb. The chaotic chi here was more than 10 times that of the outside world. Han Fei clicked his tongue. Under normal circumstances, it would take him more than 80 years to absorb the 30 wisps of chaos chi. Just the thought of it made Han Fei shudder. It seemed that in order to save time, he had to find a way to continue to improve the disassembling degree of spiritual energy. Chapter 1550, I'm going to the human race translator, Hunye Translations editor. Hunye Translations. 2 years passed. Han Fei stayed in the 10,000 Beast tomb for 2 years. In fact, he had stayed in Forge the Universe for 16 years. Few people had come to the Holy Land. At this moment, the rock wall was shaking and a vague watermark appeared. At the moment when the Holy Land trembled, at least 7 or 8 venerables on the side of the Grand Splitting Canyon looked in the direction of the Holy Land. Han Fei stepped out of the Holy Land, took a breath of the outside air, and grinned. Cultivation in seclusion is really not something a human can do. Han Fei didn't want to come out. Before he came out, he had set up a spirit gathering array in the 10,000 Beast tomb and absorbed energy and spiritual energy for 3 days and 3 nights. He absorbed a lot of energy and spiritual energy and stuffed them into Forge the Universe. However, at this moment, Han Fei had to come out because the food in Forge the Universe had been eaten up. During this period, in order to exercise his pets, he also sent out a few wisps of his soul, controlled a few half-venerable puppets, and trained them and polished their foundation. In the past 8 years, Han Fei had basically used up all the energy resources in Forge the Universe. Now, he was a venerable. The consumption of resources was terrifying. Since entering the Heavenly Palace, Han Fei had basically been consuming resources. Consuming them for 17 or 18 years, he still had to feed his pets and provide spiritual energy and energy for the sea-quelling painting and the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm. Han Fei couldn't hold on anymore. In particular, most of the ingredients had been eaten by the Emperor Sparrow, and the Spirit Awakening fluid had been drunk up by him. In the end, when he had no more food to eat, he would put ultra-quality demonic stones in his mouth and digested one every month on average until he digested one every 3 days. The little bird had grown into a black hawk. When he glared, the other pets who were much stronger than him before were all trembling. In the past few years, because his pets had been polishing their foundation and fighting every day, their strength had been squeezed to the limit by Han Fei. Even so, after 8 years, their growth rate still couldn't satisfy Han Fei. Nine Tails reached level 64. Little Gold reached level 62. Little Fatty was level 62. The Licking Dog level 63. In the past 8 years, Little Black and Little White had only improved by 1 level, only reaching level 74. As for the Emperor Sparrow, he had reached level 59 just by eating. What made him most speechless was that this guy didn't want to spar with others. Han Fei tried to spar with him once, but for some reason, a half-wisp of his chaotic chi directly collapsed, which cost Han Fei 3 months of time. None of the 6 of them had new skills. Nine Tails, Little Gold, and Little Fatty were supposed to be law enforcers, but they didn't have any new combat skills after becoming law enforcers. Up to now, the Emperor Sparrow hadn't shown any combat skills. Han Fei really wondered if this little guy was as strong as rumored. In the past 8 years, Han Fei's own growth was actually very limited too. He spent 10,000 points of soul power to continue cultivating the indestructible overlord body, forcibly cultivating the first level of Gold Bone Fusion Soul. Of course, the price was that even if he visualized the god-scaring painting, he couldn't replenish the 10,000 points of soul power he had lost. Up to now, he had only recovered more than 4,000 points. Therefore, over the past 8 years, Han Fei and his pets had almost used up all the energy resources in Forge the Universe and had to come out. Otherwise, their growth would stagnate. After walking out of the 10,000 Beast tomb, Han Fei looked at his information. Compared to before he came in, his gains were obvious. Owner, Han Fei level, 85 intermediate venerable, chaotic chi, 36 wisps, spiritual power, 99,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999 us, 99.us and 19. Perception range, 36,000 kilometers. Strength, 6,892. Waves first spiritual heritage, unknown second spiritual heritage, unknown first spiritual beast, twin yin-yang, spirit swallowing fish, level 74, second spiritual beast, Emperor Sparrow, level 59, main art, sky stealing technique, level 6 of void fishing, venerable level, divine quality, Han Fei sighed, alas. Gotta go. Where are we going? Han Fei muttered to himself, but as soon as he said so, he saw that the old sheep had already stood on the top of the mountain. In the next moment, Elephant Dun Dun, Fierce Lion, Yin Kang, Golden Tiger, and Serpent Meng Yu all came close. Golden Tiger was shocked. How is it possible? There are still 3 years left before the end of the 5-year period. How did you come out? Yin Kang took a deep breath and said, Bull Demon King, have you discovered the secret of the Holy Land? Everybody stared at Han Fei. They were too curious. No one had ever come out of the Holy Land before the 5-year period ended. Serpent Meng Yu asked in surprise, Huh? Have you made a breakthrough? Han Fei deliberately pretended that he had just made a breakthrough. In fact, as long as he was willing, he could continue to make breakthroughs. In the past 2 years, he had accumulated some power of faith, but hadn't used any. Han Fei smiled and said, I made a breakthrough by a fluke, everyone. I know that you want to know the secrets in the depths of the Holy Land. I did go there, but the secrets in the depths are not what you think. Hiss. Even Old Sheep was very surprised. Han Fei actually admitted that he had been to the depths of the Holy Land, which meant that Han Fei had seen what was there, Fierce Lion said. Why don't you tell us? Golden Tiger also shouted, That's right, I'm so anxious. Since you've been there, just tell us the secrets. For a moment, they got impatient. Even Serpent Mengyu looked at Han Fei weirdly. Han Fei was not in a rush. He just chuckled. There's a prediction hidden in the depths. Han Fei looked at the old sheep and said, The darkness is about to come, the ominous shroud's over, the Imperial Road has no return, and all races are going to disappear. Go find your way. Golden Tiger scratched his head. What does it mean? Yin Kang narrowed his eyes. It doesn't sound like a good thing. Serpent Mengyu asked, Is there nothing else? Is that the only thing you saw? The old sheep coughed and said, Okay, all of you, be quiet. After glancing at the others and making them stop asking, Old Sheep looked at Han Fei. He knew that Han Fei must have a purpose for telling them that. Otherwise, Han Fei would have found a random excuse to cover it up. The old sheep looked at Han Fei and said, It doesn't sound like a good prediction. Since you're seeing the secrets in the depths, do you have a solution to it? Han Fei shook his head. There are too many problems to solve. The only solution I know is to find a way, which may be in the human race. Huh? The others looked at each other in bewilderment. Fierce Lion said in disbelief, Human race? Aren't they almost wiped out? The immortal city is no longer the same as before. How can they be as strong as us? The old sheep asked. Why are you so sure it's in the human race? Han Fei suddenly smiled. Old sheep, have you heard of God of War? The others were all shocked, and Golden Tiger exclaimed, Who? The legendary God of War. Elephant Dun, isn't that a character in the ancestor story? Serpent Mengyu, is there really a God of War? The old sheep nodded slightly. But the God of War is not the God of our beasts, right? Shouldn't the God of beasts be the Beast Emperor? Han Fei said. 100,000 years ago, the beast race, the sky race, the demon plant race, the giants, and the human race all existed in the world. Among them, the giants believed in the God of War, but the other few races had long lost their faith. Therefore, the God of War is the only hope of all races. In the depths of the 10,000 beast tomb is the God of War altar, and I only got the word human from there. The old sheep immediately discovered Han Fei's goal. Han Fei wanted the entire beast race to stand on the human side because Han Fei was a human. However, he didn't intend to expose it. This was because since Han Fei wanted the beast race to stand on the human race's side, he needed to help them leave the cage first. The old sheep certainly wouldn't look at the immortal city. He focused his eyes on the outside of the cage. If Han Fei could help the beast race escape the cage, so what if the beast race stood on the human race's side? After all, 100,000 years ago, their ancestors seemed to stand on the human race's side too. Han Fei looked at the old sheep who was calculating something. Golden Tiger and the others didn't even dare to breathe, fearing that they would disturb the old sheep. After a while, the old sheep opened his eyes slightly and looked at Han Fei. You have to go to the human race. Han Fei nodded. Yes, I have to go to the human race. The two began to act. Han Fei said so much because he wanted Old Sheep to know that he was going to the human race. This wasn't as simple as going to the human race. The Old Sheep's agreement indicated that the Demon-Beast Union might have to resume cooperation with the immortal city of the human race in the future. Therefore, the two didn't say anything else. If Han Fei could bring them good news in the future, it was possible for the beast race and the human race to reconcile. Yin Kang said, To the immortal city? Serpent Mengyu said. Brother Bull happens to have the bloodline of a human and can perfectly transform into a human. We can't even go to the holy land of the beast race, but Brother Bull could. Could it be that it requires the bloodline of a human to go deeper into the holy land? The speculations of Serpent Mengyu made Yin Kang and the others ponder. Golden Tiger said, Brother Bull, is it dangerous to go there this time? Entering the immortal city alone? I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Do you want us to accompany you? This way, you'll be safer. Fierce Lion was speechless. Do you think he's going to fight? Han Fei said, Everyone has their own destiny. I feel that this journey may take me some time. If there is any news, I will definitely come back to inform you.